I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, may Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You sold us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. May Africa reap what they sow, so Africa wants to keep what they sow. No, no, no. You sold us, you told us, bye, bye, bye. You owe us and I ain't forget. I'll fight for my lineage as long as I live. Harriet Tubman, Frederick Douglass, Rosa Parks, Philip Randolph, and Dr. King. I do it for them, I do it for her, I do it for him. We don't flee, we don't flee, we don't flee, we stay. I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh, I pledge allegiance to the code that my soul won't rest until I get what's owed. Oh,
Someone asked me, why do I still think Africans have to decolonize their mind? Well, the following is still true. Natural hair is still seen as a professional in many settings, dreadlocks are side-eyed, and straight hair is the special occasion look. Skin lightening is still a multi-million-dollar industry across Africa. Traditional clothes are for special occasions, not for every day. Lawyers and judges still wear these colonial wigs in court. Shout out to Burkina Faso for banning these. Imported goods are trusted more than local ones because local is automatically lower quality. People still believe development means more Western, and many people measure success by how un-African their life looks. There's still a lot of mental unlearning that needs to be done. And even if no one else cares, I do, because when you travel Africa, that's when you really see the damage. So, see you in part 2. Someone asked me, why do I still think Africans have to decolonize their mind? Well, the following is still true. Natural hair is still seen as a professional in many settings, dreadlocks are side-eyed, and straight hair is the special occasion look. Skin lightening is still a multi-million-dollar industry across Africa. Traditional clothes are for special occasions, not for every day. Lawyers and judges still wear these colonial wigs in court. Shout out to Burkina Faso for banning these. Imported goods are trusted.
The reason you'll often see a white person in Nigeria being treated with more respect and dignity than the average Nigerian, whether it's faster processing at the airport or even warmer greetings at restaurants, is not a coincidence. It's a reflection of deep-rooted beliefs that associate whiteness with superiority. It was built during colonial rule, where systems were deliberately structured to place the British above Nigerians. And that hierarchy never fully left our institutions and even how we perceive ourselves. During colonial rule, division was not just a strategy, it was a standard. The British, equipped with formal education, labeled Nigerians as illiterates simply because we did not speak English. They glided past us in carriages, even cars on roads that they built, while we, the locals, walked or used different traditional means of transportation. It was a quiet way of reinforcing who was seen as superior, making inequality feel normal. Over time, many Nigerians started to internalize this idea. There was this growing sense that we were less than, unworthy. So when Western education and religion were finally introduced, they became symbols of dignity and self-worth. Those who were privileged to work with colonial masters adopted their lifestyle, creating a class of Nigerians that equated accessibility to the British with success. After independence, instead of fully breaking away, we began to imitate them. Being civilized became tied to speaking English, adopting foreign norms, and pushing out our own culture and traditions. Today you still see it. You see professionals on national news straining their voices to sound British, then stumbling through their own mother tongue as if it's a foreign language. Until we truly value our own identity, we will keep placing others above ourselves, rushing to serve foreigners with urgency while also overlooking our own people in our own country. And it wouldn't just show in small moments. It will also reflect in leadership, where a flight to the UK will be deemed as more important than a crisis at home. Until we begin to value ourselves, no one will value us. The reason you'll often see a white person in Nigeria.
Let me be clear. If it don't come through a white person, we don't want it. I'll show you a quick story. In 2016, I took one of my postdoctoral residents with me to Liberia. She was beautiful, beautiful young lady, blonde hair, blue eye, very as white as you get. I love you, girl. I know you might see this. But when we went there, we got on the sword. Oh, Liberia medical mission. We thank God, thank all the reporters. You know, I want to reporter now. They're asking questions, and then they came straight to her and said, "Oh, thank you for bringing our people here. Are you Dr. Simmons?" So she said, no, I'm not Dr. Simmons. She points to me. And she said, that's Dr. Simmons. The person said, oh, okay. Well, anyway, thank you for coming back. I mean, the level of enthusiasm for this white girl went from like, we're all the way, oh my God, Dr. Simmons, thank you so much for bringing our people. And then to, I just don't let librarian get, we don't value ourselves. Collectively, we need, the people in Liberia need to understand, break out of that slave mentality. Just because you lighter don't mean you better. Just because you white don't mean you got more intelligence. So that whole different story, but let us value each other and what we bring to the table. The Google thing and don't just come through white people. Let me be clear. If it don't come through a white person, we don't want it. I'll show you a quick story. In 2016, I told
Oh my God! No. Oh my God! No. Man.
Hey, I'm good, Tariq. Thanks for letting me up, bro. I'm happy that
Yes, indeed.
I get a chance to talk to you. You know, I've been waiting
Yes,
for this
indeed. Now,
for a while.
you're
Yeah.
from Nigeria. Are you Nigerian, sir?
No, I'm not Nigerian. I'm Southern African. I come from Botswana.
Botswana. Shout out to Botswana. All right, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Tariq. You know what? I always said that if I get a chance to speak to you, I would say this to you, right? I think that you've been very effective when it comes to your work and your movement, what you are fighting for, right? But I can say that I don't think Africans or Caribbeans can be blamed, right, for the street culture or gang activity, right, that is happening in the West or in America, right? Because that has been happening, and we know that in the past the government has infiltrated your people and placed powder into your communities to destroy the black family, right? So someone else said that Africans even started a drill rap. No, we Africans didn't influence that because
Slow
we know
down,
about King
slow
Von,
down, slow
right?
down, slow
We know about
down,
King
slow
Von. We
down.
know about Lil Durk.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? When I say slow down, that means put your flip-flop on the brakes. Put your flip-flops on the brakes, sir. Slow down. All right, let's unpack some of this.
All right, all right.
Let's unpack it. Street culture. You said the street culture, Caribbeans and Africans, they shouldn't be blamed for the street culture and the powder, the flow flame. I won't say the word, but okay. Where did drugs come from? If we're going to go there, let's see. We're going to get technical. Where did the drugs come from? The drugs came from Latinos and Caribbeans. They brought it in, along with the CIA and the white people. But yeah, it was brought in by foreigners, right?
Right.
All right. So yeah, there's some credence to that. You know, the crime rate really started going up. You know when it started going up in the black community? Right after the immigration. Right after those immigration laws got relaxed that we helped fight for. We were thinking, okay, we're going to get some riders over here. But right after we fought for those immigration laws to get lifted, there was a floodgate of immigrants coming over, and the crime rate went up overnight. Right after 65, right after 1965. You think that that's a coincidence?
Okay.
Huh?
I don't believe that. It's just like, you know, how white people love to
It
tell
did.
you guys that talk about, you know, the 1350 stereotype, saying that you guys are 13% of the population, but you commit 50% of the crime, something like that. That's just those things are like they are dog whistles, right? White people commit the most crime in America, right? Followed by other groups according to their stats and their economic
But
position.
all right, but the thing is, you got to be very realistic. Some of the crime, what happens is a lot of foreigners who are melanated, y'all let your crime stats fall on us. Now, all of your positive stats, you isolate those. So your jobs and your income and your education, you make sure to let people know those are immigrant wins. When you say, hey, we get degrees, you make sure to say Nigerians get these degrees or Ghanaians get these degrees. But when y'all run scams and when you do crimes and when you do drugs or whatever, that falls on us. When there are diseases that are brought over, that falls on the black population. Huh? Y'all don't disaggregate those numbers. You never disaggregate the negative numbers. That's why y'all remember I talked about this before, how early 2000s there was a stigma on the black community with all of the HIV rates. I mean, I got to watch what I'm saying because I know TikTok is funny style. And they were saying some of those, you know, some of the package rates was real high in the black community with black women. And the narrative that they ran with, because black men didn't have the package like that, they tried to say, well, it was some down low dudes that we just didn't know about. It's a bunch of down low brothers. And then there was a negative stigma put on black American men.
Yeah,
when the reality was, right, the reality was it was all them immigrants coming over here with it. They didn't disaggregate the numbers. A bunch of immigrants were coming over here with the damn package, and their numbers were being dropped in with us. They didn't say that. They didn't let us know that. We didn't think of that. You think? So yeah, some of that stuff, we want to delineate for a reason. All right? Sometimes we just want to delineate because we don't want all the negative stats being dumped on us. No. That's it.
Tariq, I would agree that there are Nigerians or Africans and Caribbeans who are committing crimes, right? But they're a minority. Look at that guy that was called a Hush Puppy, the guy that was arrested by FBI and whatever. He was a Nigerian. That guy doesn't represent all Nigerians. You can't say that one isolated incident represents the whole group.
Sir, in Nigeria, people won't even take Nigerian bank accounts, sir. That ain't isolated. Right? There's a pattern there. The Nigerian scam is almost cultural. People expect to be scammed by Nigerians at this point. They don't even, some countries don't even honor the passports, sir, because of the culture of scamming. That's not an isolated incident. Yeah, you got banking institutions, you got places like PayPal that don't even let people open Nigerian accounts with them. It's gotten bad. You know what I'm saying? That's not isolated when whole banking institutions globally reject a country's business. That's not isolated. And I'm not trying to put a stigma on them, but come on, we got to be realistic. People don't want accountability. You talk about street culture here. Yeah, and what street culture, but a lot of y'all have stereotypes from the 80s. Y'all think there's people running around in red and blue bandanas, driving 6'4s with a saxophone playing Pew Pew and Ricky in the back. I mean, those days are not popping like that no more. Crime is actually down in the foundational Black American community. The crime over here is low, especially violent crime, is lower than it's been in the 60s and 70s. So yeah, y'all haven't even updated your stereotypes. Right?
Tariq, we know, bro. We know that crime is still going on, but I wouldn't say that the whole stereotype, like I was talking about 1350, you know, what like the whitey supremacists love to say about you, I wouldn't go along with those stereotypes. But I know that, you know, King Von and them were you know, making songs, dancing on other guys, people's graves, right? Horrible stuff like that. So we know we could say the same thing about you, but we are not going to do that. I think lastly, this is what I want to say before I leave you. I don't want to monopolize your life, right? Tariq, I think that you are being used, my guy, and you know that you are being used.
By
You
who?
are just a
By
grifter.
who?
Used by the small heads. I think that you have a small head.
Why do you tethers? That's another thing with you tethers. When y'all get debunked, this is why we delineate, because then y'all just start lying, and you think you're just going to start flailing off a bunch of lies back to back. You're not going to do that. This is why we delineate. You come from a culture of lying and scamming. You understand?
Let me get it
You
out,
just
bro.
all you're doing is you're projecting, sir, because you're scam culture. That's why you're not in your scamming ass homeland, sir. You're not going to project your scams onto me. I stand on business. Look at all the people in here listening to me. I get these
I'm in my
numbers every
country,
night.
bro. I'm in Africa.
Sir, I don't even believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that, sir. But you come from a scamming culture. You come from a fleeing, failed scamming culture. And y'all like to project that onto us out of jealousy. You're very jealous of people like me because you see the respect that I get. And with the level of respect I get, you have to attribute it to some white person. We do actually, the small hat people, because y'all can't get that respect, sir. Y'all dependent on white people for everything.
Bro, you are agent of divide and conquer. That's all you. That's
Stop the cap.
Sir, and you are agent of musty and fleeing, sir. Who's conquered? You've already been conquered, sir. I didn't
your
conquer
job
you
is
in
to
your
make
failed
sure that
homeland.
black people don't unite.
Sir, you're already
That's your job,
conquered.
bro.
Stop the
Sir,
cap.
you're already conquered in your failed homeland. Nobody did that to you. You did that. You're tribal. Y'all got a gazillion tribes in your homeland. I didn't do that, sir. Huh? We're on code. We're not tribal.
Bro, you used to be a
49
Pan-Africanist. I remember when you
Sir,
used to wear that.
I ain't never
You used
been
to
no
talk about
Pan-Africanist.
Africa.
I ain't never been no Pan-Africanist. Prove it.
You're a grifter, bro.
I ain't never said I'm moving to Africa when
Stop
I'm
the
wearing
cap.
a kufi. No, I didn't.
Bro, you just
I
came
ain't
to
never said I'm moving to Africa and I'm. Sir, you're not going to lie on
eating
me,
food.
titty bobo. That don't make you Pan-African. If that's the case, if I eat Chinese food, am I Pan-Asian? What kind of logic is that? I ate falafel. Am I Pan-Muslim? Y'all want us to be you so bad. We're not, sir. We're not.
Okay, let me calm down, bro. Let me ask you a good
Calm
question.
down,
Because
okay? But
I
you're not.
think,
What you're not going to do? I don't do tether lies. You're not going to start lying like a low life tether, sir. You're
I
not
don't
going
want
to
to
say
waste this chance, bro.
right, but you're
Maybe I'm
not
not
going to
going to talk
start
to you
trolling.
again.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
let me ask you a good question.
this ain't an opportunity for you to start getting your lies off, because you tethers, y'all sit here and just lie all the time. That's a part of your culture. You're not going to do that here, sir. And then get mad on why we're delineating from you. All right, and don't project onto me. You should learn from me, sir. Learn how to stand on business so you ain't fleeing all over the place, right? Huh?
Okay. Let me ask you this, bro. Why can't you just accept the position of leadership? Because you've galvanized your people and they are behind you. Why can't you accept the position?
Leader of what?
Why are you so afraid?
Leader of what? Stop asking me a question with a
The
question.
FBA movement, the so-called.
Why am I the lead? I can't be the leader of 49 million people. They don't need a leader. Okay, we got a ticklish tether. What's with these ticklish tethers? Boy, y'all tethers start lying and trolling and start giggling like somebody's tickling your
Why
pussy
can't
with
you
an
just take
ostrich feather.
responsibility
Responsibility for what?
to lead your people to the promised land? You said that you want lineage-based. Said you want lineage-based
Wait a
reparation.
minute. Why don't you wait? No. I'm not responsible for 49 million people. Why don't you take responsibility for your failed homeland? You don't have running toilets and 24-hour electricity, sir. You don't take responsibility for that.
How am I talking to you if I don't have electricity? Bro, that doesn't make any sense, bro.
Yeah. You're on a phone. You charged it at some damn gas station somewhere. You charged a phone, sir. And most likely you're over here. I don't believe you're over in Africa, to be honest. I think you're in Cleveland driving an Uber, sir. And why do you want me to be the leader of 49 million people? Why do you want me to be the leader? That's weird.
Do you know why? Because your people always tell us that, Tariq is not a leader. He never said that he's a leader. We should stop
Right, I'm
saying that
not.
you are the leader of
Right,
FBA movement. That's
right, because I'm not. And nobody has ever said I'm their leader, and I've never claimed to be the leader. Why do you tethers want to make me a leader of 49 million people so bad? Answer that.
You know what? I think it's because you know that, it's risky. So you are trying to save your head.
What's risky?
You just want to stir the pot and then you want to be absorbed
What's risky? Okay, you're saying stuff and you're not
the
explaining. What's
responsibility,
risky? What's risky?
Anyone who stands up, who pokes up their head to say that they're leading black people to the promised land is a target, according to white supremacy. So you don't want to be in that position. You just want to cause trouble and divide and conquer, and then you don't want to be responsible for that. You don't want to lead. You just want to galvanize people and irritate, and then stay at the back. That's what you want to do.
Right.
So you should
Right.
if you are saying that you are so eloquent.
Right. I want to stay in the back, and I want to divide people from lying tethers. So you do have a point there. I don't want us to be associated with lying, scamming tethers. Now, that's something that I do want to divide from. So we are in agreement that we should divide from lying tethers like yourself, because your tribalism has caused you to fail, and I don't want to fail like you. I don't want to be wiping my ass with a brick. So yeah, you're right. I don't want to be associated with lying, fleeing tethers, with the failed economy, and the babies in there hollering for food. Will you please feed them babies? Can you put some egusi in a bottle and shake it up and put it in a microwave and give that baby some egusi Similac or something? The baby's hungry.
Hey, you're funny, bro. You
Come
don't
on.
want to wipe your ass with a brick. That's funny, bro.
I don't, sir. Yes, I want to divide from that. That tribalism ain't working for you, right?
Tariq, at the end of the day, we are black, bro. We are all melanated. This is a white
Stop the
supremacy.
cap.
Y'all told us
If I'm
we
a
were
tether, that means that you are.
No. Y'all told us we were
If I'm a tether,
Akatas,
that means
sir.
that you are a tether.
Okay, no, it's that I know what you are, but what am I? That doesn't work, sir. Y'all called us Akatas, sir. Y'all let us know we were different, and you know what? I agree. Okay? I agree. Now go on in there and put a do-rag on the baby and lay his peppercorn little edges down and give him a bottle of Ibusi. Thank you so much. All right. No. Man, how you gonna try to do all that lying and then try to do a final plea for unity after you done sat your ass up here lying? Oh my God! See how these old double-tongued tethers are? That's why we don't want to rock with you. You gonna sit here lying your ass. So he tried to do a lying spree, and you ain't gonna do that. Well, we all black, bro. Now get the hell out of here. I don't want to connect with you, lying musty thing. Double-tongued tether. Well, these tethers have these delusions of grandeur. The CIA sent you to bust us up, did they bite us? Y'all over there bopping each other upside the head with tree branches. Y'all are so divided. Y'all are beyond divided over there. Y'all don't have nothing going on over there with each other.
I was out.
Don't nobody need to infiltrate that. You wish you had something going on that needed infiltrating. Get over yourself. Yeah, you're not leeching off us no more. That's the new norm. Just throwing lies up against the wall to see what sticks. Yeah, I want to be divided from you. Scamming tether. You know, there's only a few people. There's isolated incidents. Man, most banking institutions don't even accept your banks over there. They don't even, places don't even accept your currency. Dude, man, you leave some of them countries and go try to exchange the currency. They're like, get this shit out of here. That's toilet paper. We don't take that. Oh my God. Your money is useless. Come on. What needs to be infiltrated? I'm not hating, but don't sit here and try to give yourselves delusions of grandeur. We're not going to do that. You over here talking about we're trying to divide from all of your unity. Fool, y'all just had a grape festival over there, fool. Y'all think we can't see you? Y'all had a festival where y'all were graping random women in the streets. Really? Come on. Who was that? Who was that? Che Rodriguez? Who was that? Chi Rodriguez? What is that? Chi, you want to get on, Chi? Chi Rodriguez, you want to get on? Ms. or Mr. Rodriguez. I don't know if you are a Ms. or a Mr. I don't know. I like to respect everybody's pronouns. But Chi Rodriguez, hop on. Make a request to get on. You have one of them little janky accounts where it won't allow me to get you on. All right. But Shay, hop on in. It might be Rohan. Yeah, it might be Rohan. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Let me see. Y'all raise your hands if you are ready. All right. Raise your hand if you are ready, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Let's see who we got. Let's see who we got in here. Raise those hands, ladies and gentlemen. Cool. So what else is going on? Go ahead.
This is what's on my mind.
It was very rude. Like if this guy was preaching about unity, and why are you going against your brothers and sisters?
No, because there's been podcasts recently where Haitians in particular get up here talking about we as Black Americans don't have culture.
Wow.
There was a woman talking about we're dirty Black Americans.
I saw that, and that, yeah. And I saw that someone posted it on Facebook, and a lot of Haitians said, "Oh, she is not with us. We do not claim her." I till this day I still don't know the identity of this woman, but majority of people that I know did not claim her, because at the end of the day, this is how I see it. If when a white person, a racist person, is calling us the N-word, It doesn't matter if I'm from the island, if I'm from here. They go by the color of my skin. So automatically, I'm in the same category. So like, why would I regurgitating exactly what a white tea person will say to someone that they would say to me? Because I just now I would honestly believe like the people that are going saying, oh, Black Americans this and that, it's like they're just being ignorant, because I know some Haitians that don't wash. So if you're gonna go and tell a Black American they don't wash, so they have Haitians that don't believe in taking showers or deodorant. So someone else could say the
Black
same thing.
Americans?
No.
No,
What I'm saying is, if
not no Black
no,
Americans.
what I'm
man.
saying is for a Haitian to say that about someone. The thing is, in every race you'll have someone, every culture you'll have people that believe, that have different beliefs or don't do things the normal way. Like they would go out of the norms, or they don't believe in deodorant, they don't believe in certain things. But I will not take the whole race or whole culture and just saying that person is this and that just based on one person or few, because there's so many.
But the thing is, dear, when y'all talk about lack of unity, we don't want no, ma'am. You are Dominican and Haitian, two places who don't get along with each other.
Oh no, I know that. Oh, I know that. I know that.
Come on now.
I know that.
There ain't unity on Hispaniola. Ain't no unity there.
There is no unity, but at the same time, I also acknowledge, I know the reason we don't have unity. It's because it's the white. It's most of it has to do with the white tea. It's the programming. We've been programmed to think that way. So I feel like it's a circle that keeps going. We're going in circle. I honestly, because okay.
Thank you. Thank you. It's the white teas made us not like. Okay, they always do that.
No.
Here we go. They talk about lack of unity. Listen, we're on foundational Black Americans are 49 million.
And yeah, you'll have a bunch of Pan-African goofies say the same thing. You're talking about FBAs. Wait a minute. So they got a built-in excuse mechanism? They'll come to us. Nah, FBAs, you shouldn't trip over a handful of tethers who say you ain't got culture, who call you dirty, who say you guys ain't do nothing, you live in a white man land. You shouldn't say nothing about them. You got to be bigger than that. And if we do say something about them, oh man, you guys are divisive, xenophobic. But these guys say the worst things imaginable. And they get to say, well, the white man programmed this. Like they're like an operating system, like a damn drone. So you a drone? The white man, okay, if the white man can brainwash you that easily, you remember that movie Short Circuit? If they can robotize you, that's what they're saying. They're kind of saying the white man turned him into a robot with hateful stuff against FBAs. If you're that easily brainwashed, robotized, then that's even more the reason we should delineate. If the white man could sit there and sick you on us like a damn pit bull without no fight, no resistance, and you just go because the white man says so, you got to stay away from us. You got to stay. That's even more. That does not help your cause. In 2026, the white man destroyed the earth. Everybody knows that he's the closest thing to Satan, except for tethers. They're the only people on earth who look at this guy as an angelic being. All the destruction they ever done since their time began. And you're still telling us that you believe, like, okay, what is the process of programming? Are there bullhorns? Are there like sirens? Hate FBAs. FBAs are lazy. Like how this programming works? Everybody get mailed a DVD. Everybody get mailed a smartphone, a smart TV, and you're forced to watch like Menace to Society over and over and over. Like, how does this work? How does this brainwashing program work? Y'all gotta stop. This is shameful to run with that. FBA chosen by God, $10 super sticker. Thank you very much. This is becoming just embarrassing and shameful. The white man made us do it. They'll say the same thing about selling us. Remember when we talk about their role, their huge role in the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, to be honest, and to be exact, they would say the white man made them sellers. All of their excuses has always been the white man.
In deep and on code with each other for the most part. And the white tea he's tried everything against us, and we're still on code with each other for the most part. Let's be very clear. For the most part, we are still on code with each other. Even though they've tried to do all that, this is what we had the Harlem Renaissance because of the negative propaganda of the white supremacists. That's what the Harlem Renaissance was about. The Harlem Renaissance was, remember, early 1900s, they had so many negative images of us. They would put negative images of black people on food and products and in magazines and newspapers. They would have us with big exaggerated lips, and everything was very negative. Had us eating watermelon and all that stuff. They would sell household items with negative images of us. We got some of those figurines at the Hidden History Museum. We show them. They'd sell clocks and just all types of stuff with negative images of black people. We created a renaissance and said, you know what? We're going to highlight all of our positive and constructive attributes. We're going to embrace blackness as a positive culture. That's what the Harlem Renaissance was about. I don't want to hear these people say the white tea people made us dislike each other. Come on. No. Caribbeans try to do that, and Africans try to do that. When you point out all them damn tribes, they sit up and tell you FBAs are divisive. But what about all your tribes? Y'all got a gazillion tribes in every country. The white man did it to me. We were tricked by the white man. Everything with they're never responsible for nothing. When you point out, hey, why is Ghana trying to get reparations? And Ghana was knee deep getting money from the slave trade. The white man tricked them. They tricked them. They were tricked by the white man. No. All y'all were tricked. Y'all try to infantilize yourself. You were a baby who just didn't know no better. Bruh. Like little musty babies. I have to go catch a nigga for the white man. Okay, stop it. My bad, I hit the
I'm over here dying.
Yeah, stop.
I had to catch a nigga for the white man.
Stop that. That's why y'all never take responsibility. This woman sitting up here, she's up here talking about, you're Dominican and Haitian? Ma'am, if y'all Haitians go to the Dominican border, they throw empanadas at your ass. What are you talking about? I know this, but the white man make, oh God, shut up. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Oh, I don't want to hear it. These folks are so family, they try to put that, we're not throwing stuff at you. We're not doing anything to you. But all the whining is at us. Y'all got these different tribes, y'all throwing shea butter shells at each other. You're sicking hyenas on each other. You're throwing bushmeat at each other. Tribalistic as hell. We're saying, hey, we're looking out for our lineage, and y'all want to cry to us all the time. We're not harming you. You understand? We're not harming you. We're not doing anything to harm you, but I want y'all to understand, just delineation itself is harming them because they need us to stand up for them. They don't stand on nothing. That's what this is about. Bruh. These folks don't stand on no kind of business. That's why they all over here. I'm not trying to be mean. The fact that we ain't being the mule for global melanated people no more. We're like, yeah, people are gonna have to fight their own battles now, since we're all types of Akatas and y'all got. Man, they kill me with all of this unity. We all in this together. Man, when we used to have to ride in cabs before ride share, and thank goodness for ride share. Oh, we remember the cab days when we couldn't get picked up in a cab as Black Americans. Who was driving the cabs? Those were tethers driving them cabs.
Right. Anybody know about Newark, New Jersey? You know, for the longest, the cab drivers, the Africans had that thing on lock. Right. The rest of New Jersey got a whole bunch of Hispanics, not Newark. Those Africans had the cab driving on lock. They got a gas station. They got some ownership in, Newark, and they're not the most friendly people, man. They not. What's up, my brother? They be doing that. They be on some old heady up and buy, like that Asian woman from Minister Society. They be on that heady up and buy, nigga.
All right. Let's be real. They've been on the bullshit. They've been on that.
And I finally looked up the Jamaican posse. Y'all might want to check that out. So this video, I'm going to rewind later. I'm going to touch on some other videos. We're going to get to those hating TikTokers. But at some point, I'm going to come back to this video where he said, after we fought for immigration and these immigrants were influx in our neighborhoods, the crime rate skyrocketed. And these guys were labeled as black. This was labeled as black crime. So we're going to briefly touch on the Jamaican posse. I'm going to go really in depth in that.
Been on some when we get to America, stay away from the Akata. Stay away. Stay at Bumbaclot, stay away from the Yank. They've been on that. Who is this person? Okay, man. Dude. Okay, why does dude look like a Filipino Michael Jackson? Oh, you all right? What's wrong with your head, man? What is he doing? You okay? What the hell is going on with him? You all right, brother? I don't know if I want to do all that, but you got too much stuff going on, man. Oh my God. Okay, you got way too much going on. You got bullet wounds and shit. I don't know what's happening with him. Oh, he's a mute. Okay, God bless him. I don't know what's going on with him. He's doing okay. I don't know what's happening with him. Bless his heart. Yeah, he's pointing to different stuff on his body. I don't know what's happening with him. Bless his heart.
Yesterday.
Hey, there you go. What's up, young lady? How are you?
Good, how are you?
How you been? I ain't seen you in a minute.
I know it's been a minute.
Yes, indeed. We'll do a battle in a minute. I'm kind of having a conversation with the family. We'll do a battle in a minute.
Okay, you'll request me back?
Yeah, I'll request you back.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, dear. That's a cool white tea woman. She's real cool. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. Let me see. All right. Let's get those hands up.
Yeah, so I let the brother know or sister, and what's your name? Legendary. Yeah, I don't answer questions from the chat like that. That's why I got the whole Zoom link and phone number together. It's pinned in the comment section. So you got two options. You can click the link and I'll talk to you from there, or you can call the phone number and I'll talk to you from there. But I don't like to spend too much time answering questions from the chat, especially from non-renters. Okay, if you want me to deal with a question, then at least you got a super chat like everybody else do. So as a non-renter, click the link, call in for free, or I can answer your question via super chat. So those are the only ways I would do that for you. All right. Let me switch over to my phone, if y'all don't mind. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know what the. Oh shit. Yeah. So why is it? Okay, I see what's going on. All right, but yeah, I don't know what that Chinese Michael Jackson dude was doing, but that ain't look right. Whatever he got going on, he had a lot going on for real, for real. That was like hard to look at. I don't even want to bring that back and look at it. I don't know what he was doing. He was pointing to some stuff on his body, man. I don't know what the hell he got going on, but I guess he was trying to say, look him out. Um, and he will. I don't know. I guess he's saying look him out, like do a challenge so he can support himself. I don't know, but that looked crazy, family. All right. Give me 2 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, what's up? I'm gonna give y'all a round of applause. What's up to the family? Y'all good? Glad to have y'all in here. We're doing it early. I ain't gonna tap in with you guys in a minute, but we're early. We're chopping it up. Glad to have y'all in here. Can y'all hear me good? If y'all can hear me good, y'all give me a thumbs up. All right. And let me shout out some of the family before I get started. I gotta activate some of that. You guys, when you have the grassroots running up to their events, putting them on Front Street, they don't know what to do about that. Oh, they don't know what to do about that. People running up to the Sharpton event. There was an immigration event.
Yeah, I've been seeing hella videos that Tariq. Now she hasn't even showed yet of just random FBAs pulling up on uh, these clowns. You got it was one little park. There was in a park. A bunch of older coons was in a park doing a whole "We Shall Overcome," and then a brother pulled up. Man, these old fools got so aggressive with him, bro. Then he ended up meeting a FBA woman out there. She looked about 50 years old. You dig? And she had signs of reparations. They didn't even know each other. It wasn't even like a plan. But she ended up like de-escalating because he was like interviewing her afterwards. He was saying, had you not came to my side, they would have jumped him. A bunch of old, what's the old dude name that Tariq got on? Percy. A bunch of old Percys out there about to, literally about to jump him. Like really, in his face. You better get out of here. Like had the whole mean mug and everything.
Ben out there in North Carolina, sister ran up on that. People are running up to these events. Our good brother Black Alpha ran down on Kamala Harris's event. All the optics of that has the DNC panicking. What's up, Nikki the God? What's up, Re-Ups? Y'all share the space. Everybody share the space, please. That'd be great. But family, they are having meetings at the DNC. They are having meetings. They want to get in front of this. It's too late. They really want to get in front of it. Because now they can't do all that trolling online and then think they're going to walk out here and everything is going to be all Kool-Aid and gravy. It's not. People are running them down, putting them on blast in person at their events. When they have these public events, the grassroots is showing up on that ass. They don't know how to get in front of that and demanding tangibles. So what they're doing now, they're sending more of their sassy tethers online to try to discredit the Black grassroots. I've been talking about this for a few days and they have not learned. Have y'all noticed just an influx of sassy punks getting online, caping for Kamala, using the same exact talking points? It's coming from a central location. What's up, Brother Marcel? These talking points are coming from a central location because they all sound the same. We've all heard variations of, well, why them FBAs running down on Kamala? How come they ain't running down on Republicans? How they gonna run down on Kamala? She ain't even in office. How you gonna demand something from somebody ain't in office? So these are talking points coming from a central location. And then they try to throw the old FBA, that sounds like they Russian bots. FBA, they're like MAGA. They're trying that old nonsense. Y'all want J.D. Vance to win, I guess. Is that the case? Let me get Conservative Chris in here. I ain't spoken with you in a minute. Conservative Chris, hop on, sir. Let me get you on real quick, Conservative Chris, because I know you.
Yeah, I'm a little behind on all of this. I'll read the comments in section, but what is they talking about? Is this for like president? I don't know. Like y'all gotta update me. I'm kind of lost what they're talking about. But what I do know is JD Vance. That's a real devil. Okay, so everything they pretend Trump is, which he's not, that's actually JD Vance. That's a real devil with real receipts of racism and disrespect towards Black Americans. So yeah, man, y'all liberals want to get y'all y'all priorities straight and start listening to us FBA and start catering to some of our demands. I'm telling you, we're gonna let JD Vance get it in. And if y'all think Trump is light work, JD Vance is 2.4.0. Right? Y'all gonna find out if y'all don't know.
Well, yeah, Chris, did I get you out? Let me hold on. Let me get you invite to speak. Let me get your take on it, Chris, as a conservative. If you don't mind, Conservative Chris, if you don't mind. I sent you an invite, sir. You can take it or leave it. All right. There you go, Chris. You here? Mr. Conservative Chris.
Well, I was on a pre-mute before I even started.
Oh, my bad. Can you hear me pretty good?
Yeah, I hear you great.
Okay. How do you feel about how the DNC is acting right now because of the FBA grassroots running them down?
I think it might be it's not an approach I would use, but I can understand why, and it may be effective.
Well, you mean them? You mean the DNC or what? What approach would you not use?
Running down and screaming out the audience.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's a perfect response because it's working. It has them shook.
Yeah, I actually went on Jesse again. You could check that out. I gave a good argument for reparations.
Okay. When did you go on Jesse's show?
Probably about a month ago.
Okay.
I tried to come out to the museum, but the answer machine was taking messages. I didn't know how to get out there.
Oh yeah, just come on through. We're on Monday, Tuesday, Friday, and Saturday. We got an event on Memorial Day weekend. Just come out. I'll put you on my guest list. Come on out.
That's what's up.
Yes, indeed. All right, but thank you so much. Let me chop it up with the family.
Yes, sir.
But listen, man, the DNC, they are in panic mode, ladies and gentlemen, because the Black grassroots, they're not asking for symbolisms. We're talking transactions at this point. See, that's what has the DNC nervous for a long time. The Democrats, they've been able to rely basically on emotional language and fear-based messaging and celebrity surrogates. You just bring Megan the Stallion out there to pop ass, and we just gonna run to the polls. You go out there with some catfish nuggets, we just gonna run out there. Those days are over. All that we gotta save democracy. No, the FBA grassroots are showing up. They're letting them know it ain't gonna be no easy ride.
We're the tangibles. This is changing the whole game. You're not going to get no smooth photo ops. All right. And we see that the Democrats are trying to win back black voters who didn't turn out last year. They know what happened. They know they lost because of the FBA Grassroots. This is why we've been attacked relentlessly by the DNC. And they're panicking because that old smear package, that's all they have left. They can't answer real questions, or they don't want to answer. They can, but they don't want to. So when the grassroots start making direct lineage-based demands, here comes the old Russian bots, MAGA bots, disinformation, division. You must be helping the right. You see, all of these are admissions of weakness, because the party, if they had real answers for why we should be loyal to the party, they would give them. Notice they're not telling us why we should be loyal to them. They never tell us, okay, you should vote because of this. This is the policy that's going to be right up your alley. They never tell us that. It's always, you stupid fool, y'all dumb as hell. If you don't support us, you're a Russian bot, you MAGA, you brainwashed, you the CIA. It's always some weird projection. That whole disrespect campaign, that's not working right now, because, see, there's a FBA Renaissance that has instilled or reinstilled pride in lineage. And it has let us know exactly who we are without a shadow of a doubt. They want us generic and confused. See, when you're generic and confused, you can be manipulated. They can play on you. They can play on you emotionally. They can manipulate you. They can tell you, well, you're part, since you don't know who you are, you're a part of this minority coalition. So we're all in this together. So we're going to come down to the church and give y'all some hugs around election time. Oh, we're going to sing some Negro spirituals. We're going to be your friend. Oh, we're going to be your best buddy during the election cycle. We'll do like Bill Clinton and come play the sax. We're going to send Kamala out there to tell you her collard green recipes. Oh, it's going to be so fun. We're saying enough of that. Keep your goddamn greens in your bathtub. Keep your catfish nuggets. Keep your Bammy. Keep your bush meat. Where's the damn money? Where's the tangibles? No. We don't need hugs. No, we're good. We're clicked in with each other. We love each other. So yeah, we don't need a hug from you. Where's the money? And the ops attacking us, boy, it's always the same play. These Democrat or Republican shills, because you got, some of the Democrat shills used to be Republican shills, just like that amazing Lucas. He was shilling for the Republicans for a long time. Now he's shilling for the Democrats. He was attacking our brother Arthur over here. Shout out to brother Arthur here. Attacking me, attacking the FBA Grassroots, just really going in on us. Did y'all see the pictures I posted of that punk? His old softcore homoerotic ass images. It's always something weird with these dudes. Oh, I done uncovered some pictures of amazing Lucas sitting up here with his eyebrows arched, with his clothes off, and some tidy whities. Clearly there's a dookie stain in there somewhere, looking over his shoulder at the camera with his ass tooted up. This is who the DNC sends at us. Sassy, bussified punks trying to shame us, telling us we shouldn't go for tangibles, we're stupid and we're dumb. We don't let people disrespect us like that. All the roll-ins, that's another one. Roll-ins, always some bussy meat somewhere with these dudes. Y'all remember Roland was up there doing a Zoom meeting, and they caught that screen, that he had a video up of some bussy. They never explained where the bussy came from. So this is what they're throwing at us, man. It's always a pattern with these folks. It's always a damn pattern. But we're not going for the disrespect, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new day right now. It's a new day. The smear tactics are not going to work. The DNC, they're crashing out. They know that black political independence is more dangerous to them than Republican opposition. See, the Republicans just being Republicans that's built into the fundraising script. But independent Black grassroots, oh, they're not used to that. They're not used to what's happening right now, family. This delineation, they don't have a response to that. This is why it's whooping their ass. They didn't expect us to delineate and just get on code around our lineage. They didn't expect that. They don't have nothing for that. Their thing is they're going to just try to throw more tethers at us, which makes us further delineate. They're going to try to shame us, which makes us further delineate. You understand? They don't have a response to this. This is whooping them in the ass. They don't know what to do. So them running around, them trying to attack me, that's fruitless. All that Tariq is the leader, that shit don't work. DNC operatives, that shit don't work. It has not been working. Y'all been trying that play for 7 years. It don't work. You know why? I'm not the leader. That would only work if I was running around like strapping them, talking about I'm the leader. I've never done that. That's why it will always fail. I have to go out here and claim leadership. The fact that I have not, which I am not, and nobody's claimed me as their leader, that shit ain't that shaming tactic and discrediting tactic won't work. You can't prop me up as a fake leader and then attack my fake leadership that don't exist. Y'all look crazy. That's why this delineation movement is whooping your ass. Ain't no leader. Y'all didn't expect millions of foundational Black Americans to just get on code and wake up and say, hey, enough is enough. We need something. There was no central location. There was no meeting nobody had. Everybody just woke up and said the same thing. Hey, man, why are all these other groups getting shit and we ain't? We just woke up and just said, hey, does this look right to you? No, it don't look right. We all realized collectively that shit don't look right. Y'all kept telling us what the hell you can't do for us, and then we see people just getting over the damn border, living in damn luxury damn near. There's a cachet of money sitting over here waiting on them while you're telling us what you can't do. Yeah, you think people don't see that? You think, well, I trick people? You think I did a magic Majara spell on niggas? No, it didn't happen. People see you. They see you're full of shit. They heard Kamala say she ain't gonna do nothing only gonna benefit Black people, but roll out the red carpet for Hispanics, Asians, and other people specifically. People can see you. Y'all not as smart as you think you are. You know what it is? The tether class, because there's a lot of tethers that has infiltrated the DNC. They think them being lying tethers makes them smarter than us. I want y'all to feel me on this. That's a thing with tethers. They think that because they have the ability to lie incessantly, they think that that makes them smarter than us. That makes them more cunning and strategic. Tethers think lying is a form of intelligence. It's real deep, man. See, these people come from environments where the government and the economy and all, basically daily interactions, or people are trained where truth-telling gets you nowhere, and the best liars get to eat. You understand what I'm saying? Y'all been to some of these countries. They be lying and scamming the minute you touch down. I'm gonna put that footage up of me over there in Senegal. Where was that? What was that? Senegal. I'm gonna post that footage to show you some of the scams in real time. But over there in some of these people's homelands, man, survival meant you got to hustle and lie all the time. Overpromise, underdeliver, gaslight everybody. You see? So when they come here, they have that same mindset. And they assume us standing on business, us being straightforward, they think that's a weakness. You understand? There's some real twisted logic. So in their logic, if you can lie incessantly and get away with it, then you must be operating on a superior intellectual level, because that's how the white supremacists think. The white supremacists think the same way. They think being liars and being deceptive is a form of intelligence. And it's not. See, we as foundational Black Americans, family, yeah, we got scammers here. We got liars and scammers.
This space was downloaded via spacesdown.com. Visit to download your spaces today.
I really think a tether lies more than a white supremacist. Like you can get a better conversation with Jared Teller than you ever could with some of these tethers. I mean, family, y'all been here. Y'all been watching the exchanges. What about yesterday? What did Satan the Sinner look like? You just lying, couldn't admit to anything. It's like, dude, how are we carrying on a conversation, man? Like, I'm showing you receipts of your guy Garvey's a scammer. And he over there, well, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it. All right, then what are you call in for?
Ever developed a normalized culture where pathological lying is normalized, which is a part of that's not a part of the culture. It's still looked down upon. Because see, our survival was forged in the fire of visible, brutal honesty against white supremacy. So we had to stand on truth, whether it was in the cotton field, the civil rights marches, building our own institutions, because lies would get us messed up. You see, but these certain tethers, their culture treat lying that's like a chess move to them. If I can fool you, I'm smarter than you. They come over here and they say all the opportunities. Oh, you're not taking advantage of the opportunities. You FBA niggas don't take advantage of the opportunities. You know what that means? That means we ain't scamming enough. That's what they mean. We created the goddamn opportunities, legitimate. We've created them, so they can miss me with that. When they say we don't take advantage of opportunities, that means we ain't scamming like, well, y'all not scamming? Y'all see all of these good scams? Y'all see all these medical scams y'all could be doing? All of these diploma scams y'all could be doing? All of these handicap special needs scams that you can get from the government, like they were doing up there in Minnesota? Money meant for special needs kids, they're scamming the shit. We don't think like that. We don't want to do shit like that. It's not like we don't have the ability. We don't roll like that. That's some low-level shit that we just don't want to be a part of. They look at us as crazy. Look at all of these scamming opportunities. The scamming to the left, scamming to the right. We can have bush meat forever, nigga. No.
Scam me to the left.
So we got to understand the mindset of some of these folks. And that's what's running the DNC right now. That's who you got as the Congressional Black Caucus. Congressional Black Caucus is tetherfied. It's tethered up. We got to be very real. And everywhere we always turn around, they got these tethered politicians sitting up here trying to cosplay. Will not do anything for the lineage. They give us every excuse in the world, but do everything for their fellow immigrants because that's where they came from. Wes Moore, Byron Donalds, Kamala, Obama, all of these people. So it's a new day. It's a new day. So we're holding these people to account as we should. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get a couple of folks in here because I ain't going to be on here too long. How many folks we got in here? Shout out to everybody in here. By the way, we got an event, Memorial Day event at the Hidden History Museum. Y'all need to come on through. We got a lot of great comics. It's going to be a very fun vibe this Saturday, May 23rd. Get your tickets at hiddenhistorymuseum.com. Everybody come join me. Y'all raise your hand. Let me get y'all in here. Where are the DNC shields now? Where y'all at now? Where are the DNC shields? All right. Let's get Foundational American. All right, Foundational. Unmute your microphone, sir.
Hey, what's up, Tariq?
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm good. Tariq, I have an idea that I think that you should do
Okay.
with Professor Smalls and 19 Keys. I think you should. I mean, I'm glad that you kicked them off of Hidden Colors, but I think you should just put their what they talked about, just put it on YouTube so the people could hear it. And and you can name it for the Africans and everybody that's rocking with Two Keys and Professor Smalls. Here's what they think about you.
I don't know. Thank you, brother. I'm so focused on getting the movie done. We're halfway through. We got a lot of It looks very good though. The movie looks phenomenal. I'm rushing to get it done by the summer because I really want it to be released this summer. So it's a phenomenal piece, man. I can't wait. Brother Black Alpha is in it, kicking ass. Brother Marcel, who's here, he's kicking ass in it. Dave Anderson, Dr. Kaba, Shahrazad Ali. So it's a vibe. All right, T.S. Giselle, Democrat Shield. What's up, T.S. Giselle?
Good evening. Now, I want you to know that, now, Tariq, I'm not going to let you pull what you usually pull with me because you've been coming for my party. You've been coming for Kamala, and I'm here to set you straight.
Uh-oh.
Okay?
All right.
And then I did not appreciate that stunt you pulled. You stole my content, then would not even let me on stage. If you're afraid to have a discussion with me, Tariq, then say it. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid to have an intellectual conversation with any of the people that believe in the indoctrination of foundational Black American and what it means.
Hey, like, let me pause this real fast. So what's Giselle Gazelle? T Gazelle. I call him Gazelle, like a gazelle from Africa. T Gazelle. Listen, whatever you want to be, whatever your background, whatever your ideology is, that's okay. You can still be smart and make good points. T.S. Gazelle, like a deer. T.S. Gazelle is really stupid, and I'm not saying that because he's a she or she's a he. That's not why I'm saying it. I'm saying it because I heard T.S. arguments. This person is really stupid, and not to be taken seriously. Like I love a intellectual debate, no matter who it is. If I think you got something, I bite you on. But this person is really stupid, and I was looking for this person on IG that's going to invite him on here and cook him. But then I continue to hear the dialogue and it points. It just no research. Like another revenue. All right. So let me go back right here. We was about right over here.
As their own or just like
right. Because there was no concept of flat blackness, just like we're talking about now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I thought they've been black.
Do we have to continue flat black?
I thought they've been black for centuries. They told me.
Yeah, I mean, they've been African for way longer than the European has been in existence. But
Okay, so.
But I'm just saying, okay, we don't believe in flat blackness now, but then we talk about tribes that were warring with other tribes that took prisoners of war and saying, oh, y'all didn't have flat blackness. The Pan-African thing came as a result of imperialism, not the other way around, because we were doing our thing for hundreds of thousands of years before they were even in existence, right? So now we all...
It's a free turn still. We cut her off. I apologize for free.
Existed before then, right? And that enemy runs the world right now. I'm sorry, Loves, I can't hear you.
No, thank you. No, we had cut a free off. A free. You want to finish? I mean, I don't understand. I don't know what you you know.
Sure, I'll go ahead and finish. So, yeah, he's right.
Hey, family. When I was on TikTok yesterday, and the young lady from Guyana was on there, Corey. She tried the Noir thing. Oh my God. She tried that Noir thing again. Like people just say stuff because it was read or said. Like I kept trying to let her know, like, yo, you dealing with a low-key historian. You dig? That's not gonna work. So I gave her the whole history. Well, not the whole history, but I gave her enough history about the word Noir, how it was used, and the time it was used, and what it was not used as. That was not used as endearing, hey, my black brother. No, it was not. Okay, so I explained to her. I'm sure she looked it up, found out the truth, and kept it pushing. So that's why I made my debut on TikTok yesterday. I did pretty good. People tuned in, see I did pretty good. And even the Guyanese woman who I was debating or having a dialogue with was like impressed and gave me flowers. Yeah, so I'm gonna try to be active on TikTok more often and make my way. Because I feel like a lot of the conversations that we are privy to is not being heard. Other folks are being heard, and it's for entertainment purposes only, like a DNA test, and it's not centered on information, like thorough information. So that's why I made my breakthrough on TikTok yesterday.
They were practicing the notion that even though we're Black, or even though we're from this particular region of the world, we're not all the same. So that's number one. There is nuance to it. And like I said, the idea that Africans sold Africans gets repeated so much that it's oversimplified, and it's not even like is misleading. It's not even the truth anymore. If you don't understand the concept of WAR and how WAR works, you're not going to understand what happened during that time during the transatlantic slave trade.
For white tee, the t-shirt you wear is for white tee, the suit you wear for white tee, maybe the durags, the dirty ones, maybe that. What's your culture? Even the Nike is for white tee. Yet we. Jeez. All right, I land here.
I rebuttal him.
So, Sheree, I want her to answer this question.
Yeah, hold on. We got some rebuttals. You want him to answer what real quick? Then we're gonna get into the rebuttals. The Black.
Yeah, don't y'all get brutalized by the military police when y'all cross borders or within your own countries, and y'all gotta pay bribes. That's why many Black Americans, when they go over there, they say they cool with paying bribes. Some people know I'm not fit to go over there and pay no bribe, and y'all supposed to look like me. That's why. But we are kind.
Is it a question or you just want to talk?
I'm asking you a question. So
all right,
don't y'all pay bribes to your police so you won't get brutal? Let me finish the question. Don't y'all pay bribes to your police so y'all won't get brutalized crossing borders or just within your own countries, especially in Nigeria, because they have a real issue with police brutality.
Okay, let me tell you. As Ghanaian, I'll tell you when you get stopped by police. Listen, if you don't bribe him, right? I'm coming. I'm going to tell you what happens. If you don't bribe him, he just will take you to the station. He's not gonna put you on the floor and kneel on your neck for 10 minutes like George Floyd. That will never happen. See, they treat you guys like animals, but you want to raise your shoulders. That's the point.
Sheree, I noticed lately you've been really you've been doing all these voices and all this other stuff. It's getting bad out there on social media for you, huh? It seems like you getting madder and madder, Sheree. Are you okay?
No. I mean, when I see people like the Black and Helicopter, at least when I'm talking to others, we can have a meaningful conversation. But that's not what Black wants. That's not what Helicopter wants. They attack you.
You saying you going to hell with them, basically?
Absolutely. That's what I'm doing.
Okay, I get it. Okay, let's see. You had two other rebuttals. Hold on. So you got Free and April. Go ahead, Free.
Yeah, I noticed that when I told the Black in the comments if FBA men and women suffer from colorism, he chose to change his image. So that's interesting.
Wait, you got a rebuttal for the Black or Sheree?
I do. So
for Sheree?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sheree, I really am disgusted with when you said that Black Americans don't have culture. I feel very annoyed with that because I know you're getting that from somewhere. I know you're probably getting that from arguing with FBAs all day, right? Don't say that. The very lingo that we use is part of Black American culture. I don't know if you ever came to the States, but the deeper south you go, the more culture that you see. That is where the culture comes from, right? The Black culture comes from, Black American culture comes from. I know you see like a lot of raccoons all the time and you think that's all Black people. That's not the case. So please don't say that. It's gonna annoy me and then I'm gonna start roasting you myself. The other thing I wanted to say is that, like this whole thing where you're generalizing, and this is for everybody, honestly. Like this whole thing when we have to generalize each other in order to make a point, I think we should grow out of it and just kind of look at the nuance of things. Like, we're not going to say that Black people here in the States are all drug dealers because...
Hey, family, this is why we got to take it from the top. Even if you was to say we're all drug dealers, will be a complete lie. All right. But this is a known fact that we've been victimized by drugs. It's been placed in our communities. That's not something we went out and got for our people ourselves. We didn't go to Colombia. We didn't go to the Mexican cartel, work out a deal, and bring drugs in our community and start to sell it and use it. So we've been victimized almost every time. You know, anything negative has been a systemic of racism. It's been a ploy on us, even paper genocide. See, but the difference is Jamaica, the Caribbean, Africa, Brazil. You guys are the police. You guys are the government. You guys are everything. So if drugs or something, trafficking, when those things happen, your politicians, your authoritative figures give it the nod. You can't say that with us. You can't say our politicians, our activists, our people in charge is giving the nod to flood Black communities with drugs or guns. That's the difference. We have a white beast who's giving the nod, and then it gets funneled to us from the top. That's not your claim. Everything you guys have been experiencing is negative. It's been you guys bringing it to yourself. You look at Haiti, you see the civil war, whatever's going on. You see it's themselves out there busting guns at each other. A war, not some fake gang thing where it lasts 2 seconds and they run from the cops. No, you guys ain't no cops. You are the cops. You have a coup in Haiti. That is totally different. When you guys own and control and manage your countries, your islands. There's no white team man. You guys are independent of the white team man fully. So when they look at our condition, they kind of project it like we got in our. They kind of project it like we got in our situation the way they got in theirs. No, there's a white team man that, and it's documented the things that he's done to us while we're in our predicament. We're not the same.
There was a drug epidemic. Oh, excuse me, smug epidemic. I'm sorry, smug epidemic. At one point in the 80s, we all know who was behind that. So let's try to add some context to the way that we speak.
Okay. She really ain't say nothing. She said we know who's behind that. Well, we don't know. We don't know who you think was behind that. You dig? Like, you got to say it. But what was the whole point? The whole point. She said a whole bunch of words, and I'm confused on the message. The fuck. I guess the message was don't hold them accountable.
I have to say.
Yeah. Listen. Okay. Listen. You made some good points, right? When it comes to me talking to people like the Black, I'm talking to FBA. And you're right. Sometimes they hide behind Black Americans, right? That's what they do. When the fire is coming, they hide behind Black Americans. But when they want to spew nonsense, then they are FBA, right? And then when you attack them, they are like, don't talk to Black Americans like that. That's what they do, right? They jump and then jump out. That's what they do. So I understand your point. Yeah. I mean,
well, that can't be true because every FBA you get at is a Black American. Now look how this works. So now when you generalize that FBA and say that FBA has no culture, are you speaking to that FBA person personally, individually, or you're extending that to Black Americans? So you're doing that. So we are Black Americans. The F stands for foundation. It's the Wheezy F baby. But you guys, when you argue against one of us, you generalize. You don't say that person because you don't know that person. So you couldn't really make an argument against that person. You don't know them. So you would have to generalize Black Americans as one, as a monolithic person. That's the only way to clap back. So no, ain't no hiding and dipping and dodging. No, black. The fact is, people who call themselves Foundation Black American are Black American. There's no separation.
I will leave it here. I'm sure.
Matter of fact, where's Legendary? Did Legendary ever? Let me check on Legendary, see if he actually clicked the link, because he said, "Do I answer questions from the chat?" And then ain't clicked the link. Legendary. Now, Legendary. Let me make sure you're not trolling in the chat though, because one thing you can't do is ask me, "Do I answer questions?" Then I say yes. Click the link or call the phone number. Both are pinned in the comment section, or it's in the super chat. You don't do either of them, then you go on to just troll in the chat. That's how you get blocked. Let me see. Let me see the activity in the chat. Ask me, do I answer questions? Yeah, so anybody can click the link, call the phone number, just land your plane and let's keep the show going on. So that link is phone number for anybody that want to give a testimony, they want to tell a story, not too long. If they got questions about FBA concerns, if you want to ask what's our end goal, you can ask that. I say the only Black people in the world are Foundation Black Americans, Africans, Caribbean, Brazilians. None of y'all are Black. You can find out why I say that. That's the discussion I had with the young lady yesterday. You can learn about paper genocide. It's happening in 2026. I can explain that to you. I can represent reparations. I can represent delineation, how it's not divisive, it's not xenophobic. I can make total sense to that. If you guys believe FBAs didn't fight for your right to come to the country in mass influxes, you could call in and learn about that. I'm somebody who studied the history of immigration in the United States, so I'm very qualified to tell you about that. Yeah, so I'm qualified to talk about a lot of things. If you think Garvey was a good man, I say he was not a good man. I say Garvey was a piece of shit and a scammer. If you think he wasn't, click the link. I say John Henrik Clarke was a goofy scholar. Okay, he wasn't a good scholar. If you think he was, click the link, call the phone number. So those are some things I stand by, and I'm willing to, defend it. So anybody's welcome to click the link or call the phone number and find out. And I'm gonna do it very professionally. I'm not gonna be cussing you out. I'm gonna call you a tether or a coon. I'm gonna just talk to you like I did the sister last night, and like I did the guy earlier yesterday afternoon who was a Garvey fan, right? So I handle business professionally. So click the link, call the phone number, and find out. Let me see if Legendary's in here somewhere trolling. Okay, so we got, yeah, exactly, DT. Let me give DT his lineage wrench. Oh, I knew I wasn't going to be on the channel. Hold on. Damn, I can't do it. I can do it. You're going to just hear commercials. I got to switch accounts. So DT, hold on. Let me give you your lineage wrench. All right. I got to switch accounts, which I won't be on premium anymore. But I must give you your lineage wrench. Right. Okay. So let me find your name again. So if you're FBA and I see that you're FBA, I got to make you a moderator. I got to give you your lineage wrench. I don't see any trolls in the chat. Okay. Okay. All right. So we're good. All right. Let's get back to the video. Yeah, these some hateful people, man. They really hate us. They really, really hate us. Make no mistake. They really hate us.
I will leave it here. I'm sure I'll come back. So
You can't stoop to their level. That's what they want, so that they can say, well, okay, yeah, Africans think like this and that. You can't go tit for tat for them. You have to just keep some resolve about you. That's my only thing.
Can I add one thing?
Hold on one second.
Yeah, I listen, man. Listen, I just cannot. This is me. I just cannot create a platform for tethers to disrespect us openly, uninterruptedly. I just got too much FBA in me. My heart is 3 letters, FBA. There's no way I can do that. No way without crashing out. No way. All right, because all we doing is platforming them for entertainment, to diss us, cuss us out, and they loving this. They are loving. Oh, I get to rant for 3 minutes, no challenge. I can lie and defame and all that. Yeah, that's not good.
Because we doing their rebuttals, then we gonna move on from Sheree. This order is out of order. I think it's gonna be your turn next, Apollo. Well, I can't.
Pull me back down to the end, sis.
Oh, okay. You want to go back? Okay, you. Gonna rotate again, FBA?
Rotate.
Okay, all right. Okay, April, your rebuttal.
It wasn't, he really said nothing of value, the fact that he thinks that, his bad experience, it's just what it is. My biggest rebuttal was about just delineation, period. It's about being specific. And hey, if the reality is that someone is bi-ethnic, they are. But what I really was pushing back on was the Malcolm X situation, because like his mother was crazy. She did not raise him. So y'all have to stop bringing him up and using it, because what we did learn about that side is that she didn't do anything for him. Actually, she put him in harm's way. Y'all should stop bringing him up when you talk about it. I just really wanted to make sure that was said. That was it for now.
Yeah, let me just, for those who are tuning in, like the video.
Learn about that side
right.
is that she didn't do anything.
Those who are tuning in, like the video, and let me provide the way to support. You can support by Cash App, obviously, liking, subscribing, sharing. All right, those are all of your options.
I will leave it here. I'm sure I will come back. So
you can't stoop to their level. That's what they want.
It's out of
it. It's about way. Y'all.
Thank you. Okay, so Sheree, that was your final say, and we gonna move on to wait.
All right.
Go ahead. Final say. I'm about to figure it out.
Yeah. So like I said, I wasn't prepared. I was waiting for a while before I come back. It's good that you give me so like I said earlier, FBA separate. We want you to separate, right? We don't want you to have anything to do with Pan-Africans or Black Americans. So stop saying we Black Americans. Call yourself FBA. So when the fire is coming, we know where it's going, right? That's all I'm gonna say.
All right, let me do a news flash to Africans. Africans, listen, man, I know, okay? All of my generations are FBA. FBAs don't value you people. We don't look, African. If y'all have a festival or a cookout or whatever y'all doing, an event, and we find out as Africans doing it, we have zero interest in joining you guys. Now, if it's Jamaican, Caribbean, West Indian, you might have some families of Black Americans trying to see what's up, see if they can get inside, and party or join the festivity, the festival, right? But Africans, I'm gonna be 100% with y'all. 100% with y'all. There is no history of us in significant numbers curious about what you guys got going on at all. Okay, we keep it moving. We look, somebody say, those Africans, we keep it moving. That's what I want to say. So we already delineated from you guys. You guys are trying to be relevant in our spaces. We're not in your spaces. We've been delineated.
Okay, Apollo.
Appreciate that, love. See, yeah, like mindsets like that is like a big reason why delineation matters, because these Africans come and they bring their tribalistic mindsets and ways, and it's very parasitic to our people. And I wanted to say that standing on lineage and bloodline is like the most important thing you could do, because these Africans really can't point to a family lineage past 1890, Black Americans are some of the most documented people on earth. We could actually trace back 500 years on paper 600 years on paper. And if we're talking about family Bibles, it goes back further than that. We are a well-documented people. And for us to be grouping ourselves in with an undocumented people, a nameless people, is very crucial and harmful to us, because these people have no family lineage to stand on. When we got all the family lineage to stand on, genealogy is revealing a history that's untold. So for all Black Americans to be doing their genealogy is literally us telling a story that's not being told, because in genealogy, you see in migration patterns, you see in land allotments, you see in heirs land, you see in passed down generational wealth. You know, other ethnic groups can't say that. And we got real legal claims to North America. So that alone separates us from these people. We gotta stop with the flat blackness. We not all Black. Everybody don't come from Africa. Majority of Black Americans got Scottish and Irish royal bloodlines. And we could really point to that. Like, these people are melanated people from not Africa. So yeah, we gotta do genealogy, because that's the story that's not gonna be told. And the only way it's gonna be told if you do your genealogy and tell that story.
Right, because unless your genealogical records are tied to your DNA test ain't gonna do much for you.
Okay, thank you, Apollo. Anybody got a rebuttal for Apollo?
Yeah, I do.
Afri and Cherie? Okay, no, Cherie, go ahead. Go ahead, Cherie, you can go first.
So when it comes to the is it genealogy or whatever, that's not science. It's just a government records, like I keep on saying. It doesn't say anything. These are a bunch of government records. If you
Okay, family. The tether can't even pronounce it, bro. Genealogical records, my guy. You can't pronounce it, then you dismiss it. My guy. This tether he said just records. Hey, bro, everything in life is records. Even science, they got to record it down on paper. So I mean, his point is going nowhere. It just falls apart. Bro, there's no way possible to shoot down genealogical records. When you dealing with dogs, pure breeds, you're going to deal with their genealogical records, right? When you're dealing with any type of species and you're trying to track it, you're dealing with records. There's no way to shoot down documented records. This person was married to that person. They had this kid, and that person's father was this. That is just what it is. You said science. I don't know what that means. When you say it's not science, like what is that supposed to mean? What you mean by science? Science means to know. So obviously that is science, because now your genealogical records let you know where your relatives are and who is who. So the etymology of science means to know. So literally, by that definition, your genealogical records is science, just by the definition itself. This is a fool, an angry tether who's about 5'5", look like Fred Flintstone, just black as hell, and a big old belly with sandals and big, fat, crusty feet. That's most likely what he looks like. And angry. 55, glasses, you know how they look. Round face. Walk past you every day, don't say nothing to you, but a coward though. Like, he ain't gonna say nothing spicy either. I see them all the time, man.
really want to find who you are, do DNA. Like I said, when the time comes for
Okay, so this is an idiot, a dumb tether. Now this is the part where I would love to like do the rebuttal. Like, hey, so a DNA could tell people who they are 500 years ago. Now he might answer yes, no problem. Let me ask you this follow-up question: Do the DNA test suggest that? Do they make that claim? They can tell you who you are 5 years ago. The DNA test, the purpose of it. Did it get quiet? Then you say no. So why'd you just say yes? It's a stupid tether. And, I haven't met a smart tether yet. And when I mean tether, I'm talking about the verb. I'm talking about the guy, because all tethers lie. They got no credibility, no integrity. They lie. Like they're not even liked amongst their inner circles. Like they're the outcasts. They're the Tommy walking around with a trench coat ready to crash out. That's a tether.
Reparations, I'll urge U.S. government. In fact, we're gonna write letter to U.S. government and say.
So I don't know if I was heard or not because I hit the mute button. It might have doubled. I hit the unmute and it might have muted me. So what I was saying was, if I'll just say it twice. So this is a tether. The DNA test don't tell you who you were 500 years ago. It's not designed to do that. He doesn't know that. You could ask him, hey, is the DNA test? What are the three main purpose of a DNA test? He couldn't tell you. He couldn't tell you that part of it is your genealogical records. Another part is medicine, catching criminals, finding out who's the father of a child. Those are the main reasons of a DNA test. And then broadly, it will point you somewhere in a region. That's a broad thing. It's specific with everything else. It's specific with medicine. It's specific with genealogy. It's specific with catching a criminal or determining who's the biological father or parent. And it might even be like, let's say, a cold case. Somebody, they got to test the body, right, to confirm identity. That's the DNA test. That's specific. There's like little room for error there. But when it attempts to point you to a region 500 years ago, that's when it starts guessing. And that's when it becomes entertainment purposes only. For entertainment purposes only. When it starts to point you somewhere 500 years ago, that's when the DNA test shows its limitations. And then a disclaimer is there for entertainment purposes only. The job of a DNA test is not to tell you who you were 500 years ago. That is your genealogical records. This is a stupid tether.
Listen, all these people, let them do DNA tests. Don't do it. Don't let their doctors do it. The government is gonna do it, and we will see, right? And like as a matter of fact, as an African, we don't want you guys. FBA, we don't want you. You have nothing to offer us, right? So we don't want you. You have nothing good for us to.
Okay, I'm not sure where this guy said he was from currently or living at currently, but if he's living in America, which he's probably going to deny, but if he's living in America, like he just debunked himself. It's like, bro, the simple fact that you're in America, we did enough for you. Okay, we don't want you because you did too much. You sold us. You did. You sold us. You kidnapped us and sold us to the white man. You did too much. And those actions are irreversible, irreconcilable. You dig? Go your way, we go our way, is up. And believe me, your country will pay. We ain't gonna forget that.
To look out to, or how do I say this? You have no good example for us to follow, right? So listen, you guys.
Okay, I had to unmute again, family. I'm trying to let it play, but this tether, man, no good example to follow. I mean, I ain't gonna say nothing.
Even keeping long, leave, separate, get your own government, get your own constitution, get a new name. Black Africa. Black is Africa. Africa is black. We all know that. Every person with a brain knows that, right?
Africa is not black. Only people without a brain believes that. Every time I hold these dudes' crusty feet to the fire to justify that statement, they all drop the ball. The sister yesterday had a good heart. The sister from Guyana had a good heart, but she couldn't justify herself being black or anybody from Africa or the Caribbean. She couldn't. I gave her pushback, and she pretty much conceded. You dig? So No, people without a brain believes that. Black is a name made up. We made up. Black is an adjective, a color that's not associated with the ethnicity. People name themselves. Every country is named. Every country, every person on the earth already have a country name, a nationality, or an ethnic tribal name. Every person on earth. Okay, so we were the last people. We were the only people who had exonymic names. Okay, so we decided to, you know what, exonymic means your enslaver named you, your colonizer named you. You didn't name yourself. So we were the only people on earth who didn't really name themselves. We were dealing with exonymic names from the white man, right? So we decided to say, you know, enough is enough. We won't gain global respect with names like Negro or colored. You know, we had institutions, Negro, colored. We decided to, you know what, let's drop these names, and we went with black. Late 1950s, early 1960s. We went with black. Black's our name. Okay? Nobody on earth at that time, and nobody still, not even that time, nobody for the 1960s, nobody before the 1960s, nobody after the 1960s has said our country or tribal name, ethnic name is black. We're the only people who said that. So Africa's not black, and America ain't Africa. And Haiti ain't Africa, and Africa ain't Haiti. Okay? Africa is the continental name. You have 54 countries, and some people take those names, like Nigerian, Zimbabwean, and then you peel that back, people have tribal names, and nobody has said their name is B-L-A-C-K. You could take that logic, that pattern to the Caribbean and Brazil and Haiti. We're the only people who say, call us. Our ethnic name is going to be black from now on. But no, there's no black Africa. All right? There's Africa, and there's black Americans. Foundational black Americans. The Weezy F, baby. Didn't he just say there's nothing we could do for them? Yeah, he just said there's nothing we can do for them. There's no example we have for them. But then he took black. He took black. It's like, wait a minute. Who are you? Like, my guy, you just said we are non-influential. We have no example for you, right? You said all that, right? Oh, yeah, I said that, nigga. Well, but then you said Africa is black. You took black. That's us. That's our influence. That's our example. Where's the example of a black African before 1960? Family, these guys just walking idiots. Just that fast, he cooked himself. He said there is no foundation black American example for these tethers. He said there is no influence, but then said he's black. Okay. So that ain't the word we came up with and made it popping. That's not the example. That's not the influence. The word black. Bitch.
Fact, you can change it. It doesn't matter how much you scream.
Okay, you got land your plane. I wouldn't even realize land your plane, Sheree.
Yeah, so black is Africa. The reason why in Africa we don't call ourselves black because we all know we are black. Just like Europeans don't go around calling themselves we are white.
Actually, they do. White Americans call themselves white. Okay, and they had other Europeans who didn't call themselves white assimilate into whiteness during the you could say first wave of immigration and the second wave. So that's wrong. So yeah, white people do say they're white, and they're the only melanated people. The only melanated people who say they're black are foundation black Americans. So no, you're not black, and you were called Negro and Sudan, Balad al Sudan, by colonizers because they said your dark skin was evil. So the only way you were addressed by your skin color is one from your in colonizers. Your colonizers called you Negro and Balad al Sudan, which both meant you're dark and cursed. You're dark. You need to be a slave because you're dark. So when they called you Negro and Balad al Sudan, that was synonymous with evil skin. Dark skin needs to be enslaved, literally. So yeah, no. you're talking to the right one. You ain't never used black. Okay, you only heard the word negro and at Black Al Sudan, and it was in a super negative context, and you guys always rejected it. You called yourself by your tribal name. You never adopted negro, and only the coon Sudanese people picked up Balad Al Sudan. But the rest of Africa rejected it, and they stuck to their tribal names. So you ain't call yourself black because you already had a tribal name, my guy. You're not black. You're a shitty African.
They know already they are white, right? So we can't even talk about this.
Can I respond?
You got the final say on each of your rebuttals. Go ahead.
Okay. Black and white are legal classifications, honestly. And in regards to ancestry and proving ancestry in court, you can't use a DNA test. They're gonna ask you for genealogy records to prove ancestry, okay? So we need to throw that out the window. Like, what you're saying is irrelevant and it holds no weight, all right? Genealogy is used in court to prove ancestry. I'll land there. All right.
Okay, Pan, Afro,
So I think even saying that, I was just talking to a man the other day who you would refer to as an FBA, and he himself was trying to track down his genealogy, where his people come from, and he was stopped at some point because of some very tragic event, right, that happened in his family's past, saying that people who don't have a genealogy, quote unquote, they should be removed, or you should not identify with them. It's harmful even to FBA people, right? Because some people, not everybody is able to track their genealogy. On top of that, most African people I know, including myself, can track our people's ancestry like generations back. So I'm not sure where this claim of Africans can't track their genealogy comes from. I mean, what is it? Because we don't have white people documents, government documents? It makes any sense. So, excuse me, false is not spelled F-A-U-L-S. That's not how you spell false.
Yeah, so if you're following reparations, you know that DNA is not a method of verification. So you saying that just means you don't know what you're talking about. It is lineage based. It's based on genealogy and paperwork, period. And so maybe you should go and find out what's happening in task forces, because you don't know what you're talking about, Sheree.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
Come Regan.
Bye, see you tomorrow.
All right. Yeah. So yes. Oh, wow, that's cool, Yugi. Yeah, so a better way to phrase that is not DNA based, is lineage based, and lineage is based on your genealogical records.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Apollo, did you say your final say?
Yeah, I landed.
Okay, thank you. Sheree and Apollo, I'm gonna rotate y'all down. Y'all can come back up. I just want to get to the people in the queue. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Oh, you're welcome. Okay, who is it? Hey, April.
Hey.
How you doing today?
I'm doing good.
That's good, sis. You want to address the prompt or say what you think about it? And you know what, April, you missed it. I don't know how long you've been in the room, but oddly enough, I opened this space on this topic, and at first I thought people wasn't even responding to the topic because it was Native Americans, 3 of them that came in here. And we got to talking about that. I guess about FBA and, other things, lineage and all other kind of stuff. And then it ended up Black people in FBA talking about some grievances and like a whole meeting of the mind, honey. It was good. And then now we have, I would say it, because before her, I think it was another Pan-African. I would say Free as a Pan-African somewhere or something like that, but it was another one. So all 3 in one night. That's crazy.
Hey, you know what happened? Exactly what you just said, April. Where love was gone. Those individuals, they be acting like they don't know each other, but they know each other, and they come with counteractive narratives or ideologies, you know.
FBA versus everybody who's next. It's just what it is. It's where we are in history. My issue is, people speaking on things that they don't know. People speaking about, fighting against white supremacy, but want to use their tools, right? Fake race science is a tool of of this system, right? So is immigration, right? It was inserted in this country to harm the descendant community because we were outbirthing them. And so to deny these historical facts because you want to come here is crazy. And then to talk about the people that are here when you like, oh, y'all want to but you literally came here and you refuse to leave. You refuse to go back home and work hard. So my biggest issue is, people speaking on things that they know nothing about, speaking on reparations when they haven't done any reading or any study about where we are on a national level when it comes to reparations, just having so much to say. As well as, FBA's, it's synonymous to Black Americans. It's a self-identifier, and they have the right to identify how they want to. They have that autonomous right? But they're still Black American. It's no separating them. It's no, we don't want the FBAs. No, you just don't like Black Americans, period. It's a self-identifier for an ethnic people group, period. And we have more than one. It's just what it is. But the more that people speak, it's important because, a lot of us did not know how people felt until they opened up their mouths. Their disrespect, I think someone said earlier that people don't even know that we're here. It's so crazy, the things that be said. But I love it. I love to take notes. I love to record it and play it for my elders because they never didn't believe me, so I played it for them so they can hear it. And so, just keep talking. We love when you're disrespectful. Keep it up. Yeah, get disrespectful harder.
I got it, rebuttal.
Anybody else have a rebuttal? A free? Going once, going twice. Africa.
You said you've been playing the record of some Africans when they disrespect FBA. Are you playing the Africans that are talking good about Black Americans or FBA also? April.
Come on, Africa. Put your question at the end. Put your question at the end.
I want to know so I could know how I'm gonna respond.
Africa, this ain't no back and forth type of thing. That's why you say what you gotta say and place a question at the end. I'm gonna give you some more time.
Okay, sure. Because evidence is what they use in the court of law. You know what I mean? So, and evidence, people go by evidence. So you don't want to be creating more division when you're talking to other folk, because a lot of Africans that I know, they go out of their way to do whatever, like to be at the same side of Black American, like maybe at the job, giving them an opportunity, just like Frenchy said. So you can't categorize a single African that talked down Black American. You remember that you FBA also, you guys been talking mad about Black Africans also. So we don't want to create like more and more division. Me, I'm here for unity between Black American and Africans also, but Black American got to do what they got to do, but don't let us be creating more division. So show what lead to any conversation to what you say, showing to your elders, okay?
Yeah, so just to what you had said earlier, right? We absolutely have the power to change it, and we are. The work is being done. So, I understand that you have social media PTSD, but real things is happening in real life, real legislation.
Hey, family, remember he said just the FBA is not the Black Americans. Yeah, he reminded me of a straight white supremacist. Just the niggas, not you Black people. Hey, yo, to sit there and say, no, I'm trash talking your lineage, but I'm doing it towards FBAs, not the Black Americans. That is equivalent to a white supremacist saying, I hate NIGGES, but not you. You're cool. Yo, these idiots don't know. They're just dark-skinned white supremacists.
There are delineation bills that have already passed, right? And the definition, you will not be able to check my box because you are not black in this country. When we get done, you have to trace back to this land. That is happening, right? As well as birthright citizenship. That is a direct demand from Grassroots to have that addressed because it isn't for anybody else but Black American descendants. It ain't for no immigrant of any color or shade, right? And so these are all things that we want. These are our wins for us, okay? We are winning. And we're getting the changes that we want. Delineation is happening. People literally went to the Office of Management and Budget to create new boxes because they no longer wanted to identify as YT, right? So it is happening, right? Period, point blank. So don't ever tell us we don't have the power. We have all the power. You forget that part. And that's why there's so much of a problem all the time, because you forget facts.
Awesome. Thank you so much, April. Well, I'm going to rotate you down. You can come back up, though. I just want to get to the people in the queue. Thank you. Greg?
Greg, did the FBA have that much power?
Yeah, we got all the power. Showing up.
Over African or in America?
In America. We got all the power. This our country.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, in America, you got all the power in in whatever country you belong to too. Africa, you just gotta fight. You just gotta keep fighting and never give up.
Exactly, that's what I say. But FBA have to show it. They have to do the work, not just talk the talk. You know.
They do
Is that what you did in your homeland? You did the
We've
work.
done the work.
I don't want to trigger your FBA. Come on.
That what y'all did? You built up your homeland, and now your homeland's a great place to live, and you just over here visiting? Is that what happened? Answer that, I guess.
All right, so who we got up next? Greg, nice. Hey, Greg. 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 1, 2, 3. Okay. Do y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I left and came back, so I don't know.
We can hear you well.
Okay.
Let's get back to him.
A free, it's not your turn. It's we got 2 new people. Let me see. Back. Okay, Black Wall Street, how you doing tonight? Thank you.
I'm good. Thanks for bringing me up. I don't know if that guy had passed, but I was really trying to make a remark to the guy talking about DNA, that we needed to use DNA to track our ancestry, our lineage. I think he said something like that. And I don't know if he's still up or anything, but I just feel like that's the biggest hoax, because typically the DNA works by markers, and the markers from the indigenous groups that were here in the United States all those hundreds of years ago, there's not even any marker that they have to even quantify that. So the DNA being, it's just a hoax. And
Wait
you know,
a minute, Mr. Black Wall Street. Can you address the prompt?
Can I say that one more time? I'm sorry.
Yeah, can you address the prompt and then you can get into what you think about the prompt? That's okay.
Okay. And so it's FBA versus everybody, right? And what's your issues? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't have no issues with FBA. I think other people do have issues with FBA, because I feel like now that we're trying to amass what has been owed to us as a group, and now I think it's offensive to everybody who's actually been hanging on to the accomplishments and the all of the tangibles that have come from our movements. And so I think that's the issue um, to address the problem. I hope I did that correctly.
Yeah, yeah, you can now. You can get into whatever you were saying.
Okay, cool. But yeah, that my comment was toward that guy who said that about the DNA versus actual um, documented records that we have in the United States. And I agree with the brother who spoke earlier. We are the most documented group of Black people in the world, and those records prove without a doubt that we're indigenous to this land. And so
I think Dan Calloway addressed some tethers. Let's take a look at that. I think Dan Calloway addressed some dusty tethers. Let's see. I'll come back to this. I could have swore coming across Dan Calloway. I think Dan addressing some musty tethers. Let's see what he got to say. You dig? It's in my history somewhere. It's in my history somewhere. I gotta look close. Think because when I seen Dan Calloway cooking on some tethers. Damn it. Go. Let me look for this. It was somewhere in here. Maybe I missed it. There's a sun is glazing on me. Okay. Let me make sure I ain't miss it. Here we go.
Since y'all know so much, let me just explain this to you. It's 50 states in the United States. I was born in Michigan. My parents were born in Michigan. My grandparents were born in Alabama and Tennessee. My great-grandparents were born in Alabama and Mississippi. My great-great-great-grandparents were born in Alabama. My great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were born in Alabama. And my great-great-great-great-great-great-grandparents were still, it wasn't even Alabama yet, it was Indian territory, Creek Indians and Cherokee Indians. So again, we are from North America. We're not African at all, first and foremost. But hey, if y'all want to believe that juice, believe it. But even if y'all go up with all that y'all say, oh, we're African, we came from the slave trade, we've still been in America before anybody. Most people was even over here. We've been here. We are the indigenous people of the United States. Again, we're the indigenous people of North America, but we're the indigenous people of the United States. But after we get that point out, let's understand this. This is what I found real disingenuous when y'all come over here.
Africans look at African Americans, they're like, these people have credit cards. We don't even have credit cards. These people are not even working, and we come here and we busting our asses. And now we're doing this. We're now six figures, and these people have all these years to become all these great jobs and careers.
Okay, family. When she say we, she's literally talking about a handful of tethers. Literally a handful of tethers. So let's do the ratio. These women from Nigeria. Family, I'm not lying when I say this. Some Nigerians, no, the average Nigerian makes
$2 a day. Okay? A day. Their GDP, I think, is $2 a day and maybe $400 a year. So they come over here on our shoulders, a handful of them get a little tiny success, and they're acting like their success is more successful than our successful. So their little success, this is the best they got to offer in America. And they're trying to compare their best to offer to our worst or average. No, that's not how you do comparisons. You compare your best with our best. You compare your average with our average. You compare your worst with our worst. That's how that works. These dusty buckets come over here in small, tiny numbers. I talked about this yesterday. They are the hyper selected. They make up 1% of their, they are the top 1% of their entire country. Hear me again. They are the top. This is called hyper selection. They are the brain gain of their country. They are the top of their country. So imagine our top of our country. Go to Nigeria, the Caribbean, Ghana, and start popping their collar flexing. You'd be like, why are you doing that? Like or go to London, go to France, go to China, our top 1%. Like they'll laugh at them. Like, yo, dude, you're supposed to be more successful than the average person here. You are the brightest of what you can offer for your country. And your brightest ain't bright over here in America. Okay, your top 1% is our average class, if that. But they like to do that. They like to send their best over here and then pop their collar. Can you imagine LeBron James in his prime, Kobe in his prime, going to overseas or Africa and pretending like they represent the average basketball player in Black America? Like, that's the equivalence. No, Kobe Bryant is an exception. Michael Jordan is the exception. They don't represent the average basketball player in America. They are the exception. So these tethers are the exception to their race. They are the top 1%. And they're trying to compare themselves to our average. They're filthy and disgusting. And I don't want no dealing with them.
And they're not.
I'm talking about these Africans
not doing anything. I'm just saying this is what they're saying. Yeah, this is the conversation. It's like y'all have all this time to get free money.
So she's saying that's what the Africans are saying, by the way.
Great jobs and careers, and they're not doing anything. I'm just saying this is what they're saying. Yeah, this is the conversation. It's like y'all have all this time to get free money, free loans, and you don't get that back at home.
Yeah, but y'all get that when y'all come here, though.
Exactly, and guess what? We're right here, and y'all are still here.
Y'all come over here understanding that y'all are fleeing oppression in your own land. Y'all are fleeing European imperialism in your own land. Y'all are on a land where y'all know this is your land. Y'all know that Africa is your land. All sub-Saharan Africa is yours. Y'all know y'all are fleeing that and taking 1,000-mile trips going to start a new life in the United States, Europe. But you're fleeing the poverty in your own land, and you guys keep bringing up this poverty about our land. You're comparing yourself to the ghettos of America, but that's the people, even when you get here, you emulate. You emulate from the aesthetic, from the vernacular, from the words you say, from the hairstyles, down to even like how us as men dress, and down to how our women lay their baby hairs down. That's who y'all emulate, the hood people. But let's keep in mind, we are not a monolithic people. We have people in the middle class. We have people in the upper, higher, wealthy class that y'all are trying to become. But y'all not on that level. Y'all don't compare yourself to them. Y'all come up here and compare yourself to our poor. Why aren't you comparing yourself to the millions of people and the millions of poverty that you left in Africa? Why aren't you comparing yourself to that poor? That would be my question. If you can
compare the right group with the right group, like you got people living in poverty in your country, which is in your hometown. We got people living in poverty in our countries. And it could be our hometown, of course, and matter of fact, in all of our hometowns, there's always, sections, plural, where our people are living in poverty. But yeah, and you're comparing yourself to our groups that are suffering from that? What about your groups? I see his point, and I get his point. And on top of that, another thing that she failed to mention, again, I'm not saying that she's saying that like she said, that's what the Africans are saying. She's just admitting what the Africans are saying. But my pushback to that is this: they come on over here for a reason, because they're not getting that opportunity where they were from, right? Where their motherland is. They're coming over here because they want to receive the American dream. They were promised something when they got here, and that's what they're shooting for. So you actually are coming over here with a handout. You're coming over here immediately able to do better than our people because of how they classify you when you come over here. They classify other foreigners the same way.
Look at Spider, look.
That's why. So it's a lot of things will benefit you as a foreigner. They even got a whole department on foreign affairs for that reason.
Yeah, so everything he's saying, he's cooking. He's absolutely correct. And don't forget, they are allowed. We learned some words yesterday. We have the brain gain, the hyper-selected population, and we have the humanitarian immigrants. So America, in order for America to look good globally, they like to take on a burden. Put it right there in his leg. So what they do is they take on the burden of other countries, like the countries worse. They bring them over here and then provide for them to look like they're great humanitarians, they're great philanthropists. Like America has this moral code all of a sudden. They got this morality. They try to clean up their image because they know they are seen globally as the devil. So they're trying to clean up the image. So they use immigration to do that. Okay, they go after the best to help build America, and they go after the worst, not to help build America. They can't do that. They don't have what it takes. So they take them in as their puppy. Oh, look, I saved the kitten from the tree. That's literally how they see the evacuees, asylees, and the refugee immigrants. They see them as kittens. Look at me, global world. Look, I'm saving this kitten from their poor, wretched country, and I'm providing for them. But they're not. They're taking from the resources and money that was allocated for people of color or minorities, which was really intended for Black Americans. That was limited funds to begin with. When they have these influx of immigrants, they don't add more money to the pool of money. They don't add more resources to the pool of resources. They divvied up more. It was already not enough. Now it's definitely not enough. But this is what happens with these discussing ungrateful people. So Dana's cooking.
They make sure y'all was good. You could be thanking us for that though, because if it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have no civil rights. It wouldn't be no the immigration laws, the civil rights that you're benefiting from. You could be thanking us. If it wasn't for us, you wouldn't have it over here. It wouldn't be no such thing as an American dream. That came off of the back of our ancestors. Make sure you understand that. And I'm not just talking to her, but I'm talking to her so she can send that back to her people. And anybody want to clip that up, don't get it twisted. You coming over here as a foreigner, yeah, your mother and father might have birthed you over here and stuff like that. You know, and my mother and father worked hard, blah, 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 and so did our mothers and fathers. And it was way different from how your mother and father had to go through it. Way different. So don't get it twisted. What our mothers and fathers went through was even worse than what you would assume or believe. You just called the so-called transatlantic slave trade the triangle slave trade. So that just lets me know that you're not even well-versed on the history that they gave us about what happened here in America. So just know you should tread lightly, because it can turn into a point where we look at you differently too. And your kind wouldn't be welcomed not only in our communities, but in our culture. We could easily shut shit down and start, closing up the windows, shutting the doors, cutting off the lights on you real quick. Don't get it twisted. Just because you think back home, you got warriors and that was it. Nah, we got warriors right here too, Slim. Don't get it twisted. And again, just like this brother was just saying, yeah, y'all coming over here cosplaying as us because you have to fit in. Knowing that you won't ever be considered a Black American by way of paperwork. Nowhere near on your identity is it anywhere, nationality ID, pick it, anywhere saying that you're black. Nowhere near. It don't matter what part of Africa you come from. They never gonna consider you black. Just like your folks was called Bantu in a derogatory sense originally, our folks was called black. Simultaneously, it was running parallel as far as the time period. We were being considered black in a derogatory sense. That don't mean we went through the same thing though. That don't mean that. Keep in mind, we ain't fighting to go to Africa. You fighting to go to America. Keep that in mind. So that means you need to start putting some respect on our people. Because again, if it wasn't for us being here, it would be no you. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about that. You can take that how you want it. That go for any foreigner out there. If it wasn't for our people, it would be no you. Especially right here in this territory. Respect the ground that you walking on. Our ancestors' blood are in them streets. You better straighten up and fly right. Quick. This is the time period where our people are getting sick and tired of foreigners coming at them now. Keep in mind, the news media is calling y'all immigrants. I'm gonna call y'all foreigners. You ain't from here. You gotta respect us. Well, why should we respect y'all and y'all ain't making the white folks respect y'all? Oh, yes, we are. The boule is dying. All them people that was doing all that stuff against us, because we had our own people against us, thinking that we needed to get involved with this government and we was going to receive something. Meanwhile, all them people that got involved in the government sold us out. This generation recognizes that. They're not having that. So there's a change that's getting ready to come. And it's either you want to stay here and respect the ground you're walking on and working on, or it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. And you don't want that problem because you can't solve it. Don't get it twisted. It's our youngins that's in the communities fighting and killing each other. But all we got to do is touch our communities and let them know who the real enemy is. Make sure we knock down that cell tower that's manipulating their mindset that's right outside the ghetto. They got 2, 3 each and every time zapping our people's minds, right? As soon as we knock that down and take over our communities, pull our people out of poverty, you gonna get pushed out. And look, that can happen at any time. And we ain't gotta worry about no damn white folks because they consider you white on the census. That means there ain't that many white folks. Especially that will be against us. There's gonna be some white folks like, nah, I ain't trying to go back to Germany. I ain't trying to go back to France. Man, hold on, we just came from Ukraine. We ain't trying to, nah. Indigenous folk, we apologize. We trying to, and you think they ain't gonna get down? Think they ain't gonna get down? And keep in mind the way social media built, if our people look at it this way, social media is built to show you that it should be more than one leader. Because without social media, they were able to point out that one leader that was leading our communities and then take them out, right? This time around, it's millions of us. What you think they're gonna do? Get the army force? They tried that move back in the early 1900s, right? Tell them do that shit again. Watch what happened this time. You can't be scared to protect your land because our ancestors weren't. And I'm talking to my people now. Keep in mind, some of them Africans came over here because they was afraid of what was going on over there. So don't get it twisted. I know the history. You can't force feed me your bullshit when you don't even know your own bullshit. You can't tell the difference, especially when it's up in your nose right now. Nose so stuffed up the white man's ass. That old phase phasing out, man. You gonna know this generation ain't playing. That's inevitable. Our people waking up.
Came from one of the countries in Africa when it's millions of poverty. We know we call them ghettos over here. They're called slums in Africa. Why aren't you comparing yourself to the people in the slums in Africa? You can't come over here, so we're doing.
And see, family, that's exactly what I said. These disgusting tethers are trying to compare their top 1% to the average Black American. Now, keep in mind, in their countries, they don't have white supremacy. They don't have systemic racism. They don't have systemic barriers. Their college, it's only them. Only they teach their own. In college, elementary school, it's all them. They should be greater than what they present themselves. There's nobody blocking them from being great. It's in the country's best interest for them to be great. They're representing the country globally and continentally. So if you only teach you, if you only do business with you, how are you not greater? It's in the country's best interest to educate all of y'all to the best of their ability. Yeah, how much is college for them over there compared to what we got over here? We were systemically stripped of wealth, and college costs a fortune. So you're trying to introduce good colleges to foundational Black America who've been stripped of wealth, marginalized, cut out, excluded, and now look how much college costs for us. We can't afford it, can't compete. These dogs come from a country where it's their college. There's nobody to cut them out, nobody to exclude, nobody to discriminate them. And this is how this is disgusting, Tether.
Better y'all down here, and y'all been here for this many years, and y'all ain't doing this. Well, y'all and y'all.
So that's what I said. Compare your worst with our worst. Compare your average with our average, and compare your best with our best. In spite of all the exclusions and stripped of wealth, we still doing better.
On land, y'all in your land. No, like we're in our land, North America, but y'all know that it's your land. Our imperialisms are different. Like these people that brainwashed us did a lot of stuff, just like y'all been brainwashed a lot too. Don't get me wrong, but y'all.
Okay, dude, you gotta stop the cat. Who's brainwashing them, my guy? What are you talking about? We're literally being taught by the white man. All of our educational systems, facilities are governed and regulated by the white man. Okay, so if anybody brainwashes us, somebody directly teaching us. How are they brainwashed when it's just them? Okay, so you gotta stop. I hate that talking point. Okay, hold on. Yeah, this woman right here, she got some allegations. This Ihan Omar, there's some serious allegations against her. Okay, serious allegations against her. All right, let's go here. I didn't see this one yet right here. This one.
All right. Shout out to everybody in here. We got almost 300,000 likes. I like that.
Hold on. Before I get started, let me see if anybody in the chat disrupting us. Okay, let's see. Everybody on code in the chat?
All right.
Make sure everybody playing nice in the chat. Okay, everybody good. Everybody vibing. Reginald says, why not against the YT? You hate now look, Reginald, I'm gonna block you and you can come off block as soon as you click the link or call the phone number. I will take you off block, but you're not allowed to troll. Sorry. The only option now is to call in.
All right. Shout out to everybody in here. We got almost 300,000 likes. I like that. That's all love right there. All right. That is all love right there. All right. Let me see. Can you join? Who is that saying they want to join? Who is that? Lenny? Hold on, Lenny. All right, let's get Mr. Lenny in here. Lenny, hop on, Lenny.
Hey, Tariq.
Hey, Lenny, how are you?
Pretty good. How about yourself, man?
I'm good, Lenny. Where you from, brother?
From California. You actually talked to me before.
I did?
Yeah, I'm from Richmond.
Richmond.
The home of-
What we talk about?
We talked about like Calvin T, Master P, like FBA culture in Richmond.
There you go, man. So what's on your mind, Lenny?
Well, man,
And you must be. Are you a Lenny Jr.? Because that's an old nigga name. So that's
that's my alias, man. That's my alias, bro.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. About to say, I'm like,
that's not even my real name.
Okay, I'm about to say, you sound like a young dude. Young dudes ain't named no damn Lenny. Like Lenny Earl and all that shit. Okay.
Nah, hell no, man. Like, my last name is Leonard, bro. And I just so I made my TikTok alias like Lenny.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Well, man, I just want to chop it up with you, bro. Like, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm a fan of the FBA thing, bro. I'm a fan, bro. I'm a huge fan. Like, and you can't be a fan of a lineage. It's your lineage, man. Like, you know what I mean? I'm proud. Right. Like, especially being somebody who's like the direct descendant from someone, from historical migratory patterns. Like, for instance, my grandparents moved from Mississippi, Louisiana to work at the Mare Island shipyards in Vallejo. So like that's real African American or FBA like lineage, dude. Like that's literal. Like I'm proud of that. Like I have a lineage of thoroughbred niggas. Like you feel me? But
Lenny, you sound East African.
I'm not. What the fuck?
Yeah, Lenny, you sound East African, brother. Because your accent don't sound.
Bro, I'm gonna show you a picture. I got you. It's good.
It don't sound Richmond, nor does it sound Mississippi.
I got a Cali accent, bro. Look, I'm a nerd, bro. So like, I'm
Lenny,
not.
Can you get on?
I'm be honest,
Lenny. Yeah, you giggling like a ticklish tether. Come on, Lenny.
Bro, why you gotta do me like that, bro? I'm not gonna turn my camera on. I got a bonnet on, anyways. I got a bonnet on.
Okay,
all right, fine. Fuck it. I'll turn it on. I got a bonnet. I got a bonnet on.
Let's see, Lenny.
All right, bro.
Let's see.
I'm not showing my face. I'm just for to show my forehead, bro.
Let's see, Lenny. Let's see.
Look, I got a bonnet on. See?
Why?
But yeah,
let's see that. Oh,
look, I got.
Boy, look at the peppercorn and look at the big juicy fingers. Boy, man, what part of
damn this nigga here, boy?
Dude, what part of damn Sudan is your family from, bro? Lenny,
bro, I'm literally all right, bro. Why you gotta do me like that, bro?
Lenny.
All right, wait. On a real note,
Lenny, go on in there, and make you some injera bread and go to sleep. All right. You clearly from East Africa with them peppercorn edges and that forehead. Dude, I don't know, brother. Brother, I think I saw some camel fur on your hoodie. Bro, come on, man. And why you got a bonnet on all that peppercorn? What's that bonnet supposed to do? Lord. Well, that head was peasy. All right. Looked like you tried to put a little relaxer in there and then it rejected it. That nigga tried to put a little curl in there and it turned into a 60s conch.
He said it rejected
this nigga
it.
looked like one of the 5 heartbeats. Instead of the 5 heartbeats, it's the 6 bush meats. He looks like one of the 6 bush meats. Like that I wish the raindrops would fall. Boy, that nigga had a conch. Good Lord. Man, what you need a bonnet for? Dude. Come on, man. Yeah, that shit look like Bert from Sesame Street. He got a big forehead and his head was pointy. He like a peppercorn cone head. Brother, what you need a bonnet for? Damn. Oh boy, y'all doing the most. Man. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. All right, not the 6 bush meats. All right. All right. Y'all raise your hand. Come on, let's get it popping. We're not gonna do this. All right, Super King. What's up, Super King? Mr. Super King, you want to hop in, sir? Mr. Super King, you want to hop on in?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, Super King. How are you?
Yes.
What's on your mind, Super King?
Well, I came in and I was quite, deterred by the level of low IQ for somebody of yourself who has such a platform to be talking about people's forehead and such. I thought
So
this.
you're in the UK. You're in the UK, right?
Yes, correct.
Right. By way of Nigeria, right?
Jamaica,
Jamaica, by way. What part of Jamaica is your family from?
Limehall, St. Ann.
Okay. Okay. And I mean, your family had to flee to the UK for safety, but
We didn't
I got a
flee
low
anywhere,
IQ.
sir. We
Yes,
didn't
you did.
flee. Do you not know the
Yes,
history of Jamaica? We freed
I
ourselves.
I know the wood rush.
Are you free now?
Okay, no, I would rush. Wind rush. It's the wind. It's the wind rush. But they didn't. Wait, the dude just lied. You know, if y'all don't know, I know a lot about Jamaican early history. Hold on, let me go back.
Had to flee to the UK for safety, but
We didn't
I got a
flee
low
anywhere,
IQ.
sir. We
Yes,
didn't
you did.
flee. Do you not know the
Yes,
history of Jamaica? We freed ourselves.
I know the wood.
Okay, so they didn't free themselves. I just want to hear him right. So for one, they was granted by the British their independence in 1839. They didn't fight for their independence like foundational Black Americans and like the Haitians. They were granted citizenship. I'm sorry. They were granted freedom in 1839, family. Now look at the embarrassing part. They were granted independence in 1839. I'm sorry. Let me get it right. They were granted freedom. They were freed. Okay, they didn't fight for it. They were freed in 1839, but they didn't become independent until 130 years later, family. 1962 is when Jamaica became an independent nation. So let's make this make sense. So they were free to themselves, 1839. They didn't become an independent nation until 130 years. So what the hell were they doing free? There's nobody there but themselves. Why didn't they claim independence upon freedom like Haiti and some African countries? Why did they? You know why? Because they was kissing the British ass. Okay, they were kissing the British ass. It was the British idea for them guys to go and join the other islands and what is known as the West Indies Federation that I talk about a lot. So I know a lot about Jamaica's early start. So I know they got free like around 1839, 1840, around there somewhere, and they didn't get independence until 1962. Who does that? So this guy's a liar.
The wood rush.
Are you free now, sir? Are you free now?
The wind rush. But you had to flee. You're not in
Are you
Jamaica.
free now, sir?
So when Tariq she talk about wind rush, that's when they fled. That's a ship that came to the UK to help the UK as the UK went to World War II. So these Jamaicans came to work in the UK to keep the economy sound, right? As the British went to war against, Germany and people like that. All right. So so that was around like 1954. By the way, this is all top of my head. That's about 1954. And they were repaid. How were they repaid coming to the UK and look at that. Man, it's just look at that spider. Let me get him. Let me get him. Yeah, I got him. He gonna bite. Okay, well, he could find a family later. Okay, so 1954, they fled to the UK. They fled Jamaica. Any excuse they get to flee Jamaica, they're gonna do it. So they went to the UK. They helped keep the economy afloat. Once the World War ended, the UK thanked them by saying, "Get thee behind me, Satan. Get the hell behind me, Satan." And they enacted an immigration law, family. You can look this up. Matter of fact, let's do it. No, I can't. I'm on the phone. All right, so they enacted an immigration law that restricted. So they repaid the Caribbean for helping keep the economy afloat as they went to war, they repaid them with passing an immigration law that restricted Caribbean, West Indian people to the country and sent a large majority of them back, said, "Get thee behind me, Satan." And they said, matter of fact, why don't y'all go do something for yourselves? Why don't y'all form something called the West Indian Federation and call yourself West Indians? No more Jamaican, no more Trinidadian, no more Bayesian and Bahamian. All y'all just be called the West Indies and do for self, practice Pan-Caribbean. Become one. They tried it. They took the British advice. They tried it. 4 years later, it flopped. So I learned at the same time this was happening. The West Africans also, I think they joined the Belgian army. Don't get me lying. Either the French army or the Belgian army to also fight for White Tea Man in World War II. And you know how they was promised pay and all type of stuff. You know how they were dealt with? A firing line. Like these white folks said, "Now we ain't paying you shit." They literally lined them up and tried to execute all of them. That's a fact. So that's why I say, man, you gotta be careful who you're talking to, bro. You never know. You might be talking to an average FBA, and you might be talking to unbiased Ron. That will cook the hell out you. I know y'all history better than y'all.
Yeah, you did you flee?
Answer my
sir?
question. Are you free now, sir?
Are you fleeing now, sir?
Or are you still protesting?
Are you fleeing, sir? You over there in the UK?
I was born. My grandparents came here to work.
The Windrush. You're a Windrush tether.
They came here to seek work.
You're
now answer my question, sir. Are you free now?
Never left. You're not in your
home. Are you
now,
free, sir?
Well, you're not free. You're still
Can
musty
you
and
even
fleeing.
call your place of residence your home, where you are oppressed and despised? Stop your foolishness, sir.
Despised?
Yes.
By who? We don't care about
by yourselves.
No, sir, that's you, sir.
Now here comes the muting.
Yeah, because you're not going to talk over me, little musty thing. All right. And why are you trying to sound like
I'm not
British
trying to sound, don't be
don't
be intimidated.
Why are you trying to sound sultry? You like a musty, are you trying to sound like a musty Barry White? No, you're trying to sound sultry, and I don't roll like that. You trying to sound sultry. Sir, you sound like you land on your stomach. You land on your stomach, and you got a slice of bammy in your bussy. And I don't like to talk to niggas trying to sound sultry. All right?
You invited me.
No. I don't know. I'm gonna uninvite you. You land on your stomach trying to sound like Isaac Hayes. Are you free? Where are you from? You're despised. What kind of damn accent is that? You sound like a musty butler. You're a damn buck-broken punk. The hell you trying to sound like? Dude, you can't talk about no low IQ. And you fled, your family fled their homeland, and you over there in the UK talking about despised. Oh, they don't give a damn about you over there. The hell you talking about? You have a low IQ, someone of your caliber. And start giggling. And you over there you done got turned out by a white tea man. You over there in an interracial relationship with a white tea man. And you're the bottom. Tarek, someone of your caliber. Are you intimidated? Oh, these old ticklish damn sassy tethers. You're despised and spat upon. I'm not a tether. My family came over for work. You ain't British, Tether. You think you British, you ain't British. Listen, Tarek. You are living in dilapidated squalor, cohabitations. Someone of your caliber possesses such a low IQ. With you and your FBA tomfoolery. The alabaster man mocks you. You're like a musty Mary Poppins. The hell kind of accent is that? Does it intimidate you? Does my eloquence make you feel like an inferior? Boy, these punks are hilarious. You and your little FBA hooligans with all of your gangbanging and drug dealing, selling narcotics in the communities. This damn clown. Lord. He really think he's British. Lord. Oh, God, nigga sound like a big ashy Peppa Pig. If you don't stop, Tether Punk. Man. Oh, goodness. Let me get some other people in here. I dare you. Wait. Hop back on, Pepper Punk. That's your new name. Pepper Punk, hop on in. What's the conversation you want to have?
Sir, please control yourself. You are nearly 50 years of age, and yet you are here talking about Peppa Pig and all this nonsense.
And you, sir, are a musty, inner tube dwelling hooligan who had to flee from his cohabitation.
I haven't fled anywhere, sir.
Sir.
I haven't fled anywhere.
Sir,
So
your
stop
flip-flops
your
are making...
foolishness.
Sir, your flip-flops
Stop your
are making...
foolishness and grow up, boy.
Your flip-flops are making pitter-patter sounds all over the globe.
I wear clocks. We are Jamaican.
Sir.
We wear clocks.
Sir, you run so fast, your bussy is whistling like a freight train.
Aren't you close to 50 years of age?
Sir, isn't your bussy hole 50 inches
the way you
wide?
conduct yourself online.
Isn't your bushy cat 50 inches
You
in
look like
ceramics?
you're pouting. Why are you pouting in your image?
Sir,
Why are you pouting?
Sir, your cavernous
Why have you
bussy hole
sprayed
is...
your hair?
Sir, you have a cavernous
Be
bussy
comfortable
hole.
within yourself. Why?
That accent. Sir, your Bucci cat whistles like an owl in the wind. Hell out of here. All right. Oh, goodness. Him and that accent. All right, Pepper Punk. Oh, goodness. You are not British, Pepper Punk. You are not British. All right? Okay, let's see who else we got in here. All right. Okay. Let me see. Let's get, we're going to get one more person in here. Y'all ain't going to have me up here all night with Pepper Punk and all these other tethers. All right. Y'all raise your hand. Let's do it like that. There's a lot of people in the request queue. So y'all raise your hands.
Yeah, that was too funny, yo.
Collective, do you have that in mind?
Well, the thing is, comparing all that other stuff with the lineage, that's a false comparison. You know what I'm saying? Your lineage is your lineage. You don't have to do anything.
We got people on here to call this for the community.
Bad Apple. Let's get Bad Apple in the building. Mr. Bad Apple, hop on. Or Mrs. I don't know what you are, Mr. or Mrs. All right. Bad Apple, you in?
What's poppin', bro?
Hey, Bad Apple, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, Tariq?
I'm chilling, brother. What's on your mind, fam?
Man, I love what you're doing. I love what you're doing, bro. I appreciate what you're doing for the community. The question I have for you is, I know we be on here burning up the Africans and shit, but man, what we gonna do next? Like, how we gonna move forward with this situation that we going through?
I mean, we're going through a lot of situations. Which one? Which situation?
I'm talking about just like the delineating from the diaspora and just moving forward as a people. Like, how can we all get on the court, on one accord? You know, we got people on here that call themselves indigenous. You got a lot of brothers on here that FBA, a lot of Pan-Africans. How can we get on one accord? It's cool to choose a side or choose a team, but when are we all gonna find one accord to move forward? Like, we still should have one common goal, excuse me, one common goal to move forward as a collective. Do you have that in mind?
Well, the thing is, comparing all that other stuff with the lineage, that's a false comparison. You know what I'm saying? Your lineage is your lineage. You don't have to do anything. That's the great thing. Your lineage is your lineage. You don't have to do anything. You're born into a lineage. Now, if you choose to be Pan-African, knock yourself out. There's a lot of Pan-Africans who are of the lineage. It's not an either or thing. So just the framing of that is questionable. Where's your family from?
Hey, just a reminder, the link is in the chat. If you wanted to come on and say something, just land your plane afterwards. You dig? If you got a challenge for the FBA, you know, you want to challenge FBA talking points, you can click the link. So the link, along with the link that's pinned in the comment section, you will see a phone number right there. So you could choose either one. Call in or click the link, all right? Whether you want to give a testimony, give flowers, or whatever you want to do, and land your plane afterwards, or you can call in for a challenge or a question, concern. You can gaslight, you can poke the bear, you can do all those things. If you're revenue, you can call in. Revenue knows better, but I'm gonna give revenue a pass for today. You can call in revenue.
I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, homie.
There you go.
I'm from the South. I'm from the South. So,
right. Your family and have you traced your family back to any plantations?
Oh yeah, most definitely, all the way down to the 1500s. You know, I come from a predominant family in my area, so I'm very well versed in who I am and where I come from. So,
right.
Yeah.
And that's not a choice. That's what you're born into.
Not a choice. Correct.
Right. You're born into it.
Let me ask you a quick question. Have you ever heard of Callie House?
Of course. Yeah, she was a reparationist. Yes, she was.
Yeah. I think in the 1850s, I think, if I'm just off the top, somewhere around there.
Yeah, correct. I come from the bloodline of her as well.
Right. There you go. So yeah, that's not a choice. That's not, I'm a descendant of Callie House or a Pan-African. These are false equivalencies. So you just got to frame things the right way. But thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. All right.
You got his cornbread?
Let me see.
You can love his cornbread? Thank you.
Let's see who we got. All right. Who's this? Future Dr. Jackie. What's up, Future Doc? Where's that flag, Dr. Jackie? All right. Thank y'all for the heart. Somebody sent me a big heart. Thank y'all for the heart. There you go. Thank you for the gift, everybody. King Antonio. All right, let's see what King Antonio is talking about. King Antonio, where you at, brother? Mr. King Antonio. What's up, King?
Nothing too much, man. Hey, I just want to say a couple things real quick. When I first heard the word foundational,
yeah,
and about lineage, that was from my grandmother. Back in 1970s. Okay, I was a kid.
Okay.
And she used to, sit there and talk to me for hours.
Yeah.
She said, Tony, you come from a foundation. So for me to fall into the foundational Black American, it was easy because I come from all four sides of my both sides of my family. You know, I had like 5 grandparents, and I traced my lineage back to the 1700s, even to a no date.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to state that one thing.
There you go.
And also, as far as have you ever thought about a text based reparation for Black Americans?
Text base?
Yeah.
I don't know what that spell it.
You know,
tax base. Tax.
Yeah.
Oh, tax. No. It's just cash. Tax. He said, it's only that text. Like text? Like, what kind of accent is that? Tax. Okay. No, just give us cash. Give me a check. Check based. It did sound like he kind of had a Latino accent. Yeah. Sound like he kind of had a Latino accent there. And the name Antonio. Okay. All right. All right. Man, Silky Smoothie. What's up, Silky Smoothie? All right. What's up, Silky Smoothie? My homegirl, a rapper named Silky Smooth. All right. Let me see who we got. All right. You got to watch it, people. You're trying to sound like us. What is it? All right. Let me see. Raise your hand. Let's get one more in here. Let's do that. Because I'll be up here forever with y'all. All right. Let's get one more. Who was that? And all them white, but you're not saying anything. What is that?
We will meet again because I'm going to discipline you. I'm going to teach you how to perform and how to behave in front of our people and our community. You are here spreading filth. And I condemn it and I condemn you. And we will meet again, sir, because you need to be fixed. Mentally and spiritually, you need to be fixed. You're up here spreading separation and dogma. Stop it.
And you're spreading your booty cat open for the white man.
That could never happen, sir. That could never happen.
Sir,
You're obsessed.
Sir, I will tell you, you will rue the day when your musty bussy smells up the whole diaspora. I will say, free that ass, free that ass. Oh, God Almighty, we must free that ass.
You are obsessed with the male switch system. I do not condone.
Okay, get out of here, Pepper Punk.
He said the male sewage system. Yo, my God, yo. The male sewage system, yo. Too funny, yo. Too funny. Okay, so I think we tackled everything right there. All right, so let me go back to something I said early here. All right, something early.
What's up, man?
Let's touch on this, family.
Hey, I'm good, Tariq. Thanks for letting me up, bro. I'm happy that I get a chance to talk to you. You know, I've been waiting for this for a while.
Now you're from Nigeria. Are you Nigerian, sir?
No, I'm not Nigerian. I'm Southern African. I come from Botswana.
Botswana. Shout out to Botswana. All right, what's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Tariq. You know what? I always said that if I get a chance to speak to you, I would say this to you, right? I think that you've been very effective when it comes to your work and your movement, what you are fighting for, right? But I can say that I don't think Africans or Caribbeans can be blamed, right, for the street culture or gang activity, right, that is happening in the West or in America, right? Because that has been happening, and we know that in the past the government has infiltrated your people and placed powder into your communities to destroy the black family, right? So someone else said that Africans even started a drill rap. No, we Africans didn't influence that because
Slow
we know
down,
about King
slow
Von,
down, slow
right?
down, slow
We know
down,
about King
slow
Von.
down.
We know about Lil Durk.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? When I say slow down, that means put your flip-flop on the brakes. Put your flip-flops on the brakes, sir. Slow down. All right, let's unpack some of this.
All right, all right.
Let's unpack it. Street culture. You said the street culture, Caribbeans and Africans, they shouldn't be blamed for the street culture and the powder, the flow flame. I won't say the word, but okay. Where did drugs come from? If we're going to go there, let's see, we're going to get technical. Where did the drugs come from? The drugs came from Latinos and Caribbeans. They brought it in, along with the CIA and the YT people. But yeah, it was brought in by foreigners, right?
Right.
All right. So yeah, there's some credence to that. You know, the crime rate really started going up. You know when it started going up in the black community? Right after the immigration.
Okay, family, this is the part I want to piggyback on. That statement right there.
Right after some credence to that. You know, the crime rate really started going up. You know when it started going up in the black community? Right after the immigration. Right after those immigration laws got relaxed that we helped fight for. We were thinking, okay, we're going to get some riders over here. But right after we fought for those immigration laws to get lifted, there was a floodgate of immigrants coming over, and the crime rate went up overnight. Right after 65, right after 1965. You think that that's a coincidence?
Okay.
Huh?
I don't believe that. It's just like, you know, how YT people love to tell you guys that talk about.
All right. So 1989, family, the summer of 1989, Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn in the house, without a doubt. Yo, a federal courtroom, right, delivered a verdict on a man named Delroy Edwards. Who was Delroy Edwards? What's his background? Well, Delroy Edwards he was a Jamaican national, and he was known on the mean streets as Uzi. Okay. He was found guilty on several charges, some like murder, assault, and running a violent drug enterprise. 1989, family. The dude just got over here. Okay, so even the jurors were afraid to rule, right, because of retaliation from this scumbag. Okay, so let's talk about his background. So, Buddy Delroy, what's his last name? Delroy Edwards was from Jamaica. Who's shocked? And he was in Jamaica, and the Jamaica politics and violence were deeply intertwined. Politics and violence go hand in hand in Jamaica. Okay, so entire neighborhoods, check this out, family. Entire neighborhoods, our entire neighborhoods never called something. Their entire neighborhoods were called garrison communities, and they were controlled by political parties. Loyalty wasn't optional, family. Y'all tell me how savage this is, how degenerate this is. Check this out. If your party lost, this is wild. If your party lost, your access to jobs, food, and protection could disappear overnight. So the shills, the Democratic use them as shills. Hey man, you need us to win. And family, this is all the scare talk about MAGA, the Trump administration. And this is why tethers are afraid, family. You got to understand, man, they're not like us. And when I say tethers, I'm talking about the ones who disrespect us, but all of the Jamaicans in general go through this, right? So you got Jamaicans and the tethered Jamaicans that they go through this. If their party lost, they were directly affected, all right? They lost jobs, food, and protection could all appear all disappear overnight. So when they come over here and they're look to join the Democratic Party scares them. Hey, if you don't vote for us, it's just like Jamaica. You could lose your job, the housing we got for you, all the stuff we gave you. You could lose this tomorrow. You dig? So this is why they're so anti-MAGA, Trump, and whoever else. So, but you gotta look at this. During the 1980s, right? Matter of fact, more specifically, during the 1980 election cycle, family, you're not gonna believe this. In Jamaica, during the 1980 election cycle, over 800 people were killed in political violence. 800 people, family, were dying because they didn't vote that way. They voted this way. Okay, so out of that environment, out of that degenerate environment, came organized groups like Posse, men trained in violence, loyalty, and survival. So those type of people, guess where they going? To America. And guess who neighborhoods? White tea or black? You got it. So check this out. So in the late 1770s and 1980s, many of those Posse degenerate murderers migrated to the United States, family. This is the charge we're saying. We're saying this happens until today. So some of those gang members, murderers came legally, and some overstayed their visas. And they're in a sanctuary state. Some entered through informal routes, okay? But they did not come empty-handed. What do I mean? They brought connections to cocaine. So what Tariq Nasheed is saying, he's not lying. It's a documented fact. When those Jamaicans came over here, late 70s and 80s, they brought connections to cocaine suppliers, experience with organized violence, and tight-knit networks based on Jamaican community ties. Okay, so when they arrived to, up north, northeast, New York, they go to Miami, and even LA, Los Angeles, they all stepped into markets that was about to explode crack cocaine, family. You're hearing the crack epidemic. Who's largely responsible for getting off the ground? So those groups we're talking about from Jamaica, they didn't just sell drugs, family. Tariq is not lying. It sounds like he's lying because he's always joking. And it sounds so impossible to believe. He's not lying. Those Jamaican groups, they didn't just sell drugs. They control importation, production, and distribution. Okay? It was a full vertical operation. So by the late 1980s, law enforcement estimated Jamaican possibly, look, law enforcement estimated, family, Jamaicans possess control. Listen to the number. Jamaicans possess control, family, almost 50% of the crack market in the U.S. Hello? Can y'all hear me? Family? Jamaicans are almost 50% responsible for the crack epidemic. So when these tethers come on here and try to say, well, you guys sold drugs, you sold crack, you're like, yo, who you think you're talking to? You're talking to unbiased Ron. How do we get crack in our communities? You are the white team man, and you. Jamaicans control almost 50% of the crack market in the U.S.
The 13
growing up in the black community, right after the immigration.
Oh my God, where the hell did the video go, man? I hate when that happens.
To you, I would say that infiltrated your people and played. Africans didn't influence that because
Slow
we know
down,
about King
slow
Von.
down, slow
Right?
down, slow
We know about
down,
King
slow
Von.
down.
We know about Lil Durk.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? When I say slow down, that means put your flip-flop on the brakes. Put your flip-flops on the brakes, sir. Slow down. All right, let's unpack some of this.
All right, all right.
Let's unpack it. Street culture. You said the street culture, Caribbeans and Africans, they shouldn't be blamed for the street culture and the powder, the flow flame. I won't say the word, but okay. Where did drugs come from? If we're going to go there, let's see, we're going to get technical. Where did the drugs come from? The drugs came from Latinos and Caribbeans. They brought it in, along with the CIA and the YT people. But yeah, it was brought in by foreigners, right?
Right.
All right. So yeah, there's some credence to that. You know, the crime rate really started going up. You know when it started going up in the Black community? Right after the immigration, right after those immigration laws got relaxed that we helped fight for. We were thinking, okay, we're going to get some riders over here. But right after we fought for those immigration laws to get lifted, there was a floodgate of immigrants coming over, and the crime rate went up overnight. Right after 65, right after 1965. You think that that's a coincidence?
Good family. Okay. Hold on. I gotta see the comments. I gotta see y'all response to this. Because this seemed almost impossible. Like he's capping. But I just told you, in the late 1980s, at the height of the crack epidemic, I said Jamaicans possess? No. That's me. I'm just tired. I didn't really get much sleep. I was late. I went live 11 hours yesterday, and I woke up early as crap today. So I had an appointment. But Jamaican posses control almost 50% of the crack market in the U.S. family. Jamaicans were almost responsible for 50%. Hey, got my hair. They're largely responsible for 50% of all of the crack market in the U.S. family. 50%, almost 50%. Okay, so I need to get this weirdo out of here, man. Out of my history. Yeah, I didn't mean to click this one. Okay. I need to see y'all comments on this one. Did y'all know that? I mean, 50%, almost 50. If y'all didn't know that, Black Polo said it makes sense. Let me give Black Polo a lineage wrench. Welcome to the lineage. Did y'all know that? Almost, and not exactly 50%, but 40%. That's damn near. Okay, True Warrior Scholar, Belly. Yeah, man. Like, I did not know this stuff. Yo, the chat has been the chat, ain't gonna lie, the chat been told me to research the Jamaican posses. And I'm thinking, yeah, exactly. I'm like, that little ass. I swear I didn't know they were that powerful in America. Oh wow, that's cool. Go look in the mirror. Open the door. Look in the mirror. Yeah, I swear I didn't know that. Let me see. Put it back on. Yeah, I didn't know that they were that powerful. That's why I never looked them up. I'm thinking like my FBA lineage relatives is captain. It's like doing too much. So when Tariq Nasheed said that, I said, I know he ain't lying too. So as a researcher, as a YouTube journalist, I said, let me look this shit up, man. I gotta know. And did on some Whitney Houston. I gotta know. Yeah, that was funny. World Chatters. Yo, why do I think your name is World Charters? It is Chatters. Yeah, I'm tripping. On my phone it says one thing, on the computer it says Charters. Thank you for the $2 super sticker. All right. I gotta give Polo and True Warrior Scholar lineage wrenches. Right. Let me go further, family. Brooklyn, of course, you know what follows crack, the drug war, right? I'm talking about gang war. I'm sorry, gang war, and then the drug war. So Brooklyn obviously became a battleground. Okay, so you know they fought each other. You know, gangs,
resulted. American gangs formed, right? Some FBA gangs, and but the Jamaican posses destroyed anybody who got in their way. Their violence, family, their violence. This is why we say like they're on another level. Okay, I argue, which is a good argument, almost irrefutable, that they brought the baby mama drama culture here in America. So anybody talking about Black Americans with crack, Dylan, we could point at the CIA, the white man, and Jamaica. Okay, so their violence, family, was it's estimated their violence was way worse than all of like damn near all of the mafia era. Like they took that shit to another level. They call it an organized transnational criminal enterprise, family. That's the terminology that was given to these folks, these Jamaican posses. Organized transnational criminal enterprises. Okay. Now, the federal government obviously got involved, right? They, when you're doing something like that, you that wild. Look, here's the thing, man. When you're a criminal enterprise, if you want to be taken down very quickly, delete people. You're out of there. Big U, delete somebody you got out of there. They would cat and mouse you, lock you up, let you go, lock you up to for the greater goal, the bigger fish. But the minute you are responsible for deleting people, you're done. If you look at Big Meech and those guys, they were able to be so successful, and they got away with not like too much violence, right? Because they had so much respect, they were so deep. But the minute they were known for pow pow pew pew, now all of a sudden here comes the tap phones. Listen, the American government and all the law enforcement, if you want to be taken out immediately, commit violence, especially deletions, you're done. Okay, you're out of there. So these guys are wild boys, wild west type dudes, mafia times two. And here comes the FBI with RICO laws. There's so many raids in the cities, and so many coordinated, federal operations. Family, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of individuals were arrested across the country, not just Brooklyn, New York. So Delroy Edwards himself was sentenced to multiple life terms. This savage. Okay. And guess what? Their criminal enterprise was so strong. Obviously, when you in the drug market, when you lock up the kingpin, nothing changes. He's just replaced, just like Iranian leadership. You knock them off, they got a new head to carry on the same mission. All right, and you're dealing with crack, so you got crackheads now. So you take out the leader, crackheads still want crack. So that's going to provide an open seat for the next drug kingpin. Right. Okay. So so obviously when they got locked up and charged and everything, they went down as black. So all of that went down as black. So when these Republicans were on their racist stuff, these conservatives, they looked at stuff like that, and then they blamed the Black Americans. Like, hey, you guys want justice, reparations, and tangibles, but look what you're doing. You're selling drugs, you're killing people. Like they gaslit us, and we didn't know any better because we were not delineating. So like they be playing with us, good cop, bad cop. Okay, so federal cases like RICO are built on organizations, nationality networks, and conspiracies. So law enforcement explicitly tracked Jamaican posses. They didn't care about the local gang members. They said these are the guys, these Jamaicans. They looked at them as a distinct category in the 1980s and 90s. Family, they were so ruthless and brutal and savage and degenerate. They looked at them as a distinct category outside of just your average thug selling drugs. Okay, so
So you had Delroy Edwards, you had Vivian Blake. Okay. Yeah, so like they were so ruthless. I ain't gonna uncap you, family. Law enforcement like delineated. They were calling them Jamaican posses and the Caribbean drug networks. So like law enforcement on the surface did not play. Like they knew they were not foundation Black Americans. So when y'all be claiming that, you know, hold on, family, what happened to the if a cop pulls over, they don't see the difference? Well, apparently they named them the Jamaican posses and the Caribbean drug networks. What happened to if we all get pulled over, they think we're all black. They didn't see them as black. They see them as Jamaican posse. They were known on documents as Jamaican men and the Caribbean drug networks. They didn't see them as Black Americans. You know, so that cooked that point. So yeah, they were the exception. They look at them as merely black criminals selling drugs. They literally identified these folks by nationality. Jamaican posses, Caribbean networks. Okay, they ain't play with this one. Nah, we ain't gonna do that flat black shit. They're so ruthless and dangerous and so involved in a God. They got a foot so deep in that crack epidemic. They delineated and called them by their Caribbean names, man. They didn't even play around with that. Yeah, almost 50% of the entire USA crack market, Jamaica had that much control. I would have never guessed that in a million years. So we got True Warrior Scholar with a big uh, super chat donation, $50, man. Thank you very much. He says, let me know if you're available to help emphasize I need my glasses. I'm gonna read it though. Spearhead the organization and developing of a foundation and think tank. Yeah, I'm with that, and that's why I'm on TikTok because I feel like YouTube. I feel like we control YouTube. When I say we, the cooler heads. I'm talking about Afro Elite, Hood Smart, myself, Dennis Sperling, Jason Black. You know, all the names, all the names. I feel like we are the voices. Like there's other people on YouTube that's putting in work, but we control the narrative where it don't get sloppy and goofy, where it's comical and comedic. I think we keep it serious. I think we keep the narrative, we keep the goal where it's supposed to be. We're signal boosting. I think TikTok became like kiddish, where FBA is like a joke, like it's like some comical shit. Like how they was doing Malcolm X. When Malcolm X left the nation, he was a part of all those game shows and they was like cooning him out. That's how they doing FBA on TikTok. So Tariq's there, you got Dan there, but even Dan, you know, be cooking people like joking a lot. I want to bring the serious back there, the education back to TikTok. So that's what I want to do. TikTok, bring it back to serious conversations, signal boosting, spreading the word of delineation. I think there's so far it looks like you could reach more people on TikTok, at least young people. So I had the sister there on live with me from the Caribbean. I gotta play that over. I wish it was. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, I really think, family. I really think, at least in my experiences, in my devices, I got an Android phone with TikTok on it. I can't go live on TikTok at all. There's no such feature to go live on my Android phone. On my Windows laptop, I got TikTok on there. It's impossible to go live on my laptop. But on my iPad, on my Apple, I can go live with no question. So I'm under the impression that you could only go live on TikTok with Apple and Mac products. Good job. Good drinking water. Am I tripping? Can you guys go live on your Android phone or TikTok or your Windows computer? Because I'm saying that, yeah, I thought I was losing my mind. That option is not there at all, but it's there on my iPad. Yes. So truth warrior scholar. Now the
only so now when we have these ideas, right? The only thing that's going to so you gotta look at it from all around, right? The good, the bad, and how are people likely to respond to such idea? Okay, so you gotta feel the temperature in the room, because remember, there's a time and place for everything, and a lot of times people be in season, and a lot of times they be out of season. So you gotta feel the temperature and ask yourself, is this the time right now for that? Like, how successful, how influential, how likely is it to hit, right? And people take it seriously rather than be like, no, I'm good. I mean, from my personal experience, I'm not sure. I don't know if FBAs are really, really, really like on code like that. I think a lot of us are being entertained because anytime we like kick some real knowledge and we ain't cooking a tether or joking, like the support ain't there. You'll see about 40 people in the chat. So what I like to do is I like to be in season. I don't like to give a lot of effort into something and it's not being rewarded. All because I refuse to see the temperature. It's like, for example, we got the same people donating, super chatting, cash apping, same people over and over. Nobody knew. That's a flag. Say, okay. We would like for people to call in just to say something. Hey, I'm Bias Ron, I'm shout B1. You know what I mean? I'm out. Like that right there, that makes, people need to hear that. Because some people want to call in, but they're just afraid to, they probably never called in before, but they want to. They need a little motivation, but nobody calls in, they ain't calling in. Like, all right, shit. Maybe calling in ain't cool. So that's the only thing about that. Got to, like, for example, I could do a post about a topic I'm going to talk about. Like, I could have a post saying, hey, TikTokers are cosplaying for reparations. And that post might get 300 likes. I go live, 80 people show up. Like, not even a third that was interested in the post. So those things I look at, I'm like, all right, I'm not sure we're really ready right now. Yeah. All right, so let me help and make True Scholar and Polo mods. Get their lineage wrenches. Hold on. Let me do that real fast. I can't do it under the account Unbiased Ron. I got to switch to my FBA News and Updates account. The only problem is FBA News and Update is not premium. Unbiased Ron is, so we go right to a commercial.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceover.
Oh, maybe that's not a commercial. So let me give y'all lineage riches. But yeah, so if you want to premium, if you want to click the link and talk about it, you can do that, and we can hear more about it. But man, I send you my credentials, brother. I'm literally the organizer, right? Now I believe you. I'm just saying I don't know if we're ready. Like, judging by my interactions with FBA in the chat, I don't know, man. I don't know if CRU he said I can go live on TikTok from the live app. Yeah, I swear, man, I download that thing and everything, man. Okay, stop. All right, so I gave a CRU. Why? Well, I don't know if you don't got Zoom, right? You don't have Zoom. You got the OBS thing. Like, maybe at some time in the future, I got to get that, because CRU, I tried to go live yesterday on TikTok through Zoom. Well, I was live through TikTok, but I tried to share it through Zoom. Also, man, TikTok and Zoom do not go together. As long as I was sharing my screen
on Zoom, sharing TikTok through Zoom, TikTok mic will not work at all. It was cut off. Now I don't know that's a technicality, whether I gotta probably fix something in my Zoom settings. I don't know, but and maybe I'll look into that. But all I'm gonna tell you is for a fact, when I got on Zoom to share my TikTok dialogue with the sister Corey, Zoom and my TikTok mic just cut off. Nobody could ever hear me, so I had to unshare from Zoom and just deal with TikTok by itself, and my microphone was available. So I'm like, okay, there's something to that. Either there's some settings I gotta do, so TikTok mic can be maybe Zoom. I don't know. That was weird. It didn't let me talk on TikTok at all. Nobody from TikTok could hear me. Only from Zoom, YouTube, they could hear me. All right. So Truth Word Scholar said he did a paper. I think you're talking about the Jamaican posse. He did a paper on. I'm reading CRU comment. He says, I have all of it. I can only use TikTok app to go live. TikTok is its own thing. I don't even like my OBS virtual cam. I also have, yeah, you like a damn expert in that stuff. I'm not even familiar with that language. Yeah, so two words, Scott. I'm open to hear what you got. I just don't know how well it will be received, man. I'll just be honest. With the people. I'm not sure we're there just yet. Not sure we're there just yet. Right. So I think True Warrior Scholar is on the panel. Just gotta unmute. Shit. If your audio doesn't work, 'cause this happens a lot when people call in. If you can't get your audio together, you gotta go out and come back in. Yeah, so Warrior Scholar, if your audio doesn't work, a lot of people have done that, and the solution is they all had to go out and come back in. So if you go out and come back in, it'll magically work somehow. Because I asked people, I was like, "What you do different?" They're like, "Nothing. I just went out and came back in." Alicia, you come off mute. Let's see if your audio works, Alicia.
I'm off now.
Okay, yeah, I hear you.
Great.
How you doing? What would you like to say, Alicia?
Well, I like to say, first I'd like to thank Tariq and you for bringing this topic to the forefront.
Okay.
Because it has to be talked about.
Right.
It's been hidden behind us for so long. And we have been the face of it.
Yep.
When immigration and the use of jobs and opportunities have hidden what has really been an industry that predated on us.
Yeah.
I think our communities were so isolated, it was like we were fish in a bowl.
Right.
For that industry. And just like slavery, there was a front end.
Yes.
You know, there was the product, and the product distributed and left in our community like it was any other commerce.
Right.
And nothing normalized that for me more when Kamala broke down, thinking, oh, she needs new votes, and conceded to our men selling weed. Yeah, it just spoke to me about that pipeline, that cycle, and how our community was used as a jump-off point, and eventually affecting the whole country.
Right. Ricky Ross got involved. Is that the time or before? I'm not sure.
I think that was.
Yeah, he might have been before, right? I think he was with Base.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because they actually said crack started out as a base experiment in Miami, Florida.
Freebasing. Yeah.
Yeah.
We need a timeline for that. We need a timeline going back to the 70s, right? Because we have, like, Puffy is an extension of that, right? But we need a timeline going back. But crack was a devastating era.
Yeah.
That was really devastating. And I think
were you aware that they had that much of a hold on it?
I did, because I grew up in New York.
I didn't know that.
And I grew up having family in Jamaica, Queens. And I grew up with seeing the inflow of immigrants. And, you know, and going to school with immigrants. So, yeah, there was that sort of daytime job, but really, you knew the money wasn't coming from the job.
Right.
And even today, you can look at, you know, the neighborhood I moved to. You can look at things and say, you know, migrants aren't coming here with new cars and moving in with trucks of furniture. You know, they're not starting off like that. We start off like that.
Right.
But they're not starting off like that.
Right. Yeah, the beginning is. That, again, I didn't know this until today. You know, like I said, I watched Tariq thing. I'm like, how? Because I heard my chat always said, unbiased, talk about the Jamaican posses. I'm like, I never had an interest. I thought it was a regular game that people are over hyping up. So I was told this like 6 months ago. I was like, I ain't looking that shit up. It's a regular game. What's so special about them? And then when Tariq said that,
go ahead, sorry.
When Tariq said that, I remembered what the chat told me, because they said I'm like, wait a minute, is he wrong too? I said, you know, let me look into this.
I think I know it's significant. And I know, even with, if I think about growing up in weed, where did weed come from? You know?
Oh, now I know that I did a whole, not, I don't know how weed got here, but the mechanisms of how people smoke weed using the Philly blunt tobacco leaves. Now I know that was Jamaican influence, and I did a live on that. Like, the worst way to indulge in weed is to mix it with tobacco. That's outside of like crack, you know what I'm saying? Like, just rolling it up. They said tobacco leaves is that, and marijuana is the worst combination you could possibly come up with.
Yeah.
And if you think about it, before that influence went national, that was really just the East Coast thing. You know, down south smoke, you know, where they smoked the little joint. They had the joints, and LA did their way. But that Jamaican way has so much influence. damn near everybody in these spaces, black spaces, who smoke marijuana, they're all probably using the tobacco leaf.
Yeah, the blunts. Yeah.
And nicotine. So now these people, and then you give it to kids, little kids, 14, 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they become addicted forever. And I always wonder, like, what the fuck is in weed that people smoking, they lose their whole lose their marital status over it, they lose their job, like their whole life. So I'm like, what the? And then like when I did follow research, I'm like, oh, it's that damn tobacco leaf, because that's nicotine. So when people smoke weed, they don't know if they're chasing the weed high, the flower, or the nicotine. So my conclusion is they're chasing nicotine, but they're in denial.
Right. They're in denial,
So
and then all of the other drugs that came after that were also mixed with it, with or without them knowing.
Right. So that was like the gateway, kind of, because it built that addiction nature, that addictive habit. So these guys, because I remember like being like a teenager, 13, 12, and my cousins from down south came up from North Carolina to stay with us. Like when one guy in particular stayed with us like a whole summer, and he had a joint that he would roll up. He wasn't doing that every second. You feel me? He did that like once in a while, like probably once or twice a day, if that. Like I don't recall seeing him constantly smoking like I see guys today with the blunt wrap, with the tobacco frontier, whatever it's called, wrap. I don't recall that. So I'm saying to myself, so as I see people today, back to back to back to back to back, I got friends who I used to come pick up, they asked for a ride to the store, whatever they had to go, way down. And I would come pick them up, and they couldn't do anything without smoking like 3, 4, 5 blunts right there.
That's right.
I mean, guys, you can't do shit ever.
No.
If you smoke 4 or 5, like not 1, 4 or 5. Like, damn. Like, so I used to joke around and call them crackheads. I'm like, yo, y'all some crackheads. Yeah, and then turn out niggas really crackheads. For marijuana. It's crazy.
It's true. And I just think about how all of this is normalized, how it's been normalized over time. And that allowed it not to have a national face on it, or source, the face of the source put on it,
Right.
And then to have.
And then when you do a comparison, because I'm like I always been naturally inquisitive. Like I can come into a space, don't know nobody, and then start talking to people and getting answers, asking questions. So I ask a lot of white people. I just wanted to know, did they use the blunt wrap? And damn near, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm gonna say about 99 out of 10 said like they looked at it. Look at their response. They looked at it like this is a dirty nigger thing.
They use bowls and bongs. They use bowls and bongs.
Right. They've seen that as a dirty nigger thing.
Yeah.
Like hell no. Like you said,
the
bongs. They all talk about bongs.
Bongs are considered clean.
So yeah, now there's bongs got their side effects too, but nowhere near the blunt wrap. But there's better options than they got, like plant-based something they say is the best way. But the bongs have, I forgot, I did some research on bongs. They said they have their way too, but it's nowhere near the blunt wrap. But yeah, but they thumb their nose down like hell no, never use a blunt wrap. Yeah, we do. Like you said, bongs. They do the bong thing, and they say it take long, and they'll do that because they don't want to be like the NIGGERs and be all screwed up in life that way.
Right.
Where they don't know if they chasing a nicotine high or a weed high or both. And when I ask people who use the tobacco wrap with the marijuana, the flower, I asked them, have they ever went back just to a
like a joint wrap, something outside the blunt wrap, and they all said, every last one of them said it wasn't the same. So I'm like,
Wow.
so you don't, I said, so you don't think you're chasing the nicotine high? And they get like kind of quiet. Like, so it ain't, so marijuana, it don't satisfy you. You're chasing the nicotine, my guy. It ain't the marijuana. I think you're in denial and you're putting the marijuana there to justify the nicotine high. Like, dude, you might
And
as
I
well get
don't
a
mean
pack of
to,
Newports.
I don't mean to break in, but even if they were to try to go back to just a paper, they're gonna need those giant paper wraps because with the blunts and other wraps, they've built up their tolerance for weed even so high
Oh,
where
damn.
you can't do a one hitter, two hitter quitter. No, they need a whole two whole joints to even get a buzz.
And yeah, I remember when I was like I had to be like 8 years old, 8 or 9, in Jersey. I remember I had took a piece of notebook paper, and I had took a bunch of leaves, like the whole notebook paper, like 10 inches long. I had a bunch of leaves. I rolled it up, and I was lit on fire. And I took a inhale, man. I was damn near died coughing so hard. And like that was enough for me. I said, all right, even though I don't know no better, but I said, all right, I'm good. That experience right there, like, I'm good. Never
During the
again.
80s, you could get a contact just by being in the room. You walk in the room. That's why all the old heads will usher all the young folks out of the room. You can walk in the room, catch a contact. Nowadays, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, it's tricky. Like it's a long rabbit hole when it comes to that, right? Because I worked at a manufacturing company. You know, I got like the manufacturing background where in medicine, fragrance, I made cologne, and now I got cannabis background where we infuse the TH oil into mints, into gummies, all type vapes, and all types of like that. So we know it's the THC oil that gets you high, and then the CBD, CBG, CBC, those things like relax you, like those like change the high. But it's the THC oil that's the main ingredient. That's called the API. Like that's the API, and then they couple that like I said with CBD, CBG, CBC. Depends on what we're making and what the effect they want to have with it. Um, yeah, and it's a huge demand for that, you dig, and people, whatever. But I say, so my thing is not to tell people don't do it. My thing is get rid of the blunt wrap. Like that's what's killing. That's what got these guys. When I was watching First 48, right, and I'm a guy who watched something. I watched like Shark Tank. I didn't watch all the episodes. I watch all Law and Order. So I'm a binge watcher. I watch it all. Like I clear it out. So the Law and Order Special Victim Unit with Ice-T, I watched every last episode, except for the newest ones. For all of Shark Tank. So same thing with First 48. And like I always say, I'm good with patterns. I recognize patterns really quickly. So I recognize a common pattern with all of the homicide cases on First 48. I'm gonna tell you, about 85% of all of those homicide cases, weed is the main reason. So I'm gonna tell you what's going on. So it's either they're robbing this guy for what he got and they kill him, or somebody sold somebody something that wasn't that strong and they killed them. But it's everything is almost all of those homicides. Y'all go back and watch. It's not gang. It's not this or that. Almost all of those homicides amongst like the youth or even like the older people is marijuana is in the middle of it somehow, somewhere. So that has become the new crack.
Yeah.
And the third one is this. The third one is this. If I want to get you, Truth Warrior, what I would do is I'll set up a marijuana buy. That's the third way you get done over. So you get backdoored. So somebody set up a marijuana buy and you go get your marijuana, and that's the other way to homicide. So one is you get robbed. The second one is you sold me some stuff that wasn't strong, and I got to get you for it because you're not going to get my money back. And the third way is that I got beef with you. I can't get at you because you're trying to avoid me.
So I'm gonna find out who you buy weed from, and I'm gonna get that guy to backdoor you. That's the third way they die. But all of them are marijuana based, cannabis based.
There
So I'm
has
like, damn,
been
this is new crack.
there has been a big outbreak, and I'm not picking on or trying to make it a gender thing, but transitioning from older down to the younger generation with the setup, and that's what they're calling it, the setup. And when it comes to the weed buying, they use a nice looking young lady, for me to put it mildly. They use one of the ratchet little chicks to be involved in the setup. And it does involve
Right.
buying and selling, or doing a transaction.
Telling you. And then what happens is, even with like a law, like states where you're allowed to carry a weapon, but if you are carrying a weapon legally, but you're in the transmission of a crime, that weapon works against you. Like that becomes you were committing a crime with a weapon now. So the weapon, you get charged with the weapon now. So it's like a double whammy. It's like really, like, people got to really read, like, the stuff you're involved in. You really. Oh, another thing is, those white people, and some black people do too, right? So not just white people, but damn near all the white people knew everything about marijuana. I'm talking about they used to educate the shit out of me. I'm like, okay, what about this? What about that? They make it their business to know everything about it.
High times.
Because I'm asking them how they grow it. They schooling me, and don't give it. There's some FBAs who do the same thing, but on average, I'm gonna say it was like almost every white person I asked knew all about marijuana, and maybe 7 out of 10 FBAs.
Did you forget about the magazine High Times?
Yeah.
High Times. I'm familiar with that.
Oh, that was the art and science of it during the 90s. That was the big thing. High Times. That was more
Okay.
popular. Yeah, that was like
really?
the Source magazine. Oh yeah, that was just as popular, if not more popular than the Source or 2XL. High Times was right there next to it on the shelf.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh, so that's how they learn so much.
Absolutely. It was an art and a science, from the growing to the, even where we're at right now. They were predicting all that back in the 90s with High Times. They were predicting all the legalization of it, the genetically modification of it. They were predicting all that back in the 90s.
Wow.
In High Times.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yep. And Barnes and
I would
Nobles
love to,
and everywhere. Yeah.
I would love to get a copy of that stuff back in those days to read it off today. That'd be kind of fly.
It did change farming, though. It improved farming, organic farming.
Yeah.
It was all those young guys.
The mass production of it. And the equipment they would advertise. You really had to be high end to purchase the equipment. They would be selling hydro equipment back in the 90s. Yep, back in the early mid 90s.
Yeah.
You're right.
And I was growing, because I was growing in my backyard vegetables, right? And I was growing orchids. And I couldn't figure out how to make these things grow. And I get on YouTube and I learned about NPK, nitrogen, was it phosphorus, potassium, and the rates, and what time of the year or what time of the growth to use what nutrients. I mean, this stuff was really getting really intricate. So they influenced not only the weed, but also growing food and ornamental plants.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did. Though they're going to make money from whatever. They're not just going to have a habit. They're going to make money. They are.
That is one of the things they do. They monetize any thought, any idea. They are going. You can always look forward to them immediately attempting to mine. They already got a committee formed, a task force, a section of it in any collegiate institution working on how to monetize that.
Yeah.
Interesting. I got lucky with the company I worked for. Where I was, it's small. It was like the owners. There was no managers. The managers were the owners. So I would ask questions. So most people, when you work at a job, you don't work with your owners. You work with your managers. So you don't really, you'll never know the really ins and out, right? No manager even knows themselves. I'm working with the owners. So owners was telling me. So I asked, because you'll hear now. I know how to spot a liar too. So I'll ask them how much it costs for a license, because he explained there's different licenses. There's license to carry marijuana, transport it, and there's a license to run a facility. So he's like, the license to run a facility is like $100K, something like that. But he said even with that, you're not in. He said you got to meet with like FBI agents, and they drill you. They drill you hard. And he said they check everything. They said they already know. This is like trying to be a cop. Like they already know your background. They want to see if you're going to be honest, right? So in the marijuana thing, the same thing. They know everything about you. They already been to your schools, met with your teachers. They know everything about you. So they want to see if you're going to be honest. That's what he said. So they ask him questions about when first time he smoked marijuana, who is he with? They know all this shit. And if you missed a name, they'll tell him. They're like, what about George? Like, that's how deep this stuff is. He's like, oh shit. But yeah, oh yeah, damn, George, yeah, you're right. And they'll look at him like side eye. But the bottom line is that, like, to run a facility, a manufacturer's facility to distribute is really hard to get into. He was one of the first ones in Jersey to be approved. So that's why a lot of people got dispensaries, which you just a middleman type shit. It's like, okay, money. It's middleman stuff. But the real money, obviously, the manufacturer. So we manufactured it, and we manufacture and distribute it for other companies too. So let's say if you guys came up with infused brownies, right? You can't get a license. It costs too much, or your background. So you'll come to us, pay us something, a one-time fee, and we'll manufacture it for you, and even sell it, not sell it, but market it to dispensaries to get it out there. So we'll say, okay, pay us, we'll make it for you, and we'll make it effective, right? We'll test it. We got scientists. We'll test it to make sure people actually get high. There's nice doses in there, and we will find a way. We got salesmen to sell it to manufacturer. You do like a convention where people try it out, see if they like it, things like that. So because the average person can't get a license for whatever reason, too much money or their background is shitty. So therefore they use our license to get it out there. So we would sell it for you basically.
And just to give a practical analogy, because I am a truck driver right now, a lot of people in the comments probably can relate to that with trucking. They do that if you don't have your own MC and you just start out with your own MC. Right now, you got a big brokerage company, super ego, under fire, but that goes on in trucking. If you don't have your own MC because the insurance is $3,000, $4,000 a month, but you want to be an operator and not drive for a huge carrier, then you have to contract with a different someone who has their own MC.
Oh, okay, that's dope. All right, because you're using theirs.
Yep, you're driving. They just add you onto it. Trump is cracking down on it, the buying and selling of it. They don't want you buying and selling that, but if you add yourself onto it, then that's totally legal.
Yeah, it's like a credit card. How you can add me as like an authorized user.
Yep.
That's interesting. All right, so now you want to talk about the so you go into what you want to talk about.
Yeah, and me chiming in was in part me trying to do a mic check to make sure that I can be heard. So but yeah, I one of the, and I'll bounce around. If we can set up some time offline and just do a direct. But one of the motivating reasons why I reached out to you today, because after what we've seen the past couple weeks with Brother Montrose and then Black Alpha popping in, we have a lot of critics, namely from a competing entity, I'll say, but I'll just say ADOS. They're joining in and say, hey, well, when the politicians call for us to come and meet with them, or y'all ain't got what if we want to do something together there? Y'all ain't got nobody that we can meet with. That excuse there. I anticipated that a year ago. Not that it is necessary, but just to even take the excuse away from them. And I've when I'm driving, doing my drive shift, I listen to Cass, I listen to yours and others. So and I would put the brother Mark, and I've heard you just drop his name a couple times, and I heard you say, if I'm not wrong, I heard you say you've had some exchanges with brother Marquette a couple times here and there. But when I'm thinking of those who are
I never talked. No, I never talked to him directly.
Yeah. Okay. When I'm thinking of objectivity, those who can be objective and just clear cut with it, even those of us who have biases, but you can still be objective. We do need some brothers and sisters who can organize and put something formal together, just to make it available and to remove the excuse from, because right now the shills and the left, they're coming up with all kind of excuses to divert and deflect from tangibles. So your name is at the top of the list when it comes to logic, critical thinking, sound reasoning, and being objective. So I felt compelled to reach out to you on that today. And just to clarify what I was saying, when I was in college, I did the paper as sophomore. It was on ghost followers, people who do not leave a comment, who don't react, and don't share.
Right.
But and that kind of ties.
Don't super chat, cash at nothing. Right.
Yeah. And that's why you have platforms like when Twitter start getting the views, and then when your Instagram and Facebook start showing who actually will come and view the stories and stuff like that, that especially with Twitter, that will actually show, okay, how many people have actually seen the tweet. I would have only about 1,500 followers, but getting millions of views, and I know why. I understand why.
Yeah.
When you're speaking truth to power, I mean, you know it. Now, to the point of the FBA's being ready or perhaps not ready, and yes, anxiety absolutely does have a lot to do with it, even when it comes to something like calling in on the Zoom. A lot of people, in fact, public speaking, and they were saying, the professors, several of my professors, they did say people are more afraid of speaking in public than they are with death, and I believe that. So when it comes to anxiety of calling in and speaking and doing all that, I understand how that plays out. So if there's other things that people can do behind the scenes, like, yeah, send up a few Cash App dollars, send up a few, definitely always hit the like button, share, share the broadcast, share the publications and stuff like that. But definitely use your social media platforms to speak truth to power and advocate for tangibles and speaking out for social justice. So that, I can imagine it does get a little frustrating at times, because right now we got trending topics like what's going on with Gucci Mane and all stuff like that. You'll get black folks running wild promoting that stuff, but political issues
that's
to
the
help.
thing.
Yeah, I hear you.
See, that's the thing. That's what I was saying. The temperature check. Now, the whole point for content creation is to one day be a great content creator. You got a lot of following, a lot of views. So now there are certain topics that I played around with over here. So I like to play around with my topic. Like, for example, yesterday, I don't know if y'all aware, if y'all was live, I was live 11 hours. I changed the topic 3 different times. Like every time, I do that often. When I see the viewership dropping, I change the topic to something more catchy. Like even in my talking points in debates, I will say something wild, make a wild, crazy claim. Like, hey, we the only black people. Nobody else is black. Because that's the only way to get somebody to click the link and have this dialogue who disagrees with us. If you just keep it like regular and logical, sensible things, they're not going to call in. So when they think they got you, they'll call in. I got you on this one. And then they don't work out either. So it's a way to label or name your topic to get people to come in. So I noticed that if Tariq name in the video, that's when I get the most people to come over. If I put his name in the title. So yesterday his name was not in the title, or I threw it in there afterwards. I think it was something else. It was definitely something else. It wasn't Tariq. I ended up switching to that later. I changed. So right now the topic is Tariq. A guy says Tariq the leader, but that was the third topic. So when we talk about things, reparations or this or that, I see like there's a different reaction to people pulling up. So some topics you get 200 something people, 230 people here. Other topics you get 40 people here. So now you got to make a decision, right? Okay, do I do all of what I do, studying, sacrifice, and dedicate everything for just 40 people just to, to come in and show love, or do I cater to the other side, which breaks or make a channel? Because YouTube rewards active channels. YouTube reward channels that get views. If you don't get views, YouTube would take you out of that suggestion. Hey, everybody go on YouTube, they'll see suggested videos, and those suggestions are based on the like button, right? So now if you don't have a certain amount of likes, certain amount of views, your video will not be suggested. So you're going to stay with those 40 views and maybe even drop off to like 20. But certain topics get your channel out there to people who would have never known about your channel. But that only happens with people showing up. So I don't have like a really core following just yet. But I do, but it's not large. So I'll say I don't have a core 230 people follow me, listen to me no matter what. That's not going to happen. I might got a core of 50 people who are going to pull up no matter the topic, but the other 230, they're going to pull up when the topic seems entertaining or controversial. Right. So that's what content creators wrestle with. It's like, well, don't forget, our entire point is to be successful. It's to get to the 1.3, 2K, 10K, is not to stay at 40. So we got to pick the topics that people want to listen to.
Now, this might hit two birds with one stone and tie into what you're saying. Some years ago, a little bit over 10 years ago, I won a poll that Dr. Watkins had put up before I started blogging for him in Your Black World and all that. He put up a poll for someone to give 3 items that Black people can work on right now to help build up the community. And I immediately said, after I start typing mine out, I said, you know what? I'm just going to rephrase the same things, the same items that someone else has already put out there. And I won. And he did an interview with me, and it went viral and all that. And that's the reason why he had worked with me to do blogging for him. But I'll give you one quick guess, and then I'll tell you. Guess who the person is that I gave the rephrasing of their 3 agenda items that Black people need to do to rebuild?
The person?
Yes.
Yvette?
No, but this was about 13 years. This was like 13 years ago.
Okay.
That it happened.
All
but
right, so you're talking about Dr. Clay Anderson then?
Close, but yeah, Yvette and she actually reviewed she and I worked together long before now. She and I did work together when she was actually in good terms with Dr. But no, it was Elijah Muhammad. All I did was rephrase. Yep. All I did was rephrase what Elijah Muhammad said, and all Black folks. And I said, well, if I actually cite him in my proposals, Black folks might not go for it. Black folks might not go for it because of the Yeah, exactly. You see, yep. So all I did was refer, and it's still out there on YouTube. But he had did it over on Facebook, and it blew people out. It blew it out of the water. I said, these folks don't even know that that's all I did was regurgitate the same thing that Elijah Muhammad had been saying.
That's funny because maybe around that same time, 13, 50 years ago, I'm an ex-member, and I hung around. That's all I hung around in Jersey, just in their barbershops. They said I'm members, and I remember there's my boys.
DJ Focus. He come on the channel debating me all the time. And his family, his father, they all like barbers. So I was in their shop, and their cousin was like in the streets a lot, but he was like torn between the Nation of Islam joining because he liked what they was talking, but he also liked what the streets was like offering, right? So he came in one day, and he wasn't really like, he liked to do for self talk, the blackly black, but he wasn't into the Islam stuff. So I did kind of what you did, like 13 pages. I remember I said, okay, look, just read these chapters. So I got a notebook, piece of paper, and I wrote down all the chapters that did not involve the Islamic part, the prayers and the religion. And his older cousin said, "What you got over there?" And then he looked at it. He said, "Al Hassan, now look, this is messed up though." So he disapproved. He rejected it. He threw it away. I don't fall for Rondell. He ain't gonna let you be Muslim. So he threw it away. And this dude ended up being he's in prison now for murder. So I'm like, damn. So you rather so is it either your way or so there's no other way to get him involved. I knew like, yo, if he just dealt with the black love, do for self, black woman, that part, I'm saying like that would get him interested, and then maybe he'll embrace the religious part later, the Islamic boring part later. But that's not how they do. Like they do the Islamic stuff first and the black stuff second. And as a result, he ain't want that, and he ended up deleting somebody, and then he never come home. But I said to say same thing. I looked at the things in the message of Black Man. I said, yeah, there's some good talking points here, but if you say that name, they're not gonna be interested.
And that's where I weigh in heavy on just being objective. And I get it, especially being Western, growing up over here with influences like religion and media and developing biases and stuff like that. It's really, really hard to break out of that stuff, especially when you grow up in a household that's strong about, for example, that Jesus up on the wall. Is hard to get that out of your head when you've grown up looking at every single day of your life. No matter what we do or what we say, it's very difficult to change our behavioral patterns once we break out. The same thing in substance abuse. Same thing. Same exact thing.
Yeah. Are you up north or are you down south or west coast?
Right now I'm actually in Houston. I'm at home in Houston getting some stuff together. The company that I drive for is based out of Fort Worth. It's actually based out in Jacksonville, but my terminal is in Fort Worth, but I live in Houston.
Okay. Have you lived in like Mississippi, the Carolinas, over there?
My family
Alabama?
is from Birmingham. Yeah, my family is from Birmingham. Yeah, my family's from Birmingham, but we grew up in Chicago.
Okay, all right. Because the only reason I say that, 'cause I lived in Mississippi, North Carolina, Dallas, Texas, South Carolina, Georgia, and North Carolina. Okay, 5 different southern states. And what people don't know who they live in those states, because a lot of people do the religious thing. Like, nah, man, if we get the religion out the way, and I would ask them, hey, have you ever lived down south? Yeah, kiss that idea goodbye.
That's literally blasphemy. That's blasphemy.
Yeah, they are
that's
super,
suggesting,
super religious. Yeah, like you kiss that idea goodbye.
Yeah.
Like
they see you as the devil. You start talking like that.
Yeah. You got a better chance. You got a better chance convincing Satan to come to church.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. And that's honestly, that's why a lot of people don't even try. Yeah, that's why people don't even try, because they know.
Don't waste your time. Don't waste your time. And I'm not saying good, bad. I'm just saying do not waste it. They are, because it's usually people who are not down south, like in a liberal state, feeling like, you know what? Yeah, all right. Okay.
Yeah. You would have to literally do it the way like you were saying it, like the way I even said, like, if I tell them that it's like, they ain't trying to hear it. So I gotta sneak this. I gotta sneak this in here. You gotta really, you can't try to tell them not to be who they are. That's who they are.
Hey, bro, you're not gonna get far at all. I'm telling you, you're not gonna get far. You're wasting. Islam will never grow down there. Yeah, you are wasting your time
at all. We talking about generations. My mom went to church. My grandma went to church. Grandma went. Yeah, nah. This is like something knee deep that people don't know if they're not like in the South. If you're up north of California, you think it's sweet. It ain't. They're not even entertaining that conversation. That is out the window. So for me, like for me, it don't. Whatever you choose is what you choose. Like it's not my place to try to get you to join this or come out of something. I don't mind because, people. If people are gonna believe what they believe, and it don't intimidate me. It don't offend me. So do what you do.
And I'll drop another brief nugget in there. From 2008 to 2011, I was the project assistant at the Black Health Coalition of Wisconsin for an emergency preparedness and pandemic planning project, which I did public service work and all that stuff. This was H1N1. What we did, in the name of it, was the faith-based African American Health Network. We worked with 450 Black churches in the Milwaukee area. Now imagine that, in the Milwaukee area alone.
Man, 450.
400. Yep, and you can confirm, you can verify that with the Wisconsin Black Chamber of Commerce. That's where I actually worked at with Dr. Claude Anderson when I didn't even know who he was at that time. I didn't know who he was.
Wait, what year was that? 2001?
2008.
Okay.
2008.
Yeah, I knew it somewhere. I know it was somewhere in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Okay, but the 2011 is like kind of later. Yeah, because
that's when we was coming up on the birth. He used to come up to the Wisconsin Black Chamber of Commerce all the time and help organize projects.
Okay.
Reuben Hopkins, Reuben Hopkins was and probably still is the executive director of the Wisconsin Black Chamber of Commerce, and he used to have them come up all the time.
Yeah. So
Yes.
okay. So when you said Adolf said, "Hey, when it's time to link up, where you're at," all right. So my thing when you said that, my thing was, why not just promote it? Just see. Here's the thing. The issue with okay. So you got Yvette with issues with Tariq. Tariq issues with Yvette. Yep. Tariq issues with Dane Calloway. Dane. So this is the thing that people got to come out of, right? It's like, all right, look. So Yvette, when they do the ADOS thing, in my opinion, they should welcome people who say they're FBA because it's doing it's still for the same people, just different names, same people. So like that needs to be happening at some point. Tariq, FBA thing, inviting ADOS and the Dane Callaways.
That's literally where third party think tank / foundation is gonna have. They can't do it. They're not gonna do it. They can't do it. Their supporters in ADOS, their supporters, because they are literally formalized, while Tariq is trying to emphasize just not being formal. You have your good and you have your bad of that. With ADOS, you have your good and you have your bad of that.
So this is what I was saying though. Like, because FBA are, they're like free agents. So it's like, why not, if ADOS, that's what I'm trying to say, if ADOS have a thing they want to do, why not just pitch it towards the public? Hey, like, like a party. Hey, we got this going down, reparations thing, come down. Because the majority of Black Americans don't know anything about ADOS or FBA. So if it's just something that's like a party flyer, hey, this event is happening over here, come take a look at it, blah blah blah. Reparations for the lineage, or how do you want to frame it? I think that's in that way, people who are pro reparations, whether they call themselves FBA or not, they're going to come down because they're interested. They want to know what's happening. And is that, are these people sabotaging or are these people really standing on business? So that's how I would look at it. I would just say, why not just do it that way? Because people who
are into it are going to be into it. There's people not into it. They're not coming whether Tariq organized or not. They're not coming. People just, some people show up, some people don't.
Well, Yvette has called for, and I should set her initials, YC. She has called for those who identify as FBA to be deemed adversaries of the ADOS organization. She's unapologetic about that.
Oh, well, there you
So
go.
that's their policy. Yeah, that is their policy. And he has TN. He has I won't even say disrespected her, because she drew the line when she decided to wait until our sister transitioned, Dr. Frances Wilson, to criticize her. That honestly, I have to lean toward where Tariq stands on that, because sweetheart, you had all the time. You waited until that woman transitioned and before her body could even get cold, you went live and then start throwing dart. That right there, I honestly has to say, like, even she has to do a lot. And then ever since then, she just goes on a blocking spree. So her followers, and while people try to brand FBA and as this and that, but ADOS literally is a formal organization. They do have a formal policy to distinguish ADOS from FBA, and in that say that FBA are adversaries to theirs. So what I'm where you're at with it. Hey, let's find where, and this is Dr. Howard Fuller. He's up in Milwaukee. He's got an office at Marquette campus. He gets about $1.5 million from the Walton family every year to do the charter schools. Dr. Howard Fuller, I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's the one who created charter schools all over the country. He's the reason why you have charter schools all over the country. He used to be the superintendent in Milwaukee back in the 80s.
Did he link up with Umar?
Nope.
No,
That
I'm
was
joking. I'm joking. Umar,
well,
ain't serious.
Well, I did. I wrote the grant for Umar to come do Be the Change in the summer of 2012.
And what'd he do?
He was the facilitator. He was the facilitator. He was the face of it. He came and spoke and helped raise awareness about This was boys who fell behind at least 2 years in their math and reading level, but were graduating from 8th grade going on to 9th grade.
Yeah.
So I had wrote the grant for that, but no, Howard Fuller, he's Bayo, Baeo. He's the one who created the charter schools to get public funding. So the labor unions hate him. They hate him, Dr. Fuller. But his one of his favorite lines is interest converging. We need to find where our interests converge. I'm with you on that, where hey, those who are ignorant of the politics of these movements, the delineation movement, the lineage, the organization, those who are, but support the actual issue of tangibles and reparations. Let's corral them. Let's bring them into the fold. It's difficult for those who identify as FBA to do that, and definitely those who identify as they are not interested in that at all.
In what?
Bringing the disinterested and ignorant, those who are not knowing, they're not. ADOS does not want that. They actually do not want that.
Okay.
They feel like they have they've published the blueprint for seeking reparations, and they know over on FBA side, like, y'all ain't got nothing formal. Y'all don't have anything formal. Therefore, when it comes to politics and lobbying, us over here who have something formal, we have chapters all over the country. That needs to be us over here. But FBA and the delineation movement, they have the mic right now, and ADOS resents that.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say they might. I see to have a formal organization, like you could look at like a business. Like if my business is ran unorganized and chaotic, but is lit
and everybody coming, and your business has got all the perks and all their certificates, but nobody comes, it's like, I don't know how that's good business.
Yeah. And they don't want to yield. They feel like they need to, but the beef between YC and TN is just too personal and too strong. She don't play game, and I'll give her that. I'll give her that. She does stand when it comes to now I ain't seen her throw hands with nobody or anything like that, but she tend to stand on what she say.
Yeah,
and
see,
she,
that's
yeah.
the thing. See, that's the thing. Like for me, the two acronyms go together perfectly, right? If you put them like so, like there's room to do something. Foundational Black American descendants of slavery. Like
Yep.
I don't know how.
That
I mean,
actually
that
does.
just,
It does. It does. That follows per.
Like I don't like so now because you got both things there that's important. You got you're pointing out to that we're foundational, and then you're pointing out that we're descendants of American chattel slavery.
Oh, we should flip the table over if she heard you say.
See, but the thing is, but it's because it's about Tariq now. She said it's back to what tethers do. Like tethers miss the whole message and they focus on the person they hate. It's like, but the message and where it's going is positive. You just hate an individual, so you're ready to sacrifice the whole lineage over a personal egotistical beef because they called you scrappy or whatever. And like that's to me, and it's both ways. It's kind of both ways because he still gets on her sometimes. So for me, that's like it ain't. I don't think it's that deep.
But yeah, I'm with you. I appreciate you for having me up here. I'll make sure one way or the other you get my contact information. Like I said, I do drive a semi truck, so I listen to you all. But if anybody wanted to reach out to me directly, or if you at me in the comments or something like that, do not think I'm ignoring anybody or anything. I could possibly be driving. I drive about 9 hours a day.
Hey,
yeah,
brother, before you leave, I actually have some questions, and Ron, for you too, if
let
you
me
can.
just get my email. So my email,
yeah,
is real easy. It's Black Think Tank at yahoo.com. That's my email. You probably gotta make a fancy subject.
Yeah,
I know other people.
I got you. Yeah.
Because I know other people be sending me emails and I haven't seen them because I'm swamped with just like I remember one time I was trying to apply for health insurance and those agencies just flooded me just with all type of thousands of spam.
Yep. That when they sell you information, man, it go to everybody.
Yeah, man. I'm telling you, it's like that was the worst experience of my life. I mean, your phone just off the hook and all your emails. You get texts. Hey, are you still looking for insurance? Like, no. And then okay, and they'll call back anyway. Like, God.
I want to know,
but go ahead.
because y'all were talking about ADOS, and there were several things that I noticed about them, but I'm quite curious on what is that organization's goal at this point. At first, it seemed like they were trying to, get political assistance or political.
It's tangibles, brother. It's tangibles. It's tangible.
Well, I mean, about how are they going about tangibles? From what I can tell, they're trying to go the political route, which I'm unclear on what their strategy is going that route.
The bottom of the ticket. Local.
So they're trying to go local.
Yes.
Now, once they do acquire local, how are they going to leverage that into the favor of what we need? So I've done some research and I've thought about this because people say it all the time, go local, go local, go local. And what most people don't understand is the local system works a lot like the federal system as well as the state systems, right? Once you get in there, they have leverage against you, no matter what level of politics you're on. So I always ask the question, if you do get a group of local representatives in there and they start leveraging stuff for us, how do you defend them against how the system works? And nobody ever can answer that question, which is why you can never that can never happen.
Brother Ron, I don't know if you want to chime in on that.
Oh, okay, so brother, you about to be mad at me. I went on mute because my son was he wanted me to play with trains and whatnot. I was trying to hear you, but my son
it's
got these trains out. He got these trains. Okay, if you go back, just summarize it or go back again.
Yeah, it's really easy.
I got you. But yeah,
essentially, from what I can tell, and I could be wrong because after I did my little research on ADOS, I was just like, okay, they're basically saying the same stuff Democrats say, right? Go local.
No.
They
That's
say
not
go
what they
local.
do. But we got
go local.
No.
My only thing is, once you go local, how do you defend the politicians that are local and representing you?
No.
And when I say defend them, I mean defend their power to affect things in your favor.
Yeah, no, I don't. I chime in here and there, but for the latest I checked in with them, they're not with either. They're not sold on either party. Like they're not like, hey, you're a Democrat, chill. That's not their position. Their position is they're definitely like handing the Democrats, things to look at before they get a vote, things like that. Like they're not really sold. I know a lot of people think they're sold to the Democratic Party, right? It's actually
They
not.
kind of look like. Well, my whole thing is, what happens when people? So the other thing I have to ask is, well, they're not sold. They're giving them stuff to look over, but when the Democrats don't do anything, what is their response? And from what I can tell, they don't. They don't even really. I mean, Tariq goes in harder than they do, right? But I know that they're trying to do the political thing, so they're not. They're going to tippy-toe around what needs to be said. But how do you hold people accountable that refuse to represent you?
Yeah. So they do a couple of things. Like they're the main ones that contacted the OMB to even just aggregate the numbers. Like that's the whole thing. They also are major people that influence the lineage-based reparation on the California thing. Before then, it was race-based. FBA gets a lot of credit for making that lineage. I mean, ADOS get a lot of credit for making that like that. That was all their influence. ADOS is the reason why in Cobra is now swinging towards lineage-based, because in Cobra was completely race-based. So like they are going about it different ways now. But that's a good question. I don't know, because I don't know how they handle the Democrats, and maybe I'll write in the comments like, hey, or find a video where they talk about that, because when you were saying that, I was like trying to think like, yeah, what is the penalty that they have for either side that don't listen? Like what is the penalty? Like what next? That part. Now I'm not saying they don't have something. I'm not aware of it.
And I checked their website, and some of I'm not saying they don't have it either. It's just that they don't. If they do, they're not making it clear on, or at least a high level of what that is. It almost seems like they do a shoulder shrug if what they're suggesting doesn't get done. I find that very problematic.
Yes, sir. I'm going to scan the videos today and tomorrow, and find out what their alternative is. Like what do they plan to do if either party the Democrats specifically don't appeal to their concede to the demands or listen to the demands. And I want to hear out, I'm gonna listen closely to what they have before I draw a conclusion. So I wouldn't draw, like me personally, I wouldn't draw a conclusion until I have the evidence myself. Because what happens is, what happens if an ADOS, like somebody that's deep in ADOS, call in and be like, no, so and so, and then now you be looking crazy. So that's why for me, I gotta hear it myself. I gotta hear what they ain't gonna do or will do as a result before I draw a conclusion. And
I hear you, and I hear you exactly. On the other hand, the way I do it is what you promote. They don't promote that at all.
Wait, you can't say that because you're
I'm
not
sorry. I'm
listening.
sorry,
Because you're not listening to their.
I do.
You're not listening to their.
I do. I listen to her and I listen to a lot of her videos. I go into their page and see what they documented, their website, because they have a lot of stuff on there about what needs to be done and how it needs to be done and what we should do and blah blah blah. But that's not on there either, right? About repercussions for not supporting us. So I'm just unclear on what it is, just because they don't evangelize it. So maybe they do have it. They might, and they might just be keeping it close to the hip. Who knows? But if they do,
but
need to be
that's
made
what I was
clear.
saying. So I was like, because y'all, anybody who call in and frequent the panel, I try to give tips like on how, because I call myself a warrior in truth. I call myself a YouTube journalist. So I try to be professional with my research, like a journalist, right? So I try to be thorough. So even with my ops, like in the Pan-African over there, like they really respect my research and what I do, because they be trying to find where I'm wrong at to call it and they can't. So I would caution everybody else, like before y'all make these, because you know what they're gonna do, they're gonna clip that. So if you do get big enough and you out there, where Roland Martin shout your name out there, all somebody gonna do is have a clip of you saying something, and they're gonna have a clip of them playing them being vocal about it. And look at this guy. He has no idea. You gotta be that clip stuff comes back to bite everybody. That's why I be trying to be careful as possible on what I say. That's why I said I gotta hear it. I need to find the video, and I will. I need to find the video where they were saying we're gonna do this and that. The Democratic, if they don't do nothing, then this we're gonna do. I need to hear that. Then I got them. I got it clipped.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to look. I've been trying to look for. Checking out their website and documentation and articles about them. I haven't. There's really not too much talk about that. There's certain references about we have to hold them accountable, but as far as what that is, as far as that organization, those steps, it's never really clarified. So I find that fishy, but it could be out there and they just
to the gentleman who's asking the question, I have a question for you.
Sure.
And I don't know how you sound reasonably knowledgeable about the political processes, but do you have knowledge about the ramifications and the process consequences that are already in existence across the board when it comes to elected officials?
All right. You have to go in more detail and context when you ask me that question. It's quite broad.
Yeah, that's deliberately, because there's starting from the top. The president of the U.S. can be impeached.
Okay. And what will that do?
Whatever you want it to.
No, that's the problem. It won't do that. Guess who takes his spot right after?
JD?
So, it sounds, because I'm trying to listen, I'm trying to learn. The question that you're asking about ADOS, it's going to be rhetorical, because there's whatever response they give you, it's not going to be sufficient. Because there are things that exist already. For example, we don't have to reelect whoever it is that doesn't adhere to whatever commitment that they pledged, or whatever we proposed that they agreed to and then reneged on it. There already are consequences. They don't need ADOS. None of the local chapters need a specific detail about what they're going to do if a politician doesn't. There's already consequences out there that exist that can be done.
It's not. So that I was hoping you wasn't going to say that, but
because there is. You said no. You said no. There's not. There is.
That's not a consequence. So
it is by definition. It's a consequence.
Hold on. Let me explain so you can understand.
I know, but I don't want you to make a statement that's erroneous. You said it's not a consequence. As a matter of fact, it is a consequence.
It's not a consequence if they control the people who go up for elections, right? So if they control the people who are actually in the campaign to be elected, and they control all of them that are involved in the election, which this system allows them to do, right?
Let's use a better word than control. Then let's revise your whole position,
Why
and we're
would
going to use
why
a
would
better.
you
Let's
want?
use
What's wrong
influence
with the
or
word control?
control.
You
That
say
that
influence? Quick question. When somebody goes into a campaign, how soon do you find out who gave campaign funding to them? Specifically who and what organizations? How quickly can you find that information? At what point in the campaign do you find out that AT&T gave this person money?
I'm listening.
It takes quite some time for that information to become public. By the time it does come public, usually the campaigns are over and the elections have happened. Sometimes it happens just before, if somebody gets the information and they leak it, right, to kind of mess up campaign stuff, that might happen. But most of the time, we don't know who they're taking money from until long after the campaign's over. So and as we do know from history of campaign funding, we know that all these companies give money to everybody, both parties, both sides of the campaign. So if both sides of the campaign is getting money to do what these specific group of people want to do, does it matter who you vote for if all three groups don't want to help your people?
ADOS is not in a position to do anything other than anyone else who's been out here with billions of dollars and name, image, and likeness that has reached living rooms across millions of homes. ADOS is currently not in a position. Perhaps in 20, 30 years, we can come back and ask that question. But at this point, the question that you're asking, ADOS is in no position to do anything beyond what already exists.
I like that, but my question had nothing to do with ADOS. It actually had to do with what you said about holding the elected person accountable by not voting for them again. And again, I referenced if they have control of all the parties involved in the campaign, whether you vote for this person or not next time, does that really matter? And if it doesn't matter, then how can you be holding somebody accountable? Which means what you suggested is not a good tool to use to make sure what you want your elected officials are doing, because that's not a tool for holding anybody accountable, right? So then we go back to what exactly is ADOS doing to hold people accountable that aren't doing what we want? And that's what we still have to find out, because they do communicate a lot. And I'm not saying what they've accomplished, because they have accomplished stuff. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I'm an ADOS hater, whatever. I don't like how they move when it comes to politicians, but fine, they are accomplishing things. So I can give them that. But we'll still be at a stagnant if we cannot leverage politicians to do what we want. So then the question has to come down to you communicating with these people. You're trying to convince them to do some things. How do you leverage your power to make sure they understand that there's repercussions for not doing what you want? And they don't discuss that. I haven't heard them discuss that at all, actually. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for how do we leverage our power? Because right now, the only reason why we don't have any is because nobody's talking about holding people who don't do what we say accountable. So that's actually the main discussion we need to have as a group, ADOS, FBA, whoever we want to call ourselves. How do we hold these people accountable? And there has to be repercussions for it.
And I am hoping that when you get some insight on that after you look into it, you come back here and educate us. I'll be front and center taking notes.
Educate you on what ADOS is or is not doing, or what should and should not be done.
All of the above.
I can tell you what should and should not be done. And Tariq is actually on a more clearer path to doing that than they are. There's some things he even needs to do, or we actually need to do if we're talking about not voting and or voting for people, right? So even his is a bit short-sighted as well. because it puts you in the same situation. If you don't vote and just take yourself out the game, then whoever does vote is in the game. There has to be consequences for people not getting your vote, right? So even what he says is short-sighted to a certain degree. It's basically the first step, but there should be 3 or 4 other steps that happen after that for that to be effective. But in any case, other than him, really nobody's talking about that. So that's what the difficulty is. And I mean nobody. I mean, the Black Power people, the Black Democrats, right? Republicans do stuff. They say, hey, we have to vote for Democrats to make sure the Republicans do this evil stuff. We vote the Democrats in. They do nothing to overturn any of it. So now, what was the point of voting y'all in if y'all wasn't planning to change nothing? They just move with it and move on to whatever it is that they actually want to do versus what they told us they want. So we can't trust them. We can't trust Republicans. Well, truth be told, we can trust Republicans to be Republicans. They don't make any promises to us, and they actually tell us to our face what they think about us. So we can actually trust them a bit more than we can trust the Democrats. So we're at the situation now where we have all these people who are saying Black empowerment, but when you talk to them about what the strategy actually is about Black empowerment, as far as politics are concerned, it's like kindergarten still. This is why I side-eye ADOS, because ADOS seemed like they were trying to do what we all needed to do, enlightening us, giving us information, and then, when it don't work out in the political scheme of things, they are taking other routes, just like Ron pointed out, which is awesome. I definitely appreciate that. When they put out that thing for the OMB, I was one of the folks that went to that OMB website and made sure that my opinion was made and made sure that FBA and all of that and ADOS should have been a selection option. So I do appreciate that, and I also participated in it because I thought that was a great idea. But I mean, we're having these hearings, and the hearings are getting killed by politicians. Muddied, killed, not heard. They do studies. Hey, we studied it, and the committee doesn't have to do anything. It's just a study. That kind of stuff. It's just great. I don't know why we need a study for this. Nobody else needs a study when they were paying out reparations for everybody else. They kind of just cooked up the funds and got it out to everybody. But suddenly was we need a study. Cool. All right, I get it. But I
think
the screen share the screen share is hilarious.
With the bottom on the top one.
Oh man.
I was looking at because I'm looking at two. I'm looking at two phones. Yeah, and one phone is got a delay on it, but then I see that what I'm looking at is actually you doing it. So okay.
Yeah, so I can imagine that our study, it can start in the 1600s. So that's like 400 years. So that's probably why the study would be longer. When you look at the Japanese internment camps, that was 1940s. The Civil Liberties Act was 1988. It's only 40 years, So 40 years compared to 400, I would think. And then you want it to be right. Like, so whoever's doing the studying, I don't know who's doing the studying, but whoever's doing the studying, you want it to be right. I'm sure it's a lot of questions because of the racial thing that's there, and strict scrutiny. So it's a lot of things to like. It's a lot of barriers that systemic racism put there, unbeknownst to us. Like we're finding out now in the 2010s and 15s, like, oh wow, all that's there, So I think the angles, I think it's, like I said, where we starting from, 1800, 1600, it's going to be a lot. And
do you realize that historical research is completely different than reparations? As far as reparations are concerned, putting together that payment and tracking people back to a certain time frame.
No, not that. The damages. So I'm sure they're looking at, because you're coming up with a dollar amount based on some harms. So now you got to figure out, right? So you got to figure out the harms of chattel slavery, the harms of convict leasing, the clearing out the land, Jim Crow oppression, systemic racism, food to prison pipeline.
Reparations isn't for all of that, right?
No, it is. No, it is. It is.
No. So hear me out, right? So what happens when you go to court? You're going to have to pick a violation, right? You won't be able to, if you go to court for this, you'll have to pick a violation. If you just want them to draw up the law that says pay you out for this amount of money, right? You don't need all that history. You just need the people to agree to the amount, right?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that. Yeah, I don't know
because
if it's that cut and dry.
You can't pay
I
out.
don't think so.
You can't pay out for each those separate transactions.
No, yeah,
right,
but here
court.
it is though. Yeah, but your claim is for your answers and yourself. So you're dealing with a continuity of the harm.
Right, but you're misunderstanding. Right? We're not this is not a court thing. We're not asking a court to decide.
You don't know. Well, that's the thing. That's the tricky part. Yeah, it's court, Congress. It's a lot of different angles where you got to go.
This is what we convolute stuff. If you're gonna go to court and you want the court to take in all those things, fine. You'll find out. You know how when somebody does a credit card, there was a problem with your credit card, and they stole 2 cents from you from every year for the last 10 years. Yeah, and then they tell you got to be part of the group case versus the individual case. That's what will happen if you go to court for all of these things. What we're saying is
the violation in and of itself is harm compounded over a period of time by many continuous instances. That is the violation in and of itself.
Right.
That's the violation.
That's the violation. But what we're trying to do is we're doing the research for a court case that can't happen until a law is put in to pay us. Right? We're targeting the wrong thing at the wrong time.
Wait, what law are you
I was going to say,
about?
no, damages have been done.
So, damages have been done, but there is no court that'll be able to decide to give you money for these damages. Time has elapsed.
A jury can. A jury will.
No, a jury can't. They only have They only have a certain name the case where more than 100 years ago, a court decided to give people money.
I said continuous. The prison industrial complex is still taking place today.
I understand, but hear me out. Give me a case where court decided to pay a group of people more than 100 years old, that the issue that happened to them happened.
Oh, okay, so how did all right, so now it's going to come to this, but I'm not sure.
Mm-hmm.
But hold on, I haven't looked it up yet.
There's time lapse.
I haven't looked it up yet.
Fine.
No. Okay, so who made the decision to give the indigenous Americans, reward them $1.3 billion for the land theft that happened in 1875? So,
that was based on that truth. Wasn't that based on a treaty, if I remember correctly? A treaty agreement that was made that was violated.
No. This was this was stolen land. There was no treaty. The land was just stolen. I think paper genocide. It was just taken from them, and the government over almost 200 years later had decided to award them $1.3 billion, and they said no, you can't buy the land.
Or court?
Well, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure.
That's the difference.
But that was 100 some years ago.
Well, what I'm saying, we have to verify, was it court?
Yeah, but here's the thing though. Like our case is so unique that it kind of like there's no example for it. Like you can't look at nobody's situation and say this is how you do it. And I think that's why the study is there.
Well, what I'm saying, you misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not saying the studies aren't important. The knowledge is important to have, but you cannot go to court for the money. One, it was legal, literally by law. The only way it became non-legal is because the law changed after the fact.
What was legal? What was legal?
Slavery.
And you just gave it grounds for it to go to court. End of story. You just gave it grounds. The fact that you
How is
just
it?
stated that it's legal, you gave it grounds for the issue to be brought up in court. That's it. That's it. It was legal. That's the merit
Well,
for
no,
it
but
to go to court.
what would you
It
take
was
it to
legal
court for? What would you
because
take
it was legal. Because it was legal.
So, okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying that so you're saying that it's against the law for it to be a law?
I'm saying the fact that it was legal, there has already been a process put in place that dealt with the issue in and of itself. So we're bringing it back up in
Right.
court.
Well, there was a
Yeah,
law
like
there was a law that made it illegal. So if any slavery happened after the law that made it illegal happened, then yes, you can take that to court.
And that's what we're going to do.
Okay, but what I'm saying is when slavery ended, there were cases of people still being enslaved, but it
It
wasn't
didn't
all
end.
black people.
Yeah, it didn't, and it didn't end.
It didn't. So
No.
all states kept doing slavery after.
well,
You say
they call it slave.
all black people were still enslaved?
Now, but they call it now. I don't know how far this goes, but they call it slavery by another name.
What you mean, the prison stuff?
Convict leasing, sharecropping, parchment farming.
Is convict leasing illegal now? I thought it
It
was
has
still
another
going.
name. Yeah, it
What
has
is it?
another name.
Mass incarceration.
Well, I'm saying mass incarceration. That's a different case. That's what I'm trying to say. We can't just loop in all this kind of stuff. Now I get it. There's tons of things
Oh, but we
that
are
they've
going
done
to.
to us. But
We
what
are
I'm
going to
saying
loop
is,
it all in.
no, what I'm saying is, it wouldn't be a court case that would pay out for those things, right? Is my point. Court wouldn't give you cash money for those things. You have to have Congress pass a law to give you cash money for those things. The only way to get it is through Congress.
Okay, so listen, the Lakota Sioux Nation was offered a settlement for the theft of the Black Hills in South Dakota, which with interest is now valued over $1.3 billion. The U.S. Supreme Court over 100 years, 150 years, authorized an initial 155 million payment in 1980. So it says, so this is over 150 years. The U.S. Supreme Court authorized an initial, so on top of the 1.3 billion, that with interest, they also threw in $105 million payment in 1980 for something that happened in 1875, and it was a Superior Court.
Right, but I didn't say something that was illegal that happened. You guys are saying something that was legal that happened. You want to take to court, right?
So when they did
the
paper
fact that their
genocide,
land was illegal, right? At the time, it was illegal.
No, what is paper genocide? At the time, was paper genocide illegal?
That's fraud. We've talked about fraud a lot, right?
No, but I know, no. This is what I'm saying. At the time, was it seen as fraud?
At the time, it was fraud. Yes, that's theft. People stole land deeds like that all the time back then. That was illegal back then. It's fraud.
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What you're describing, I'm not saying that it's wrong. It's just that it was illegal at the time. So when you go to court and they violated the law to do this, the court can grant you those monies that should have been that was stolen.
But
we're saying is
what law did they violate?
Wasn't illegal. You just said
but what law did
they stole land? They didn't steal land?
We're saying no, but that's called anachronistically looking back, right? We're looking back saying they stole land, but at the time, that's called paperwork.
Right, but at the time, how do you there's a process of acquiring land even back then. If they did, and was transactions back then, and certificate of sales back then too. If the land suddenly changed from one hand to another, and there was no transaction of sales, and the party who owned the land wasn't aware of it, that's not legal. Although they were doing it because they wouldn't have been prosecuted. You know, it's them folks. They doing it because they know they're gonna get away with it, right?
Yeah,
even
to be honest,
it'd be illegal.
we can look this up, but I'm gonna be honest. Bro. I think they were the lawmakers, and I think I think at the time, everything they did was law. Like they made law as they lived. Like they made. They
I
decided.
agree.
They decided
But
what
what
was
I'm saying,
illegal and legal, and they didn't see that, and they didn't rule that as
they didn't see
illegal.
that's correct. But on paper, it was illegal. But they didn't rule it that way.
Okay,
I
so
agree with you 100%.
what's the illegal part on paper? What was the legal part on paper?
What do you mean? What's the legal part on paper?
Right. What did they do illegal on paper?
If you take somebody's land, right, in the context that we're talking about, without their permission,
hold on. Wait, but how did they? Okay, here's the thing though.
By forging documents, because you know forgery has always been illegal, right? On paper.
Wait. Okay, no, you're calling it forgery. At the time, that was not called forgery. They were reclassing people as Negro and mulatto,
right?
Because they can do it. Like what I'm saying is they were the law.
No, I understand. What I'm saying is court is going to reference the paper law. At the time that this land was taken, the paper law didn't allow theft. That's what I'm saying.
But
I understand what their powers were.
Theft at the time. That's what I'm saying.
Of course it was, because they were able to take it to court, and the court was able to review the law and determine that it was illegal. You have to understand, the court's not going to just rewrite law. The court is going to go according to what the law was. And that's what I'm trying to point out. Now, however, them folks managed the law at the time, that's a different animal. And of course, we know how they managed the law. Basically, however they saw fit, it was the law. But on paper, there was a paper law. Just like after Black people were freed, they were supposed to have rights, but them folks didn't necessarily respect it. And therefore, we had to go to court, and the court found that not respecting our people's rights went against the law. And then they also wrote additional amendments and additional laws to help circumvent the shady stuff people be doing on the DL, because there was no laws to protect against that. So all I'm saying is, whatever, you can only take to court and say something is happening against the law at that time. But we don't have that in this case. So a court case to pay out money won't happen for most Black people who were enslaved at the time slavery was illegal. There were people who were still enslaved after the time slavery was then made illegal. And those folks would qualify
Are you
for
ready for
payout
this?
From the court.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah. Shoot.
At the time, paper genocide, the systematic erasure of indigenous identity through government records, was seen as legal. It says sanctioned. So it wasn't illegal at the time. That's what I'm trying to argue.
You said
like
seen as legal. So sorry, if you're looking it up, ask what the law said at the time about paper genocide of land.
Right.
I'm talking about the law said, not what their interpretation and their management of it was.
Look. I got you. The reason why I asked it this way, because we like to look back at things and judge it how we're looking. I said, at the time of paper genocide, was it seen as illegal or legal paperwork? At that time. It says
Google it
at
again
that
and take
time,
the scene out. Take out the seen as part.
Well, they're going to judge it from our era. They're going to judge it from 2026.
You can actually add according to the laws of that time. Okay. Because I'm not arguing how they saw it and how they managed it. I'm arguing what the law said at that time.
How is that different?
that's like kind of the same thing.
Because your question is their interpretation of how they wanted the law to move.
Look.
I'm talking about what the court's going to look back on.
I got you. You said say at the laws of that time. I just simply said at that time. I think AI understand what I'm asking. That I'm talking about laws, but I will
just
put.
ask it the way I said it. We should get the same answer back then, right?
Yeah. Okay. At the. Okay. Watch it. I put at the laws of that time of paper genocide. Was it seen as illegal or legal paperwork? Paper genocide, the systemic erasure of indigenous and in some cases African American identity from official records was considered entirely legal under the laws of the bureaucratic systems of that time. It was not a rogue action, but rather a deliberate, legally authorized practice enforced by state and the federal governments to ensure racial categorization under laws such as the Racial Integrity Act of 1924.
So check out Treaty of Fort Loramine, 1868.
Yeah, but this is 19. 11. Like so. Hold on. So okay. So let me finish reading. I'll start right there.
Okay.
So it said legal. Sure. It said legal status of the early. Because this was 1924. It says legal status at the time of early 20th century, authorized by the statute. Laws like Virginia's racial. It says giving you the law. So this law is the new law. The 1860 don't matter right now. It says like Virginia's racial. It gave the name of the law. Virginia's Racial Integrity Act of 1924 enforced a binary classification of white or colored, requiring Native Americans to be reclassified. So this 1924 Racial Integrity Act required that Native Americans to be reclassified, which stripped them of their tribal identity and rights. Enforcement by government officials like Walter Plecker, registrar of the Virginia Bureau of Vital Statistics, systematically alter birth, death, and marriage records to reflect these new classifications, legalizing the deletion of Indian from documents. It says upheld by courts. In some cases, state Supreme Courts upheld these racist reclassifications of indigenous people, such as the 1793. This is before 1860. 1793 Rhode Island Supreme Court case Aldrich versus Hammer, which solidified the forced assimilation of the Narragansett people. Forced compliance. It was illegal to refuse this classification. Attempting to report one's family as Native American rather than colored could result in penalties. So this was mandated, including jail time, as officials tried to stamp out Native blood ancestry. It says it was overturned later. This paper genocide was only declared legally invalid in 1967. So it was legal all until our civil rights fight. So you had
why was it illegally invalid?
Well, because it was deemed unconstitutional. But everything from
gotcha.
Okay, okay, hold on now. Everything from the end of Jim Crow, which is 1964. Everything from 1964 to the beginning of this country was whatever the white man said, and that was law. So the civil rights fight, that's why it's called civil rights. We're holding people to the Constitution. Hey, sir, you're violating my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, or 14, 13. These things are illegal. So now finally the country had to be held accountable. But you see, this is mandated. People had to erase the Native Americans. If they didn't, they would go to jail. It's almost like a black man drinking out of a white man water fountain. That was mandated. Like he had to be punished. No cop could walk past him and be like, okay, you're all right. Just next time do better. He had to be penalized.
I get you. But it was found to be illegal, correct?
Right. Yeah, later. But that's me and Warrior
That's the point.
With
No,
Yeah.
but that's our point with reparations. We're saying at the time it was legal. It wasn't illegal. That was the point. You said it was illegal. I said no, it was legal.
It was illegal because it was found to violate the Constitution.
No, yeah, okay. That was from a new lens, but as
I
they
understand.
we
I'm not
hey
saying that.
brother,
What you
brother,
should what
I
you
read
should
this.
probably do. Look, let's do this. Let's look up
No,
what the
no,
Constitution,
no. You,
what that decision
you,
was. I'll look it up.
brother.
I'll look it up. Give
Yeah,
me the name of that
you
one
do
more time.
that. Okay.
What was
Uh,
the name of it? You said 1968, I think you said.
you're talking about
The one that found it unconstitutional.
Hold on. Okay, by the U.S. Supreme Court in 1967 in Loving versus Virginia. Okay, so now this is the issue you're going to run into. Up north, I don't know where you live at. I'm up north in New Jersey. You didn't have no Second Amendment right ever until Roe v. versus Wade. It was illegal to handle a firearm if you didn't have special permissions, like some old Brink type handing over money taking money from a liquor store and bringing it there, or ATM. If you didn't have those special rights and you had a gun, that was a mandatory minimum sentence of 5 years in jail. That was the legal law. So things be legal until they're deemed as unconstitutional. So Roe v. Wade had reversed that. And also the thing with the pro-choice, pro-life clinics, they also made that matter
I'm
of
sorry,
a state choice.
is this the law? Is this the law that made it unconstitutional and paid back the Indians? I'm lost.
No.
I thought I was looking up.
Okay.
What's the law let's do this first before we go into something new. What was that law that deemed those actions against that tribe unconstitutional?
Okay. So I gotta go back. Maybe this was it. I'm not sure. But I researched a couple things.
I mean, I'll Google, it's the Lakota tribe.
But all I know is that laws are made, and as they're made, they're legal until they're overridden. When they're overridden and you do it afterwards, it's illegal. Possession of marijuana was illegal of any quantity size in every state. It was illegal. You would go to jail or be prosecuted. Now, in some states, it's legal. So when it's legal, it's legal. And when it's illegal, it's illegal. So at that time, it was legal. That's what I'm trying to say. We can look back and say, hey, that's unconstitutional, and change it now, make it right. But at that time, it was not seen as illegal. It was not illegal. It was laws. The 1924, was it Racial Integrity Act? They even got acts. Racial Integrity Act of 1924. They even passed law. Government officials, federal and state, were all on board. Walter Plecker. You can't get more legal than that. Everybody's involved. And it was illegal not to do it. So when we talk about what's illegal, it was illegal not to paper genocide them. It was legal to paper genocide, and it was illegal to not paper genocide. That's what I'm saying.
I don't disagree with you, but what I'm saying is, the Constitution in regards to our people says slavery is legal. So what I'm saying is, if it goes to court, the grounds that it was unconstitutional, even though it's in the Constitution, is going to be problematic for this case. Now,
it is unconstitutional. It is unconstitutional to not repair for damages done at these levels. Now, I guarantee you and I can both find laws where that's justified, stating that it is unconstitutional to commit harm and not repair.
No, I don't know if it's in the Constitution. I don't think that's in the Constitution. I do believe there are, laws under the Constitution that does say that. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but what I'm saying is, when did the wrong happen? In the Constitution, it doesn't have us as people. So if you're using the Constitution as the basis for wrongdoing, and the source of the wrongdoing is treating us not like people, you
Now,
can't
I
use
think
the
the Constitution did
Constitution.
have a. I think the Constitution did have us as people.
It said 3/5 in the beginning, and then it was updated, right?
No, no. That's
Oh,
different.
that was whatchamacallit. That was what led to the
Yeah.
Constitution. The
No, but
rights.
you're talking about the three. You're talking about the 3/5 compromise. That had
Yeah,
nothing to do with us being people. That was voting power. So
yeah.
what the South was trying to do, they was trying to say, hey man, we're going to include each slave as a vote. And the North said, no, the hell you're not. And then they compromised and said, okay, 3 out of 5 slaves will be a vote, but they was always considered people. They weren't treated as people, but it was always people.
Okay, so it's saying the U.S. Constitution originally protected slavery through the several compromises without explicitly using the word, including the 3/5 clause, like you said, and then also the Fugitive Slave Act, as well as Southern support, and then abolished. They were all abolished by the 13th Amendment.
You want to see if? Oh, you want to mute?
So that's what I'm saying. In the initial Constitution, it was in the Constitution. It was law. After the 13th Amendment, it was illegal. So I'm not saying that they wasn't doing some stuff, because they was after this amendment was made. But all I'm saying is you won't be able to encompass slavery in that first aspect of the Constitution, because the Constitution protected it. So we'll have to go a different route. Now we can go a route for court. We can go to route for court for all the other, redlining.
Now, look, true teller, listen.
Mm-hmm.
What you're calling unconstitutional, right? When they violate our 14th Amendment after we got 1868, the right to vote, when they violated it, that period is literally called legal segregation. They made an illegal act legal and called it legal segregation, legal discrimination. They made it legal. Jim Crow was about legally. So they made it law. They had
separate,
white only.
They said separate but equal. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right. So like that's how they work. Like they could make something. They could make something that was illegal, and with a brush of a pen is now legal, or vice versa.
I'm not disagreeing.
I'm white, not say so. I'm white, not say so.
I'm not disagreeing.
Right.
What I'm saying
hold on.
is,
wait. Let me land. I'll be very clear. I'm never long. So and vice versa, slavery the same thing. They could easily pick up a pen and say, yeah, that was illegal. You violated. Look. And look, hold on. See, you jumped in again. And that's what the 14th Amendment.
I'm agreeing with you.
The 14th Amendment citizen birthright is about. They're even reinterpreting that. So like they have a history of looking back and saying, we're correcting the past harms. You're right. That was messed up. So we're going to hold you to that. You're going to be held accountable, and we're going to get reparatory damages for that thing. That's how they work over here. They could easily look back and say, you know what? Yeah, we were tripping. That was illegal. There you go. We're going to ruin your favor.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you at all. What I'm saying is there's a lot of things that happened, as I said earlier. Reparations is supposed to be for slavery. That's what everybody's saying, right?
No, it's more. No, nobody says that. No, Tariq, Yvette, Dr. Sandy Darity, nobody holds it just to slavery. That's false. Because if it's just slavery,
some people
that
say
means
slavery.
No,
Yeah,
that's false. Because nobody.
Some people do say slavery. What do you mean that's false?
Who? What? Okay, pull it up. I mean, you're saying
a lot of people say reparations is for specifically slavery.
Okay, true. Tell us. Okay, listen. Tethers also say FBA say something. They never point out who said it, bro. People can listen. What I'm saying to you. People can say what they want, but the people who are actively out, boots on the ground in these organizations, the Freedmen Societies, ADOS, and whatever organization FBA be aligning themselves with, there's no way. Fine, show me the website that's arguing for lineage-based reparations that limits it to just child slavery. You're not gonna find that. You're not gonna find it. Everybody say a continuity. Yeah, go ahead and Google it. Now, here's the thing about Googling. Say it correctly. Say modern lineage-based reparation organizations. Are they
the reparations case is built on what? Like what time period? It's going to say the continuity of slavery. A warrior. This is how we're added on. If it's slavery, we're not old shit. If it's slavery, we don't owe nothing. We're not owed anything. We're owed something because it's called the continuity of the ongoing practices that started with slavery. I know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'll Google it. I don't know. I don't disagree with you because I do. Have no idea. So we'll see.
Now that part I know. I don't know everything about reparations, but that part I know because I always ask myself, how am I owed if it's about slavery? And it was like, no, it's not about just slavery. It starts there, but it ends always now. It's a continuous thing. That's why mass incarceration is involved, school to prison pipeline, all housing discrimination, all this stuff is still involved. And this is how immigrants are not involved, because they will say, hey, well, we face housing discrimination. We face this, yeah, but we'll say, but it's not just that, it's a continuation. So what you have is a civil rights problem, right? So you got to take that up with civil rights court. You ain't not tied to reparations. Reparations is 1600s or 1800s all the way down to where we at today.
And what's the username for the legalese? What's the law student, the attorney who's here speaking? Is that no
where?
the other gentleman? There's three of us here. I'm True Warrior. I wonder who the username of the
Truth Teller. Truth Teller.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll just making sure.
All right. Let's see here. Well, it popped up ADOS, of course. Let's see.
Yeah. I'm gonna go back on mute.
Yeah, because ADOS popped it off. Everybody came after ADOS.
It's saying that they're specifically saying it's for chattel slavery. So hold on. I don't trust ChatGPT. So I'm going into ADOS.
If it's I don't know how you worded it.
There isn't one. But there's not one. There is not.
I know.
One. There's not.
I know.
There's not one. True Teller, you don't have to keep looking. There is not one
because none of us
or entity that's going to say explicitly for and exclusively for chattel slavery. There is not one.
Nah.
There is not one. There's not.
We won't be old. We won't be old if that was the case. They'll be cutting checks for our ancestors who ain't here.
Okay, so this is what ADOS is saying. They're actually they're vague on that part of it, but here's what they say on their page. At a minimum, the reparations package should prioritize cash payments totaling $20 trillion to American descendants of slavery, together with targeted policies and protections that redistribute measures will be ongoing and must remain in effect until, at the very least, the wealth gap between white Americans and ADOS is closed. Absent taking into account the absence of reparations for chattel slavery and the presence of accrued costs of its brutal 400-year legacy, the descendants of chattel slavery in the U.S. have been made to inherit a singular disadvantage in national life. The ethnic designation should accord with the criteria outlined in our presentation to the Office of the Management and Budget, and then it does give you a link to that. Additionally, the future studies or data collection of the U.S. government must disaggregate ADOS from the rest of the American. Okay, so this is them, doing the delineation thing that they were promoting a while back, and that they sent to the OMB, and that's pretty much all they say as far as what the reparations are for.
You got to go to the ADOS fact. It has a fact check on the website. You got to go to ADOS facts. Yeah.
Okay.
And they have questions. Then it's a question and answer thing.
Let's go here. ADOS fact check. Yeah.
I think it says ADOS reparation facts.
Let me do it that way. I'm not seeing anything on the website that says that, but let me Google that.
You said you didn't see it?
No, yeah, on the website, I didn't see anything as far as facts. I went to the About Us, the Black Agenda,
Well, I can tell you right now,
Reparation.
they have a whole publication, a book that was just published. I can assure you that redlining, Jim Crow, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, is all included in the justice claim being brought forward by ADOS. I can tell you that.
Okay, I think I found it. ADO's reparation facts. Yeah, I found it. It was on. It was weird. They had it on the About Us page. Kind of strange, but all right.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to find. I got lost a couple of times trying to find it, then I got lucky and found it.
All right, so they have the massacres, the convict leasing. So just like y'all said, they naming out all the stuff. This is under the section that says, what are the unique wrongdoings that merit reparations for ADOS? Slavery is up forced labor, inability to enslave patent or prosper from their innovations, mental, physical, and economic abuse, lack of body, the list of all the stuff. Land thefts, convict leasing. What are the lineage-based reparations and why do they matter? A lineage-based claim, most precise, legally sound ADOS reparations, just as certain unique genetic traits are passed down to ancestor. Okay, they're going into that. Chattel slavery established for our ancestors has been transmitted from generation to generation exclusively within our group. Our experience in America is inseparable from the event of slavery, its massive economic consequence, and enduring legacy. And so, in our political project of repair lineage, beginning with our ancestors who were first subjugated to chattel slavery, plundering nature is how we identify who bears the full measure of that cost. All right, so who qualifies? What will ADOS reparations include? Remedies must encompass comprehensive financial. Okay, they talk about the stuff. Land, mental health services,
Where you at?
reparations. The ADOS Advocacy Foundation. The
No, I'm saying like
ADOS reparations FAQs.
What question? What question you reading?
So sorry. That one I was just blew through was, what are lineage-based reparations and why do they matter? Who qualifies for ADOS reparations is what I was about to go into. And then what I just also went through was, what will ADOS reparations include? And
do you see where it says, where it says, what are the unique wrongdoings that merit?
Yeah, that's what I was reading earlier. I read that. Yeah, okay. That was the listing I was reading through. U.S. chattel slavery, forced labor.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so go to the very bottom where it says the enslaved throughout American history. It says the ADOS timeline.
Sorry, the bottom of that section or just the bottom of this page?
No, the bottom of this page. It talks about the enslaved timeline.
1600, start of slavery, 1700, Declaration of Independence, 1800, Emancipation Proclamation, 19 to present, Jim Crow, mass incarceration.
Told you.
Okay, it just says enslaved.
Is considered.
So they're considering all of that slavery?
All of that to the
every community group, every task force, every study, every commission, everything follows those same points. Everyone.
Good. So which time frame are we taking to court? All of it?
Yeah. That's what I said. It's a continuation.
And which law are we calling in question when we take all of it to court?
RICO. Shit, it could be RICO.
I like RICO, by the way. I'm not gonna lie, but I do like RICO because they apply it very easily to a lot of things.
So now the law, that's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This is a unique. This right here is as unique as the Holocaust. The Holocaust was a unique thing as well. Like look at their thing. How they end up getting paid. When do a country come to the rescue of another country and then force a foreign country to pay reparations? Like they had no dog in the fight, and they simply say, "Hey, you're going to pay these people." Like that was new. That never happened before. So what happened with us is also new. So a lot of things are going to happen that never happened before. Like everything about us, the freedom of slavery, the way we got freed, 1865, never happened before. Jim Crow, the way we got out of it, never happened before. Right. So like there's no like that's why look, I asked ChatGPT and not a couple AIs, like, what's the best solution? Like, do you sue institutions? You got people with different lawyers, different ideas. Yeah, they was like, yo, we don't know. Like, any one of those could work. They said you got to do it.
So court is at this point in time, because obviously we're not just saying court is our only option. So I'm not trying to pin that on anybody. I know for a fact, just speaking with other people that are in this, knee deep, they're not just talking about court either, right? They're talking about other things, putting pressure on organizations, putting pressure on other people.
Congress, Superior Court. So you, and then you also got the pressure of the people, right? You got the moral thing where you go to the people and see, hey, you bring an argument to the people and build pressure. Maybe foreign nations side, like the Civil Rights March, and they put pressure, hey, you gotta do right, things like that. But foreign nations, they talking about, no, pay us. It's like, no, y'all supposed to back us up, dummies. They come in.
We heard that one.
They came with, they came with their hand out. Like, yo, why's your hand out? The plan was you back us up. Yeah, so I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm saying like these are the different things that you got to go for, because maybe this one does it or this one does it, but you got to go. You got to. This is something that's new. You got to. Okay. Like, who knows what's going to do it?
So in that case, I do definitely agree. Not to say I didn't think we should take a shot at court. So I don't want nobody to think that. I didn't think we shouldn't take a shot at court. I just thought it was, it was basically a shot in the dark. I think the better shot is Congress. Problem with Congress is we don't know how to leverage ourselves against Congress just yet, which is why I was getting to the point we were talking about earlier. And that's where I'm like, we need to have more strategy built out for how do we leverage Congress to do what we want. And a lot of people just fall back on, hey, we need to get our money together. And this system won't allow that to have any leeway. We will never have enough money than the people who are paying against us. Even if we won the lottery.
Yeah, but why would that be the goal? Like, why? Like, there are 260 million white people, only 40, 50 million. Why will that's not even mathematically correct? Like, why would we ever be? No, the goal is just to close the wealth gap. It was never to,
Oh, no. I'm talking about leveraging Congress. People will say, hey, we need to get our money together in order to leverage Congress. My point is that's not a good way to go. There are other ways that we can leverage Congress is what I'm saying. I just don't want to spell them out while everybody listening to us. But that's what I'm saying. Nobody talks about that strategy. At least these folks never talk about that strategy. They'll just say, don't vote for them next time, as if that's a strategy to leverage Congress. Vote for somebody else. Problem is, if the person you voting for is on the same team as the person you're not voting for, what difference does it make, right? And then you do have the people who say, just stay out, don't vote for anybody who's not benefit you, which I do agree with, by the way. I agree with that 100%. But after a couple of election cycles, you sitting out won't have the same effect anymore. So then what do you do, right? So I'm just saying we need to have a better strategy on how we leverage Congress for what we want, not necessarily how everybody's approaching it right now. It's problematic.
Yeah, and then I'm saying that's the thing though. The thing is, who ranks the better strategies? Like, who can sit there and say, this strategy is number one, this is number two, and be definitive? It's like,
oh no, I don't think we should. I don't think we should approach it that. I think we should do all the above. Tell you the truth. That's why I wasn't making a case against doing court. I was just saying I don't know how viable it is, but you won't hear me say don't take it to court. There's a lot of things we can do with the results of a court case. So don't get me wrong. We might win, We might not win. We might find out some information that's real beneficial. We might learn a couple things about how people work, who's doing what, who's doing who. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying don't go to court.
Because the argument with institutions is that you get to see, like, you could even lose, but now you got their records. Like, you can see what plantation was tied to that. So, like, there's a strategy. So now that could be that right there could be for something. No, okay, look, okay, I knew we'd lose here, but now I got the books. Now I got all this information. I know the plantations. Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna use this for this over here.
Right. Yeah. So I get it. I'm not saying the court case, we shouldn't put energy into the court case. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying we can't just rely only on the court case. That's a long shot. There's got to be several things that we're working on at the same time. And after everybody says, hey, vote, everybody just says, all right, well, then that's where it stops. I'm just not going to vote, or I just won't vote for this person next election. And I'm like, then you just, the no voting thing will happen. Will be beneficial for a few cycles, right? But then there's certain things you're going to have to use with your vote to reestablish the value of it. Right. So if you sit out the election, let's say you sit out the election for 4 cycles, they're going to start to forget that you exist. You got to make sure they remember that you're still here. And there's certain things you're going to have to do in order to make them understand what the value of your vote is.
They're going to remember you're still here when you keep popping up at their meetings yelling out reparations. At some point.
Well, no, because if your vote's been out the system for 4 cycles, you popping up ain't going to change nothing. Unless you get one of the other parties, to support you. And if that's the case, that's a win. But that's what I'm saying. You have to do some. You do have to use your vote.
So then, okay. So then, why do they say this then? If that's true, then why do they say a non-vote, a couch vote is a vote for the Republicans? Like, so they're
trying to get you to vote. They're trying to get you to vote for them. They're not trying to get you. So what's happening is, all right, basically the country is split with all the other i.e. populations in the country. The only reason why the Democrats win is because of Black people. If Black people were to sit out, it'd be a close election with almost every election happening as far as nationally concerned. Locally different, of course, but nationally, it'd be a close election every single time. You would not know who's going to win. So that does help stir up the system when it's a close election. But after a certain point in time, both parties are going to consolidate. Maybe not on paper, but in their efforts. And when that happens, your vote won't matter anymore. So I'm not saying sitting out is not beneficial at first. It just can't be a long-term strategy. So then what do? You have to make sure they understand your vote has value. And I'm trying to say it as discreetly as possible. But what I mean is your vote can cause them pain. It's there and it could cause them pain. What that pain is, people got to figure that out when they build up strategies for how groups of people vote. And, a lot of people reference other communities and say, hey, this community gets this and this community gets that. And, they never take into context, what side they're talking about, right? So all I'm saying is we need to also leverage voting. We also need to, and differently than how we've been for the last 80 years. And we also need to leverage some other activities as well. Just like the OMB, going to these different organizations, these governmental organizations and incorporating some stuff, also going to hearings, also doing a lot of things, going to particular politicians' locations, their offices, sending them letters. Basically, we need to do all the above and then display the value of the vote. And we as a group need to get together and figure out the best strategy to do that. That's the only way it's going to work.
Yeah, because I remember even when that sellout Dr. Raymond Wimbush, when he was like advocating reparations, like back in 2014, and he was on a show where they were matter of fact, let me show you.
So this is before Adolf, and this is before Adolf and FBA, 3-4 years. I'm gonna show you what I watched way back in the day. So when people be like, "Yo, Tariq," no, I got books that I got on Facebook way before, years before Adolf and FBA. This was always an interest to me. That's why I'm gonna show you a video of this right here. This from right here, 16 years ago. Told you. I was panel. I was on this way before Adolf. I had 2 books on reparations. One was by him, Dr. Raymond Wimbush, and another one's from another guy. But I had both books. Now, I didn't know that they were, I didn't know any better, that the books was race-based. I didn't know. But look, this interview right here is what he did, and check it out.
Should America pay? Slavery and the raging debate on reparations. Good morning. Welcome to the Washington Journal program.
Morning, Steve.
But it's 16 years ago. This when I watched it. Matter of fact, I uploaded too, but YouTube had deleted my channel.
Should we pay?
Yes.
So that's one of the books I got. That's the book I got right there. I had it. That book, and I had another one.
American is apple pie, and there's a history of reparations to several groups in this country. The most recent, which we all know about, it was in 1988 under President Ronald Reagan, where this country paid $1.2 billion to the incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. So it's a consistent thread throughout American history and by international law as well.
Let me put one figure on the table. This is on page 313 of the book, in a series of conversations you did with people supporting and opposing the idea for education reparations, a budget of $128 billion.
Actually, those figures are small. We've got Richard America of Georgetown University, an economist, has said that the entire wealth in terms of unpaid labor by African Americans in this country is somewhere between $5 to $10 trillion. Another study that was done in Africa just a few years ago computed the entire cost of enslavement, extraction from Africa, minerals, everything, the entire colonialism, enslavement at $777 trillion. So we're not talking about small numbers here at all.
Shelby Steele, who's included in the book that you edited, says, quote, today, 70% of all black children are born out of wedlock. 68% of all violent crime is committed by blacks, most often against other blacks. 60% of black fourth graders cannot read at grade level, and so on. When you fight for a reparational uplift, you have to fit yourself into a victim-focused protest identity that is once angry and needy. You have to locate real transformative power in white society and then manipulate white guilt by seducing it with neediness and threatening it with anger. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Steele and opponents of reparations do is oftentimes fail to connect historical dots, how things that were lead to things that are. And I think with regards to the impact, we want to feel as a country that somehow enslavement has no contemporary impact on African Americans. In fact, it does. And so when we talk about crime rates, when we talk about out of wedlock births and so forth, we don't connect those dots. The other thing I think is that many conservatives have co-opted the use of the term victim. You can be a victim of a tornado and rebuild. Rosa Parks was a victim in Montgomery in the 1950s, but she did something about it. So I think that the idea of victimhood is something that we need to reconsider, and we try to do that in the book.
If you support the idea for reparations for descendants of American slaves, 202-585-3880. And if you support the idea of reparations for those African Americans, 202-585-3881. Our email address is journal@cspan.org. The numbers will stay on the bottom of the screen. John Van Dyke is asking the question, who should provide reparations for the descendants of American slaves?
Right. It's an excellent question. And those who would provide it are those who live in the country right now. One of the biggest oppositions I've heard about reparations as a scholar is that people will say, well, my grandparents didn't own slaves. I had nothing to do with slavery. Or I came over here, my parents came over here at Ellis Island a few 50, 60 years ago. The fact of the matter is that I had nothing to do with the incarceration of Japanese Americans, as I said earlier, but I had to pay part of my 1988 tax dollars for what this country had done to them. The country owed the Japanese Americans an apology, and they gave the apology along with compensatory measures.
Again, those who oppose the idea of reparations should call the number 202-585-3881. How do you track, though, who would qualify for these benefits?
It's not as hard as people think. One of the things that Congressman John Conyers has called for is a study, and he's been calling for this study since 1989. Preceding any reparations payment are national studies and sometimes international studies about who should be compensated and so forth. So Congressman Conyers' bill, H.R. 40, is something that groups like in COBRA, myself and others are lobbying for so that it can be, a study can be done. But given modern technology, it simply is not as difficult as people might think who should get reparations payments.
Who contributed to this book?
Several people. We had over 20 authors: Deidria Farmer-Pellman, Ya Santua Nzinga, a variety of,
Okay, so he said Farmer Pellman. All right, so these are names that a lot of Pan-Africans throw at me. Oh, reparations, we already did it, we already did it. So now I'm hearing all the names been thrown out. Now these guys, these names were like nothing burgers, you know. These guys.
I did notice something he mentioned, he didn't necessarily say, but even back then, we had somebody looking out for Africans. And you see how these tellers treat us,
right?
Man? Golly.
yeah. He and you heard him say, what the hell is this? Is that immigrant? Look at me for, man. You're the illegal, not me. I'm over here K-turn, like, yo, you know this is legal, right? I can K-turn. Like, he trying to look at me like I'm doing it. No, I'm an American citizen. I got my license the right way. This is called a K-turn. Yeah, but this guy, he disclosed in COBRA, and then COBRA was a nothing burger reparations organization that was running with race based. So I didn't watch this in a while, so I would love to. I'm trying to hear if he say so. Now he dodged that one. He said, "Well, who will get paid?" Oh, HR 40 said, "Us is easy. Oh, it's lineage based. The genealogical records, 1870 census. You see how we do that? FBA. That question is answered. He didn't answer.
Yep.
He said, "Oh, you know, a study." It's not that hard. Well, tell us how it's not that hard. Who's giving? Well, a study. Okay, dude, knock it off. Us, easy. 1870, 1866. Yeah, FBA. And that's all. And they'd be like, oh, okay. He dodged that question, and the audience were not satisfied.
Teachers, educators, scholars, lawyers, and so forth.
Brandywine, Maryland, good morning for Ray Winbush.
Morning. I wanted to make a couple of quick points. I think the idea of, I called on the support line, and I support the idea of some sort of recognition of the continuum of oppression and what the gentleman said earlier about what was affecting what is. But most importantly, I think the country needs to recognize that this is still a country where being white is an advantage. It always has been. That advantage is unearned. It has nothing to do with merit, hard work, or anything else. It has nothing to do with qualifications, which is always an issue where discussions of affirmative action take place. And there's something has to be done about that.
Thank you, caller. And let me read you this email from a viewer in Alabama, Michael Miller, who says, isn't affirmative reparation actions enough for these American Africans? We've lowered qualification standards so they get preferences in college. Possessing darker colored skin gets them hired despite inferior aptitude. What else could they ask for?
Now listen to these devils way back then. So now keep in mind,
man.
And now look, a chat, everybody panel, keep in mind, our ops, you see it 16 years ago. That's why, truth teller, I was there. That's why I did an interview to pull up. I watched this 16 years ago, right?
Wow.
I was there. I know that the only people were in our way were white people. There was no such thing as a tether or an African our way. It was only white people. Look, I highly doubt you're going to hear an African call up, but no nigga. So right now, these are all white people calling up, opposing. Oh, you're dark skinned. Oh man, you got DEI programs and you're not even qualified. Like that's their argument. Well, you're already getting into shit you're not qualified for. What else do you need? Like that was a white boy argue 16 years ago and earlier. Watch this.
Well, it's like I heard person the other day said that, you know, the United States recognizes it should do something, affirmative action being one of those things. It's ironic that two of the most vocal opponents against affirmative action during this past week, Clarence Thomas on his birthday last week opposed affirmative action, and George Bush, who was a legacy admit at Yale University when he went to school many, many years ago. Affirmative action has been cast as a racial issue, and in fact it's an issue simply saying extend the net further. And so there's a little bit of disingenuous about people who say that haven't these people gotten enough, because again I think Americans in general and white Americans in particular simply don't understand the history and their own connections both directly and indirectly to enslavement.
Good morning to Waterloo, Indiana.
Good morning. If by reparation you mean money payout, I'm very much opposed because this will just aggravate the whole divide. However,
Hey, white people were saying you're going to divide us. So family, you are hearing the reparations arguments and opposition before an ADOS FBI. Now, all these talking points you're hearing from white people, you're hearing Tethers repeat that today. The white woman said, oh, you're going to divide the country. You're divisive. Look at this shit.
Waterloo, Indiana.
good morning. If by reparation you mean money payout, I'm very much opposed because this will just aggravate the whole divide. However,
aggregate the whole divide.
I do think equal treatment for equal talents is a different story. And before you come up with any kind of conclusion, I think we're all going to have to get busy and do a bunch of family histories to confirm whether we were or were not.
Hey, that sounds like genealogy, right? Yo, see, look, this was yo, I'm telling you, they are gaslighting us, man. This is a white woman, common sense knowledge. You got to go to your genealogy record. She didn't say DNA test. She said genealogy. This is common sense. You know why she said that? Because she said, I ain't going to pay no dusty, musty African who just got here yesterday. My tax dollars ain't going. That's how she thinking. My tax dollars is not going to some musty, dusty African who just got here yesterday. That's why she said that.
I have some ancestors who came from Europe. I have other ancestors who lived in the South who didn't own slaves and moved away because of it. I have other ancestors
moved away. Stop it.
They moved away. Have to be able to substantiate.
Right. Yeah. White flight. White flight.
This might become very fashionable to be able to claim a black ancestor. It means you're going to get some money. So I think the whole situation needs to be analyzed very thoroughly.
Well, I agree with you, and I think that's why Congressman Conyers' H.R. 40 bill is so important in terms of doing a study on enslavement. But again, I think that one of the things you said that may not be true is that, you know, we have no responsibility connected to enslavement. Again, I repeat the example. I have indigenous people in this country, Cherokees, Choctaws, and others have gotten reparations, and in the form that they have gotten both in group and individual, I, as an American taxpayer, had to pay for that.
Next call is Cleveland, Ohio. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I want to thank Mr. Wimbush for his research and his determination in keeping this issue at the fore. I think the word Christian has been co-opted. The Christian Coalition, these people call themselves Christian, but they want to pick and choose the rights and the wrongs and use them for themselves to justify what they want. As far even as this war on terrorism, we have been, as African Americans, plagued by the Klan for 200 years. And then we went to Jim Crow and separate and unequal, and people don't know the history of the country. Oklahoma, back in the 1920s, the government, the whites in power, bombed the black areas as a show of white supremacy.
Well, I think what you said, especially your last point about Tulsa, Oklahoma, is very important. Even now as we speak, there are two major lawsuits taking place about reparations. One is being litigated by Charles Ogletree of Harvard University for the Tulsa, Oklahoma massacre that occurred in 1921. And the other one is taking place in federal court in Chicago, where Deidre Farmer Pellman, Conrad Will and the National Black United Front are suing some 30-something odd corporations for their complicity in enslavement of African Americans.
All right, so that's the woman, the Peltman lady. She went the institution route where she was trying to like look into the records, but yeah, like really, like she was. I think the issue with that was she had to prove that they owed her. Like, you know what I mean? Like she had to prove that she was owed by the institutions. I think, if I can recall, that was her problem.
Our guest is a native of Cleveland. He currently lives in Baltimore. Ray Winbush earned his doctorate and master's from the University of Chicago. He is currently a teacher at Morgan State University. This email from Bedford, Texas says, I'm a Caucasian who favors reparations for the descendants of slaves. The U.S. government does have a duty to pay reparations if for no other reason than they played a part in the slave industry via the constitutional provision, Property Clause, which was a concession to the South to end the Civil War, which allowed slave owners to keep their slaves. And one point that this viewer brings up is the slave diet, which was notoriously poor and affected generations in terms of certain illnesses.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we include in the book, Steve, is a discussion about the health consequences of enslavement. We know for a fact that American gynecology was founded on the experimentation towards African women and who were enslaved in this country, and those operations were performed without sterilization or anything else of that kind. I think that what we do in America, Michael Eric Dyson, the educator, says that when it comes to slavery, we may well be called the United States of amnesia. We don't want to remember slavery. We want to remember the Alamo. We want to remember the Maine and other things like that, but we don't want to remember slavery. We want to talk about it. And I think reparations will also be a healing for this country in terms of getting blacks and whites talking more logically and truthfully about enslavement in this country.
Lawton, Oklahoma.
Yes, if we're ever going to achieve true racial equality in America, we're going to have to eliminate all of these laws that favor or discriminate against anybody because of their race. Now, the black race is favored at the present time by...
Hey, you heard that? He's a...
I knew it was coming, Ron. I knew it was coming.
Oh yeah. He's opposing race-based reparations. And this guy and this Raymond Wilbus ain't gonna have no rebuttal to that one.
Number of laws, as is the Indians, and we need to eliminate all these laws that favor or discriminate because of race. Now, as far as slavery goes, it was a terrible institution, but most of the blacks who live in America today indirectly benefited from slavery by being brought to America and not left in Africa, where many of them would have starved to death, as many of them are still doing.
Well, this is not as amazing as some of your listeners.
Right now, can you imagine if he said it to us today? We'd be like, who you calling African? Like African.
He took a shot
African
at
weird.
all the Africans. He took a shot at all the Africans at the same damn time.
Now look, and they be telling us that we got no smoke for them. You got no smoke for them. that was them putting y'all on TV with flies around your head, not Foundation Black Americans. That was a white team man. When they demonize us publicly, we always had smoke for them back. Elijah Muhammad is a Foundation Black American. He is known for calling a white man the devil.
The devil.
Okay.
On network TV.
Right. and that went global. You see Africans calling the devil. You see you hear even you have white parents calling certain people, whites that they disagree with, the devil. And you have it in comedy, the devil, the whitey devil. So our clapback always been there, either physically or back with the wordplay. So why would y'all think we won't call you a tether? Right? What in our DNA that you thought that we won't come up with a name for y'all? We got the white man who y'all fear the most. We made the world call him the devil. When we say, you be like, who did that? The devil? You know two options, right? It's either the Bible devil or the white man devil. You already know.
And in most cases, it's the same person.
Right. Same person. Right. So I don't know how they thought the disrespect they gave us, no name was going to follow. Y'all try goddamn rabbit mind. But look at this guy. He said they were starving out there, Africans. And today we like, what they got to do with us? Like, we talking about us.
You might believe that people actually have said to me, well, isn't it good that we were enslaved since we were brought from a continent that was undergoing poverty? And again, it shows that
all right, so be careful. He's going to talk about Timbuktu and all this kush shit.
the lack of understanding of African history and African American history. The fact of the matter is that civilizations such as Timbuktu, Songhai, and Ghana were flourishing beyond that of Europe during the Middle Ages, and that people want to forget about that and somehow jump to the incredible conclusion somehow slavery was good for African Americans. Again, I think that this is mostly based on an ignorance of American history as well as African history, which we all need to deal with.
Where is your family from?
Okay, so when I watch this, and you can see right now he's not doing bad, but if you hear his talking points now, bro, you won't even believe this. You won't believe the same guy. Yeah, he hates FBA Adolf, bro. Hate.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
really?
Hate.
But he's
hate.
He's literally using the info that we. How can he hate people that agrees with him?
Bro,
That's crazy.
Listen, if you hear him today, he sound like the callers. He took on the spirit of the callers, yo.
He got to be what, in the 70s now, right? He's a boomer. No?
Got it. Yeah.
16 years ago.
Hates.
Okay.
Yeah, probably 65, 70. Yeah. This guy hates FBA Adolf talking points of reparations. Hates it. He hates lineage based. He still argues for race based till now. Now in the 2020s, he argues for race based. A case that cannot be won nowhere in this country.
I know why, because he's Pan-African. That's why that's the only way he can include them. That's why.
So, he's you nailed it. He's Pan-African.
My mother is from Kentucky. She was great-granddaughter of a slave owner in Kentucky. My father was relatives are from Pennsylvania with roots in Virginia.
This email from a viewer who said, I'd be for reparations if the Supreme Court did not just say it's legal to discriminate against white people.
Well, it's amazing those who are opposing, quote, discrimination against white people somehow have gotten religion about the racial past of this country. The fact of the matter is that, as Clayton and Bird have said in their book, American Health Dilemma, only about 11% of the time that African Americans have spent in this country have been, quote, free. The vast majority of this country's history has been based on overt discrimination and violence towards black folk. I mean, that's just a historical fact. And I think that now what we're trying to, believe is that somehow, as one of the callers said earlier, that there's a meritocracy here, that people get what they want because of hard work. In fact, that simply is not true. Discrimination still reigns in this country relative to African Americans, and it's something that's part of the very culture of this country.
Harper Collins is the publisher of the book Should America Pay? Our guest is Ray Winbush, who is the editor of this 325-page book, and we'll get a call from New York City. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Winbush.
Good
I
morning.
would like to say thank you, first of all, for your very articulate discussion. And I would like to say as well, as an African American, I lived in Switzerland for 10 years, and I found it very interesting how Europeans, in particular, were more educated about the issues of the Africans in America and the issues within America as far as slavery are concerned, and where African people actually come from with reference to the Americas and the different parts of the world.
Why do you think that is, caller?
I believe it's because it's like he said, America wants to have a collective amnesia, and we have not been properly educated in this country about slavery, about how Africans arrived in America, and what actually transpired after that. We pretended that we just came from slavery. Our history books, as far as we were taught in Texas, where I grew up, there was probably 2 paragraphs about it, and that was the end of history as far as black Americans knew. We were never articulate about it. We were never informed. We had no defense. So we're at the mercy of people like the gentleman who called 2 calls ago and said that he feels that blacks got a better deal coming from Africa and being drowned on ships and treated in the most dehumanizing manner.
We'll
but
get a
we can
response.
obsess about the Israel question and what happened to the Jews with the German Holocaust.
No, I agree with the caller 100%. I think that, again, I was a member of a delegation that went to the World Conference Against Racism a couple of years ago in South Africa, and groups like December 12th out of New York and other groups, it was amazing to see Europeans talking about African history and African American history better than most Americans could and did. And I think that it's perhaps educational systems. We want to talk about the dumbing of America, but I'm really, as an educator, appalled at the lack of knowledge that we have about our own country, and particularly the history of African people in this country.
Along those lines, this is an email from Robert who says, Mr. Winbush, I am an African-American man and have been doing my family history. What I found in the archives of this country confirmed that my ancestors were slaves in North Carolina. I think that doing family research is a great way to find out who should receive reparations. Still, some people find it hard to let us find our ancestors by denying us access to records.
I couldn't agree with the caller more. One of the things that has just thrilled me as I've gone across this country with the book is to see African Americans who have collected incredible data, put it together, synthesize it, and can present an articulate story about their cases. There's many people who have written me, we have, and others, and that research is what's going to get reparations for African Americans in this country, and I believe that it's going to happen within 5 to 10 years as well.
Our guest has his own website, which is linked through cspan.org. It's RaymondWinbush.com. Next is a call from Romeo, Michigan. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. Am I coming through all right?
5 to 10 years. What are you saying? 5 to 10 years?
I didn't hear it.
I know he said I know he didn't say reparations in 5 to 10 years from that time. Let me see.
Raymond Winbush is the author of this book, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations.
Which part is this?
Good morning. Welcome to the Washington Journal program.
Morning, Steve.
Should we pay?
This part 3?
Yes.
Dang, what part is this? I don't even know. I lost part. Hold on. Dang, it just showed me. How I get back to 1?
Okay.
There we go.
I think that this thing could have many threads. Let me mention a few of them. I think there was a gentleman sitting where you are who wrote a book on C-SPAN. I think it was prior to the 2000 election. He's sitting right where you are. Didn't he write a book? He would mention the remunerations and Conyers. Do you remember the gentleman?
We have talked about this in the past.
May have been Randall Robinson.
Anyway, I think that prior to the 2000 election, this has 1,000 threads. You know, as a World War II veteran, why couldn't men who were killed and injured sue the Jews for money for saving them in World War II? Or we could go back and do our history and find many instances. But a monetary remuneration, I wouldn't be in favor of, but if you could specify excellent education for black youth, I'm all for it.
If I understand the question, I think, again, that we need to really understand how reparations are a part of international law and a part of the law in this country with regards to certain groups. In fact, after you do the research and do the study, you will actually probably ask the question, why haven't Africans in America actually gotten reparations? Because so many other groups have. And not only again,
Africans in America. You heard this guy?
Yeah, he's actually said it a few times already. I've been listening.
After World War II, the Nuremberg trials looked at, and many people that were Jewish and part of the Holocaust received reparations. There are lawsuits currently being prosecuted in South Africa for the evils of apartheid. And this is going to happen in this country right now. It's really a global movement that is very well articulated and very well legislated, as well as very well litigated.
All right. So part 3.
Is that okay?
Go ahead. Is that what?
I was going to ask, you can get that he's Pan-African, but is his play on a world initiative to get reparations for Africans too, or is it to get leverage on the U.S. from the world? Like which
Let's
way?
see if they ask that question.
Slaves.
Let's see if that question is asked.
Let me go back to your earlier point about those Japanese Americans who were interred in California and elsewhere during the height of World War II. It's been almost 140 years since the end of the Civil War. How do you administer something like this? How do you determine who gets what? Where does the process begin?
Well, it's the exact same way that we have broken treaties in this country with indigenous groups, the Choctaws, the Sioux, Cherokees, that go back even before the end of slavery. Some of these broken treaties go back as much as 200 years. But the administration is what has occurred with those groups, and the same thing can occur with Africans in America.
But specifically then, how do you determine who gets what?
Well, that's again, I keep referring to Congressman Conyers' bill, and that's why it's so important. He has said that we should set up a commission that would be funded by not that much money, about $8 or $9 million, that would study the impact of enslavement, as well as who gets the money, as well as the theory about whether or not it should go to groups of people, individuals, or both. And I really believe that it's going to go for like funds as well as individuals. It depends on the study, and it's almost premature to ask the question unless we have funded a study like that. And this is one of the things we try to do.
He don't know. All right. So the white, you see, the white guy was like, okay, who gets paid? The white guy like, who gets paid? Yeah.
Why
so
would
now,
he
didn't want to.
I think his Pan-Africanism made him biased because it's not hard to identify. Even back then, my mother was doing historic. Like my mother, you know, she would go to the library and look at the strips. You know, the thing that strips from back in the day. She did a family tree for her project in college. So she did that in the 90s. So how can this guy not be aware of the information being out there?
But the white lady even said it. She said genealogy, and the other white guy said, well, it can't be race because you'd be reverse discrimination, or you heard him. So you had two options out there. It's race or genealogy. Like, what other way? Oh, this study by Senator Conyers, Congressman Conyers, his study is, they're like, yeah, but the study is going to reveal either a race or some genealogical records. It's not rocket science if they trying to tell the guy. He keeps, and I believe this. He already, in Cobra already suggested race-based claim, right? So I believe he didn't want to say that because he knew they'd be like, oh, hell no. Reverse discrimination, that's against the 14th Amendment Equal Protection Clause. I believe he knew they would go there and he didn't want to say it. Okay. And I think that's why he just bullshitting right now. Let me run a little more. Let's have some laughs while he dies this question. Now, this question would be easy for us. What do you mean who gets it? Foundation of Black America, or at that time, Black Americans who could trace their lineage to this census. That's all. Because this census was documented of people who were enslaved. You feel me? Relatives and blah, 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 blah. So if you could trace this back, it's that easy.
He said it earlier when he first opened up in the first video, descendants of slavery. He said it. So why suddenly now he don't? In the beginning, yeah.
Our guest is a native of Cleveland. He currently lives in Baltimore. Ray Winbush earned his doctorate and master's from the University of Chicago.
Don't do that.
He is currently
Put that out of there.
a teacher at Morgan State University. This email from Bedford, Texas.
He was referencing us.
Who favors reparations for the
Black
descendants
Americans.
of slaves. The U.S. government does have a duty to pay reparations if, for
Wait,
no other
in this
reason
letter?
than they played a part in the slave industry via the
He's going to say it. I don't know if it's in
Property
a letter.
Clause, which was a concession to the South to end the affected generations in terms of certain illnesses.
Absolutely, and one of the things that we include in the book, Steve, is a discussion about the health consequences of enslavement. We know for a fact that American gynecology was founded on the experimentation towards African women and who were enslaved in this country, and those operations.
Okay, African women who are enslaved in this country. See, that right there, white people know, like, okay, listen, that's not going past white people. They're like African people who were enslaved in this country, and there's a whole continent of these African people. Who should get paid? We want to know who. You keep saying African and American. There's also Africans in Haiti. There's Africans in the Caribbean. There's Africans in Brazil. There's Africans in Africa. Who should get paid? Let us know. Like, white folks wanted to laugh their ass off. That's why I keep asking, who should get paid? We know what you're implying. you're implying all Africans, right? So we want to hear you just say it, so we can laugh our ass off. That's all they waiting for. Just say it. And he's filibustering. Let's get back to this.
Indigenous group, the Choctaws, the Sioux, Cherokees that go back even before the end of slavery. Some of these broken treaties go back as much as 200 years. But the administration is what has occurred with those groups, and the same thing can occur with Africans in America.
But specifically then, how do you determine who gets what?
Well, that's again, I keep referring to Congressman Conyers' bill, and that's why it's so important. He has said that we should set up a commission that would be funded by not that much money, about $8 or $9 million, that would study the impact of enslavement, as well as who gets the money, as well as the theory about whether or not it should go to groups of people, individuals, or both. And I really believe that it's going to go for like funds as well as individuals. It depends on the study, and it's almost premature to ask the question unless we have funded a study like that. And this one of the things we try to do in this book is try to advance the discussion on who gets the money.
I'm not sure if you can put this in terms of numbers, but how many slaves did we bring into this country?
Oh my God, the late historian John Henry Clark says we must begin the count at 30 million. One of my former professors, John Hope Franklin, said it's at least 40 million people. I estimate, in terms of extraction out of Africa, somewhere between 40 and 50. At the time of the emancipation, there were approximately 3.5 million Africans in this.
Okay, let me say this.
How does that make sense?
Not at all. Like, he's saying the most dumb shit ever. There's no again, that's mythical. This whole 30 million dying now, the middle class, that's all bullshit. That's mythical. He can't prove that. That's a Pan-African doctrine, right? 12 to 15 million.
Yes.
We're left.
Wait,
now,
he went from 30 to 40, but then there's only 3 million here. Like, why are we talking about the people who ain't here?
Okay, that don't do that. What are you doing? No. Yeah, so the 30, this fucking guy, man. Don't do that. Leave that ball alone. You threw over the gate, and I didn't get you for that. Don't touch that. You threw over the gate, remember? This at the park, it's gated, like from the soccer field to the basketball court, and there's no way to get like these illegals be illegally jumping over the damn gate to play soccer, and nobody says shit to them. Now I remember, bro, believe me, I'm black, right? When I come to the park, if it's supposed to open at a certain time, I came here like 30 minutes too early. A coon come out, it's probably Jamaican, come out to the end door. No, it's not open yet. But these guys are allowed to jump over. They bring the trash can to the gate. They climb on the trash can. They jump over. I mean, the whole setup is illegals. And then they go play soccer illegally, and nobody says one thing to them, bro. Yeah, they so deep. It looked like I had to park somewhere else. That's why it's K-turning, by the way, because the parking lot is packed with these illegals, and nobody say shit. They're on the soccer field playing illegally. Nobody comes out and say shit. But if I come here 30 minutes too early, hey, no, can't play.
Country at that time, and that was 200 years. So the estimates are very, very difficult. You know, the best guesstimate is somewhere between, in this country alone, somewhere between 10 and 15 million people.
And how many?
What the?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that math though. How does it go from 10 to 15 million people, but there's only 3 million of us at that time? Okay, man, I ain't entertaining these damn tellers.
Okay, go there.
He's a teller.
So what he's doing is all of the extraction from Africa, because that's 10 to 15 million. That's the only number that makes sense what he's saying. He has to be including all of that, the diaspora. And white people are not dumb. They're sitting here like, okay, 3.5 came out of slavery, 3.5 to 4, 380,000 came to America. Where's this 10? And there's at this point, he's talking, it's 30 million. You know how many of us? 35 million. So they're looking like, yo, this ain't adding up. And they're like, yo, I think he's including all of those who came out of Africa, and that ain't our problem. You dig? And he's just making a fool of himself at this point.
African Americans today in the U.S., approximately.
Estimates are very, very difficult. You know, the best guesstimate is somewhere between, in this country alone, somewhere between 10 and 15 million people.
And how many African Americans today in the U.S., approximately?
Probably 85% of Africans in America today had ancestors who were enslaved.
Africans in America today. Yeah, hey, I want y'all to see how he deliberately frames it that way. We're just Africans in America.
Africans in America. Oh.
But you know what? But part one, he was saying African Americans, and then he gradually went to Africans in America. Like, this is a piece of shit. And believe me, white folks looking like, they looking like, hey, but we don't owe Africans in America. That's what he said. What percentage of these folks? 85%. They're like, all right, look. What he could be arguing, he could literally be arguing Africans and American. Not even FBAs. ADOS. He really could be arguing Africans in America. So whatever. So now there's what, 3 million of them? No, a couple 100,000, right? So he could be arguing 85% of those 200,000 deserve reparations, but nobody foundational, nobody a descendant of, chattel slavery in America. Like, I have no idea what he's arguing. Nobody does. The white folks confused. The host is confused. Everybody, I'm still confused. Dude, 85% of Africans and American. And how do you get that percentage? Where that percentage come out of?
Stover, Missouri, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
My question to Mr. Winbush, do you and your group plan to go after the other slave trading countries, namely the Brits, the Dutch,
yes,
Spaniards, the Portuguese, those countries that was really involved in the slave trade and helped bring the slaves to this country?
Absolutely. In fact, there was a meeting just about a month and a half ago in Amsterdam, and there are lawsuits that are pending now that are going to be.
This dude said, the white dude, I gotta clip this up, I gotta clip this up. The white dude said,
did
are
a
you gonna...
misdirect? And he
oh
followed.
My God. He set him up. So basically, this is an international UN nothing burger. This dude said, absolutely. We got something right now in Amsterdam.
Prosecuted in the next 2 years against England, France, Portugal, Germany for Southwest Africa, known as Namibia. So these suits are all.
So he's arguing. So it's a Pan-African bullshit thing. So the white guy got him to be honest. Like, be honest. You're campaigning for all Africans, right? Yeah. Hey, Yogi, come over here.
Over the world, literally, at this point. So to answer your question is absolutely.
Boston, good morning.
Good morning. I have a question.
So he's going. So he said he need a study. Look at this crazy dude. He need a study. So American slavery is so difficult. There needs to be a study. But he's also going after international, bro.
National.
You'll be
no study,
bro. With no study.
For the, Mr. Winbush, everything you're saying, I agree with you. I'm not racist or anything, but white folks seem to forget that we black folks paved the way in this country. We practically built this country up from the cotton fields to
foundational.
The and if I know you probably visited Boston before, Boston has a history of African Americans, migrating from the South.
Yeah.
But my thing is that I know a little bit of history of Lincoln when he, was the one that helped free the slaves. But I'm kind of nervous, but my thing is that where is our 40 acres and a mule Lincoln promised us?
Well, it's interesting. Very quick response to that is that between January of 1865 and April of 1865, which was the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, some 400,000 acres of land were actually distributed to some 40,000 freedmen. Of course, with the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, his successor, Andrew Johnson, took all of that land that had been distributed by Sherman and others and gave it back to the plantation owners that actually owned the slaves that they were supposed to be giving the land to. So again, I think part of this is us really trying to read and understand history. And I think that most people would be very surprised at the linkages that even now exist with regards to enrichment of insurance companies. One of the things I've learned is how Africans in this country, almost every major railroad in this country, and they are being sued right now in Chicago federal court, were built by Africans, literally
Africans.
What they call convict labor as well as slave labor for little or nothing. It was not all Africans worked on plantations, but plantation owners actually lent their slaves to railroad companies so that they could be built.
2 emails. There is no raging debate on reparations in this country. It will never happen. This country has no responsibility to hand out money to black people. What you should be doing is working on cutting the rate of black children born out of wedlock, cutting down on crime of
Sounds like a
people,
tether.
seeing that black children have a father and a mother in a home, and seeing that every black child gets a good education. That from a viewer in Arizona, and also this from
Definitely conservative.
Marriott, who says, please ask Mr. Winbush if he really believes handing money to some blacks will end the out-of-wedlock births, STD high rates, sexually transmitted diseases, especially for HIV, AIDS, which blacks account for 50%.
Sounds like the 4 H's.
And other black-on-black crimes.
Well,
no, he did the conservative part.
People write
they did
like that and say things like that. What's amazing is how we would go.
Man, that talking point was that Charlie Kirk. Man, it was Charlie Kirk before Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, man. Yep.
Charlie Kirk before Charlie Kirk. Yo, that had to be Jared Taylor right there.
We could go to Northern Ireland right now and talk about Catholics and how they are just irresponsible people. Or if it would be like going to Kosovo right now, or for that matter, something even more relevant, Iraq right now, said these people are just lazy, they don't know how to run their country, they have out-of-wedlock births, and look at their economy, it's all in shatters. Not understanding history. And I'm not a historian, but I know for a fact that anybody who reads a good book on black history in this country will understand why the conditions in the African American community are the way they are now. But most people simply have not done that. I, as an African American, have had to read about George Washington throwing dollars across the Delaware River, or how Lincoln freed the slaves supposedly. But I was not required to know who Marcus Garvey was. I was not required to learn who Martin Delaney was. And most white Americans don't have to read anything about African and American history, and I think that's something that does them a disservice.
He named a slavery book.
Garberville, California.
A scammer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Winbush. I guess I would support reparations, except for the idea that two points. The gentleman earlier mentioned other slave trading nations, most of them European, but the truth is there was also Africans involved with slave trade. There was
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Had slaves themselves.
Fat back, Whitey.
Only white people. And another point that's a really major one is what about?
Yeah, we will cook that.
Wasn't, like you said, supposedly Lincoln that freed us of thousands of them, including my ancestors who died.
Oh,
who
shit.
Didn't own slaves at all.
Yeah, the best answer I could give to that, and it's the truth, was, of course there were Africans who owned slaves. There were indigenous people who scouted for Custer at Little Bighorn. I recently saw the film The Pianist, in which Jews, as we know, helped place people in the Warsaw Ghetto. And we know that there were some Japanese Americans who helped process their own fellow countrymen during their incarceration during World War II. But certainly we wouldn't blame Jews for the Holocaust. We wouldn't blame the slaughter of Indians on Sioux. And we certainly wouldn't blame Japanese for their incarceration. So why should we blame Africans for their own enslavement? The fact of the matter is that European chattel slavery was going to happen with or without the cooperation of a tiny minority of Africans on the continent.
Oh,
so,
shit,
I think
tiny.
it's a straw man when we raise arguments such as that.
What happens next?
What happens next is that there's going to be a series of lawsuits that are going to be taking place at the government as well as the corporate level. I hope to see Congressman Conyers' bill, H.R. 40, pass, and I think that you're going to continue to see the movement grow even bigger than it is right today.
Dr. Winbush is the editor of this publication, Should America Pay? Slavery and the Raging Debate on Reparations, a series of articles on the issue published by HarperCollins. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Steve.
There you go. Now, back like 16, 17 years ago, that was my Yvette Tariq Nasheed. Like I would play that shit to every white person I know. My uncle had a white friend, and man, I went over there. I just met the guy. Like, listen to this. I played this to him. You know, of course, he was against reparations. Oh shit, yo. But yeah, man, that right
Have
there,
you ever
bro.
heard anybody give a good reason to be against it? I've never heard like a legit logical reason. It's all, it kind of spirals out. When they hear themselves give their reason and it don't make sense to them, and then it just kind of spirals out to how I feel.
Yeah. Charlie Kirk said, it's been too long ago, man. It's too long ago. He said, nah, yeah, that's it.
But this dude spirals out to how I feel. He's a problem. Jesus Christ, he's a problem.
Yeah, and you gotta hear.
A problem. You say he's still around?
Bro, yeah, listen, man. Wait, all right, let me play the guy. Let me see if I got it. Yeah, you're gonna be. I hope that I didn't upload it because some of y'all like, he ain't do too bad. Wait till you see this shit right here though. The follow up on this guy. Hopefully I didn't upload it because damn, he's gonna look bad. Hopefully it's not here. Don't be here, please. Yes, I didn't upload it. Good. So he ain't gonna look too bad. Yeah, I didn't upload it. Good. Sheesh. You want to talk about some old crazy talking stuff, man? Yeah, he ain't there. At least not on this channel. Hold on. Let me see if it's on. Let me see if it's on. Unbiased Ron. So I will play it occasionally, so I don't know which video, but one of my videos actually played it. I kind of know which. I played them a couple times. But let's see if it's over here first. Man, you got lucky. I didn't upload them. Hey, what's the Marcus Garvey guy? Hey, if you're here, call in. You could talk to True Teller. Did you hear that convo with me and the Marcus Garvey guy?
No, I don't think so. What did he say?
2 days ago.
It was early. No, I didn't hear it. I actually missed it. I started listening when y'all started talking, but I didn't get to hear y'all out.
Yeah, man. Oh my God, bro. You want to talk about?
I know they fight.
Bad.
I know they be fighting. And then, oh no, I did. Yeah, I think maybe I did. Was it the weird guy? He was basically a tether. He was from somewhere else, and he just kept saying he didn't know about that. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Was that him?
God, it might have been. Sound like his ass. It's like, so you didn't know about it, you didn't hear about it, but I'm telling you, this is, you can, how you want to do this? You did, because you even got John Ray Clark admitting to some of this stuff. So it's like, yeah, how you want to do this? Man, yeah, do you know John Ray Clark don't talk about Garvey stock sales at all? Like, and all, he got hella lectures about Marcus Garvey, and none of the lectures that I watched, about 5, 6, none of them covered, because you know I'm watching all of them, because I'm a cook, John Ray Clark. None of the lectures. Good job. Okay, get ready. We can go home since it's getting cold. None of his Marcus Garvey lectures. None of his Marcus Garvey lectures. He covered Garvey selling stocks. Never, not one time. I mean, you want to talk about? That's why I said John Ray Clark's a piece of shit historian.
Yeah,
so you're not going to.
And they try to cover it up, like, oh no, they did it to him. I think that dude you was talking to tried that. Oh, you know how they be with the law. I'll be like, he represented himself in court, sir. He said it out loud and convicted himself.
Right, like what? Like, dude. Oh, no, but the government got away, brother. There's hella people. Hey, bro, Dred Scott went to court, man. Way before, white supremacy was worse during Dred Scott, during Biddy Mason. This is 1854. Like, you got no rights a white man is bound to respect. They could have hung him. And he in court. You're doing it the right way. You dig? Oh, so don't tell me about the America going making you say something, bro. Stop. Biddy Mason won her case. Dred Scott didn't. Biddy Mason won her freedom through court. Dred Scott didn't. California, she was there. He was who knows, Virginia somewhere. He lost. She won. And mainly because his case was federal, her case was state. She won hers. And California was a free state. So don't give me that you go to court and the white man make you say some stuff. Like, dude, that's not what we do in court. Are you dumb? We go to court and argue our case. What are you talking about? Yeah, Marcus Garvey went to court and admitted. And like, yo, most Pan-Africans, that's why I say I'm a Garveyologist, most Pan-Africans don't know more than me. And they don't know that the court did them dirty, bro. They have no idea that most of the charges were dropped. If they were going to do it, so if he had 12 counts, right? 3 stuck. So if they were going to do him dirty, why didn't all of them stick or majority of them, right? It looks like a kind of a fair trial to me. You got 12 counts, only 3 stuck, and you're saying that these are white supremacists that want to do you dirty? Then why not make all 12 stick? And I'm throwing out 12. I don't know if it's 12, but it was a lot, and majority of them got thrown out. Okay, I do know that. Marcus Garvey confessed that he did everything I said he did, and he tried to say that his only defense was that, oh, it's unfortunate because it wasn't his intention. So he scammed Black Americans, but that wasn't his intention. Now I didn't want to give him that because he didn't earn that. But I'm gonna tell y'all that Marcus Garvey did not deny scamming us. He tried to say that wasn't his intent. He knew about Liberia couldn't happen, and he knew about the stock sales. Right? He didn't own the ship. He confessed to that. What he said was that wasn't his intent to scam Black Americans. He loved Black Americans. He really wanted this to work. That was his his rebuttal. Like, so take it easy on him. Like, he wasn't like, whatever, dude. So miss me with all that. He hired a foundational Black American at first, lawyer, who was like Johnny Cochran of his day. Fired his ass and now let me represent myself. I got this, nigga. So you like, you sure? Like, all right, Tether, do you? You know, I'll see you that you'll be selling away soon. Garvey dumbass didn't know if he get convicted, he's deported. Dumbass. So he always wanted to be on a ship, right? Yeah. Selling somewhere, right? Was it his dream to be on a ship selling?
He thought he was gonna be able to stay.
Hey, yo, was it his dream to be on a ship selling somewhere across seas, right? He got it. They put him on the ship and they sold his ass across the seas. Right to Jamaica. No, but get out from there.
Well, I mean, he couldn't go to Liberia. Where did you expect him to go?
Right. Yeah. So you Garveyites, you gotta hold the L. It's better to just hold the L. Like when y'all say Tariq Mac lessons, we don't be like, no, he wasn't. We be like, yeah, he did the Mac thing. He admit to it, and we move on. See, it's when you don't admit to it, it gets bad for you. You dig? You know what I mean? Yeah, Tariq did the dating thing. How to be a player type shit. He did that, and he admits to that, and he's not ashamed because what's wrong with that? You got a whole movie by Bill Bellamy called "How to Be a Player." Like that was the thing. You dig? There was a space for that. He was on was that MTV or some shit doing the same thing? Yeah, man. That was the wave of the time. Mac lessons, how to be a Mac, all that stuff. I'm the meaty Mac Daddy. I'm the meaty. Their name was Mac Daddy Mac. That was the wave. You dig? The game is to be sold, not to be told. You dig? All that fancy babble. That was the wave at the time. But nobody's gonna be like, nah, Tariq ain't write no book about Mac lessons. All right, yeah, okay. He wrote a book about Mac lessons when he was in that space, when that's what he was on 1,000 years ago. You dig? Yo, listen, hey, yo, truth tell, you don't know this, but bro, I got hip to Tariq Nasheed during the knockout game because he had a debunk video of the knockout game. So family, I said this story many times, but if you haven't heard the story, let me tell you how I got introduced to Tariq Nasheed. The knockout game was going around, circulating throughout America. Oh, these Black Americans knocking people out. Oh, white folks. Oh my God. They so and they're animals. It was two people, bro. Two people made a debunk video of the knockout game, exposing it. It was Tariq Nasheed and another black guy. Yes. Okay, get on your bike. Get on your bike. So check this out. Truth teller in chat. So what I did was any, mini, mighty, like I just happened to pick Tariq Nasheed video first. Just pure luck. Pure luck. It was two dudes with a video exposing the knockout game being propaganda. Tariq Nasheed video and another guy. I just any, mini, mighty, mo clicked Tariq Nasheed video. And it was so factual. Because I believe the knockout game was real, like by the media. Let me make sure my shit's still sharing. Okay, so I believed it. You feel me? So his video was so detailed, and he exposed a lot of those knockouts were in London. They weren't even in the United States. I was like, oh shit.
I remember that. Yeah, they were. They weren't even here. Just
yeah.
They weren't even us. That's right.
Now put them down. It's not yours. No, that's somebody else's. Put that down. Where you get them from? Okay, put in your pocket. No, not use it. Put in your pocket. Yeah, he found some gloves, and I don't think they his. He trying to trick me. So he made a video exposing the knockout game was fake, unrelated, and it had nothing to do with like America. A lot of them were in London somewhere. So I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, wow. Now this is during his return of the Mac days, you dig? He was on this shit. So now he's exposing the knockout game where he was still spitting game, right? So he was always everything in one. Oh, he was this, and now he's conscious. Yeah, okay. Explain the knockout game. No, leave the ball alone because he was in his Mac lessons at that time, right? So I'm like, wow, who the fuck is this guy? So I start to watch his past. So he was a Ustreamer. He was on Ustream. So I used to watch his Ustream. Now I'm a guy. I keep telling you guys, I'm a researcher. I'm a binge watcher. So while he was producing like up-to-date Ustreams, I would go back and watch all of the old ones and catch all the way up. So I literally watch all of his Ustreams. So at that time, people didn't like him way back then. Way back then, he had ops. Oh, he that. No FBA, no ADOS, no delineation. They hated him way back then, right? And I'm like, why do they hate this guy so much? Oh, he hate black women. I'm like, okay, y'all lie because in his Ustreams family, if y'all know, he would hang up on the men so fast. Like ladies calling, he always preferred ladies during his Ustream days. He always preferred the ladies to call in. If you was a guy, you had about 5 seconds. Click, click. Ladies call in, ladies. I'm telling you, that was his whole show. So they were lying, saying he disrespect black women. I'm like, when, where, what are you watching? So, family, way back then, I was defending Tariq. Like, yo, show me. I said, yo, I watched all of his videos. Give me one. Give me one video. He disrespect black women. Give me one. Of course, they couldn't find one. Because I watch all them shits. I binge watch all of them up to date. So I seen this whole transition. I seen where he was like funny, you know, who remembers when he reenacted DMX on I Fix My Life, Ayalana. Yo, that shit was the funniest stuff I heard in my life, yo. Because at the time, he's new to me. So he did the DMX. Yo, I'm down DMX. Yo, that was so funny. I was hollering. I'm like, who is this guy? So Tariq won me over by being funny, entertaining, and debunking the knockout game. I didn't know it from Mac Lessons. So whoever known from that, you know, shout out to you. But I didn't know Tariq for Mac Lessons. I knew Tariq Nasheed from being funny and exposing the knockout game. That's all. The DMX Yolanda, that was so hilarious, man. So I go way back then. Now there's some people I don't know him as Flex. I don't know him back in those days by Flex. My starting point was the knockout game. Okay, that's my starting point with Tariq Nasheed. So I knew him from being debunking that and being funny, like impersonating DMX and all those funny shit, all those funny takes he would do, clowning people. I knew him for that. So for the new people who know him from Adol's FBA type talking points, yeah. So he goes back a long time. He goes so back when he did the Hidden Colors. I didn't know what that was about. That had so much propaganda at the time. I'm like, what the fuck? I keep hearing it, and like it'll be YouTube. Hey, go over there. Yeah, go over there. So they had mad YouTube clips of Hidden Color 6. I didn't understand it was a documentary. I thought it was some YouTube shit. So I would see all these guys in it, everybody's in like the clips and stuff. It didn't dawn on me. Oh, this is a documentary series. So now I thought this guy was just a producer. I'm thinking, okay, he produced, because everybody in the video I knew from the conscious community, Sinare TV. I was a part of that. So everybody he had on there, I was aware of all those guys, Dr. Umar, all of them. I didn't know Tariq was in. I didn't know he was smart, like on that shit. Because remember, I know him from Knockout Game. I know him from clowning people, jokes and stuff like that. So when I seen the Hidden Colors thing, and he's showing like everybody in there, Saraza Ali, all these people, and then Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, and then guess what? There was a clip where he was talking. I'm like, and he sounded smart. Like, oh shit, he's smart. That was my introduction to like him being smart. I said, oh shit, he's smart too. I had no idea that he was like on like that. I thought he'd just bring everybody together and he's like on some Vlad shit and he'd be in the background, producing it. I did not know that he was intellectual as well. So I'm like, oh shit, this dude, all right. So he ain't just funny and, and that's how I got hit to him. That's my introduction.
But it seemed kind of funny how they always say something he's doing that's negative, and then when you go to watch, you say, okay, let me see, and then he never does it. It's like, come on, man.
Yeah, they don't understand that's propaganda. Like, dude, like, listen, you might want him to be negative because all people want to do is look him up, and they're not going to see that, and they'll be entertained. Whatever he's talking about, they're going to be entertained. Like he could talk about, like he made a video today, was his new addition to Best Group. You saw he could switch it up, so people will go listen to that shit, and he'll make great points about, how about when he was way before a microphone check, way before that. I remember he was ranking the best MCs. If y'all remember, he was ranking the best MCs by category. And I'm like, how the fuck does West Coast guy know so much about East Coast rappers? I was like amazed. Like, how the fuck he know about that guy? And this guy, he's from California, right? I was amazed how he knew so many East Coast rappers. Because he did the ranking by category. And that shit was fly as hell. Like, it was well organized. I'm like, yo, this dude the truth. So, I mean, what happens? At some point, people grow up. They stop being just entertainers. They stop just being comedians. And they want to talk about some real shit after a while. Because guess what? Black Americans are being deleted in real time, jail, all type of protests. At some point, you start to look towards that. Look at Dick Gregory, you clowns. I'm talking to the tether class. Look at Dick Gregory, a straight up comedian. Left it all together to be a flat out activist. No more jokes. He went straight from, and guess what? He died, and nobody knows him to be a comedian at all. Everybody know him to be an activist. When you say Dick Gregory, you don't think of jokes. You think of activism. His seriousness. That's how fast people change. So Tariq can't be, and I mentioned Eddie Griffin, who's like a comedian and sometimes get political. Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle. Like, yo, you got real people who know. You got people who just got talent, right? They're funny. They could sing. They got Mac lessons on some real shit. They could talk about politics. They could talk about, they could do it all. And people just jealous. That's what it comes down to. I don't have all those talents. Like, I can't entertain like Tariq Nasheed. I can't draw a crowd like him, that's not my gift. I was talking about that the other day. Like there's gifts, like it can't be taught. Like Beyonce gift is her gift. Hers is dancing. Like her gift ain't talking to people, drawing crowds. That's not her gift. That's Oprah Winfrey gift. Like she could get on the microphone and move that thing. Everybody got different gifts. You feel me? And you can't be jealous at somebody's gift. You gotta know what your gift is.
Exactly. It's weird because it's obvious that they're jealous of him because of the gift. But I was so surprised how many, there's certain haters that are repeat offenders. They call in, they get embarrassed because they keep calling back in again. And I'm like, I gotta believe somebody's paying you to do it. But my man, how much can you take? Like, how much are they paying you that you can take this kind of abuse and have? Like, he makes up names for people, and then it sticks. And then from here on out,
oh my
that's your
God.
name. It's like, yo, how do you live like that, man? How do you exist?
Right. And they still try. Hey, yo, listen, man. And when you think he can't do, like when he did Crispy, man, I was there for that ride. When he did Crispy,
that's how I learned about him. I had no idea what Crispy was about, man. My homeboy showed it to me, and I was like, yo, what is this dude doing with this puppet? And then I found out it was an actual person, and he was making fun of him. I was on board after that. It was hilarious. I was like, what is this?
When he did Crispy, you like, there's no way he can do one better than that or match it.
Nah.
And then you get the Roland Martin. You like, oh, he did it. Like, it's like, all right, everybody should know better at this point. Do not fuck with him.
No.
You dig? Like, yeah,
come on, man. You
the
had
Roland
somebody,
Martin one.
everybody, you grew up with somebody, you went to school with somebody like that. Listen, I ain't saying nothing to this nigga because he gonna start snapping and I ain't gonna have no defense. I ain't saying nothing
and
to
look,
him. He's that dude.
And the thing is, bro, I'm a funny guy. Like, I think I can hang with anybody, but you know what I consider? The damage. You dig? I'm looking at, look, there's some fights, bro, you'll win. But if you're missing teeth, your eye be fucked up. I mean, like, do I want to go that route or am I just going to just take off? You dig? I might win this fight, but I know I'm going to be out of commission for a month or two. And I'm going to look like I lost. Nobody's going to believe I won. So you know what? Let me just avoid this fight. Yo, nah, I'm good. So the same thing with Joke. I believe I can hang with, and I'm dead ass. Like, I'm really funny, and I'm more funny in person. Like, if it's a one-on-one fade in person, I'm cooking most anybody. Right? Fuck on the phone and on it. So I'm talking about in person. Let's get it in person. I think I can beat anybody in person. But the damage you're gonna do to me, like you said, it might just you might come up with some shit and it just stays with me forever. I won the fade, the one-on-one fade, the roasting fade, but you gave me a name that's gonna follow me forever. Or you gave a joke, or you provided an image about me that see, I look at that. I say, nah, okay. I'm gonna avoid that motherfucker. It's not that I can't win. I just believe I'm gonna be damaged badly. You feel me? And I look at that. I look at the math. Like, nah, this ain't worth it. Let me dodge this one. So Tariq Nasheed is one of those guys. Like, nah. Let me dodge this one because he gonna do the puppet shit. He gonna, nah. I mean.
Yeah, he can't. If he do a puppet on me, it's game over, man. I ain't never coming back up here. It's over, man.
And then don't forget, he could rap, he could sing, his emojis, not his emojis, his thumbnails, bruh. His thumbnails, like, oh, you got a thumbnail of you. And then look, I get bored. Like, I'm done. Okay, I quit. He's not gonna quit. He's gonna keep going and going, and like the damn bunny rabbit going. I can't do that. I'm gonna get bored after a while. I'm gonna tap out, but he's not gonna tap out. So for those reasons, oh my God, Yogi, get this. Yeah, Daddy's that one. Okay. So what am I doing? Yeah. So anyway, that's just off topic. You dig? I want to oh, there was a Hood Smart video I wanted to, I think, or do I want to go back to the one we didn't finish? Hold on, family. Nah, I'm not gonna play that one yet. Because I don't like to play people videos while they're live. Out of respect. So I'm gonna go back to hyena hot wings and pepper leopard legs. Hyena piss. Hey yo, yeah, man. For me, it just ain't like the only way Terry could get me to fall for that if he just come at me and won't stop. Then he forced me to, all right, fuck it, let's go. You dig? That's the only way somebody like really funny would get me trapped until they're playing. Because I'm really competitive, so eventually I'm just gonna give up and say I'm gonna give in. Like, all right, fuck it, let's get it. Now I could call friends right now. I could have my homeboy call in. Yo, we have roasting crews. We have roasting crews in school. We have roasting crews at home. Chad Smith will tell you that. Chad Smith in the chat that comes on the panel, he'll tell you. We have roasting crews in school. We have roasting crews at home. So we roast 24/7. In school, out of school. Some people, Tether's complain about getting roasted in school. It's like, that's it? Hey, dude, we get roasted at home. They complain about school. I'm getting cooked school and home. And I'm not traumatized. I got better. Or another thing is family. Chad already told you about Shadu. I'm gonna have my boy Mike call in about Shadu. Shadu was Nigerian. We didn't know he was African, by the way, but we just thought he had a funny name. But he was we turned out he was Nigerian. We know as adults, like 34-year-old adults, we figured he was African. But this dude was funny as hell, and he was one of those guys that you don't roast unless you're ready for that work. That dude was, yeah, like I didn't really bother him like that. Not in his face. I might get on him behind his back. But he was that funny where I was like, nah, it ain't worth the risk. Nigerian dude. So like these guys got to stop lying. These Tethers got to stop lying. This dude was full Nigerian and was one of the funniest guys in school.
But you know, it's kind of hard for them, man. You know why? So for the most part, they look down on our culture. So in order to do comedy in our culture, it's problematic for you to do that, right? Because there's certain things you're gonna have to concede to when you're doing the comedy. That's why whenever they say, you know, they got teased and they got called African booty scratcher, I already know they're lying. Because I'm like, you think that's our limit? That's the best we can do when we make fun of y'all? Like, man, that's the best we can do? Really?
Hey, yo, that's not even funny, yo.
No, it's not. We wouldn't even call you that. You know why? It's not funny, and it has no impact.
But it's not funny.
We can go in on all kind of other things that ain't got nothing to do with you scratching your booty. But that's how you know they're lying, because nobody uses that, right? Nobody. I've heard jokes about Jamaicans that was hilarious. I heard niggas calling Jamaicans coconut kickers. I was dying. When I first heard that, I was like,
yeah, but
I was dying.
Yeah, we talk about the fishnet tank tops, it did shit like that, but it was always soft jokes. Like we really never I don't recall anybody getting on a Jamaican to like hurt like their pride. Like I remember this dude named Alex. I know his name was Alistair. Chad and my boy Mike can tell you about Alistair. Jamaican dude, bro. He had high waters. He wore high waters. Alistair was an athletic, decent sized Jamaican that probably beat up anybody cracking on him. Bro, he was not he took the jokes well, he had jokes back. So that's why I say, like, these guys are lying. They're lying Tethers. The dude Alistair had a decent size on him. He wasn't no punk. So if he didn't want to get cracked or roasted, he could have said, hey, next one say something, I'm beating your ass. And he was probably going to do that because he had a nice size to him.
I went to school in New York and Florida. I was amongst Jamaicans and FBAs that were together and going in on each other cracking. right? And it's cracking on all kind of stuff. Everything going up. Jamaican patty stuff, um, all kind of jokes about stuff, crackhead stuff, your baby mama stuff. Listen, man, I don't know where these new tethers came from, but we was growing up, man. We all went in on each other. They're making it seem like we just walked around bullying everybody. It's
Right.
like, no,
Right. Hey, listen,
was.
the dude Alistair literally wore high waters. A family, he was so comfortable with that. No jokes bothered him. He came right back the next day with more high waters. You dig? That didn't bother him. You feel me? And look, guess what? The dude Alistair was accepted in our circles, right? Because he endured it. And he had jokes back. It was corny, but he had jokes back. And I remember him like he was really good in basketball. Before I was really interested in basketball, I remember him like playing in the gyms. Like he was the dude. Like we joked on him, but he was part of like the cool circle, especially in like the basketball gym circle. Like he got picked up. FBA's picked this dude up. He's like one of the first, second picks in the damn gym, the YMCA. It's like, dude, like this dude was comfortable as hell in his skin. That shit ain't bother him.
It's clear.
Like,
That's not all of it.
Yeah, like he's cool. Well, listen, that's why we look. You said it best. They're lying. Like they're doing this for the camera, bro. They're online creating a fake narrative. They be saying we're lying and like we're online. No, these guys are online. Those guys online. Nobody be sitting. These guys will be sitting here crying about some jokes flying at them because some of them take it really well and others throw jokes back.
They said we bullied them. Like, wait, when? When did this happen?
Yeah. Yo, I can't stand these fucking come on, man. So you're gonna pull in all over all. Please don't be an illegal. Please don't be an illegal, man. This person pulled. I can't even park. Can't even park away. This person pulled over all of the yellow lines, man. Like, yo, you gotta be an illegal going in that car, man. I can't wait to see who's in that car.
Well, you mean pulled over all the yellow lines? You mean in a parking lot?
All right. Yeah, you gotta like stay in your line. Your two lines. This guy's all in. Yeah, and come on, man. Like it's a crooked park. Most likely a Hispanic illegal. Hey, yo, did you hear when I talked to that Jamaican, Guyanese woman the other day on TikTok?
No, I didn't. How'd that go?
Oh my God, bro. Well, first of all, you know it went smooth.
But I didn't hear the conversation. I heard you reference it.
You know it went smooth when she said it went smooth. You did. Oh my God, like she was so. But normally when I debate or have dialogues with Pan-Africans or tethers, or she's not a tether, but when I debate or have dialogue with immigrants like that has value in themselves, normally it goes smooth. It don't go to disrespect or where I'm getting crazy because they're just honest. It's just an honest comment. Like she pushed back a few times. You dig? I kept warning her, like, listen, man, I know you used to getting away with that shit, but I'm like a low-key historian, like a scholar, so you might want to like tighten up. Like, I already know what you're gonna say. I know more than you and all these talking points. And she kind of like didn't believe that. She kept trying to fight back, and then at some point she was just completely tamed, in a nice way. Like she was completely like convinced. Okay, yeah, he's that guy. Yeah, okay.
What was her pushback?
He's exactly
like,
what he said.
Did she give anything valid, or she was just just saying?
So we touched on a couple things. She kept calling herself black, like because she grew up around. She's raised around black culture. Yeah, I've noticed old as illegal don't got a fake butt. This chick like 92 years old with a fake butt.
Oh, they do it heavily. They do it heavily. They do it heavily.
Oh my God!
And
the butt looks so bad.
Yeah, they do it a lot, especially the Hispanic ladies and the older Hispanic ladies.
Like you like she got it from like the projects. Like you like that butt don't look that look crazy. So the person who parked illegally is still in their car. Oh, it's fucking like he's drunk. All right, but anyway, we end up. So I learned a lot though. I learned the next time I go on TikTok to make the topic more vague, more ambiguous, right? Don't be so matter of fact and definitive. And I think that's where I messed up because I wanted to talk about so many other things and I did anyway, but it didn't fit the prompt. So I felt that like, damn, I feel like I'm all over the place. You dig? But the convo called for that. It called for me to dive into different parts of Black history for our conversation. But I recall her believing she's Black because she was raised around Black culture and she know Black people, like the whole, like what a white person would say. So, but she don't know that. So I was like, actually she knew that. She said, I sound like a white person. Oh my God. I said, yeah, if you sound like a white person, that's just because that's how you sound. Like, that's crazy. You shouldn't say that. You sound crazy to us saying that. So I was letting her know, like, hey, listen, at best, you can only be an honorary Black. She said, oh, you call me honorary Black? She's like very happy and elated. I said, oh, no. That gotta be earned to be honorary Black. Like Lord Jamar is honorary Black. So I was telling her, like, yeah, no, that title gotta be earned. Like you gotta really be down for the lineage, like, And I said, but you don't have to be honorary Black. You just could be a regular Guyanese woman or Jamaican or African. Yeah, you don't have to be that. You can just be yourself. I said, but if you really riding for the lineage, you can be an honorary Black. Yeah, but you can't be Black. So eventually that settled on her. She had pushback towards I just had a tip of my tongue. She had pushback for she says something that's like tetherish, but it's just what they do. I guess some immigrants just say it. Like they really don't see America as our homeland. Like they really don't. And it's like, yo. So she said that. She said, yeah, because I was talking about historical harms for white people and what they did to us, and I'm like framing something for her to see. So she's like, wow. She said, you Black Americans deserve your own land, like away from whitey man. So I was like, oh my God. I said, listen, because she was complaining about people in the chat calling her a tether. So I was like, my God. I said, what you just said just now, they're gonna call you a tether. I said, why do you think this is not our homeland? Why do you think we didn't build the foundation? Like what? Like, yo, do you know nobody came here until like 300 years later after we got here? Like almost 300 years later, that's when white people start to come over here, the Chinese come over here and add to what we already started 300 years prior. Like, yo, you don't know that. So why we put 300 years of work in and you tell us is not our country? Like we be in our own land.
I
Like,
mean,
that's the most
she is Guyanese and happy that she's honorary Black. So I mean, what do you expect from her? Just think.
Yeah,
just think about it. They ready to drop their own land and make moves. So of course they think we done did it because they don't think we belong here. A lot, what's surprising? A lot of them don't know our history at all, but they come over here and tell us how to do stuff, and it's like, player, you just got here. You don't know anything about this place.
Yeah, so I was trying to get her to see, like, that comment right there you just said, and like you don't really come off as an intentional tether. You come off as an unintentional tether because you're saying tether talking points without putting thought in them. It's just coming out naturally, and you don't understand that is a white supremacist attribute. Like they say things that's not supposed to be racist, but it's racist. They be so racist, they don't understand what's no longer racist. Like white people be so comfortable and so used to saying racist shit amongst themselves. When they say it in public, they don't know that's racist until they see your facial expression. Oh, what happened? What did I say? You called me a monkey. What you mean? What you say? Like, oh, I did. Yeah, you said you're a monkey. Oh, I'm sorry. Like, damn, you so racist, you don't even know what's racist and what's not. So that's coming with some immigrants. Like, immigrants are so used to saying things about us in their enclaves, is that when they say it, they don't even realize that, well, they do realize, but they're so comfortable saying it and open amongst themselves that it'll come out in front of us. And they be having those oops moments, like, oops. A piece to humble servant 499 super chat. He says Haitians are finished. Did y'all hear about the Haitian congresswoman resigning because of ethics violations? Look up Sheila McCormick scammers. Okay, let me check that out. I do know that they're on that woman, that Ihan Omar woman. They on her hard. They got her trying to speak to some $30 million, and they saying she's having like she's like babbling, like how that come about. She's babbling to explain all that. It's not making sense. They're saying like she's babbling. Oh, my lawyer, oh this or that. What you know about it?
She's
You know anything?
I mean, she's just did too much dirt, and it's clear that it's easy for her to find, for everybody to find it. Because what's happening is, her income jumped. She spent 1 year in Congress, and suddenly it multiplied by 10 out of nowhere. Yeah, she's yeah, they're gonna pick her off quick, man, because they need to get somebody, and she's sitting there. They're gonna get her quick.
Yeah, she's babbling about that 30 million. I know that. She ain't really explain where that 30 million came from. She's like giving she's blame she's pointing at different things that's like contradictory. So they like, hey, which one is it? Is it this one or that one? Like, and they said if anything, they believe that this is what they believe. They believe she profited on the scamming. So they're like, hey, you could be a whistleblower. Like, we can not charge you. Like, whatever we think you did, there's a way out. You dig? Point us to the boogeyman. You dig? And you're good. But
they try to get
you got yeah, yeah. They say, hey, you got to resign. You got to get out the way. But
at least you don't go to jail.
Yeah, point us to that boogeyman, the big dog, the head supremacist in charge. Point to that head liberal in charge, because they know it's a liberal who put it all together. One of those smart liberals that know all the loopholes. Some type of Hillary Clinton type woman. Like, they know that's who's most likely responsible for these tethers finessing. Yeah, they said they caught her hiding millions. They said she would have that money offshore, but she thought, well, she was the AC. Yep. So I would love to see her behind bars. She be full tether babble when she speaks.
They out here really, they trying to rep these folks who be scamming. They really out here trying to say it's discrimination. You're like, but how all y'all got vengeance and stuff and no job, player? How's it discrimination?
Yeah. I mean, their reparation thing is like the most funniest, like jaw-dropping moment ever. Like, you want reparations for scamming and getting called out, or jumping the border and getting deported? You want reparations for that? Like, y'all trying to water down reparations. So, trying to sabotage. That might be a way of undermining it for us, like making it sound so ridiculous that anything is reparations claim. So when we go ahead and pursue our thing, nobody takes it serious. Nobody takes it seriously. And I said it before, they might be trying to cause reparation fatigue.
Yeah, I think
like,
you're
oh
right.
no, not again.
That's just crazy. How do you march? Listen, man, the disrespect is crazy. Honestly, our response to that level of disrespect, we need to look at ourselves. That was ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna look up that congresswoman. We're gonna do an update, news and update on that one. Let me switch to my laptop. We're gonna definitely do that one. Let me see. Oh, damn, I got my sun water bottle. Damn. In my damn pocket. Let me see something here. Let me see. Okay, I'm going to do that. All right, let me switch it over. I'm a shoobity what? I'm going to. That is crazy. I'm going to close and switch over. Oh, I'm gonna play a little bit of. Wait, can I? I think yeah, it's weird. Like the TikTok thing, I can't. This is the weird thing. I could only see it on my iPad TikTok app. I can't see it on my phone app, and I cannot see it on my computer at all. I could only play it back from my iPad.
Which is stupid. Okay, let me share my screen. So I try to download it. I mean, that's weird. I don't know how to. Somebody said, CRU said TikTok live. I download that. That ain't do nothing. I'm gonna download it again. Like I download TikTok live. That thing ain't do nothing for me. For me, that was a nothing burger.
Focus on the issue. Yeah, focus on your issue. Leave Africans alone. I land there.
Can I rebuttal that?
Yeah, and anybody else got a rebuttal? No.
I had a rebuttal for Black, but we can get past the DNA thing.
Yeah, we done with that. We moving on. Okay, Mr. Black Wall Street, thank you for coming up. I'm gonna rotate the stage. Thank you. You can come back up though.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Can I rebuttal that?
Go ahead, Cha-Cha.
So we don't have low self-esteem, and this is what we be talking about. This is what I was talking to the panel earlier. Do you know African Americans and FBA are the same people? Stop bringing the tribalism crap over here to us. I don't care what they gassing you up to make you believe. We are the same people, the same lineage, everything that comes with American history. And we don't have low self-esteem. Actually, we be accused of having high ethnic pride. Y'all call us magically delicious and all that. And I don't want y'all saying that, because after listening to y'all up here today, y'all eat people and shit. Don't be saying we're magically delicious anymore. That's probably where all our missing children went, in your bellies and stuff. That's probably why y'all want us to go to Africa.
Wait, hold on. I gotta see this right here. So this is a reparation. This is 17 years ago. I got to see his argument. This is 17 years ago. So this is back when I was like heavy on reparations, but I didn't know that there's final. This is before Adolf, so I wasn't aware of the sabotage.
Question?
Just briefly on the reparations issue, I think when these issues that are so key in the United States get brought into the international context, that the U.S. government gets very defensive, and it takes an even harder line than it otherwise might. Can you give us an update on what might be happening on that front, just purely domestically, and
Sure.
if there can be any progress made?
Yeah. First of all, I'd urge you to read the latest issue of the Harvard Law Bulletin. Just came out. It's in the HARC, where many of the older Harvard alums condemn my efforts on reparations, which means I must be on point. But it talks about that, and we are moving forward in the research on the case. We have not pushed it publicly because of we're focused on what's going on now. And reparations at the moment is the furthest thing from my mind in light of what happened September 11th. But it's not going to go away. And I am committed, as others are committed, to doing that. And what's sort of interesting and unique, I have to say this, is that all the lawyers working with me, Johnny Cochran, Willie Gary, Dennis Sweet, Alex Pires, Ajua Ayaturo, Randall Robinson, and great experts, Cornell West, Michael Eric Dyson, Janetta Cole, Ron Walters, Manning Marable, Richard America, Dr. Rodney Hood. I can go on and on, the experts working with me. Everyone is working on this case on a pro bono basis, which is just incredible because, and that was my insistence. If we're going to do this, this is not about money. It is about money in one sense, but it's about something else. It's sort of about getting respect in the 21st century for what happened in the 16th century. And if a nickel is never exchanged hands, America will know what really happened. I mean, you will be educated. Most of you have some of you may have done extra homework, but most of you have your sense about slavery based on having watched a few episodes of Roots, right? Maybe the Amistad, right? I mean, seriously, I mean, what do you really know about slavery? And I'm not talking about whites, this is everybody, right? We have a romantic sense of slavery because we can't imagine thousands of people being thrown overboard a ship as cargo. It's sort of like, we can't even think about that. We can't imagine the thousands in graves throughout America, unmarked graves, when they died in the fields. We can't imagine people being separated from their families. But we do have a permanent memory. Our Constitution reminds us that slavery was a fundamental aspect when we drafted our Constitution. It's still there in black and white. And so it's an issue that is sort of unresolved. And some people keep telling me, Ogletree, don't get involved in this issue of slavery and reparations because you're going to set back race relations. We're doing so well now. Don't bring up this controversial topic, right? On the one hand, and then I can't tell you how many African Americans are telling me, more and more conservatives saying, look, I'm against this. It's divisive. We shouldn't be going after money.
I'm against this. It's divisive, family. This video is 17 years ago. These are the talking points of now Tethers. He's talking about white people. Against this is dividing the country. Oh, black and whites are getting along. This fake ass unity thing. Same like the Tethers. They acting like black Americans and Africans and whoever else is just getting along well. And reparations, delineating, is going to cause this division of this grand unification we supposedly have. White America was doing the same thing, family, 17 years ago. They were pretending, oh, black and white relations, this is so great. Wow, we're getting along. And reparations, delineation will, oh my God, separate the country. We'll be divided. We'll be going backwards. Tethers are using that same talking point 17 years later. Right.
It's embarrassing. I think it's a waste of our time, and I don't want to be a part of it. But just in case you're successful, here's my address. Right? So we get both points of view from people who say they aren't concerned, but they do want to collect if there's a chance. Final question, then we're going to adjourn.
Yes, it's relating to what you just said. For me, I guess I'm not very optimistic about the strides we made. I don't want to take anything away from the people in your generation who now I can go into a store and it doesn't have a sign that says I can't eat there. But at the same time, it's like a lot of the stuff is still the same thing. It's just more underground and harder to prove. And I was talking to somebody earlier about how we question ourselves just like everyone else questions us when we say we didn't get this job because of this, or the cab didn't stop for me because of this. And it's like, it's so overt, and it just seems like it's going deeper and deeper underground. So are we really like solving anything? And then talking about on a national level, if we want everybody else to address their racism issues, is it just going to keep going underground?
Well, that's a very good question. Let me answer it very, very briefly so we can end this. You're absolutely right in what you say. That's one of the reasons I'm involved in the reparations effort, not because of the money, but I'm really involved because of all the successes we've had in America. They have never really ever trickled down to the most needy and underrepresented pockets of our community. Affirmative action helped us, right? It helped some get a job, it helped some get an education, help some gain some access, but it didn't help the masses in any way. And my view, which may be a minority view, is that I'm not looking for a check, right? I'm looking for whatever comes out of this to do what we've never really done, to help the bottom.
All right. So, yeah, so that wasn't really nothing. Bunch of babble. Bunch of babble.
And mass droves because you're trying to eat us. So don't ever say that to us again. All right? Y'all got separatism, but these white folks don't even trust y'all with having a nuclear kaboom over there. Y'all have no power. And honestly, for the other gentleman that was up here earlier talking all that crap, I don't even want us to have conversations in front of you. That's a part of being a chess player. I don't want us to discuss plans with y'all, anything like that. So, you know, it's none of your business what we got going on. It's none of your business what we came up in those that took that spit test. It's none of your business what we got planned to do next or what's the agenda. It's none of your business. Go worry about what you got going on. Them African Americans.
Okay, land your plane, Cha-Cha.
Them African Americans that got you gassed up, they pan goofies. We are all the same people. They need to get slapped upside their head in front of y'all. And last but not least, stop saying we magically delicious and all that because you're going to eat us. And everybody check your children.
I'm going to put it, all right.
Yeah, she was going in. She ain't playing on landing anytime soon. Can I
check your children.
Okay, Cha-Cha.
She's still going in.
For you. Man, Franco.
Yeah.
What you say, Black?
I say, it's on Franco.
Okay, go ahead, Franco.
I need to him too.
Cha-Cha, are you drunk? Are you okay? Whatever come out of your mouth is scary. No, Cha-Cha, it's not your turn. Come on, shush.
Stop projecting.
Shush. You'll be all right. I will give you some cookie. It's all right. You'll be all right. All right, the Black, pull my time back, please. Pull my time back. You gave her too much time.
Okay, Cha-Cha, please don't come off mic, okay? Let him finish, and we're going to keep the show moving on, please.
All
That's
right,
all right,
Cha-Cha.
my space. Go ahead.
Cha-Cha, please stop talking about for African American. They do not want to associate with y'all. I took example many times. My girlfriend, my friends, they're all African American. They don't want to hear about this nonsense. They call that a cult. A cult. My kid's grandfather is an African American. When I show him when the talking point your guy talk about, he don't want to hear it. He said this is nonsense. This is BS. This is completely garbage. He said it doesn't make sense. Whatever you guys talking point, it's the same thing. Delineation. You think people want your reparation? That's why you delineated. Nobody wants your nonsense. I don't want your reparation. I got my money. Most African got the money. Remy, African, everybody in this panel will cater everybody. We got our own resources. We don't care about what y'all got going on. So stop associating with African American. They don't care about y'all.
So it ain't no poor people in Africa?
Of course, poor people everywhere, love one. Even here in America, it's poor people. Every day I donated in African American community every single month.
Okay, calm down, Franco. Calm down. You and Sheree, y'all have been quite hyped lately. Are you okay, Franco?
I'm okay. I'm just passionate. That's all. I'm okay.
Okay. The Black, did you have a rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Franco. I don't know what we're gonna do with you. I understand you are scared. It's unthinkable times. You ain't used to Black Americans separating, and I doubt if those Black Americans, your girlfriend and her people, actually know the true feelings you have about Black Americans as a whole, because I'm pretty sure you don't say none of these things in front of them. You hide it, and you probably only saying it within your African circles, because that's what most of y'all do. Y'all play roles. Y'all body switchers and snatchers. That's what y'all do. And that's why we are happy that y'all are expressing yourselves. See, me, my job is to trigger y'all to bring out the truth, so y'all can say the things that y'all really be having on your heart. So I can run and go tell my elders, like, see, I told you, Pawpaw, I told you, they ain't really fucking with us. Now, you need to go listen to the young generation and let me smack them up a little bit and get them in their place. And that's my job. And I'm here to do the job of my elders and what they told me to do. Come around, smack y'all upside the head, get y'all triggered so y'all can expose the truth. Because y'all be shaking and faking in front of them playing a role like everybody else. And I'm a truth seeker.
The Black, you're just a child, a child with emotion. That's all. You don't trigger nobody. You will see all Africans have the same talking point. We all say the same thing. We are not anti-American. We're just telling you guys delineate. Everything we say is not against the Constitution or against anything bad. So you can say whatever you want. It doesn't move anything. The only thing we tell you guys, stop saying African American. You are not 50 million. Okay, you are probably less than 10,000. African American don't want to associate with you. It's the same talking point we say every day. We tell you guys, delineate. Nobody is against that. I told you yesterday, I will help you to delineate it. I will write the letter to the government, my governor, Congress, all that. If you want, I'll do that for you. Delineate. That's the same talking point African been saying in this panel. So I don't say anything bad about what we say. We just say leave us alone. We are not your enemy, okay? You want to create your enemy, that's on you. Yeah, I learned my plan.
All right, hey y'all, shout out to Tariq. Everybody say hi to Tariq. Tariq, you know, if you need a mic or if you want one, you always free to it. But hi, thank you for coming to the space tonight. Okay, that was your only rebuttal, Frank. I mean, your only rebuttal you have, Franco. Let me see if there's anybody in the queue. Yeah, your boy. Okay, go ahead, Shock.
No, I would have to agree with Franco. It does need to be we do need to differentiate
Wait a
between
minute, no,
African.
can you address the prompt?
I've been up here already.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but it's a new round. We're doing it over for the new
Okay.
people in the room. Okay.
FBA versus everybody. Okay. Do I think FBA getting a little pushback? Like I said, I feel like it's two different FBAs, right? It's the ones who they just want their lineage, right? And they don't really practice the xenophobic rhetoric. They don't really do the slurs. They don't really do the semantics and the stuff like that. It's the ones who, you know, when they get on these panels, they say stuff like we Atlanteans or we're Europeans or we're really white people and stuff like that. Then you're not gonna only have immigrants or people from abroad who push back. You're gonna have black people who like actually got a degree and actually went to college and stuff like that pushing back, because it is kind of, for lack of a better word, embarrassing to see our people like deny certain sciences or just deny certain historical facts. So when you get people who say, oh, you have low ethnic pride, we do have pride in our we black and we proud, right? But when you get to saying stuff like we're actually European and we got lands in Scotland and all that stuff, people gonna look at you like, bro, you know, you must want to be white because Scottish people are white. So it's like, I like it when we can talk to FBA who are actually, okay, we want a lineage, okay, well, this is a fact that I didn't from the black people and stuff like that. Cool, I like that. But when we get to doing the pseudo history and the pseudoscience, then we lose credibility on a lot of stuff, and that's where the differentiation needs to be made. So I agree with Franco on that note.
Can I have a small rebuttal, please?
I got you, Cha-Cha. I know it's me and you. It's me and you.
Thank you. We in the thick of it, Black. All right. First of all, y'all be digging up y'all dead bones and grinding it and mixing it with that white girl. All right. So don't be trying to ask me if I've been drinking or whatever the case may be. When you're out here desecrating your ancestors' graves just to get high. All right, so don't play yourself. Don't project that energy onto us, and learn how to speak. We don't have low
But we don't
self-esteem.
talk. One thing my page ain't gonna do tonight is get flagged for bullying and harassment. So be careful, please. Tread
Oh, I'm
lightly.
sorry, but he called me drunk. He said I was, accusing me of doing stuff that I don't do.
But we gotta get on Shaka.
Yeah, you know what I mean. We got. Come on.
But what I was saying was
we
that
heard you at
actually true.
I know, but we heard you at the fifth dead bones.
Oh, okay, well, the unalivement of your ancestors, the remains of your ancestors. Stop getting HIV.
Tony Red, I didn't even see you there, bro. I didn't even hear the notification. You can come off mute, Tony Red. Tony Red, you want to come off mute? Yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Let me see if I could see any
Y'all
microphone
hear me?
activity. All right, Tony Red, can you say something?
Yep.
All right.
Can y'all hear me?
Okay. I should better hear you.
Yeah, y'all can hear me
I see
now?
your microphone activity.
Dang. Yo, can y'all hear me?
1 second, because I see activity, but I can't hear you.
Let me
connect my
let me-
headset.
Let me leave and come back.
I see microphone activity, but I cannot hear you.
H on it. I know it's
Okay. Go ahead and talk now, Tony. Let me see if I can hear you. Okay, you hopped off. Yeah, so maybe I just come back in. So for some reason, some people when they hop on Zoom, they gotta just come back in and it works. So he's back in.
Okay, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly.
Hey, what's going on, family? How y'all doing?
Great, Tony. Great.
So when I speak about FBA in the lineage or whatever like that, like I was listening to Buddy, he was saying something about he down with it, but like something about the pseudoscience or whatever. I was kind of confused about it because like what do you mean by pseudoscience? Because some people don't like to give black people their credit in that we share indigenous or native roots as well. So like a lot of times when some people coming on with this basically with the African stuff saying that we don't what the word they be trying to say, like we don't respect Africa, we don't want to be from African, and we ain't
right,
all that kind of stuff like that. And it's like, cause we not African, you know what I'm saying? Like we not African. Even if we did come over here 300-400 years ago, we ain't African. And all of us didn't come over here, you know what I'm saying, 300-400 years ago. A lot of us was already still here. Some people call that pseudoscience. So I don't know if brother was speaking on that part. I heard him say something about European blood and all that. But when I speak of FBA, I done my lineage. I got family that's on the Dawes Roads. I still do got a little more work though to do. I got one more final thing I got to do to make sure that those people on the Dawes Roads are in fact my people. Cause you know how it is. You know, people had the same names back then, so I still got to do a little more further research. That's why I say FBA, just for the simple fact. That's why I'm not claiming a tribe. If you understand what I'm saying. Because I haven't fully done it, but I know my people on the Dawes Roads. My great grandma told us when we was kids, sat us down and told us that we Blackfoot Indians and don't let nobody call you no nigga and don't let nobody say that you from Africa. That's what I was raised on.
Oh, okay, really?
So when I'm from the South, bro. I'm from the South. So when my great grandma told me that, fast forward to now, you got Democrats, you got tethers, all these people, and that's why we call you a tether, by the way, too. If I'm trying to tell you exactly who I am, and I'm telling you from this research that I've done, it's super disrespectful for you to say, "Oh no, you're African. You're just African. You're disgrace. You just." And it's like, even let's just take that for what it is. Even if I did, I got a good reason not to really fuck with you Africans like that. If I go with the story is you motherfuckers sold me. You sold my
Yeah.
people. You sold my ancestors. So what? I feel like Black Americans, we too goddamn nice anyway. But you the same as the Caucasian person to me. Like y'all ain't no different. Y'all get over here. Y'all support white supremacy. Y'all tell us you guys you do too much. You should just be quiet. You should just be no motherfucker. This is what we do over here. We fight.
Right.
We warriors over here. So I'm part of the FBA lineage. When I speak about it, I'm speaking about the lineage. I got family from the Civil War. I mean, every war. But I actually got my paperwork to prove, to show you, and you know what I'm saying, what my people did. So to me,
Yeah.
I feel like it's real disingenuous for somebody to come over here to this country and tell us how we need to be moving and how we need to, slide and glide through this motherfucker when at the end of the day, we made this shit possible for you to bring your ass over here, and you the same motherfuckers that sold us. So y'all don't
Right.
have no type of moral high ground when it comes to talking to FBAs. So y'all think y'all being smart because y'all been educated by the white man. So y'all keep trying to use that terminology on us. And I don't know if y'all ain't did the research or not, but y'all know we clown motherfuckers. Like that's why y'all like us anyway. Most of y'all like us because of Friday and because of the media and stuff, because we funny and shit. Y'all,
Right.
what make you think we ain't finna get on your ass? You over here trying to tell us some shit that we already done debunked ourselves personally. That's be my thing about that shit. I'm cool with
Yeah.
Africans if they can respect us. I'm cool with anybody. I don't hate no race. You know what I'm saying? Because I know FBA get that bad too. We can't even defend ourselves without being called a hate group or some shit like that. Y'all running
Yeah.
around. Black foundational Black Americans have been taking the time out to do their lineage and find out who they is. They've been sitting with their family. They've been sitting with their uncles and aunties. They've been figuring this stuff out. And we proud, we happy. I grew up in the 90s. I'm a 90s baby. And we grew up with that same trope that we don't know who he is and all this, and that. Well, we
Yeah.
figuring it out now. So now that
Right.
we
Right.
figured it out, you would think other races would be happy about that. They'd be like, "Oh, look at those black guys. They actually trying to learn who they is now. That's great." No, it's the exact opposite. We finally trying to figure out who he is, and then they gonna go right back to page one and say, "No, you're from Africa. You just don't respect your what they say. You don't respect your ancestors."
Yeah. 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 Ancestry. Yeah. All that bullshit.
Nah, motherfucker, you not respecting my ancestors. Even if I did come from Africa 20 generations ago, I still got 19 generations that are here. So
Right.
anytime y'all motherfuckers keep talking about this African shit, when you talking to foundational Black Americans, what y'all are telling us is fuck your grandma, well fuck your mama, fuck your grandma, your great grandma, fuck all of them. Only ones who matter is from Africa. Y'all fucking smoking over there. Y'all really crazy, bro. Because they don't even make no sense. You gonna tell me fuck 15 of my ancestors that's from here, that's been died from here. They got laws changed over here. They got hung. They got raped. That all this shit got eaten. You know what I'm saying? And you want to sit
Yeah.
here and tell me that I'm being fuck your ancestors, nigga. If that's the case, because you saying fuck mine. And then when we say fuck your ancestors, you saying fuck mine. Now we always the damn bad guy. Like, y'all ain't sick of this shit. Man, they
Yeah.
said
It's
aliens look like African Americans. God damn. Like, what the fuck is going on? You're blamed for
yeah.
everything.
They are gaslighting us, trying to get us to. They're trying to draw a reaction. That's what they're trying to do. So they're just saying a whole bunch of things. It's funny because they'll say we're not black, we're Negro, or I'm sorry, they'll say we're not black, we're African, but then they'll say they're black. It's like, wait a minute, you just said. So you got Africans wanting to be black, and Africans wanting to make black people African. It's like, wait, what are we doing here?
Them
Now
motherfuckers
all
know.
of, go ahead.
They know what the fuck they doing. They know damn well they trying to get attached to a government program here in America that the grassroots didn't start it, and they know that they can't be affiliated with the shit unless they slap on something to deal with us. That's the same. That's why the Democrat Party is going in shambles right now. The Democrat Party, the reason why we ain't got what we want is because they ain't trying to give us what we want because they want to lump everything that we got under with everybody else. They don't want us to just get solely reparations on our own, so we can
Oh, hell
actually
no.
step up, so people can buy from us. They don't want that. They want everybody to get the money, and they want everybody to split up the money. But the last time I checked, they ain't got no recipe for no Mexicans. They ain't have no recipe for you Africans. Y'all didn't get cooked over here. We got cooked, nigga. Y'all didn't get cooked. They ain't got a recipe for these other races. They got a recipe for the black man and the black American woman. That's who the fucking recipe was for. Y'all ain't went through what the fuck we went through, so why y'all think y'all should get exactly what we get? It just show how selfish it just show how selfish you motherfuckers is in reality. Because why wouldn't y'all want to see black people up? Why wouldn't y'all want to see us make it? We spend money with everybody. We if we own, the world is on. So it's so fucking stupid to me. Y'all, everybody want to disagree with white supremacy, but at the same time, when black people try to come together and unify, which this is another thing I want them to understand. Y'all know J. Edgar Hoover has stated that it's a threat to national security with the unification of black people. He said that in the
Yeah.
60s. All of those programs, that the operations that he used, they used the drugs, and all of that, the well did all of that to a 40-year plan on how the hell to separate the black people. And that's what they did. So what these motherfuckers not realizing is we trying to get our black man and our black woman unified again. You know what I'm saying? And they coming
Yep.
in causing division in
Yep.
between us.
Yep. Yep. They're trying to act like we're doing something wrong by coming together. And that's weird. And you got a lot of Pan-Africans trying to act like they're co-signing that.
Yeah, they are. And because, see, the Pan-Africans don't understand. It's like, they don't understand that you working for white supremacy too, nigga. Like going against FBA, you are working with white supremacy because that's our only target. See, the rest of y'all motherfuckers, y'all just getting caught by strays. All you immigrants really getting caught by strays. These really ain't got shit to do with y'all. This is the black man and the black woman versus the white man and the power structure. We doing what we always done. Y'all motherfuckers don't fight for shit. If you was fighting, then stay your ass in your country and do it. How you gonna come to my country and tell me not to fight for the shit that my people have been fighting for and dying for since we've been here? And
Yeah.
it don't make no sense to me. And like I said, if these Pan-Africans knew that the unification of the American black man and black woman, if they know that that was a threat to national security, if you on the other side of that, the nigga, you working with the feds. You the psyop. You know what I'm saying? So that's all. I'm trying to. I want my people to understand that the government ain't our. We already know this though, but the government ain't our friend. And if you run around
Nah.
with an immigrant, ain't nothing wrong with an immigrant. I'm cool.
Right.
I don't care that you an immigrant. Just don't fix your lips to try to teach us shit. That's all I'm saying. If you African, if you want to
Yep.
teach us about some African shit, about some tribal shit, we cool
Right.
with
Go
that. We
ahead.
don't know. But don't
Yeah.
you bring your bitch ass over here talking about no American shit. Don't do that.
Right.
Because now you being
I'm gonna teach you how to go in politics. I'm gonna teach you how to get reparations. They be running their mouth in our spaces, man. They're gonna show us how to do it the right way.
Yeah, man, they can't show us shit. Only thing they can do is leech off of us. And like I said, the whole point that I'm trying to get to these Africans and all of you other motherfuckers to y'all realize black people is the nicest motherfuckers on this whole planet, bro. We the nicest
Oh yeah.
motherfuckers on this planet,
Oh
man.
yeah.
If we all, let's say we all, I mean, I know, but let's just say we all woke up with $1 million. Reparations came, we all got $1 million in our motherfucking bank accounts. We starting these businesses. You know we gonna spend money with everybody. You know we gonna fuck with everybody. You know what I'm saying? The whole country will be. I mean, honestly, I believe that if they pay their reparations, they'll be. That's their repentance. In my opinion, I think the whole world will go great as soon as once we get our shit. The whole world gonna be great.
Oh yeah, yeah. 100%. Like we're gonna have this economy booming. we're gonna have so many business. Like we're gonna add so much to the economy because we don't do remittances. We don't send. We're not going to send the money outside the country. The country, America is going to benefit 100% of our reparation money because we don't send remittances to another country. Everything stays here.
Right. And that's why the government shot themselves in the damn foot because they so damn racist and they didn't want us to have nothing. Now look at the whole country. The whole country falling. Look at our technology. Our technology supposed to be way better than what it is, but they don't want to do it. They take the best inventions and lock them motherfuckers up somewhere where you can't nobody get to them because it's all about they bottom dollar because they just wanted this control shit. It's like, and then for the other races, they complain about the white man, but they don't want us to take over either. These motherfuckers want to come from another country and think they got the knowledge to come. I'm gonna tell these motherfuckers the truth, bro. They better be glad that we don't act like how they say we do. They better be fucking glad that we ain't the motherfucking animals that they try to portray us. Because if we was, don't you think you motherfuckers wouldn't be here? We wouldn't allow you motherfuckers to be here. We'll be beating your ass.
That's why they don't believe that. Yeah, and that's exactly why they don't believe that.
They so full of they just full of shit, bro. I really don't be paying these African motherfuckers no mind because fuck y'all. What y'all gonna do for me? Nothing. And then at the end of the day, but we do everything for y'all. So I mean, and like I said, at the end of the day, y'all motherfuckers sold us. The white folks couldn't go through the get through the safari to catch no niggas. They would have caught malaria and died. You know what I'm saying?
And that's what happened to them in the 1400s. Yeah, they tried that and they failed, and they even tried to settle colonies in America before, and they failed. So yeah, white folks try to do it themselves. They try to kidnap Africans on their own, failed. They try to establish settlements in North America, failed. Yeah, man, everything is about involving us to get it done the right way. And then you got Africans, you got white supremacists who try to downplay that and try to act like our involvement in everything was insignificant or irrelevant and no value. Like, yo, we're not going to believe that. Like, that's not working. Like, we know our value.
Oh yeah, bro. That's over with. This a whole new generation, bro. And we in the middle of the age of Aquarius. That shit, it's over with. They still fighting tooth and nail, but bro, it's over. We know who he is now. And I ain't gonna lie. Truthfully and honestly, my nigga, our biggest problem is our own. If you want to be honest, like I say, people don't like Black Americans because we got the main character syndrome. Because we is the main fucking characters. I mean, everything we do, it gets shot out to the whole world. You can't go nowhere in this world where they don't know Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? Right. Everything we do,
or Michael Jordan, or LeBron James. Yeah.
Man, we can name them all. I mean, every genre, everything. You get what I'm saying? So it ain't nothing. They can keep playing this little game, bro, but it's over with. Right now, Black people, we really need to be checking our own Black Americans, the ones who side with them, and be like, well, I'm proud of my African heritage. And it's like, you stupid motherfucker, they sold you. They don't give a fuck about you. It's like you sell somebody some shit because you didn't know how to use it right, and then somebody else get it and they using it they using it work right and they want their shit back. Oh, you can't get it back. You sold it. It's over with. We don't belong to you. And it's a message to the Democrat parties and to all you immigrants. We don't belong to y'all. I know y'all see, and it's y'all problem. Y'all still think we fucking slaves or something. It's y'all problem. Y'all really still think we slaves. Y'all don't just flat out say it, but that's what y'all think we is. Y'all think we just some fucking slaves and y'all can tell us anything. Y'all think we stupid or something. Y'all think y'all treat us like the Democrat Party do, to be honest with you. And yeah, bro, if you know about the Democrats, you know them Democrats, the majority of the black Democrats vote against reparations.
Of course. They are one and the same. Actually, they're coming all together. Like I noticed that too. I noticed similarities in the Pan-Africans and the Democrat Party. They kind of merging to the same talking point. But brother Tony, I'm about to let me play this video because I got a lot of videos. Yeah, I appreciate your spirit. Love the calling, but I got a lot of videos to play, and I don't plan on staying longer than. Last night that 12 o'clock hit me so fast. I couldn't believe it was 12 o'clock that fast. So I'm trying to not get caught up on time tonight.
Handle your business. I'll be listening.
Okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
because I think I found, because our truth teller said he talked about what was Yvette Carnell backup plan if the Democrats don't appeal or listen to any of the talking points that they have. And I think I might have found something. Let me see. I think I might have found something.
That's how you know that this country and the people who run it and its inhabitants, for the most part, never cared about democracy at all. Now, what we're in right now is a sort of plutocracy too, where the power is in the hands of a very few amount of people. That is not new to us, right? Certainly not new to our ancestors, even though I know some of y'all have gotten brand new. But that is not my point. That is not the point that I come here with you. I come here to tell you today that all of you people who have been crying out, oh my God, Yvette, aren't you on the side of the Democrats now? Don't you see how bad Trump is? I don't know how you could have missed that. See, the only way you could have missed what was happening right now is if you have not read history. I've had people tell me, oh my God, Yvette, Trump is trying to use fentanyl as a cover to go and do Venezuela. I talked about it last Patreon. Listen, the CIA, America's always been in the dope game. Whether it was crack in our neighborhoods or whether it was the Medellin and all the people, it's the dope game. Listen, we know that. This is not a surprise to me or anyone who pays attention to history. This is not a surprise. But if you're coming back to me and telling me, I'm not talking about the midterms right now, I'm talking about the presidency specifically, because the midterms could be used as a way to keep these people as a stalemate, to keep them going at each other and then nothing. I'd rather nothing than something bad. I know all of the aspects of what Trump is doing, right? I know the march to authoritarianism, and I believe it's true. Here's the problem that the Democrats have, though they refuse to fix. So in order to get us back, it's very easy to get us back. It's very easy to say, hey, ADOS, we hear you. We're not going to do the thing that we did before, which is just.
Okay, so truth teller, so far one question is answered. She said, in order to get us back, so that means they're not with the Democrats, right? All right, so that's sort of part A is answered.
Smear you. We're going to give you what you need in terms of a specific group of people. You have a claim, just like Latinos have a claim. The Jewish community has a claim on what they want. Everybody is allowed. Native Americans, everybody is allowed to say, I want something specifically for my people except for us. And if you don't believe me, I want to point all fingers somewhere. We'll have to be here forever. If you want to hear the long take, like I said, Patreon, but the short take is right here. If you want to understand what I'm talking about, if you want to really understand what.
All right, so one question was answered there. So they're not with the Democrats. All right, so now what is the or else? So you asked the question, what is their or else moment if they don't listen to ADOS?
If we're going to do politics, I believe MAGA's already dead and dying. Right? If we're going to do politics, you have to be able to think beyond this one moment. There is no vision in the Democratic Party right now except to support Democrats at all costs. This is a lack of vision statement. We're talking about how to do advocacy. Let me finish this, and I want to talk to y'all about something. So let's say the Dems have to get 51 votes in November. Where are the other 9 votes? And if you get the 9, will Trump veto the bill? If he vetoes the bill, where are the other 2/3 to override the veto? See, it's easy to stand up in a panel or talk on social media, but please explain to me, how do you get a check if you don't vote for enough people to pass a bill to write a check? Let me tell y'all something. I believe, Yvette D. Carnell, I believe that we could have 70 Democrats in the Senate and, hey, an overwhelming number, right, of Democrats in the House, and reparations would still not get passed. because this is not something that is on the Democratic Party's agenda. The Democratic Party is very good at telling us, hey, you have to vote for us to get the thing that you want. Then we elect you and you tell us what you can't do. Barack Obama spent the whole first term telling us that's not how politics work. I can't do it. He told DACA that too. He said, DACA, they said, we want, you can't do this. And he said, you know what? I'm wrong. I'm gonna do it. You can't govern with executive order. And then all of a sudden you could. But when it comes to us, the thing that we always get told is that you have to vote for us and we're going to give you the thing you need. And when we vote for you, we don't get the thing. And part of the reason we don't get it is because of people like Roland Martin, right? You have to have advocacy around a thing in order to get it. You have to pressure politicians to do a thing in order to get it. I am watching people right now form new alignments. I'm watching Marjorie Taylor Greene with Ro Khanna. I'm watching these Congress people who are arch enemies on any number of things align with each other to get stuff done. All the while, these same people ran around calling us MAGA for years, and I have no relationship with MAGA. They're all liars. Run around talking about you took money from the right wing. You took money. It's a lie.
So you see, so propaganda, that's crazy because some people saying she's Democrats, and other people and the Democrats saying she's MAGA. So y'all gotta be careful about the accusations.
Prove it. Prove it. The New York Times couldn't prove it because it did not happen. But there are new alliances. Y'all keep telling us we can't deal with, and where you go, and what you're gonna do about this, and what you're gonna do about that, and what you're gonna do here. When are we going to do the advocacy that leads to the thing? See, you don't do advocacy by just sitting around telling me I'm stupid. They played the long game. We talk all the time about how Ed Bloom started off in the 90s fighting affirmative action, just got wins along the way. We have to understand that the way that we do politics right now, this idea that you're going to get what you want just by voting for Democrats is not the thing, because Democrats don't favor reparations. Now, listen, I'm not saying that you might not get the fight for 15. Maybe that might not happen. I'm not saying that you can't get no kind of health care. But I'm telling you, the Democratic Party, I don't care if they had a filibuster-proof a majority in the Senate. They could have a whole 100 of them. You could have everybody, never gonna happen, but you could have 100 Democrats in the Senate and you still wouldn't get reparations because there is no political will for it, and we haven't even fought for it. These same people who tell us, well, how you gonna get it passed? Well, what you gonna do? Well, I don't understand. Well, I don't know. Yes, these same people are opposed to reparations themselves. There were people fighting. Like, you cannot tell me that you are a part of the solution when you have been running around talking about how reparations is a pipe dream and it's never going to happen. A reparations bill ain't going anywhere ever. You cannot tell me that you are not a part of the problem. So the first thing Roland Martin can do for me is stop being a part of the problem. Why in the world? Why in the world would you talk that way? Why in the world would you sound like that? Because the thing about it is, if you think that this is something that should happen, at some point you have to understand that politics is not just basic math. He's talking about you got to do the count. How you going to do that? What's the majority over here? What's the majority? The problem is, the big question is, this is the big thing. We have had times where we have been the majority. We have had periods of time. Now, we can't just talk about the Civil Rights Act. I understand that because we were talking North versus South more than Democrat versus Republican. I understand that. But we have had times where the Democratic Party has been in the majority. Slaves were freed after the Civil War. We still haven't gotten reparations. So you can't tell me, well, you just got to get a Democratic majority. We've had a Democratic majority. And guess what? We did not get. We did not get reparations. So don't tell me that this is basic pedestrian thinking. These pedestrian people they're going to get left behind. They're going to get left behind because these new leftist Democrats are coming. And I don't believe that the Congressional Black Caucus and these current Democrats can live through an era of accountability. We have had periods where Democrats have been in power, but just because Democrats are in power has never meant that we are in power. It has never meant that our wealth level has gone up. We are still wealthless in this country. So don't think about what advocacy looks like You have to think about how are you going to hold these Democrats accountable, because
there you go. Hey, truth teller, warrior. This is the question he asked. Truth teller, you said you looked through these videos.
I'm listening.
Okay, it looks like she's about to talk about holding Democrats accountable. All right, let's see. But that's why I say, for me, like, everybody got a gift.
Yeah.
My gift.
I don't know where Taylor is, but Warrior's still here.
Yeah, my gift is research. So just a couple minutes looking into her stuff. Ta-da! Okay, now she's going to talk about holding them accountable. That was his question, right? Okay, let's get to it.
We have than that. You have to think about what advocacy looks like. You have to think about how are you going to hold these Democrats accountable, because we don't really have a voting problem. We have an accountability problem, and everybody knows it. And that's why a lot of people don't even come out. You have Democrats right now. Right now, let me show you something. Have a bunch of them right now. There's a whole bunch of reports out about these Negroes, and they put off the vote. But they're talking about lawmakers play coy as surveillance bill looms. They put off the vote because the Republicans revolted. Congressional Black Caucus is reportedly siding with Trump. Now, we don't know. They were coy. They wouldn't talk about it. That's what they do. The Congressional Black Caucus just go quiet, act like they ain't got to talk. We just rest on our morals. We march with King and all that stuff. I was over there at the Selma March. Okay, but what are you doing today? What kind of sacrifice are you making? None of y'all would die on a balcony. So shut up talking about King. If you're not willing to do what King was willing to do, I don't want to hear about it no more from y'all. Because you are about to get taken off anyway. You about to get taken over anyway. These new leftists ain't playing with y'all. They're not playing with y'all. They're finna get y'all up out of here. They should. Hate to see it. I hate to see it, because we just gonna have a country of people of color and all this stuff. We're gonna get erased. But y'all just won't listen. You're just arrogant. And the people who support you are arrogant.
She said we're gonna get erased. And that goes to my work when I talk about paper genocide or paper erasure. That's my argument right now. So, and she said we're gonna get erased. Exactly. That's going to my paper genocide in 2026 against foundational Black Americans.
So you all are reportedly on the side of Trump, supporting this FISA law, even though activists have been warmly wiretapped because of this law. We know what happened to King when he was alive, because of what Hoover did, but y'all are on the side of that and you don't even really want to talk about it. See, you can't deal with accountability. You just can't deal with it. You're not an accountability group. You cannot deal with it. It is listen, y'all are the weakest links. Y'all are the weakest links. A House vote on the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, could come as soon as this week, before the existing law is set to expire on April the 20th. This Monday, the American Prospect reported that Gregory Meeks, Democrat, New York, a leading legislator on foreign affairs, successfully lobbied the Congressional Black Caucus leadership not to support FISA reform. There was a bunch of reforms in there. Congressman Thomas Massey, who was, he was big working with Ro Khanna on getting the Epstein files out. He offered a bunch of stuff that was left out. Reportedly, we don't know because they ain't talking. The Congressional Black Caucus have been the ones who are like, no, leave it unchanged. So wait a minute, hold on. I got a problem. Y'all keep telling me, and I'm with it. I'm with you. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm with you, except for on immigration. I'm with you. I believe MAGA is dying, but I also believe something else is being born. And the thing that's being born, I don't think our Congress people, they may not be dynamic enough to be here for the thing that is, for this thing that is being born. It just might not work for them. You can't be two things. Now you got TMZ over there in DC. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It's going to be a lot of hats falling. They're going to be watching you. You all have lived in a world where people don't pay attention to you. They don't pay attention to who you meet with, what you do at night, none of that stuff. But now that TMZ found out that pays good money, that doing this political thing, everybody's finding out all of a sudden that politics plays good money. You got everybody in here now. Ain't that something? That is really, really something. That is something to me. Everybody now acting as if doing politics the old way is the same thing as doing politics the right way. I just cannot piece it together. Now, something else I want to say, because they caught, these were the you live to kind of deal with what comes your way, long suffering like, but you don't actually imagine a way where this could be bad or this could be good, or I'm going to create something new. You just want to exist until you die. No, that's not good enough. And at a certain point, if you could reflect on yourself, you would understand that you're not good enough. You're not dynamic enough for this moment. This moment has everything going wrong at the same time. Everything from wars, everything from immigration, poverty. We never got reparations. We don't have no wealth. Has everything going wrong. And you have to be able to be dynamic enough to deal with that, talk about that, and legislate around that. The person who can do that is not you. Are we influencing how people think and how people understand Democrats, and what the Democratic Party is not doing? Or are we just nothing? Which is it? Because if we're something, one of y'all should have reached out to me and you should have incorporated a lot of what we had. And then you come back and say, listen, Yvette, I've incorporated what you say we should do into our platform. I would have tried to co-opt me. I would have tried to bring me in. I would have tried to, hey, we're going to advocate for some of this stuff. I would have tried to do that. Y'all ain't smart enough to even do that. Y'all don't even know how to try to neutralize somebody and want to run around here and talk to me like you Machiavelli. Shut up. Don't nobody believe nothing you talking about. Well, you just gotta have. Let's go back to what Roland said real quick. I'm not gonna bring it back up because who wants to read that? But we don't have the votes. The thing about it is, y'all don't know how to do math. I know how to do this math. And I know in the country where we're talking about having shortages, they're talking about this war is going to create shortages. You need to be able to hoard food. You need to be able to store things up for at least 3 to 6 months, maybe more than that. And I know most people, 40% of people, they say don't have $500. So I know most of my people don't. And that's because they've been plundered and looted. And you going to call it a pipe dream just because you got ugly shorts and little golf clubs, just because you living okay. Just imagine. Imagine, have you ever seen, even after the Holocaust, a Jewish person called Holocaust reparations, when it was going on, when they was fighting for, you ever heard them called a pipe dream? Have you ever heard any internment person a Japanese American, have you ever heard them called a pipe dream? These people are traitors to everything we love. Ain't nobody did that. Ain't nobody did nothing to you. Can't even disagree without hollering and screaming and getting it's just and calling people names all the time, and you ought to do this and you ought to do that, and talking to people like they children and wondering why don't nobody want to deal with you, don't nobody want to be bothered with you. AIPAC just put out a whole thing about how they sponsor, they are the top fundraiser for the Black Caucus members. They said the Hispanic caucus too. They said they fund for everybody. They said the Asian caucus too. They the top fundraiser. How can you work for me? See, we have a lot of problems in this political system that are not solved by voting. We have all kinds of money in the system. I know Roland went around and got a bunch of Negroes to give money for Kamala, and it ended up being, what was it? $1 million and 45 cents among all the Negroes in America. Right? You can't, this is unworkable. We have to find a fix for this. So many problems, I can't even name all of them. Right? So many problems. They just compensate people all around the world. After decades of advocacy in 1990, the federal government enacted the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, which established a $100 million trust fund to provide compassionate lump sum payments to individuals harmed to the exposure of radiation from atmospheric nuclear weapons testing on uranium mining. The enacting statute read as follows. The Congress apologizes on behalf of the nation to individuals described in subsection A and their families for the hardships they endured. This legislation was specifically intended to provide restitution. It's like, this is just such a normal way to provide restitution to people. It is just the most normal thing that countries do, right? And somehow, some way, they have convinced us that there's no way to trace us back to the plantation, which is the easiest thing in the world to do, because if you were here before the Immigration Act of 1965, you can probably be traced back to the plantation. This is not hard. Oh, this program. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. The program awards tax-free lump sum compensation ranging from $50,000 to $100,000 for uranium workers, miners, millers, or transporters, workers, and others present at the test sites and downwinders who develop certain illnesses as well as medical care. If the victim is deceased, the benefit is paid to survivors. Wait a minute, I thought you couldn't get nothing if you wasn't a slave. I thought heirs couldn't get nothing. No, heirs get stuff all the time. This is just regular. This is normal. This is normal. This is normal. This is how much they pay. You know the Micronesian folks, that's how they pay them. 50 to 100,000. I mean, this is easy. This is easy. You just figure it out. It's easy. This is not hard. The American Indian Trust Fund is an example of reparatory compensation paid out today to the descendants of tribes whose land were stolen and mismanaged in the 19th century. In the 1880s, many American Indian nations signed treaties with the United States that ceded the title of their lands to a federal government in exchange for sovereignty, healthcare, education, and protection. In many cases, these nations retained resource rights, meaning they were entitled to revenue generated from activities on the lands, including drilling, grazing, hunting, mining, and timber production. The lands held in common by members of tribes were subdivided into small individual allotments under the Dawes Act 1887. The government legally operated the fiduciary as a fiduciary banker for the funds. You see, this is not hard. It is not hard. Now, how much of our land was stolen? We were ran off farms. The KKK just come here and say, you got to leave. And so that land, that house was never passed down.
Right. And you got tethers who, if you own a home, like these disgusting people, man. Don't worry, man. Don't worry, man. We're waiting for that. We're waiting. Waiting, man. We're going to treat y'all like Garvey. Oh, shit. Yeah, we're going to treat y'all like Garvey. Just believe that. Watch. There's only like 400,000, I think, Africans in the country totally. 43 million of us. All right.
And you have a Democratic Party that went against one of their own because she believed differently. And all of the Negroes over there sat by and said, yes, massa. Yes, massa, you right. We loved us immigrants, illegals or not. You sided with people who are in this country illegally over Carla Cunningham. And you don't ever expect any sympathy from me, baby. Don't ever do it. It's over for you. Because y'all don't even have, it's hard for me to work with anybody who don't have self-interest. You got to have self-interest. You got to have group interest. You got to say, this is my group. I'm ADOS. Okay, now what do I do? Because whatever I do has to benefit my group first. You don't run around saying, how can I benefit people who are here illegally first? That's politically incompetent. And I don't care what kind of collar you got. See, the collar you got, they didn't teach you in seminary what Jesus justice looked like. Maybe you're getting too much money to understand what the justice of Jesus looks like. Maybe you are a useful tool. Right? See, everybody, maybe you are a useful tool. Maybe you like, what's his name? Moral Mondays, Reverend Barber, and you getting millions and you taking home 200,000. So you just have y'all ever watched one of his Moral Mondays thing where he just sit up there with a bunch of different people and gives bad theology and talks about how everybody needs stuff and fight. We just got to fight for 15 and we know what economically, he's a bad preacher too. I'm tired of bad preachers. Al Sharpton's a bad preacher. Y'all don't even know good preaching no more. Child, don't tell me nothing of all you guys, the cadence of King. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear none of this bad preaching. We don't go to the church enough. If we went to the church enough or went to the church as kids, we would know that half this ain't even good preaching. Gosh. Come on now. I don't want to see no more moralizing. Don't try to moralize to me just because you a big old preacher. I don't want to hear that.
Yeah, so to answer Two Teller question, it appears that she said it. She said that she don't believe the Democrats are going to pass reparations no matter how many. She said they could win the House, the Senate, and everything. So she's doing her own thing. Like she's her advocacy is just advocating for reparations, right? And that's all they're doing. They're advocating, so they're not relying on a party, right? That so there's no what if or like they as long as that's what it seems to me like when I'm listening to and when I'm reading, they're they're not on that.
It don't make it no deeper. It don't make it no more Jesus-centered. It's not the Jesus I know. It's not black liberation theology. It's not anything that challenges systems. It's not anything that frees people. If you're not challenging systems, you're not freeing people. If you're only challenging the Republican Party and not the Democratic Party, you're not freeing nobody. You are a useful tool.
See? Yeah, the message. Very clear to me. Hmm?
Some of y'all swear y'all can do business with white folk, but you just don't know how. Because they can be in a room with you and know you finna go out here and vote blue no matter who or whatever you finna do, or you finna support ADOS AF or do whatever, and they don't care. They finna go out and vote MAGA and they gonna hug you and shake your hand. They're not gonna get nowhere and say, well, I gotta do business with these Negroes, so. They don't care. And you got to just start like standing on what you stand on. So people love to say that. I stand on what I stand on. I stand on what I stand on. Yeah, you do that every which way but politically. When it comes to politics, you waffle. Ooh, you wiggle and waffle in a way that I ain't never seen before. So it's just very interesting to me. Politics, so much about politics is just about consequences and group consequences. You know, before I get out of here, because I know I said I wasn't going to take y'all talk too long, but since I'm not going to bring up what I was going to bring up. The other part I was going to bring up. I'm not going to do that right now. I'm going to save it. But I saw a lot of people talking about a clip, and I think it was, since we're talking about this kind of stuff, about from the pivot. And it was
And before we go there.
420 coming up, but you got to relax. All right? The next time you want to project that type of lifestyle on people.
Okay. Thank you so much. Was that all his rebuttals?
Oh, it's me.
Okay, go ahead, the Black.
Yeah. First of all, you know dang well, none of us is claiming that. We are acknowledging, yes, we have YT individuals in our lineage. We have natives in our lineage. We have African slaves in our lineage. That's all we're doing. We're embracing the lineage that makes us, because those are your forefathers. Those are your ancestors. Now, the fact that individuals are scared or afraid to embrace their individual lineage and get out of this flat slave narrative that's blanket on all of us, that's a you problem. I don't know about it, but me, I'm a rebel. I always wanted to be separate from the pack, and I always embrace my family. I'm a Jones. It's a walking narrative in America. Everybody want to live like the Joneses. I'm proud of that. Yeah, everybody want to live like me. That's why I walk with pride. And then I'm Black. So yeah, we want to separate from those who don't have no ethnic pride, those who don't have no American pride, and those who don't have no pride within the community. And that's what we do. We stepping on business. And if you can't step on business and you want to be anything other than Black American, it is what it is. That's a you.
Thank y'all for the gifts. Thanks for gifting me, and thanks for gifting the panelists, and for all the taps getting us over that 100K. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you. Shock, final say.
We can go forward. I gotta do something real quick.
Okay, thank you for coming up. We're gonna rotate the stage.
Well, my apologies. It's just, I don't like when they be saying stuff like that about me. You know what I'm saying?
African can take an insult, but you can't take an insult. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, but when you send one, I'm sending 10 back. That's it.
That's it. You don't guys talking
Don't
points.
get
Okay,
mad.
thank you. Thank y'all.
No, I don't get mad. I'm just saying like they
Thank
call
you. Hold
Africans
on,
so a lot.
Africa. Go ahead. Address the prompt, please.
FBA versus everybody
man.
who is next. What's your issue? See, my issue is what just happened right now. I don't support what is calling someone drunk or stuff like that, but you have to understand, Africans too, they have emotions too, okay? And a lot of Africans, they have ego, which I don't understand how they can understand the system of Black America and the way they talk. So that's the issue I'm having on both sides. All we just do is attack each other, talk about what's happening in your community without talking about the solution in your own community. Yes, when when the Blacks talk about Africa don't have a toilet, yes, I agree. Some Africa don't have a toilet because they see like countryside, just like America also. America see have some places in America too that don't have electricity. So what are we talking about? And they see a lot of places in America that is not even better. It's not even better than Africa. So you have to understand that people you talk to, they will always have different opinion about who they've met in their life. So you can't categorize a single African or a single FBA as the whole FBA group or as a Black American. So we have to understand that it is not only Black or
Real quick, because you got enough time to answer. Where in America? What part of Africa you talking about? Like where in America is like Africa?
the whole Africa.
No, I'm saying like where in America? I guess you say where in America is like as bad as Africa. I mean, I ain't saying Africa bad, but where in America? What you talking about is some
there's some part of America that they don't have a.
That is their fantasy. They always try to pretend that America ain't that great. Like this is these sick at tethers. They literally die to get over here. They sell out. They bend over to get over to America, and then they try to tell us Black Americans, like they try to trick us. Oh yeah, America ain't all that. It's basically Africa. Shit, you might as well just come to Africa. At least you're around your own people. This is their logic. In America, it's just a racist country, man. You might as well come home and just live around your own people. You ain't doing shit in America. You ain't doing shit in Africa. Same shit. But there ain't no racism. No white team man in Africa. So you might as well just come over there. Like, that's their logic. Why they're doing anything possible to come to America. This fake destiny swap. Where they trying to lie to us. Oh, America ain't shit. Ain't nothing popping over here. Africa, same thing. Try Africa out. So they could try to do some destiny swap. They could try to come over here in mass. Like, stop it. Garvey already tried that. Yo, why don't y'all go to Liberia? Meanwhile, he's sending messages back to Jamaica. Hey, yo, get ready. We're going to mass migrate to America. I almost got these niggas in Liberia. Just give me 2 more weeks. Pack your bags, Jamaica. We're going to occupy America in their place.
The electricity is cutting in and out also. You don't know that?
If it's something like that, that means there's nobody living there.
Right, exactly.
So you think America is the same thing you see like the same way you have a 1 bedroom, everybody have 1 bedroom? Some people live the way they want to live. Some people decide they don't want to change.
But Africa, then just say some people live like that in Africa. You ain't got to bring us in it.
Yeah, but no, I'm not.
Live off grid. People that live off grid still use certain electricity. They use little solar panels.
That's what he's talking about, off-grid living, or I thought he was talking about like so bad in poverty or something that they just got to live like that.
Even little poor Appalachian people got toilets. The little hill people, they got toilets.
But we have our own style of toilet, not like the way you guys have it. Though. We have they might not have the white one you see, but we have the kind of toilet we use. So what are you talking about?
What kind of toilets?
They have African style of toilet. Yes.
You talking about the street?
No.
Tariq Nasheed said they wiped their butt with a brick. Oh my God.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They have the way they have their own toilet
Come on,
too.
Africa. Like, stop playing at the like Nigeria ain't known for just people pooping on the street for nothing. Like, hey, I'm gonna pop a squat here.
What about the one that happened in California? Is it in America?
Those are people that are homeless.
There is the same thing in Africa too. There's homelessness in Africa too.
And a lot of them still don't do that. They be using buckets and stuff. Like, you got homeless people in California that
They use the
that
clothes
live on
they're
a bridge.
wearing.
They
That's
got a
what they
whole
use.
mini apartment under the bridge. Like, come on.
No,
you can't compare that to what's going on in Africa, where people are literally choosing to poop on the street.
All you gotta do is go to a train station, a bus station, and you're gonna see the same damn thing. People shitting at the bus station, peeing at the train station.
They're probably mentally ill people. You can't.
Those are homeless people. You can't compare the homeless people to people
That's not true.
who live
That's
in
not true. They're not mentally.
We get poop on the street. I mean,
And you got fan zombies. You got fan zombies walking the streets, leaning back, looking like they got a broken back. I never seen zombies in Africa.
All right. Wait. I just watched the video. You said, so since you said in South Africa, Black, do you know they have a drug gang, a smug gang in South Africa called the America Gang? And y'all, guess what the name of their headquarters? Oh my goodness, it was like videos of it looked like our 80s, like literally our 80s. And the headquarters is called the White House, y'all. And y'all should see these GANG members. It's crazy. I hate they going through that. They going through
you can't say gang either. That is crazy. You can't say gang. Wow. I kind of like that because I believe that's I've been like dying to work on my language. Cut back the profanity. I think TikTok. It's gonna be good for that. I think it's gonna help me work on my my language. Okay.
Our smug era.
So in a second, it's about to get spicy. Hood Smart got a video with the Somalian, and I think it's titled like should Black Americans work with Somalians? Something like that. So I know that's gonna be hilarious. So I'm gonna do that one next.
Right now.
Yeah, come on now, Remy. Y'all literally got some stuff called Kush, and it's grind up unalive bones mixed with some other little things.
That's what I was just talking about.
Who's y'all? You guys be taking talking points. You be talking about things you don't even know.
No, it was a whole special on it. I watched it.
No, now you love. He's talking about Kush and grinded powder. What are you talking about, bro?
People in Africa don't kidnap albinos.
The Black is a child. Don't mind the Black is a child.
Let's move on.
The Black. Do you know that the first time in my life I hear about PCP? Do you know it's in America? Do you know the meaning of
say those words,
man? What it is. Like,
right. Okay.
You are more advanced than y'all.
So you have to. No, I want to.
Right. Then we're gonna move on.
Yeah, I want to set the record straight because you see all the bad part of Africa. I agree. You see it every day. You can't be telling me that America is saint, that America is the perfect country. That's what I'm telling you.
Better than your country?
I don't argue with that. Yes,
it's better than any other country around the world. That's why people come here.
I agree with you.
They know that.
Okay, hold on.
Can't compare them, so
relax, papi. Relax.
The Black is a child. The Black is a child.
Wait, hold on. African reality. I heard people saying that you was Latino. Did you just say relax, papi?
And this Spanish. That's what I'm telling you. We immigrants. That's what I'm telling you. I deal with a lot of people.
Buddy
people
Mexicans.
100%. Hold on.
I know they fall for that.
Why Africans do better because any situation you make yourself.
Okay, he's lying. Africans don't do better. You have a top 1% that's obviously going to do better than our bottom half, our bottom. But your top 1% do not do better than our top 1% or even our middle class. Stop it. Stop lying, Tether.
Hispanic for a minute there.
Africa, why is you? Africa, y'all don't do better. Most of y'all are Uber drivers.
Bro, hold on.
Most of y'all work basic.
You're a child. You're a child.
Like y'all not gonna come up here and put spouses. We have the data. We have the data to prove this.
Okay, hold on. The crowd cannot hear everybody talking at once.
Yeah, let me talk, bro.
No, you it's over. You said
no. I didn't answer my question though. I didn't.
No, we ain't get no questions.
No, you say I'm a Latino. I said I deal with a lot of Spanish folk. What do? I learn their ways. I learn the way they talk, the way they do. So, but you guys don't want to learn anything. You don't want to. You don't even want to.
I do have a rebuttal to his.
That Spanish was real Spanish. Go ahead, the black.
Look.
Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, her show be better if she let people interact more. Like I said, just invite me by myself, or you can invite people from over here. SL, V4, Warrior. You can invite Alicia. Everybody who calls in over here. Truth Teller. Invite us. And matter of fact, invite only one of us each day. Like your show be lit. You dig? Like they don't get that. Like if they can find us the way we can find them, all of us will be benefiting together. If you invited one of us each day to your show, it's like a 1v12. You can have me 1v any amount of tethers, 100, 200, 12, 50, what matter. I dust them off each one by one effortlessly. All right? Call my bluff on that. Let me 1v1 these tethers. Okay? Give me any amount of tethers. Like, just let me talk to them one by one. Gone. Next one, gone. Next one, gone. I cook them on Garvey, the slave trade, they ain't black, all type of topics. Delineation, smacking them up one by one. All right, so I want to let me share this video. This is FBA. Somebody sent me here. FBA Gatekeepers. So I actually clicked it. I think in the comment section. So I want to play what he got going on. So it's entitled, "Are the Ethiopians Black?" So this is right up my alley. I want to talk about this and give commentary. 1 second, my family. Share my screen. And this will probably be the last, and I won't play all of it, that's pretty lengthy, but this will probably be the last video tonight. Let me see. Let me give a shout out to I can't even see. Pretty serious. So somebody sent up a super chat, but it won't let me see. What the hell is this? What is that? All right. Oh, back in action. Shout out super chat. Thank you. That is the Ron, go get your coffee. I'm gonna do just that. Okay. I'm going to pick up some fried chicken from they have this fried chicken at ShopRite. It's banging. I'm going to pick that up, and I'm going to get the coffee right after that. Thank you, back in action. I'm definitely going to get my coffee. And that's to keep me up a little bit longer as I play this last video, right? FBA Gatekeep.
talking about. And then we're gonna call it a night. See you tomorrow. So let me play this video. Let's see what's going on over here. And hopefully it's funny. And we might play the whole thing if it's funny. I know her smart stuff be funny. He gonna make it funny.
Uncle Bay just came up.
The video was just pulled up. Okay, yeah. I know you can do like that.
Because look, the white tea people was basing it off skin color probably because they slow. We based it off something else. We the reason why black is beautiful. And
okay, so he started off being correct. He said white tea. So they have a prompt. Are the Egyptians black? So a lot of them saying no. I see that already. And then he said the white tea people might have been basing skin color. Basing tethered skin color, or the black on their skin color. He's right. He's actually right. You dig? And that's why I say like people gotta find me like I find them. If they were to come over here and find me, use my talking points, and go back on these spaces, like they'll be way more effective. Way more effective. You feel me? For me, this stuff is easy. And I love doing it. It's easy. And I probably am going to do TikTok tomorrow. Depends. Because I do want to go to the gym. I'm on the gym. Yo, it was like 50. I had my son at the park. He was dressed up in a coat and everything, riding his bike. And I had the basketball out there. I was shooting around, hoop dreams, like I'm damn Kyrie Irving out there. I'm like, yo, I gotta go to the gym, man. I gotta get this in. So I might go to the gym and go live afterwards, like 1:00 p.m. You dig? Right. All right. So let's get to it.
all that type of shit. That's my whole point. So listen, come on, dude. Don't disrespect me eating all in the phone. All right?
And can I
That's
tell you
disrespectful.
one thing?
Hold on, Cheryl. Hold on,
Okay.
Cheryl. Well, I'll come to you after I'm done. But I just want to say this too. Hold on, baby. You're supposed to be asleep. My son's still up. Listen, when that guy said that he came to America and he was identifying as a white tea person, didn't he say something about being an Arab too? And look, the Arabs here are they are classified as white tea, just like the Latinos identify as white tea. You feel me? Listen, and when he told them people that he wanted to reject the white tea classification, what they tell him, sis, why would you do that? They basically start talking shit about the black folks in America, not the fucking Africans, not the Caribbeans. They attributed blackness to black Americans. And that's what we keep telling people. The video you just played actually made our point. It didn't make yours.
Right.
It actually made ours, and it shows that everything that we saying is fact, even in his own life. Using him in his example.
Do you know why he played that, brother?
And hold on, another thing. This is another thing about these Egyptians. They got flipped, smacked, and rubbed down a million fucking times. So what's his real lineage? Huh? Okay, because we know a lot of different people conquered Egypt. Okay? Now either he was Persian, he was Greek, he was Roman, he was Arab, or he was one of those Ayyubids motherfuckers, or he was from the Ottoman Empire, or he was French because the French controlled it before, the British controlled it before.
Hopefully I can hear it. I want to thank each and every one of y'all for liking the video. Okay. I'm going to shout you out in a second. You feel me? All y'all stayed long on the the live. I appreciate that. There's other folks live, you know what I mean, with us. There's other folks live right now. That's of the lineage that's rocking. Jack of the Easy been over there. See, there's nothing wrong with the replay gang, because some people don't catch me live, but you don't. It's okay. I just say, hey, catch me when you can. How about that? Or just come by and just like the video. That's all. So even the videos you have never watched before. My only thing with family, why not just like the videos? And y'all see, I whoever I watch, I like. And it ain't always got to be FBA. If you got an entertaining video, I just like it. I think that's the respect they get. If I like it. If I don't like it, I ain't liking that shit. Well, FBAs get liked automatically. I don't care if I don't like it. I don't care if I don't stay around long at all. I like all my FBA content creators, small, medium, large. It's a practice you give. You do so much by liking videos. So if the family want to just, donate 15 minutes, just drinking coffee, washing dishes, run through my videos and just like them, that's great because you're helping me be seen by more people, right? And it's going to be lit. So like once it get hot, you're going to see me just like last year. Last year, summertime, my camera's on like almost all the time. Same thing. In the cold, I don't really in the cold. I'm kind of like, low key. I cut my own hair, by the way. I cut my hair today. I had a number 2.5, I think 2.5 blade. No, 3.5 blade. Cut my hair. Haircut's a gazillion dollars anyway. But summertime is usually when I get kind of fly, like when I really dress up. Wintertime, I'm like New York. We call it like thugging. Just jeans, sweatsuit. I trim my beard down, mustache down, like no shape up. I got no shape up. I got no haircuts or shape ups for the entire fall summer. So you think I'm gonna be on camera looking like that? Nah, I'm gonna get on camera when I'm getting, when it get hot. You'll see.
You understand me? The Egyptians that's there right now ain't the original people.
Yeah, but the bottom line, I've got my point. But bottom line, we're lit. Support the channel, like the channel, not the channel, like the video. Like I said, go back, even the videos you haven't watched, go back and like those. You dig? Hook your boy up, hook your relative up, lineage relative.
Let's be honest. The original Egyptians wouldn't be coming here identifying as no fucking white. Go ahead, Prime.
It's crazy. I just went to the tobacco. My bad. I just went to the tobacco store, right? I had to get some more flavors from my hookah, and it was an Egyptian guy up in there. It's funny because he said yeah, I'm Egyptian. I looked at him, dude, look white as hell.
Yeah. He probably was from the British line.
Yeah, but he said like, yeah, I'm Egyptian. He was like, he would tell me a little bit about Egypt and all that. I just thought it was kind of funny. I was like, this nigga. I mean, I'm not gonna say nothing because he was cool. Them dudes be cool a little bit. But it was just funny because he was just like, bro, there's no way you truly Egyptian. Like, hell nah.
You know the crazy thing is that
they be cool though. He was cool though.
The British still got control of that motherfucker.
Yeah, but what's funny? They took on the identity of the true Egyptians, just like the small hats took on the identity of the true Hebrews. It's the only way that can work, because for the longest time they had everybody under the spell that believed that they was that color and that their hair was all long and this and that. Nope. How you think we gonna believe that these people? How do you think these people remained in power this long? They've lied. All of them flipped who they were and took on somebody else's identity. Those are not the true Egyptians, and those small hats and people. I mean, think about it. You're not being white in the middle of the desert at all. And then if you look at their melanoma rates, they get melanoma quicker than anybody else. Actually, that's one of the main things that's unaliving them. Melanoma. So if that's really where you from, why are you unaliving from the sun?
Cheryl?
Okay. And
what?
Really and truly, this is just my personal opinion. I don't think there are no really true Egyptians, because it was called Kemet until the 1950s. I can't remember the exact year. It was called Kemet.
Yeah, the British took it over in what? Yeah. I think it was 1956, so it was probably called that until the 1950s.
Right. And Kemet meant the land of the blacks, which they pushed them out, and they pushed them further up. The actual true, if you want to call them Egyptians.
All right, so let's be clear. The land of the blacks, that had nothing to, it's really the land of the soil. They were describing the soil because they also call it the land of the red, where they talk about the soil. The soil is what they're referencing. They're not referencing the people. So they got the land of the reds, the land of the blacks.
now. Well, I call them the true Kemites. They pushed them out, and it's nothing over there but people from the Middle Eastern, and like you said, probably some parts of Europe. And so no, they not really black or whatever. And that's the only country in Africa that actually identified really as black. Are the original Kemites, they call themselves Kemet, which means land of the blacks.
Cushites. They're Cushites, Kemites, whatever, but they still around. They just scattered. Them people just took a hold of their land. That's it.
Yeah. But I've never seen one. I would love to see one of the original ones,
So yeah, that ancient Kemet, that was around a long time ago. That was way before them fucking white tea people colonized them. So that was used over 2,000-3,000 years ago. I'm looking at this I pulled up something on it. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Them ain't the original people though. Go ahead, Ink.
A lot of them are enslaved. You're not gonna see them out and about too much because they don't want you to. You got to go there. But you'll see the ones that are darker and that they actually from that area. But a lot of them be mistreated and enslaved, just like in any other place where the melanated people are. In Mexico, those people are usually deemed as lower class, enslaved, and they push them out to the coast. Because you look at the coast of the Chiles area, those are the actual Mexicans that were there, like they do everywhere, like they do to us in our own country. Melanated people are the indigenous of every single country, but you're gonna see these white cave dwellers, they gonna lie.
So yeah.
Ray, I'll go tell you one more thing and then I'm gonna drop down. I'm going to bed.
Go ahead, Cheryl.
Friday, I went to get hookah just like the young man did, and
Okay, I see you still lit. Okay.
And got into it with the Pakistani, and he tried to tell me that he was black, and one thing led to another, but that's been taken care of. Y'all.
What you mean? What the? Did you make the call? What you mean?
Your grandson handled it?
No, somebody else handled it for me, but
okay.
That's been taken care of. But yeah, and I usually don't go into them stores anyway. But the only reason I went to get a hookah is that I'm trying to quit smoking, and somebody told me to try hookah.
Yeah.
And he tried to tell me he was black, and
yeah. You know what's crazy? Yeah, you know what's crazy? Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, I appreciate you. It's crazy y'all say that because I remember we was on the block. You know what I'm saying? Not in South Africa. I'm not South African. When y'all say y'all black South African, I understand I understand what y'all are saying when y'all say that because I know your history, right?
I don't know what they're saying. Well, let me fast forward to some tethers come in.
Fictional Marvel Universe story, okay, bro? Now, if your only example is of movies, that means we don't cosplay y'all at all.
But can I ask you, what is a tether and a cosplayer? Isn't that someone that lives in America and acts like they're American or tries to be you guys?
So delete it. Let me tell you something. If you put on a Pokemon costume right now, a Pikachu costume, you would be cosplaying. Do you understand that?
Okay. And also,
whoa. You're not gonna ask me question after question. If you put on a Pikachu costume right now, that's considered cosplaying. And you're in South Africa. If I put on a Pikachu costume right now in Chicago, that's considered cosplaying. Okay? That's a real thing. They have whole like meetings where people dress up and shit and cosplay and go to Star Wars conventions and shit like that. Cosplaying is when you're wearing a costume. You could be anywhere on the earth and cosplay. Just because you ain't left South Africa and you copying Black American culture don't mean that you ain't cosplaying. You're still cosplaying in your homeland.
Like, isn't cosplaying?
And you know exactly what a tether is, because we've spoken to you before.
Like the South Africans that are inspired by you guys, they're still fully South African. They speak their own languages. They do their own stuff. Like, we don't do
good for them. That don't change the.
Like, we don't.
You know what? Honestly, by you saying that, it just proves how dumb it is for y'all to cosplay as us. Right. You have your own culture, your own language. Why the fuck are you walking around trying to walk, talk, and dress like us then?
Okay, let me answer your
Well, I
question.
can explain some of that for
So you
some
can explain
Africans in
that?
America.
Let him answer that. Hold on, see. Delete it.
Let me just make an example. Like if you had a South African show that you watched in Chicago, you watched it a lot. I'm telling you, you're gonna end up doing some of the things that you see in that movie.
Okay,
Look,
so
telling
name
you.
some stuff. Ink, go ahead, sis.
And I still didn't want to be y'all.
Huh?
I watched Serafina and I still didn't want to be y'all. Sang some of the songs. Freedom is coming tomorrow, and I still don't want to be y'all.
Yeah, because
delete it.
watched
Let me
one
tell you
movie.
something. Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Not like
time out. Delete it. Do you understand that Black Americans not the only people who are in film and sports and shit? We're not the only people. You got white people who got movies that are they're known around the world. All right. Just look at the fucking Harry Potter series. All right. You don't see me and I watched a lot of them motherfuckers. You don't see me going around this bitch trying to put a spell on the motherfucker. Okay. You don't see me trying to talk like Harry Potter. Okay. Just because I watch these movies don't mean I'm finna go around talking like them. Anybody who does that actually is weak-minded.
Okay. I heard from American.
I'm not gonna start doing that just because of a movie. Now listen, some shit is influential, like Black Americans, but
like
actually that's different. But honestly,
Tony Montana.
What about it?
Like, okay, like what I wanted to
watched
say
that movie
is
1,000 times and I never once dressed up like him. Never tried to talk like him, nothing. And that's actually my favorite movie.
Yeah, like what
person
going around talking like that?
I heard Americans say in the 80s and the 70s or 90s, karate movies were popular and Americans were actually trying to learn karate. So what about that?
That's
it's
martial
a Chinese
arts.
culture.
That's learning martial arts. That's not
but it's
cosplay.
A Chinese culture.
Time out. Okay, this what you don't understand.
Okay, all right. Listen, you gotta stop. Like, for example, like Wakanda. Some of us was doing the whole Wakanda bullshit. Like, it's a movie, dude. It's a fad. It's a fad. We were running around. As a matter of fact, you know who had more influence on us? It wasn't the Chinese flicks itself, even though they were dope, they were fly. It was Bruce Leroy. Like when Last Dragon came out, that was more flyer than any. And there was a lot of Chinese flicks that was dope. Like I come from that. Like I'm a fan of those kung fu flicks, and I ain't gonna apologize. Them shits was fly. You did, and they did have us running around kicking and shit. Right, but we didn't want to be. See, I think where he fell into the trap. He fell into the trap of the emulating a style versus wanting to be somebody. Dude, you are literally cosplaying. Like you're literally cosplaying one of us. We didn't cosplay a Chinese person. We did karate, a fucking fighting style. We might even do the Macarena. All right, Macarena. Okay, that don't mean I wanted to be a goddamn Hispanic man. Like these guys literally want to be us. They look like us. They never want to confess where they from. You ask them where they from? Florida. Okay, your homeland, my guy. Your homeland. Where your homeland from? You got to beat it out of it. Like, dude, fuck out of here, man. We are them ones. That's the bottom line. Everybody want to be us. That's not us want to be everybody. Like, we're not going to be stupid. Everybody want to look like, even Chinese people, everybody want to look like us. Gold chain, rope gold chains, the gold teeth, the parts in the head. And when Jamaicans were wearing their dreadlocks, nobody want to wear that shit the way they wore them. People waited till we start wearing locks. And now you see Chinese and white people and Hispanic wearing locks after Black Americans. Not after Jamaicans, because Jamaicans been wearing locks for 1,000 years. Nobody wanted to wear that Bob Marley bullshit, that Platt bullshit. They started wearing locks after us. Cornrows, box braids after us. I told you I got into box braids after crisscross. All right. What up? Who's that chimed in? Was it Swerving? Yeah, these goddamn tethers. Oh, you doing karate? Oh, you want to be Chinese? No, I'm doing karate. Fuck, I want to be Chinese. I'm a black man doing karate like Bruce Leroy.
Yo, and you know, man, it's that shit right there is just so much shit because like these people are, you say even with the cops, they abandon they shit to be us.
Right. Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
not
that's a
it's
good
not even
point.
like it's not even that they like they're not continuing. Okay, I went my one of my brothers had a he had a birthday party about 2 years ago. I wore like this like blue dashiki looking shit. You know what I'm saying? It was fly
Okay.
shit, right?
Yeah.
So when the shit was over, I left the shirt top on, threw on some jeans. I'm in the club, you know what I'm saying? Chilling, whatever. Yo, I got
Yeah.
African niggas coming. I got African niggas coming up to me, bro. Like, man, that shit is fly, bro. Like, man, nigga, you looking like a kid out here. You blah, 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 blah. I'm like, bro. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? But I made that shit fly. I had that shit. You feel me? Like, so,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
even, you know, even like, bro, that's what we do. We innovators, bro. We take shit and make
And
it
make it better.
fly. And then on top of that, like, bro, you got to deal with shit like what these niggas don't understand is, bro, in the world, dude, you meet people and there are exchanges of culture, which is perfectly fine and normal.
That's fine. That's okay. Yeah.
And that's how things develop. That's
But
what
you don't take it and pretend it's
but you
yours, and then like you said,
thank you.
abandon your own shit. You don't do that.
Right. And then on top of that, you don't run around usurping. You don't run around saying that's not what we doing. You don't run around saying talking shit about the niggas you trying to emulate. The shit is so ass backwards. And then your buddy is over here talking about martial arts. My nigga, aren't you from the continent? Didn't y'all create martial arts?
Right.
Ain't
Yeah.
that
And
what
look,
y'all say?
and I didn't want to look. I was going to say like, damn, I could have sworn the talking point was martial arts come from Africa, but whatever. Like, yeah, all right,
Bro,
whatever. The niggas pick
you
and
see what I'm
choose.
saying?
Yeah, their arguments.
But what you really want to? Nah, bro, that's not even it. These niggas don't know their own fucking culture.
That's deep.
They tell you shit, bro. But we always go over that. Like their argument is, oh well, you came to the Americas through the slave trade. It was you niggas who told us y'all had boats. Y'all said Molly had
Right.
boats in 10,000 years ago.
Right.
You said that. Y'all said that. Y'all said Molly was forging iron in the furnace 15,000. Y'all said that.
Mm-hmm.
But you picking up rides from the Portuguese to get down the coast? Make this shit make sense.
Right. The Portuguese were the first lift drivers and shit.
So who's lying? Somebody lying. And it keeps coming out. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't act like they were the innovators of shit.
I don't know one thing they innovated,
They don't act
except
like
for kidnapping and selling people. Like that's what they're good at.
Look, check it. That nothing has come off that continent in the past maybe 2,000 years that was of substance. Like, and when I say that, I mean that's like groundbreaking, earth changing.
Right. Yep.
Shit.
Right.
Everything that was modern innovation came from damn near from America in the last 100 years. You know, here lately we're starting to see shit from other countries and shit because of how they invested it. Yeah, they're investing in technology and got their kids, you know, flourishing in the tech world and the tech sectors.
Right.
But man,
Japan,
before that, if it wasn't coming from over here, it wasn't coming.
Right. Facts.
It wasn't coming.
Facts.
So now you know. So now y'all over here, whatever you say, like you say, cosplaying. But it just the shit that's starting to bother me is just like you said, bro. All the it's like y'all act like we didn't study this shit. Like we weren't the ones that owned the Pan-Africanism. And it shows because like you niggas don't know the history about where you come from. And it's getting old, man. I'm out.
All right. Yes, sir. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I don't know where my head was at. I ain't think of that, but you are right. You are 100% right. As far as these guys drop what they like. They usurp and drop and replace what they was about to take somebody else shit and then act like they're the author of it. They try to act like they're the author of it, like it's theirs.
I'm
Were
just
we?
trying to show you how
No,
movies
no, no.
influence.
Listen. Let me explain to you. If my people was not going around dressed up like Bruce Lee outside of that, niggas was not waking up and going outside dressed like Jackie Chan. Niggas, listen, the
They
movies
were though.
influenced people to want to know
No,
how to
that we
do
way.
martial
Hey,
arts.
yo,
So
listen.
they went and paid a person
Uh,
from that culture.
yeah, yeah, he's capping. Yeah, I did not dress like that. Like we fantasized doing the kicks and the Karate Kid bullshit, but none of us really like. Now I remember, like you remember the Defy Little Bruce Lee uh shirts they had, like in some of his movies. Maybe a few of us that was like a real like. So there was few of us that was fanned out fanatics, and they would wear some of that shit, but they were far and beyond, almost like just like Michael Jackson. Yeah, few people actually wore the Michael Jackson shit. Few. They were far and be too far, and it wasn't normal. It wasn't normalized. He's capping. Like this guy, he started off by saying he heard it. So that means he don't know, right? So like, yeah, a lot of us was doing karate shit, but we weren't wearing the karate clothes though. All right. Like I said, you might have some weirdos out there, like the Bruce Leroy's, but the average one of us was wearing our regular stuff, doing karate stuff.
To learn how to defend themselves or whatnot, because that's really what martial arts is for. That's not a bad thing. That's not cosplaying. Cosplaying would be trying to claim that you invented karate or some shit, and you going around running the dojo acting like you created the shit, acting like it's your culture. That's what Africans do.
Yeah, so we don't do that. We don't claim that we made it or it's our culture.
Listen, you don't
South
have to,
Africans
but
don't do
you
that.
still walk around cosplaying as us. And honestly, you're using bad examples. Because listen, you don't have to pay to use our culture, really. Our music, you can hear it for free on YouTube. The videos, the movies, like them, you can see for free. You don't have to pay
But
shit. You're watching it on TV. These really bad
but you said
examples.
that
Go ahead,
Ink
Ink.
said like Ink said I can't be crip walking because I'm from Africa. Like, why are
I
you
didn't
doing
say
karate
that.
if
What
you
the
from
hell?
America?
What are you talking? I never said you can't crip on that. That never even came out my mouth.
Okay, maybe I misheard you. Okay.
Yeah,
That was
you
me
definitely
talking about
did.
crip walking. And I never said that y'all, I said that if y'all did crip walk, that would be cosplaying, yes.
So what about karate? It
You're
wasn't
paying
an
somebody
American
to
thing.
learn lessons.
And like even like
Time
people
out,
were
time out.
actually
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
wearing
whoa,
the
whoa. When people
karate
crip walk,
material.
do it cost
Huh?
money to crip walk? Do it cost money to crip walk?
Huh? I didn't hear you properly.
How much does it cost to crip walk?
Nothing.
Exactly. Now, how much do it cost to learn those karate lessons?
Nothing.
Yes, it does.
Oh. But like I'm talking like kids were playing in the streets wearing karate.
I'm talking to mute. Oh my God.
Stuff and trying to act like Jackie Chan and
That
all that.
never happened, is what
Yeah, I
I'm
was about to
telling
say
you.
no sound,
That's why
blood.
it's not
That,
cosplaying. Listen, I know you want us to cosplay because
look,
you do
I
it,
was talking so
but no
much,
matter
I'm not
how
even gonna
hard
say it
you
again.
try, my people don't go around copying nobody on this earth. Nobody. People copy us, just like you South Africans do.
Okay, I wish in South Africa we were like you guys, because you guys only have your shows in your country. So maybe it's best if they did that, and the American shows to stop trying to promote their shows
You
here.
know what's crazy?
So what I said was the African tether made a fair comparison, right, with the crit walking and the karate shit. That's a fair comparison because not everybody paid for karate lessons. So I see what he's saying. But what I was saying on mute was that's a fair comparison if he was East African or North African, because those parts of Africa are not really known to cosplay us. It's mainly West Africans and maybe a sprinkle of South Africans, but mainly West Africans. So my thing is, if you have a reputation of cosplaying and you're the one crit walking, yes, it's cosplaying. But if it's somebody from North Africa, East Africa, and they're crit walking, I won't necessarily see that as cosplaying because I don't see those Africans as cosplayers. I think they are proud to be Somalian, Eritrean, like they're proud to be North African, Morocco, whatever. I think they're proud to be who they are. I don't think they leave their culture to come to ours like the West Africans.
Let me ask
We
you a
don't look
question
like.
though.
You go ahead.
Why is it that you okay? So like we just talking about exchanging culture. Why is it that you got like Koreans, the Japanese, these mods is out here getting perms and shit so they can have afros. Have you ever seen this? Like they go get their hair
Nah.
like this, bro. They go get like this treatment where their hair will kink up and shit.
Yeah.
Bro, they really walk around looking like the whole K-pop thing, bro. Like they walk around looking like us, bro. They getting fades
Yeah.
and shit. Like they get, you know what I'm saying? This shit is wild as hell. But
Yeah.
they will acknowledge where the shit come from, my guy. Like
Right.
so
that
even
So
if
that don't make it cosplaying, right?
exactly. So even if like let's say we did take on the martial arts thing, right? I came up taking taekwondo.
And we
You
did.
did.
Yeah. And we did.
I came up taking karate. I came up in the whatever. But that, like you said, it was we got into the culture and we acknowledged where it come from. You had to speak
Right.
Korean in the dojo. You had to speak Japanese in the dojo. You see what I'm saying? Like you don't just get it ain't like, oh, you had to actually learn that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like it's two totally different worlds. And not only that, it was a swap. It was a swap, bro. Like even Bruce Lee would tell you, he came over here and started fucking with us.
Right. Oh yeah. Look, that's a great point. Yeah, because Bruce Lee he had our swag.
Bro, he had us in his movies. He was fucking Jim Kelly was
he had our swag, yo. He would have us laughing because he would do things that we would do. Like when he was fighting. Oh my God. Oh, here we go. Yeah. He would do things like I recall him doing certain like gestures, facial expressions, that we would laugh about. That's like influenced by us, if I can recall. Shit.
Yeah, all of
but
that.
anyway, good. Anyway, but
the nose and bro.
Right. There you go. Yeah. See, like so he took. So now you made a great point. They took from us, okay, and like you said, it's a good swap. Like we took stuff from them, they took some stuff from us.
Yeah, and that's okay.
Yeah,
like
a lot
that
of Bruce Lee
works.
mannerisms were one of us. You feel me?
But
even, but it was mutual respect, nevertheless.
For sure. Even bro, like, and this is probably not as good of an example, but on some levels, the exchange is still there. Like, it's not much of an exchange because they don't let you usurp their shit, but they will acknowledge where it comes from, even though they don't financially back it. And that's like the small hats with the industry. They take all our shit and they'll tell you, oh yeah, they made that. They don't hide that, bro. I think we kind of that's a false equivalent. Like we don't really give them the like we be on their ass a lot because of how the music industry was ran and shit, and the shit niggas let other people do to them, like the contractual shit and how they play niggas. But in all actuality, man, we just didn't know, so we allowed them to do that shit to us. But
right,
it was still a cultural swap. Like they got, I mean, that's the closest community in this country to us. Like, I mean, I'm not saying we have a lot of, we have similarities. They have overcome the shit that we're still trying to get out of. But
yeah, we got a lot of similarities. We got a lot of things. And I look, I'm known to say we need to borrow some of their shit as they. Yeah, I say it all the time. We need to stop acting like they're the enemy. Listen to these fucking conservatives. You dig these weird conservatives, these racist conservatives that no, like that is a
if you ever sit down and talk to one of them, bro, they gonna give you the drawing.
Yeah,
they gonna give it to you. They might not help you, but they gonna give you the drawing. I got my granddad, bro. He like, he did fairly well in business, to be 80-something years old and be from the South and be that man from Missouri, bro. You know what I'm saying? So he's done well for himself to be, come from the South, really, 8th grade education at the best. But that's one of the things he always speak on is like, man, I used to watch the small hat, and I used to watch how they move.
Right. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. I'm a big advocate for that. I'm like, yo, we need to, especially how they're on code. Like we're talking about on code, and where we hope to get like that. You better not breathe something. You better not whistle or take a deep breath something anti-Semitic. They on your ass, and they will never forgive you.
And then on top
they're gonna make you, and they're gonna make you come watch their shit.
Yeah, right. They're gonna make you.
They're gonna make you come watch their shit.
And the crazy thing is, nobody says anything to them for doing it.
No, and guess what? I'm on it like that. I'm on that type of time when it comes to tethers. Like I'm like these Africans talking that shit, man. I'm never forgiving them, bro.
Yeah. I'm with you on that for sure. That's why I was telling you the other day, don't take your foot off their neck, bro. Like,
nah,
keep them moving.
Nigga, you sold us and you got the nerve to talk like that? You're done. You're done. You're done. You're done.
Bro, I done seen cats get done worse in the street for less. So.
Right. You're done. You gonna sell us, put us in this. Yo, think about the shit we complain about white supremacy. These guys sold us into that system.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yo, we would never know none of this shit had these guys never sold us.
Yeah. I mean, like you say, brain drain and all this other kind of shit. The world would be a completely different place, bro.
Hey, bro, can you imagine what? First of all, there'd be no white team, man. Right? That motherfucker would have been died off. Man, my God, can you imagine where the world would be? Like where we would be, man.
Yeah, bro.
But we'll be the real kings of Zamunda.
Yeah, for sure. But that ain't what happened. So it is what it is.
What happened? And guess what? Yo, for him to talk like that, hey, yo, dude, like there's few people on earth that got like a certain pride like us. Like few people on earth who really believes in their ethnic pride. Few people. And guess what? And those few, I think Mexicans got a strong sense of pride. But even those people will admit, those Black Americans, that their pride is strong too. Like nobody's delusional to believe we don't have that type of pride, that sense of confidence. Everybody knows that's our shit. So for this African, this booty scratcher, to come on there and act like we're borrowing for somebody, like, dude, you stop, nigga. Like, we are so comfortable in our skin, my guy. We are so comfortable. Nigga, like, we played around with the karate shit. Nobody was really like, yeah, this is our shit. We're going to take over this. You knocked that off, man.
Bro, even
Black Americans are so comfortable in their skin.
Perfectly. And like, even like, man, just to speak to that fact, like how we like automatically link up. Like that's why I hate when people be like, "Oh, we don't stick together. We don't." That's complete bullshit.
Hell, we don't. Oh yeah,
because
on, bro. Stop.
No matter, bro, you might go get a new job, bro. As soon as you walk in the building, the niggas in the building are looking at you and they're looking to get time to come holler at you and tell you the drawing.
Yep.
Am I lying?
Facts.
Like it's like
Facts.
we automatically link up. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? You ever had to go out of town, like to go to school or basketball camp or summertime functions? Bro, it's not even like we automatically click up. You don't
Automatically.
see that.
Yeah.
You don't see that with
Hey,
nobody else.
we end up going to lunch together. All that shit. Yeah. Like they are completely lying.
Yeah, they
We
don't,
start
bro. They
talking
don't.
about whatever's
Nobody
around, like
else
the
does that.
playoffs or the Kendrick Lamar, like whatever's popping and trending. We usually talk about that with each other immediately.
Yep. And nobody does that shit, bro. Like you'll
And,
see.
and guess what? And guess what? We feel entitled. Like, nigga, you better put me on.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Like, yo, what's the food spots? Yo, put me on. Like, that is the entitlement we have with each other. Yo, what's up, man? Where the food spots? Where the let me know where the cameras at. Like, yo, put me on. And dig.
Hell yeah.
That's how we are. That's how we are, bro. I tell people, man, outside of like LA, but their politics in Chicago, that weird shit they got going over there. Anywhere in this country, I say, man, just drop me off. We're black people, black Americans. Drop me off. I'm good. I'm good.
Look, let me say something though. Don't let that shit, man. Chicago is not like that, bro. Like, yes, shit can happen to you. Shit can happen to you anywhere, bro. Bro, I used to kick it in fucking Jersey, bro. I know it ain't no different, bro. So if a nigga tell you, oh well, okay, here's some similarities and some differences. So I go to Philly a lot. You'll see niggas in Philly kick it on the block. Like you niggas in North be outside, nigga, all night long.
Yeah.
Certain parts of Chicago, you just can't do that because one, the police gonna be on your ass. Like they gonna make you move out. And then two,
okay,
we got some gang issues, but it's only when it's war. So if it ain't no war, niggas is outside hanging out, doing whatever, bro. We used to have this shit called South Chicago. Man, it'd be so many cars out there, bro, from like 11 o'clock at night to like 6 in the morning, bro. If you get up in there and get stuck, you're not getting out of it. You just gonna have to chill. You want to sit there and chill until it's time until everybody clear out, bro. To the police.
Wow, really? Really?
Yeah, we used to have parking lots. Like this is one parking lot. Like it was a grocery store called Goldblatt's. It was a grocery store called Jules, and then this other little spot, like it's like a Bruns and Coat factory. Bro, at night, that parking lot would fill up, nigga, and it'd just be a straight kick it fest, nigga, like hours and hours and hours. So I'm gonna be the first one to tell you, bro, you can kick it in Chicago, bro. Like Chicago is one of the biggest kicking it ass cities there is, and that's why some of the shit go on. But if you know how we kick it, bro, it should be so much more shit go on.
Right.
Because we always outside, bro, in the parks. You know what I'm saying? Washington Park on the weekend is flooded. Car clubs coming through. You know what I'm saying? And then when it get dark out, you know what I'm saying? The ladies is hanging out the cars. I'm telling you, bro, it's lit.
Okay.
And we don't have those problems. And so most of the time, 90% of the time, what you seeing is like the OTF little dirt shit. Those are gang wars, guy. Like that shit is older than me and you both. Those beefs are not.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? And they're isolated. It's not like you might, you know what I'm saying? They be like, oh well, this kid got shot. Blah, blah, blah. What did he do? Like,
okay,
who was he into it with? What type of life is he living? It's not. You know what I'm saying? We got more gangs than Cali, bro. So
really,
bro. Most of you got gangs in Cali that come from, bro. Pyru Bloods are Black P Stones from Chicago, bro. Yeah, man, bro. A lot of those gangs are affiliated, in many ways. But yeah, we got, man, bro. It's like 60-something gangs in Chicago, bro. Different street gangs beyond the GDs, the Vice Lords, and whatever else.
Wow, I ain't know that.
Yeah, it's hella gangs, hella gangs. So a lot of that shit is through that, and it's in isolated areas, bro. You don't really, you know what I'm saying? You're not really seeing too much Man, ain't nothing happening downtown like that, dog. And folks is outside downtown kicking it, man. White people jogging ain't nothing happening, bro. Like that's a gentrification effort, bro. They're trying to clear out certain areas so that they can take those areas back. The best
I got you.
The best
Yeah.
prime real estate in Chicago is in areas where it's rough.
Right.
So they're clearing it out and they're trying to get back.
That's the start.
It's waterfront. Yeah, bro. All that shit is waterfront property. Some of the biggest hoods is like right off the water.
And I've been in Chicago. On the Nation Islam thing we had. I think I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna say.
Yeah, my cousin used to go to Muhammad University.
I'm gonna say back in 2007. Yeah, that's in Mos Miriam. He did.
Yeah, my cousin went there. He graduated from there.
Bird.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So two things. So I say that, but the thing is, like, people when we say things, they just don't know they're lazy. That's what I'm trying to tell Truth Warrior. Like, I don't know if people are ready just yet, because I'll say, hey, we need to study the Jewish people. We need to study Nation Islam. When you talk about on code, right? I used to be a member of Nation Islam, so I know the code. Yo, don't listen, bro. I could be, if I'm Nation Islam and I'm registered Muslim, if I'm like active, I could be in Detroit. If a brother and his wife passing by see me, I could be flat tire, whatever I got going on, stuck somewhere or low on cash, and he see me and he know I'm Nation, he's immediately coming to my side. Hey, bro, what's going on? Okay, make some phone calls. If he ain't got it, he's making phone calls. So I get it. Like, it's just like that. And I'm saying we need to be like that.
Yeah. 100%.
He's making phone calls and I'm gonna get it, bro. Look, I got a job, bro. They in Newark, they had the connection or security, right? They had that on lock. And it's Islam. So, bro, yeah, look, they were so good with jobs. Bro, my other boy who just got in Islam, he wasn't supposed to get a job because he's new and he improved himself. You feel me? But I had so much stain, I got him a job anyway, and he's new, and he was doing security. And I call him on three-way. He was doing security in Newark. He ain't put in no work. He's new. He barely came to the mosque. My stain was so heavy in this Islam. Still now. I still like I'm not active, but I'm no longer in that. But they still rock with me. That's how. And bro, that's rare. When you lead a nation, they usually don't rock with you.
Yeah, right.
I'm so thorough. They still talk to me, like nothing. Like I ain't even leave. So, but I got him a job in security too. And man, that connection. So now I'm working. You dig? I'm employed. And when this gig in, they got me some contract somewhere else doing security. So like they held me down for like a good minute. Just Nation Islam gigs, paying bills and everything, bro.
Let me ask you a question. You be fucking with the Sanses Ryu?
The who?
What's it called? Sanses Ryu Jiu-Jitsu?
I'm not familiar with that.
What's the martial art that the FOI is V Jiu-Jitsu? What is it? I know it's a type of jiu-jitsu.
So let me explain that. You talking about Monday FOI class. Okay, that's I never really went to FOI class. All right.
Copy.
So
copy.
So I wasn't. So the marching drill they do.
Yeah,
so the marching drill.
The martial arts, because I know like you said y'all was doing security. I know a lot of them cats is heavy into the jiu-jitsu.
So what I'm saying is no. What I'm saying is I was I'm saying, bro, I was still in final call with cornrows. Like I'm different. Like when people meet me and they see how thorough I am, like they bend rules for me. Like people like to fuck with me in real life. That's why it's an internet shit. Yo, y'all people crazy. Bro, I got pictures of me and Mas Marion with cornrows. I sold final calls with cornrows, my guy. Like, I'm probably the only person in Nation Islam history to be a member with extra cornrows. Right. Come on,
I had a homeboy who was in there.
I'm that thorough.
He had a big ass afro, but that was it. That was about as much as like he had a fro. But outside of that, you're right. I never seen it. Everybody's clean cut with the bow tie. And even if they not
I had corn like for a whole good year. Like I cut them. Anybody made me cut them off? I cut them off because I just got tired of braids. I just cut them off. Ain't nobody make me cut my hair off. You dig? You know what I mean? Like they looked weird when we do mosques, gatherings, gatherings, when we come together. They like who?
Everybody clean and shit.
What mosque he?
You got braids.
and they would look like, yo, what mosque he from? Yeah, exactly. And yeah, they look. They would tell them like, all right, go try, because we had this thing where the 5 cents got it from us, where we would go ahead and challenge each other. Hey, who's the original man? Like they're like, all right, go try him. Like go try him. He gonna cook you.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, bro,
yeah.
I come up in the live, bro. A lot of that shit is similar, man.
Yeah.
It's a lot of similarities.
Yeah, so
but,
I never made.
Elijah
I never made F or Y class where you would learn all that. So you learn the drill and that martial arts stuff. That's all on Monday's F or Y class. I never made too many F or Y classes because I was, you know why? I was making money selling final calls, and I'm like, hey, I ain't coming in. Like so, like they ain't even like they mad at first. I'm like, hey man, I got to make money, and I had my little location in my city. I'm getting support from my city. You see, so people be talking that. I'm like, all right, like these Dr. Miles be talking that bullshit. Like, I'm way more respected. I'm way more respected in my city than most of these people yapping online.
Yeah, blood.
Listen.
Every week.
Yeah,
every week.
Chad that be on the panel. It's in the chat. He's one of my witnesses because he went to school with me in middle school. He'll tell you how people view me. Ain't nobody fuck with me. I was good all my life in my city and other cities too. So it's an online thing. Y'all got to stop. Like some people just thorough, and people could sense that, and I could sense it with you and people on the panel. SL, like it's just familiar energy, bro. Like we could sense shit. Like, all right, this dude, I could tell he thorough. You dig? Sincere, got integrity, got morals. You feel me?
Man, I like it. I like the information, bro. I like how you research. You know what I'm saying? And like I told you, bro, like I come up on the council, bro. So I kind of, I can peep a nigga that know what he talking about versus a nigga who just is kind of full of shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
they try to make something of himself, right?
Nigga faking the funk. You know what I'm saying? Like some niggas actually know how to do research, and then like some niggas they play.
Right.
They might know some shit. They know some things, but they play. They're not digging. They're not really getting into, nuances of searching. That's what research. That means search and do it again.
Right. And the thing is, hey bro, and you can tell I'm on code because what you're speaking about, I see these channels that say the FBA and they be playing, but I'm on code. I don't call them out. I just, I let them do what they do. But man, you got a lot of people out here with the wrong intentions, man, repping the brand.
I think that's a common. That's something that you will always get that, bro. How can you can't avoid that shit, man. How many polites is it? How many? I mean, they always keep coming out the woodwork. Like they never go away. There's always
never go away. They replace each other, right? They baby kids, man. They don't die. They multiply.
Snake pop his head up out the grass. You chop it off, another one pop up. So it just is what it is. I think that's a byproduct of the culture. Of the culture, and I bro, like I remember a lot of that shit too, man. It be mental masturbation, bro. Like niggas are not doing it to get clarity or any depth. They doing this shit to prove niggas wrong, which is shallow as hell. It defeats the whole purpose. You know what I'm saying? That kind of been my issue with the Signetter shit. That's why I kind of swayed away from that shit. Because it's like, yo, y'all arguing dumbass points, and it's kind of old. Like we get it, okay, all right, we get it.
And then like a lot of it, like right now, like I said, I'm a part of that. All of them, all of their top dogs, they know exactly who I am. They they know better, right? I either debated with them, they joined my panel, I joined theirs, and they see how I operate, they see how I get down, and that's why a few of them try to, like the Reggies came over here, they tried, they tried, they felt like, because they think everybody's a Tariqite, they think everybody's a pretendian, so I'm gonna try them. Then they come over here, they see it's a little different, then they run, and you can't even pay them to come back over. I wish Reggie retarded ass come back over here. Like the dude went no smoke, but he'll join smaller podcasts and try to bully them. It's like, yo, Debo, won't you come back? Won't you come over here? Like bully me. Like stop trying to bully smaller platforms. Like he likes to go to all access media. That brother, he likes to try to pick on him. Reggie. So he'll pick and choose weak, like people he feel is weak. That's not like well studied, and he'll join that panel to push his Pan-African gotcha talking points. Straight coward. Yeah, but the whole side net, what you're saying, I agree. You got a bunch of cowards who are just debating for no reason. Like they don't even really disagree. It becomes a sport to them.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. And they're arguing like money, like very small points that don't matter either way.
At all.
It doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? How many times are we gonna do Moors versus Hebrew Israelites? How many times are we gonna do that?
Yeah, and then like Sanetta gotta get out the way. That's another thing. So he will call me up for certain people, but certain people he won't let me cook them. He'll protect them. You know what I mean? And so I'm like, oh, kind of like
he's gatekeeping, and I understand that, but he's protecting his platform. He's protecting his brand because nigga been doing this shit, what, 20 years? 25 years almost?
Been doing a long time.
So he was doing this shit before the advent. I mean, I used to get tapes with Side Netter, DVDs of Side Netter. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
like,
me too.
We was getting them shits in Chicago. So
dang, really?
Yeah, we used to get Side Netter DVDs. Like, man, we used to get all that shit, man. We had we got bookstores, we got all the shit, man. Everybody, we got all the shit y'all got. So all that House of Consciousness shit, all the niggas, you know what I'm saying, on in Harlem and shit up there.
Some of us would go out Ngozi out there.
And Ngozi's from the side, right?
Yeah. He right. That's my guy. He's like, we've been cool for a long time.
And you know what's crazy? I never met him.
Really?
I never met him. And I've been around, like I said, I've been around Consul and all the niggas. I've just never been around him. I never met him.
You know, you've been around Consul?
Man, Consul that's like my bro. That was my mentor for a while, bro.
Really?
Yeah, that's who brought me up under the masonry game. Like, he was one of my old head. Bro. I've been knowing Consul almost damn it. Bro, I've been knowing Consul 22 years, bro.
Damn. Yeah, he's a cool laid back dude.
Yeah, that's my nigga, man. For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
He had came by Unbiased Ron a bunch, a few times. He came by. We was talking about.
I don't think he's an FBA guy. He's not with that.
Yeah, because I heard him saying something like against it.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him in a while. Like, it's been about a year or so. So I haven't spoken to him about this topic.
Yeah.
The last time I talked to him.
Yeah, I definitely heard him on a panel because I didn't believe it was him. Somebody told me, because like when he was so against FBA, and I heard him on a panel like saying like regular tether talking points. I'm like, that's that Consul. And God,
you know
yeah.
Crazy?
And
we used to have conversations all the time. We would not me and him. I used to be on his side, but we used to debate this a lot.
Debate what?
We used to debate that the Black American and the African were substantially different.
Okay.
He used to be, bro. I've been in rooms with him. And the whole DNA, like, bro, the whole DNA profile shit. Like, we even argued the point that, you share 98% of DNA with a banana. So
right. What that means?
So you know, when we start talking about that, it's like, okay,
Banana
well,
Man.
exactly. Like, so what how does that really work? Like, so, and then also,
Hey,
like, you know,
bro.
they talk about like ancient ancestors, like you know, coming from a primate or whatever the case may
Yeah,
be.
yeah,
And we
evolution.
are,
Yeah,
you know, yeah, evolution. And then, you know, the argument that you know, you out the evolution, whatever, you come from a monkey. But
yeah, yeah.
our theory was, well, you don't, you know, if you're not necessarily, you don't necessarily come from a monkey, but you share a common ancestor.
Right.
Does that make what's the difference between your relationship to a gorilla and your relationship to an African? Because that's
Right.
we share a
Hey,
common
yo.
ancestor.
Hey, bro. That is a great point.
Bro, I
I
told you,
might
bro,
sneak.
like you,
Yo,
yo, you make, hey man, you gonna start paying me for this shit, bro.
yo, yo. Yeah, I might really borrow that, my guy.
Take that, bro. Listen, this is not my information. This is shit that
No, it's yours when you talk about introducing it to the argument, right? Because that is funny. It's like you're African because share ancestry. And my gorilla too. I got shit.
you share
Yo,
a common ancestry with a monkey. Like, so does that make me a
that
monkey?
is exactly how it's said. I'm like, yo, I got share ancestry with according to you, I got share ancestry with a gorilla. So
And then, you know, and the key, I mean, like, because this is, to me, this is the thing that
that is
I
good.
keep trying to,
Yeah,
this is what I keep
I'm
trying
gonna
to tell
get
people.
I'm gonna get revenue
Look,
with that one.
bro, look, if okay, look, they keep saying, well, you guys have to understand war, and it was WAR, and it was we were at WAR. Cool.
Right
That
now,
means
that's all bullshit.
that means you was a op from the beginning.
Right,
You ain't not, we're not family. You're an op.
right, all right. Yeah, all you got. Yeah, when they go that route, just have them
Because
explaining.
you're still there. So that means that you were on the team that didn't get sent.
Uh-huh.
So you're an op.
Mm-hmm.
And according to y'all didn't like it. Y'all were at war. They were a different tribe. They were different people. They were a different ethnic group. So we ain't you at all.
Yeah. Now the war thing, because I have time. I'm petty. I sometimes when I don't want them to win any points, I will challenge everything. So it depends how I'm feeling. But I cook that war bullshit. I'll get rid of that. I would show you historians, doctors in Ghana with research from chiefs, like I'm talking about primary research, asking people who are from certain tribes, how was it, plus scholarship. And they would tell you people were getting kidnapped, left like a leopard jumping over your gate, grabbing your poodle. Like people are so. Where's the war in that? Where's the war? Somebody's going to go fetch water and are kidnapped and thrown into put into a castle. Where's the war in that? So we know the kidnappings went from 8 per week to like 8,000 or some ridiculous 800, some ridiculous ass jump. So that won't work with me. I'm somebody who researches stuff and remembers it. Remembers enough. So is some of it was unprovoked war. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about when they were incentivized to go because they made it part of the economy, right? Let's talk about the men taking their wives to go grocery shopping and then selling the wife for the groceries. Where's the war in that? You sold your wife into slavery for groceries. Explain the war in that. So that rate, that even that point won't last for so long. Debunk that immediately. You know what the war was? Um, us trying to avoid getting captured. Hey, yo, it's called slave raids, my guy. It's not called slave wars. So that's the thing. I bring it back to the terminology. Okay, you say it's a war. Where is the war in transatlantic slave war or is it slave trade? We talking about slave raids or is it called slave war? So people can say what they want. History doesn't record it like that. And I'm sure little wars happen here and there, but that is not what was going on. His name is named slave trade and slave raids because that was the primary focus. That's what make everything work. The raids and the trades, not the wars. So they could bring that. Sometimes I entertain it. Sometimes I'll be petty and challenge it. But I know it's bullshit. I know it's bullshit. And that's why the Lincoln phone number is there for anybody on the fly. Like, I think I'm so researched on the fly. I could be walking, do my daily walk, my night walk. Give me your best scholar, call in, because all they're going to do is lie. All they're going to do is lie. I'm going to kick the ass on the fly. And then when we get to my laptop, it's definitely RIP. RIP,
You think they lying on purpose, or you think it's just lack of research or lack of trying to do research?
Okay. So this is what I learned. It's almost impossible to prove intent. So I don't even bother trying to figure out their intentions because it's almost impossible to prove. I don't bother. I just know the charge, lying, and I handle all lies the same way. Very hard to prove intent.
Ron, I'm listening to you, blood. I'm moving around though.
Yeah. Because if we go that route, then we got to be fair. We got to be unbiased. Okay. When white people say what they say, they're disrespectful. Are they lying on purpose? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it gets weird because now we got to give white people the same pass or the same olive branch. It's like, that's to be fair. Okay, then we're biased. So we start considering why people lied. And listen, man, they could tell that story. I'm not going to tell it for them. You lie. Your Tupac said, what did Tupac say? You lie, you die. Goodbye. You dig? Get so alive up in the studio getting blue and the realest shit you ever wrote. Just get so alive. You dig? So I'm on that Tupac. You lie, you die. I don't care why you lying. You're lying. Gotta get you up out of here. I don't have no friends in war. You dig? I rock with Consul, those guys, but if they're on the other side, then you're on the other side. I'm gonna cook him and everybody else the same way. I ain't gonna take it easy on nobody. And that phone number is right there. But tomorrow, I'm gonna call him tomorrow. But tomorrow, you dig? I'm gonna give me some yak. Y'all want to call in when I'm yacked up. Straight demon time. Straight demon time. So tomorrow, I'm gonna be wired up. Straight demon time. Because I think I've been too nice to people lately. They gotta get that demon. I gotta get that demon out sometimes. Wait, what was that? What was that with the demon? This one's like a cartoon. Yeah, but I'm not a mind reader. I'm not an intent discerner. I don't care about nothing about that. Now, because at one point I was trying to determine that, but it can go either way. So I'm like, yo, it's impossible to like. Yeah, I was trying to figure out, man, are they that deceptive or see it? Both are bad. You're either that deceptive or you're that dumb. Either way, I can't rock with you. I don't rock with dumb people. I don't rock with this people that's deceptive. I hate stupid people. And a stupid person is somebody who's willingly ignorant. They're not trying to level up at all. They're going to just pretend they know something and try to get by. That's a stupid person. Not my watch. Put that thing down. I think I'm going to the gym tomorrow. I'm mad as hell because all of my balling kicks, I can't find my balling kicks. So I got like all my Jordans. I'm trying to ball in, like the ones that wasn't supposed to be balling in. And I'm sliding in all of them. Like I can't like really run. I can't stop on the dime. I can't really guard like I should. It's like discouraging to go to the gym. Like, damn, because I'm the only guy sliding anywhere. So I'm gonna try these other Jordans right here tomorrow. But I got some sneakers in stores that I gotta find.
We would not even watch that shit.
We never know.
Do you understand? Do you understand that I can get access to the shit that y'all watch, but I don't want to watch it?
Yeah, because you never heard about it. You don't.
I don't want to
like
watch
me
it
trying to
because
watch Mexican stuff.
our people are the best at this shit. So why the fuck would I watch some watered down ass African show that I can't relate to?
Okay, I think the only advantage that you guys have is that you speak English. Like that's the only thing.
You're speaking English right now.
Yo, this tether. First of all, like he's I consider that gaslighting. He's trying to water it down to a competition. And I said, like, they make these dumbass talking points to try to prove we're a hate group, to prove we're xenophobic. So we got to kind of like don't fall for that. He said the only advantage we got over him is English. See, I wouldn't fall for that. I would play, dumb. Hey, brother, I'm not trying to have an advantage over you. It's not about me and you. It's about me and my government, my guy. Like Tupac, me and my girlfriend is me and my government. All I need in a life for sin is me and my government. It ain't like, yo, hey, I don't got nothing against you. I ain't linking up with you either, though, but I got nothing against you. We ain't gonna link. Just know that. But yeah, like that's how I would do that. Bro, I'm not gonna let you gaslight me to say a whole bunch of stuff, but you're gonna use that to show how we're a hate group, we're a cult, we're xenophobic. No. Not falling for that. The only advantage we got.
And
yeah,
a whole lot of countries in Africa
UK
speak English too.
It's UK English though.
And yet we still don't want to be you speaking UK, the Queen's English.
Yeah.
How that working out for you?
But I just wanted to say we don't cosplay, and the people you mostly complain about is the West Africans, the people that are in America from the
South Africans
70s.
South Africans are our biggest cosplayers. Y'all just
Okay, and that's why I said North Africa and East Africa, I don't see as cosplayers. I said West Africa, and I hesitate on South Africa because I'm not really sure about South Africa. Now I know they be saying some crazy shit like Tyler, so I guess we could add them into the cosplay in South because they be trying to look like us too. Coming over at the Afro beats, walking around like she Alicia Keys and shit. Alicia Keys mixed with Shakira. Shakira. Dude, that's Tyler.
Bro,
Alicia Keys and Shakira mix
is the biggest grift. Like that shit, bro. They be acting like that shit is like the most original shit in the world, bro.
And bro, they
literally.
But, yo, Afrobeat to me is like reggaeton. right? So reggaeton music came out, it was okay. But then you'll see poppies just blasting a song, and that song probably got a whole different title, but the beat was always the same. A lot of bass,
Right.
doom, 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 doom. And it's probably a whole different song, whole different artist. But all you hear is the bass, and to me, it's the same song. So like that played out really fast.
And you got, bro, they just took, like, you think about that. They got those same execs we were just talking about. They took music created by us and literally repackaged that shit. That's the re-rock of the man. Like, that shit is so crazy how they do that shit. Like, and are able to sell that shit again and again and again and again and again. And I just, man, like there's got to be repair for that too, bro, because those contracts were so bogus. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be something like that these people can, some kind of recourse. You know what I mean? There's got to be a tort net. Like, there's no way in the world that you can make millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars off of my intellectual property, and then I get nothing.
Okay, so with that, I would say this. I would say anybody who I say the people who can. This is how I argue that. People who use the entertainment, who use their producer, lawyer, right? The label lawyer. I should say those people should be able. I think a judge should look at that and decide a more fair balance, right? But I believe people that had their own lawyer is the shit out of luck.
Yeah.
Those contracts. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You had your own lawyer. So if your lawyer screwed you, then that's between you and him.
Right, but the label lawyer for sure, that's definitely a conflict of interest.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. So anybody who dealt with a labor lawyer, like like the Diddy's and those guys, because like that is taking advantage of people. So anybody who had a labor lawyer should definitely have a judge, somebody to look over that contract and work that out more fair. And then I think all contracts with, as far as like so many years on it, I think all of them, lawyer or not, their lawyer or your lawyer, they all should be re-examined. I feel like
they got to have an expiry date, bro. I believe contracts need to have an expiration date.
But 3 or 5 years. I think that should be law. Like, they can't sign you more than either 3 or 5 years.
Yeah, because that's, I mean, even with other different types of contractual agreements, we got to put caps on that shit, man. You know, that's how we were able to get redline land easements and shit, where they were doing it indefinite lockouts and shit, where, you know, certain neighborhoods or certain, you know, subdivisions and shit, you know, like, that shit's got to expire.
Yeah. Examine. Now, also I say this. I say people. Hold on, my phone ringing. I can't hear. I say this other thing. Going forward, Black Americans, you don't need to be a gazillionaire. Okay? You can make a nice 6-figure, a cool 100 grand, 300 grand, 500 grand, 800 grand, easy living, where you own everything or majority of everything. You have say so, you have all that stuff. Publishing masters all under your boat. You did royalty checks yours, or whoever you want to, you know, whatever you want to do with it. You don't need to be a gazillionaire. The issue comes when you try to be a gazillionaire. That's when the FUX SHIT stuff come in. The contracts get more trickier. You dig? The long term, the expectations. They want to sign you for certain albums. You don't. That's their fault for being greedy. You don't have to be a gazillionaire. You can live a great life making 400 grand a year. Right now, 600 grand a year, 1.5 a year. Okay, you don't have to be a gazillionaire. So you don't need all these people to distribute your album all across the world because they're going to own you. There's no way out of that. You could never think about this. You could never get your album to China, Iran, Japan, Africa, Mexico. You could never do that. Not in your wildest dreams. But that record label can. That distribution company can. Okay, so yes, they're going to want a lion's share. They're going to say your album would have never made it over here without me. So 95.5. Okay, 95.5 or 0. Because if I don't do it for you, you'll get 0 from China. So 5% from China is better than 0. And so people face with that. And the problem is that we got to fix. And the problem is this.
It's materialism, bro. People want, niggas want Bentleys and niggas want that kind of shit. So they'll sell their soul for such things. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why we had the issues, bro. That's why we got the issues we got. That's why niggas like Diddy are even able to exist, because people will turn a blind eye to their own morals in order to attain the shit that the world says you need. You know what I'm saying? Which is a backwards ideology to begin with. Hold on.
Not the world. What your parents say you need. Okay. A lot of these parents be pushing them. Don't give me a house, right? Like look at John Morant. Look at John Morant, his dad. Like, the dude dad let his career just go to waste, man. Because he refused to be a dad. This dude might be out of a career.
Yeah. You got it. And you know what's nuts though? But all the dads, bro, the dads that in their kids' life and making like Bron, for instance. Now they talk so much shit about Bron's dad. I mean, excuse me. Well, Bron, big Bron. But look at what he's doing for his kid. Like, why the fuck would you not do that for your child? Like, for you to even fix your mouth to say something negative is crazy as hell.
LeVar Ball,
that was gonna be the next thing out of my mouth. And how they attempted to shit on him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
try to cancel him.
So yeah, man, you're right. And you do shit the right way when it's
now watch this. Do you think LeBron, that big Bron, do you think he taught his son to chase money? Hell no.
Absolutely.
Do you think LeVar Ball taught his son to chase money? Do you think who I just had him in mind? Damn. Oh, Dale Curry.
It's a lot of
Dale
them,
Curry.
Bro. Yeah, Steph.
Do you think he taught his sons to chase money? No, like he taught them, bro, hard work, dedication, everything else will come. Stay focused.
Yeah.
And you got many. Look at Ron Harper with his 2 sons in the league. So these are responsible parents. Been there, done that. Look at Mayweather father. Been there, been a champion. In those moments, hey man, relax. The money's gonna come. Don't sign to these deals where you screwed. Don't do that. Bet on yourself.
Yeah.
Bought yourself out of contract with $75,000 and made $1 billion afterwards, over $1 billion. So, yeah, man. So that's my advice to parents. Like, stop gassing your kids that have talent to be a gazillionaire. No,
bro. And then too, even with that, like, bro, I coach baseball Then I coach football, right?
Mm-hmm.
These parents, bro, these like you talking about the hard work portion.
Mm-hmm.
That shit is so like hard, bro, to find parents. Like, look, most of these parents are like, these kids come, they got the shoes, they got the damn tights
Yep.
on,
Yep.
they got you know what I'm saying?
Sorry as hell.
$400 glove, boom, boom, boom. No no type of fundamentals. When you're trying to
Right.
teach them and show the shorties the fundamentals, they don't care about that. They just care about the flash. They care about all the wrong shit. You know what I'm saying? And even my kids, like, right? I see my kids like they get caught up in that shit, and it's like, yo, I told my son the other day we're going to the game. I'm like, yo, you don't need them wristbands, bro. Take that shit off. You know what I'm saying? Like, just normally I wouldn't even say nothing, but just one time, I'm like, man, take that shit off. You don't need that shit.
Right.
Go out there and do your thing. Had one of the best games ever.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because you're not focused on all that dumb shit.
Right. I about to say not distracted.
You know, the biggest example of that is Adrian Bronner.
Oh my God.
Bro, he is the biggest disappointment known to man.
Ever.
He had it all, bro. He had it all.
Ever.
He was set up, the talent, everything. But he more concerned about showing out and being fucking popular. Doing
Embarrassing,
antics.
man. Embarrassing,
you know what I'm saying,
bro. Like people love that damn camera, man. Hey yo. And that's what Elijah Muhammad problem with Malcolm X was really early. He seen that he seen Malcolm X love that camera. So he said, hey man, I'm about to suspend you because you about to do some dumb shit for attention. And he did it. He did. So yeah, that camera will break, bro. People start getting love. Look at me, like an Instagram model. And you're bro, case in point.
Yeah, bro. Because bro, what other reason could it possibly be that a grown man would give his butt up for a record deal?
Bro, that is the most wildest thing I've ever heard in my life. And dude, like, yo, all right, just do it.
I can't even. My God, like, bro, like I've heard some crazy shit, like, you know, prison stories and shit. But for a record deal, my nigga. Yo,
right.
What?
And yo, and can you imagine if your career, like you did all that and your career ended up being like somebody. Think of somebody.
Bro, you go
like
straight wood, you go plastic.
Hey yo, can you imagine doing that and your career be like David East?
Bruh, what?
It was like, damn, bro, like you.
And I ain't mad at Dave East. What if you did that shit and your career ended up like Ja Rule?
No. He had hella hits. No. And that's why I didn't say Chingy. Because
look at how it ended, my guy.
Don't matter. Because you were somewhere where all these guys were naming could never ever be. So look, he would give confidence to another person to do this. Now this is a hypothetical. We're not saying they actually did it. We're saying hypothetically, what if Dave East? We don't believe Dave East did that.
Yeah, and for sure, and that's my guy too, man. By the way, like that. Yeah. So
right,
yeah, no,
right.
for sure.
So this is a hypothetical. We saying like, what if somebody did that, and because like they always believe they're promised a Jay-Z career. No, you might have a Dave East career, and you didn't give all that up. Okay.
You can get your ass up. You turn the bitches bleak.
Oh no, Freaky Ty. No, not Freaky Ty.
Oh my
Freaky. No, Freaky Ziki.
Yeah, I was about to say Jim Jones.
Oh my God. Well, he had some success. I'm trying to name guys who never got shine, like Freeway.
Yeah, but Freeway was dope though.
He was, but he never got the shine.
Freeway was probably the best rapper on Rockefeller.
he was
At one
definitely
point he
like,
was. At one point he was probably the best or number two.
and yeah, he was definitely my favorite out of all of them to listen to, outside of Jay-Z. Like it was Freeway. Like he had me like, I don't know, like I guess like he give me like Kendrick Lamar vibes. Like he would have me like how Kendrick Lamar would have me. He just
Right.
flowing and I'm just zoned out. Like, damn, this shit is just going. Yeah, man. But to to do all that and you end up with a Sheik Luke's career like that. I'm ready to crash out in the studio.
It's
Hey, yo, the Saint Lunatic
oh
Murphy
shit.
Lee. You do all that for a Murphy Lee career, bro.
Damn, bro. All right, bro. I'm about to drop down, bro.
All right,
Yeah, you a fool, man.
yo, to give up all that for a Murphy Lee career, man, you'll do some strange things afterwards. I mean, you start crashing out. Mm. Yeah, but academics was like the first person that I heard expose the rapper that's broke, faking like rich lifestyles. Cause I was believing the hype. I thought they all was rich. And then when I heard academics expose the game with receipts, I'm like, oh shit. Dang, he said damn near 85, 90% rappers are completely broke. They got lease cars, lease, like it ain't theirs. It's through the company. It's like a multi-level marketing scheme, right? Where if you're the best seller, they'll let you drive the pink Cadillac. You don't own it. It ain't in your name, none of that dumb shit. They might add you to the insurance, but you're just driving their car. It was never yours. So he's saying that's how rappers are with their materialisms, like the jewelry, their car. It's all the record labels. They put on your neck, let you rap. They go ahead and put on somebody else's neck after you, saying, you know what I mean? So yeah. So I'm like, damn, rap games. But again, you shouldn't have to be a gazillionaire. Like you don't see J. Cole, and this is something before I play the video. This is something again, I'm a guy with patterns, family. Hear me out. I sat back and said, why is majority of people that rap got the most violent criminal bars ever, as though that music actually sells? I thought about it. I said, what rah artist who actually sells, right? You could look at Future, you could look at Pop Smoke before he passed. The 6ix9ine count, right? But you don't really find too many rappers. If you
6ix9ine
even
don't
look at
count for shit.
okay,
Nothing. Yeah, that's no
if you
nine.
if you if you even look at Tupac and Biggie, yo, their best songs wasn't the rah stuff. You dig? Like their best songs was non-rah stuff. Look at Jay-Z's songs what he did with R. Kelly. Like some of Jay-Z's best songs are not the "It's a Hard Knock Life," or you know what I mean. It ain't no "I'm from Morrissey" song. Ain't nothing like that. Those dark songs do not be trending like that. They don't be hitting charts like that. So when you look at the rappers right now, like this is where they really hit me. And I shared this with some of you. I said, you look at this. If you name the top 5 artists right now, you got to say Drake. Look at his bars. Nothing rah dark. Kendrick Lamar. Nothing rah dark. J. Cole. 3. Nothing rah Kanye West. These are the top 4 best selling artists and top 4 best artists, period, right now rapping. And none of their content is rah, drill you, selling drugs. I had to get out the projects. None of them. So they're showing you can be a gazillionaire rapper without rapping about all that. So my boy had put me up on a up and comment like, underground artist. I gotta think of the dude name. Light skinned dude. He be rapping about slavery. I don't know if you know him. He put me on to him. He looked like a light skinned Andre 2000, whatever his name is. He looked like a light skinned version of him. He be having he kind of like got that style a little bit, but he's a single artist, right? Oh, and like he put me on him. Like almost every song he played with this guy was fire, and none of it is like rah. It's all like deep thought, like Black Thought type shit. Really, really dope music. Really talented dude. I'm like, damn. I'm like, who is that? Like, who is this dude? This might be the best rapper. Like dead ass. Like I think he better than everybody.
You talking about D1? He from New Orleans.
How he look?
He got like he a light skinned cat. He got like a fro. You know what I'm saying?
That might be him. Hold on, let me look him up right now.
Was he just did a well he like a half Christian rapper or something like that.
You said his name D1?
Yeah, DEE and the number 1.
Okay.
But you know what though, you make a point because like when you think about it, they'll play like
not him. No. This dude. No, I remember him. He looks like J. Cole to me. No, yeah. the other dude is like him, but he got it ain't Christian. He got like soul rap, but he's like it goes along the line of like FBA's will buy his shit up, like cause it's like really like that type of rap. It's like Majora type rap.
Some homegrown
shit. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. This like he might be the best rapper right now. Like definitely the most talented artist right now.
Bro, there's some cats out, bro. Like LA, what's his name? LA Russell. He's nice. The dude Simba. He's nice. There's some cats out here, bro. It's some niggas rapping, bro. Like not on no, no drill shit. You know what I'm saying? But what I was saying earlier was like you'll see. Like, bro, you ain't pay attention, like how you made a point. You said that they don't sell, right? The rah shit. And they don't, bro. Like them niggas make their money off streams and because it's young niggas. Young niggas don't.
But look, even I'm saying everything about them. The shit doesn't move nothing. Not in comparison to the people I just named. Like their numbers don't touch Kendrick, J. Cole, Drake, and Ye, the people who at all. And look, these people don't
like Dirk. Good music, like the music that he. It was rock. It wasn't rah-rah.
When he did that All My Life, that's my favorite Dirk song. That shit is hard,
bro. The shit that he do, like the shit that's not rah-rah, like the auto Dirk, nigga, auto Dirk is cold.
Yeah, but look at Gunna. When Gunna came out, I mean, like he was going crazy. Ain't no rah. The nigga was just I'm pushing. No, that's before Pushing P. When he came out,
right though. All that shit he did with Baby, that shit was fire.
That shit went crazy.
Yeah, that shit was fire. Yep. So you make a valid point. Very valid point.
Yeah. When you look at these artists,
don't say it.
And look at their content, bro. Listen, look, when I be online, live, talking to you guys, bro, I be in Starbucks. I be just dining over here. Bro, they're playing music. Okay? Why would you not make music? Because when they play your shit, that's publishing and master.
Right.
Depends on how old it is. If it's old, that's publishing. If it's new, it's masters.
Right.
So that means they had to license your music to play it.
Right.
You're getting money. Why would I not make music for my shit to be played in Starbucks?
Right. I want my shit on. Yeah.
Hey, bro. Yeah. I remember I was playing pool, bro. This is probably 2014. My guy, Usher came on in Spanish. I was playing pool in the Latino bar. Usher came on in Spanish, my guy. Like, I mean, no, he's speaking. It's not he's speaking Spanish, a song.
Yeah, I know.
I'm like,
I heard.
I'm like, oh, bro, that is the goal.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's the goal. Like that's called professionalism, not that R. Kelly shit. Twing twang twang twang. That ain't being played nowhere. Okay. So some of that Chris Brown ratchet shit, that only hood shit, that ain't going nowhere past the hood. Okay. And so people music is supposed to live, it's supposed to live longer than you. That garbage shit ain't going nowhere past its time. It's gonna die out.
Yep.
Usher made timeless music. Great yo, if you take I know he don't write his songs, but if you take a look at Usher lyrics, my guy, tell me a song where his lyrics ain't on point on some grown
Oh
shit.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, 100.
Yo,
100.
whoever he got writing shit, yo, he makes sure to tell them, I want mature bars and a message. Usher, when you look at Usher content of his songs, that yo, he don't play like whoever write his shit, they don't play.
Yeah, no, he definitely
That song means something.
yeah, for sure.
He don't fuck around, bro. So to me, like I got him as the GOAT. That's just me.
Bro. And then like no too, bro, you like we witnessed the life and the death of a whole music genre. Like drill music.
Oh my God.
That shit is
Oh my
dead.
God.
And you know why?
Oh my God.
Because all the niggas making it are dead or in prison.
Yeah.
We literally watched that shit. We watched these niggas start this shit when they were 16, 17. Now they're like in their 30s and it's over.
Yeah, man. Pop
and that's
Smoke
fucked up.
He was their he was their Jesus, man. And that shit, that's that nigga.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what though, man? See, y'all living that's New York shit, bro. Like Pop Smoke wasn't out like in the shy. Pop Smoke wasn't. There's no way you could possibly get like like Pop Smoke wasn't like Chief Keef is God.
Yeah, see the thing is, I hear that a lot, but I don't know his music. But I know Pop Smoke music.
Yeah, true that. But bro, Chief Keef, bro, that nigga is God. Like
in Chicago, but not
yeah.
nationally, because I don't know none of his songs. I don't know, like maybe I heard it before,
bro.
And you gotta tell me it's him, but I
The
don't know his music.
the little niggas know. They know the difference. The little niggas love that nigga Keith, bro. Keith do Coachella, it's nuts.
Okay.
Sold out. Like he
Yeah,
moved, bro. He hasn't even
people,
made it. He made an album like this year. That's the first album he made in like 8-9 years, dog.
Yeah, like people. I hear people say his name, but what I'm saying is, I'm sure he would love to be a household. Like the goal and the goal in all this stuff. Like if you sell a product, you want it on everybody's shelf, or you want it in all the stores, Bed Bath Beyond and Walmart. That's the goal. You don't want your product just in a convenience store in your hood. You want it in everybody convenience store in the hood. Like that's the goal. So that's his business. Like if matter of fact, your producer, your label want that. If you don't want that, they're gonna let your ass go. Right? They like, oh, I gotta make my money back, and I'm trying to make more money. I ain't trying to be content on some bullshit. Contempt on some bullshit. So that's the goal. But you have local artists. That's nice. But like I said, I don't know Chief Keef music. I don't know it.
Yes,
It hasn't.
you would have to be you gotta be a drill music guy in order to not even a drill music guy,
I
but at
mean,
least from that era.
man. Have you seen like I love the drill, well, at least the New York drill. I like the New York drill version of it. But I do like the drill, like a lot of, if you look at my early before I started making songs on like my own songs, if you look at my early videos like going back a year and a half ago, you'll see all of their instrumentals and they're like drill. I made them
Yeah.
on Suno. You feel me?
Oh,
But
okay.
they all drill. Every last one of them was drill. So I love drill, and that's why I like I love King Von. I don't like I don't think, just for me, I'm just one individual. I'm not saying my
No,
opinion.
facts.
Is it? Yeah. Now I love King Von. I like his drill. I like some of Dirt. What I'm saying is I don't know Chief Keef music. It might be
Right.
fire. I don't know it.
Yeah, no, it's very it's primitive on a number of ways. It's very primitive.
Right.
It's the niggas made them beats on Fruity Loops. It's it's gritty. It's gritty. It's like you know what it
Okay.
pushing the mind of, bro? It pushing the mind of like early Mobb Deep shit.
Okay, really?
But different. Just because it's gritty. Not like
All right. This might be dope.
not lyrical content and no shit like that. But
No, I know,
just
but
the
Mobb Deep,
mud, the dirt.
now I love Mobb Deep. That's one of my favorite rap groups.
Yeah, no,
I said,
Mobb Deep
really?
is my favorite group of all time. But yeah,
Yeah,
like
man.
just real gritty. You can tell they did that shit in a closet somewhere. You know what I'm saying? It's
Okay.
You can tell why cats loved it. You know what I'm saying? And then versus now where you listen to drill music, it's all you can tell it's all like it's commercialized. It's not
Yeah, so
it's not
I get your
raw.
point.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
I get
raw.
your point. You're just simply saying like the drill music, the original sound, like you're with the original sound. Like I don't know the original sound. I ended up liking it when they went to New York.
Right. Right.
Like that's when it caught
Right.
my ear because it's in New York. In Chicago, it didn't make it over here. But once New York
Right.
picked it up, now it's in my ear because I'm in Jersey.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yep. But yeah, man, yo, bro. Keep your foot on these niggas' neck, man.
Yeah, I'm on them. I ain't letting up. Yeah. I would
Don't
love
let
for
it up.
Kansu. Hey, look. Now you mentioned Kansu. He wasn't on my radar, but since nobody else calling in, I would love for Kansu to call in. I got to hit, but I don't want him to explain me to death. You know, I don't want
Yeah,
no
because you know
lecture
that's how. Yeah, you
because
gonna do
I
that.
made a mistake. I let Reggie come over here the first time, and I'm thinking he gonna stop. This guy gave like a 1 hour lecture. I'm like, damn, bro, I thought you were gonna stop and have a dialogue. Like, you came over to teach? Nobody rock with you.
Yeah.
You're not winning
And,
no, you're not winning no damn subscribers over here.
yeah. See, bro gonna ask you a million questions. He gonna try to find out what you know.
Oh no, hey, no, I'm cool with that. I love that. I love that because see when people ask me questions, it like I think I'm very witty. I think I come up with shit, and what happens is I end up explaining it a new way better than I ever did before. And then I end up I'm my own cheerleader. Like, oh shit, that was dope. All right, let me try to remember that. Yeah, so I love that shit. Pick me. Come on,
Yeah.
especially. Matter of fact, I'm gonna hold them into delineation because
Yo,
the
I'm gonna hit
reparation
him up.
thing. Yeah. Please,
I'm gonna hit him up.
please.
I'm gonna try to get him on here for you.
Oh yeah. Delineation. Yeah, that's the topic. Delineation. Because people like to try to go to like the softer part. Reparations is more hypothetical, different strategy. We talked about that earlier.
I don't see how he's gonna differ because I know, like, I just know from old conversations. It's like, okay, if you built, I know how he thinks on that in that aspect. So I don't see how he's saying some of the shit he's saying now. But
Nah,
I
yeah,
haven't talked to
bro.
him. I
Listen,
ain't talked
man.
to him.
Everybody's scared to call in. I know he won't be scared, but man, I hope he don't do what everybody else do. Do you know Rob Bourne, right?
Yeah,
Okay, he called in over
I
here.
heard that. I heard that one. I heard
Yeah.
you.
And the thing
I was
is,
tuned in on that.
he tried to see. He was in Unk chat. Oh, you don't know shit. You don't be doing nothing. I don't remember you to know this. I'm like, okay, just call in. Okay, come with that energy. Come with the Rondo no shit energy. All right, come on. I didn't warn him. I didn't say, nah, nigga, I know. Nah, call him with that, and he did, and it didn't go his way. He called back in a second time. It got worse. It got so worse. He's inboxed me to pay me again for a third try. He's telling me he'll give me like $1,000, some crazy shit for a third try. I said, bro, I want your money, man. I'm good. And bro, he was in my inbox crying like a baby because he know those first two conversations didn't go in his favor, and the second one was worse because I got him to talk about Garvey. You know that's my shit. So I
Right.
cooked him on that. And then the second time I had time to fact check because a lot of things he was saying to me I didn't know. Like I didn't know about the Pellman reparation thing, so I didn't know, right? So I don't know if he's lying. It sounds like he's lying, but I can't prove it. So I'm just letting him talk. So when he came on a second time, he gave me I don't know why people do that, bro. If you got me because I don't know something, don't call in again. Because I'm a fact check everything and you better be tight. So he came back on. I was oh my God, doing him dirty. So then he wanted to pay me $1,000 for a third try. Like, nah, bro, I'm good. Your money ain't good over here. And and listen, we've been inboxing afterwards. He's still tight, but we've been inboxing afterwards. You know, he's still mad. But Kansu, I'm sure he's gonna come with the Tariq Nasheed shit. It's like, all right, and he gonna think I'm an eyeball. Okay.
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
He's definitely gonna come with the Tariq Nasheed shit.
Okay.
Now that I know.
All right, I'm cool with that.
And he's definitely gonna come with the eyeball shit too. He's definitely gonna argue against that.
Okay. Cool.
However, you're gonna be able to because bro, he's already admitted that we're not African like that.
Yeah, well, he gonna learn. So, yeah, I'm excited. I'm to the Birdman hand rub. Like, get that guy over here. You did.
Yeah,
like, see,
I'm gonna hit him up.
Here's my issue. Nobody calls in. Dr. Mayat promised me all through emails she's gonna pull up. That coward never came. Okay, so I be begging. Matter of fact, I be saying ridiculous stuff to get people to call in. Like, okay, let me say some stupid shit. Ponies are fucking unicorns. Unicorns are real. Just so they could call in. Like, just call in. Let me.
Yeah, I'll be hearing you be trying to track the bait niggas, bro.
It's so scary because they be on other platforms talking greasy. Yo, I went on Sinetta, right? All these guys who hate FBAs, hate Tariq. I went on Sinetta. Did you watch that?
I watched I think you did a breakdown. I think you broke it up and you had pieces of shit of it up here one night.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
Bro. They had no questions for me.
No, they kept double teaming you and shit.
Yeah, but I was like about 12 people on the panel who's supposed to hate FBA. Yeah, I'm waiting for more questions. Like, damn, anybody got no more questions? Like, okay.
Yeah, it was a lot of hyperbole.
I thought y'all was gonna come with some rah-rah.
Yeah. I listened to it, bro. That's what I say, bro. Listen, man. You be holding it down, bro. Like I really can't. I can't lie, bro. Like I swear, your research is. I like the way you do research. I like the way you build points. Like it is what it is.
And all I'm doing is getting better and better and better. Like I'm learning more. See, everybody how I talk to, they bring stuff I didn't hear before, some research I didn't see before. So they're making me better for the next one. Raborn brought up those Pan-African reparation cases. I didn't know about those. I didn't know about the new Republic of Africa. So this is like he's informing me, but he doesn't realize when you inform me, now I know more.
Right.
So when the next Pan-African call in, I'm going to bring up the new Republic of Africa before they do. You dig? And I'm going to bring up the Pellman case before they do. So, and then now I know about Queen Mother Ollie Moore.
Yeah.
So it's like, yo, damn, like I kind of know more about Pan-Africanism reparations than all these guys combined because I know what that person knew. I know what Raborn knew. I know what Reggie knew. So it's like, damn, I know all this stuff now.
Yep. It's like, you know what, bro? Hey, I'm starting to see though. Hey, like I've been using AI because like I code with it because I trade. You know, I trade options and shit. So I've been coding with AI, but I'm learning how it works. And so I see and I see how much information you can take in.
Yeah,
because
man.
It's pulling from so many different places, and then it puts it together in a way that like you can. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but it's like just compiling bits of information. If you understand coding, you know it's like object oriented. So it's like you snatch one whole object and put it with another object, and then it builds you get an end result. So like it's the same thing with your brain, but these models are based on how the brain actually functions anyway.
Right.
So it is AI is going to make us smarter at the same
Yeah.
time as it is getting smarter.
Right. Now it definitely is because, and like they're all different too. Like each the thing about Gemini, what it does now to me personally, Gemini is the weakest of. Now I don't know about Grok because I only use Grok like twice, but between Gemini, ChatGPT, and I got a third one, I keep quiet. I don't tell people the third one. But between those three, Gemini is the weakest. Like it's the weakest. Uh, but the thing that Gemini does that none of them do that I love, if you put something in there, it'll research it, it'll give you what it got, and then it'll what it'll do is it'll go to something else similar and say, hey, do you want to learn about this and that? It's similar to that. It'll do that. Those other ones don't do that.
No,
Those other
they
ones
don't.
give what you said and it ends.
And they
Gemini
make
will add
mistakes.
to it. Yeah,
Yeah,
well
and they fuck up too.
they all I experienced some information that wasn't right and exact. And I think that happens when you use it a lot. Like I do. I use it a lot. That's why I do 3 different ones. That's why I don't do one. I don't do one. I do 3. So I make sure that they're all aligned with each other. And now
So let me
ChatGPT
ask
is
you
a
a
paid
question.
version. Yeah.
So look, when you're researching, this is something I just did. I don't know if you do this, but let's say I start a conversation or a project in one.
Mhm.
I'll take that whole language, I'll take the whole database, bro, everything I've ever done, and then load it into the other one. So for instance, I use Claude and I use Chat GPT.
Okay.
I'll take all the information that I've been building in Chat GPT, no matter what it is. I'll take the whole brain, put it in Claude, and then vice
Okay.
versa. So what you can
Okay.
do is you can go to you go and it'll say upload another from another AI or upload from
Really? I ain't never
yeah,
said
and
that.
you can cross. It'll upload everything you've ever searched
That's
and
dope.
put it in the other one.
Yeah, I ain't nigga do that. That's dope.
Because
That's
you know how
dope.
it learns like the more shit you research, it learns. So it can refer
Yeah,
to old shit you talked about, whatever.
and
So
that's Gemini. Gemini. No matter, I could ask who's better, LeBron James or Michael Jordan, and it'll give me stats about both of them, and then it'll mention delineation. I had to cuss it out. I said, "Yo, stop." I said, "Bro, stop mentioning delineation. If I don't mention it, stop adding that to my fucking searches. You piss me off with that,
bro,
man."
this shit is crazy because bro, they get lazy. They will get lazy. Like for instance, if you put in a piece of code, Ron, and let's say it spits the code out at you. Okay, boom. And then it's got an error in it. So you tell it to fix the bug, it'll spit out, the new code, but only the piece it fixed. So then you gotta tell it, hey, give me the whole code with that in it. And then
Right.
it'll give you everything.
Yeah, you heard about that
So
new AI that's so powerful that they not gonna release to the public right now.
bro, listen, the shit I've learned in the last week is shit that it would normally would have taken me, probably would have taken me 2 years to do this shit, man.
Nah, I believe that 'cause I use AI, and that's why I try to tell like these old dusty Pan Africans, oh, get this book, get that book. I'm like, yeah, I get a book. Like, are you serious?
When the AI will spit
Not,
out all the pertinent
yeah,
information out the
yeah,
damn
yeah.
book,
I'm like,
I
yo,
could
I
read
guarantee,
12
like,
books by the time you read one.
hey, bro, I guarantee anybody, you read that book, and I have AI examine that book and give me the most important points the author want me to get out of it. I guarantee you, when you're done with your book, and I did what I did with AI, I guarantee you, I will be able to explain that book and hold on to what was intended, the intended message from the book, and regurgitate it, spit it out better than anybody trying to recall some bullshit. Because you don't know the intent. A lot of people don't know the intended, uh, like the goal of the author, what the author wants you to take away from the book. A lot of times we don't know that. We just read the book and we take away what we want to take away from it. But a lot of times we don't know what the author wants us to take away from it. So with
That's
AI,
bro.
you can say, hey,
People don't read
you could
the beginning of the book. You don't even read the introduction or the preface or none of that
preface,
shit. And that's what it tells you in there. He'll tell you why he wrote the book, what the purpose of it for. And a lot of times, like if you get into like this is why I say like the DNA shit, that's scientific racism, because a lot of those times in those books, they will talk about the superiority of the white female.
right. Yeah, that's
That's
true.
the purpose of them making,
Right.
what's the one, Champollion and all these guys who were, over there in this in the crest or whatever
Oh,
doing anthropology. They're
that's another
that's
thing.
why they're changing shit as they find it.
That's another thing. I heard a lot of those arguments that these guys have against, like, let's say, like Dane Callaways, the Abels. I heard a lot of Pan-African arguments against that, and I thought it was stronger than what I heard. Okay, I believe again because I debate, I research, and I'm seeing what the Abels don't say. See, the Abels, I noticed something. Okay, I recognize patterns. The Abels are always on the defense. The other people just throw questions and questions and questions. Therefore, that person never get a chance to be on the offense. Now, you do what you do as far as like the jujitsu, whatever. What you do again?
Well, I do. I work in nuclear energy industry. I work in
No. No. As far as like the fighting, you said jujitsu. What did you do?
Oh yeah, man, yeah, for sure.
Okay.
All that shit, bro. Jiu-jitsu.
Okay. Right. So what I do, I'm a chess teacher. So I know the importance of being on offense and being on defense and counterattacks. Like I teach chess to little kids. So
Right.
that's why I believe I'm so good at debating, right? Because I do it from a chess perspective. Like I know when to play black. Because by the way, if I was to show you my chess results, like my percentage, my win and loss percentage for black and white, bro, is damn near even. That means that it don't matter what color I am. I'm just as good as white as I am black. Like so I have it even. I did it on purpose. Like even when I play basketball, I go left and right. So I try to have a balance in whatever I do. So when I debate, I don't mind playing defense, but I am gonna play offense. I'm not gonna let nobody just let me just block, 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 block. No, I'm gonna take the offense too. I'm gonna kick their ass off my panel. Okay, we ain't gonna do that. Where you're the prosecutor, I'm the weird guy, and then just being cross-examined. I don't mind getting on the hot seat, but we're gonna flip that. I'm a chess teacher now. We gonna because you have counterattacks and and different offenses could transpose. Like for example, I could lead with the French defense. No, I could lead with the Sicilian, and then now you are geared against the Sicilian. That I could transpose that to the French defense, or vice
Right.
versa. That's chess. So chess is like a lot of illusion. Like you appear
Yeah.
to be going one way with it, then you can spin it to something else. So like you have a lot of offense and defense that could
Yeah.
easily spin to something
Diversions.
else.
Yeah.
Right. So I do that
Just
with
like in
debating. So
just like in fighting, you know what I'm saying?
yep,
You
yep.
want to bait guys or
hmm
use their pressure against them. I mean, if a guy's
So
leaning
so I
into
do
you,
this.
then
I do
that's
the same thing with
yeah.
debating. So now the point is, I heard the Apple thing, and I recognize the pattern. Like these guys like to be on the offense, and the Apples they really just let these guys dictate everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, yo, I'm like, wow, why y'all bitching out like that? Like, so you don't want to go on the offense at all? Like, always explain and explain and explain. Even they do the DNA shit. Like, I think it's a better way to do that. And
You
so,
point out the
I
weak parts of their argument. Right.
right. So, I did. My first test dummy was revenue. So he called up, right? I said, all right, revenue, good, good. You called in, and so I started to do some of the argument. He said, oh, Ron, you an able now? You an able now? I said, don't worry about that. I said, just answer the question. Man, I beat the brakes off revenue, yo. So I'm like, why they don't? I'm like, I don't get it. Like people, but I get it though. People, they just out there just yapping. They don't really know how to debate and
Yep.
counter and point out weaknesses and arguments. And don't forget, you also have like you got to be able to be a great listener. So I will listen to your logic, and I'm gonna hold you to it. So once you contradict it or go against it, I'm gonna bring that back up. Like, wait a minute, you said this earlier, all right, and now you're saying this. Right? Which is it? Because this it contradicts. They both can't exist, right? Because one is A, or one is going left, one is going right. Come on, man, you gotta pick a direction. But even with that, what I do is this, real simple. I say, so you don't believe nobody can be 100% indigenous. Okay. Now, listen what they got to do. They got to say yes. There are. You know why? Because the AI recognizes that. Okay. So cool. So we're gonna go with that. So now, how do you know? Because remember, you're telling me I'm not that
Right.
without seeing my DNA, without seeing anything.
Right.
So
And yep.
at this point, you're pseudo. You're scientific illiterate. You're telling me what I'm not without looking at anything. So I
Yep.
had Revenue tell me that he could look at people and determine whether they, he actually said that, bro. I was hollering.
Yeah.
So I put a chat GPT. It basically says an idiot.
And they'll just say shit to try to. Yeah, you just said something. You didn't even think about that shit when you
Right.
said it.
Right. So I said, okay. So this person. So when I hear people talking, I usually chime in. Okay, you're saying he's not. How do you know that? Okay. So okay, cool. Are there anybody is it possible anybody was maintained 100% indigenous? They gotta say yes. There's nothing absolute. Okay.
Right.
So how do you know he ain't one of them?
Yep.
Oh, you don't know. So you gotta take his word until you see something, right? So you don't have a leg to stand on. Like you have zero evidence other than a hunch to tell this man or woman that they ain't what they said they are.
Yo, it's super arrogant for you to believe that okay, they'll say, well, you don't know about Africa, you don't know about our tribes, you don't know about this and the third. Well, nigga, you're not from here, so how the fuck would you know?
Right. And that's what I'm talking about, the logic. You can't. Okay, so that means that you're appealing to your authority. Like, hey, I'm from Africa. I know about my tribes. You can't know more than me. Got it. Noted. Okay. But then you try to tell us about in America. Like, wait a minute. You're not from America. I am. So you're
Right.
trying to tell me about me? Okay. So how does that work? How you just pull rank? You said you're from Africa, so therefore I can't know more than you. But then don't consider I'm from America, therefore I know more than you. See, something
Yeah,
like that got to be pointed out and highlighted. So I'm trying to tell people you got to hone in on your great points. Don't just talk past your strongest points. You got to make sure they're highlighted and they stand out. That's what highlighters do. You highlight the yellow, it stands out from the rest of the paper. So the chat. So when you leave the dialogue, the chat is going to take away the highlighted arguments, the highlighted points.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, please get Consul over here.
All right. Yeah. All right. That's what I owe you.
Yeah. I gotta beat up on somebody, man. Cause everybody's scared to call in. Yeah, I gotta beat up on somebody new. That's why I'm going to TikTok. Everybody's scared over here. TikTok, you got them YNs that don't care. They crashing out, spinning the block. So I go to TikTok because these YNs don't know no better. So
Yeah.
they'll join and talk with me.
That's crazy, bro. It's very arrogant. Like that shit is I don't see how the arrogance, bro, the audacity, bro. Newcomer, you just got your ass over here. You're gonna tell me what's in my family, I have pictures of my great grandmother.
And that's the thing.
Looking
I
like
don't believe.
Pocahontas.
See, that's the thing though. I wouldn't even do that. Like it's like, okay, I'm a chess player. Like, how do people get you to reveal your hand like that? It's like, wait a minute, I don't gotta do that for this clown. Like, my word should be good enough unless he got something that can debunk my word.
Right.
Like that's where I'm at with it. Like, hold on, I say I am, you said I'm not. Who's right? Who's wrong? Let's just stay there. I say I am, you say I'm not. Okay, so what evidence, what strong evidence you have to support you saying I'm not? Because I got my evidence, right? The pictures and like everything you're saying. I got that stories and whatever else, maybe actually real people like dolls roll, like you said earlier. So I got this. Say I am. I got some evidence. What evidence do you have to say I'm not? It's going to be an empty table. So yeah, y'all got to stop catering to these clowns, showing pictures and like they be loving that shit. They be laughing and shit.
Yep.
No, hell no. You show your evidence I'm not.
Yep.
Because he needs you to talk more to build his case. Like, he's a detective. If you don't talk to him, he got no case. He got to just accept what you said you are.
Yeah. And then on top of that, the burden of proof is on you because you're a newcomer and you're making that statement. We didn't come over there and say blase skippy woo. We minding our fucking business.
Right. And
I'm
standing
at home.
on business.
I'm at the crib.
Minding the business and standing on business.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm at the crib.
Yeah,
bro. Like
yes. So people got to stop. Like, people got to stop showing them their evidence that they're gonna use against you. No, let them provide their evidence. If they got no evidence, then there ain't no see, I see Apples be thirsty for conversations. Like, I see Apples and people who say they're indigenous. I see them thirsty to get this hater to believe them. Like, you doing all that to convince this guy who's trolling you. Like, this guy don't give a damn.
You have to take the same attitude with them that you take when you're debating the white team.
It has to be right. Exactly. It has to be same energy.
Take the same energy.
If you see their energy is dull and disrespectful, then you got to you can't be serious. That's why when I'm like debating over here and I'm trying to have an honest conversation, and when I see Revenue and those guys not doing that, I kick them off.
I'm gonna cook. Now it's time to get roasted. Right.
Right. Right. You either could roast them because now they're not serious. So why are you serious?
Right.
I say you roast them, or for me, I just kick them off. Boop. Bye.
Yep.
But Tariq will roast. So, but yeah, we got to stop. We got to look at the situation, assess it, and determine: is this person serious? Are they sincere? You know, because
like I told you the other day, I got a white homeboy. I can have these conversations because he's not gonna gaslight.
Right. Well, he knows it's true. That's why. See, he don't have no dog in the fight. Like, and that's why they don't really have an issue with us delineating. They hear about it. Okay, they're like, that's cool.
Well,
you know what I mean? And that's the response. That's cool.
Let's say we talking about the issues between us. You know, he's still not gonna gaslight me. You know, I mean, it's just not saying that. You know, he's obviously not. He's a little different than the rest of them. Like he but at the same time, I can have the conversation with him because that he's gonna be honest. Like he's gonna, you know, even if he say some shit that's off the wall, it's not in a way to try to piss me off, like purposely. I know you really feel like that, so okay, let's talk about it. Versus, nigga, you're just saying like you just trying to you just trying to say anything to keep some shit going.
Right. And I wonder if people, the FBA, my lineage people in the chat, do y'all do this? Like when let's say if I'm working around or I'm socializing with a white person, right? White or girl or man, boy or girl, woman or man. When we're talking in a setting and we're having like extended conversation, do y'all do what I do? Like, especially when there's like other melanated people around. I'll make it very clear. Yeah, no, he's Jamaican. Like when they like point at somebody, the black guy over there. I correct that white guy in a good way, like good manners. I don't go crazy. I make it very clear. I'm very stern. No. He's Jamaican. I'm black. I'm a black American. Black Americans, black people are from U.S. chattel slavery. We're here from this country. He's from Jamaica. He's Jamaican. What I mean? I make it very clear. Like, hey, don't confuse us.
I mean, I do. I'm in Florida, bro, so I have to. I gotta kind of, yeah, I do. I'm in Florida though, so people already mistake me for something else anyway.
Okay.
And I got dreads, so niggas they already be like, they used to do that anyway. And people used to think I was some other shit because, like I say, I have Indian on both sides of my family is Native American. So
which term
motherfuckers used to think I was different.
Which term do you prefer? Aboriginal, Native, or Indigenous?
Neither. I'm black, nigga. I don't deal with that shit.
No. I'm saying just now when you say I'm talking about ancestry, your ancestral roots. Do you prefer Aboriginal, Indigenous, or American? You just said it. You said on both sides of your family you got.
Yeah, but they black though.
Now I got you.
Yeah, like I never really, bro. We never, even them. They never said like my great grandmother. Like she wasn't like, yeah, we Native American, whatever. She just was black. She just was a lady.
You know what's crazy? My grandmother on my father's side. Now I got like I never really dug into too deep with that, but my grandmother has always. I never said this live ever, but my grandmother. I don't know if she was supposed to be 100% indigenous, but she was supposed to have indigenous in her. Okay, my grandmother on my father's side, she was supposed to. I don't know if it's 30, 50, 100. I don't know, but that when I was growing up, when I was really young. I was told my grandmother, like by her kids, like my aunts, uncles, and dad, they said that she had some indigenous in her. I've never said that before, but that's what I was told.
So my people come up. We come up from Louisiana. So on both sides, my dad's side and then my mom's side. So my mom's parents are both from Missouri, and they both come through Louisiana up to Oklahoma and Arkansas. On my father's side, I don't know we don't know my dad's dad, but all his people are his mother, his grandmother, they're all like Native American and Creole. So they all fair.
Okay.
They all got like my grandmother and they all got long hair. And then on my mother's side, my great grandmother, she kind of like Sally Richardson, but her hair was super long, like down to her knees. She got two ponytails always. Yeah, I got to meet her. I was young when she died, but that's like the only thing I really remember is just I remember what she looked like. So pictures of her and shit, you know what I'm saying? But you can't tell me.
I'm gonna ask mine tomorrow about my grandma, about her mom. I'm like, yo, is it true?
But the thing about it is, bro, they all said they were black.
Yeah.
All of them. So this is
okay. Did you hear the comment? Did you hear when me and Truth Teller was talking about like how they were reclassified, whether it's legal or illegal, that whole thing?
What you talking about, as far as slavery?
No, about the paper genocide with the indigenous people.
No.
Where you want to line? Okay, yeah.
I'm not sure. All right. Yeah, I don't remember that.
Okay, cool. So he thought it was illegal at that time, and I was saying, and I was trying to let him know, like, brother, before 1964, everything the white man did was legal in his eyes. They were literally the law. So they could lock you up for vagrancy even though you're not committing vagrancy, and you're locked up for vagrancy. You dig? Like, so
Right.
whatever, and like, and he was kind of fighting that a little bit, and well, a lot bit, but then he eventually came to, but he wasn't getting it. It's like, dude, like when you have a strong sense of knowledge about white people in America, you would know that everything they said and did was like they were the walking written law.
Yeah.
They said it, it was true. And then I gave an example. I said, bro, look at New Jersey and New York and Philly, the tri-state. I said, before Roe v. Wade, if you got caught with a gun, it's 5 years. Like, there's no way to get a legal gun unless it was special. It had to be special reasons, and no reasons like the Brink truck driver who pick up money, or like a parole officer. Like, those were the special. You ain't no regular citizen in Jersey walking around with a gun. Are you nuts?
Right.
You get 5 years. I said, so that was the law. So I'm trying to give an example. But when people will be like competitive and emotional, they're not going to receive it. I said, bro, that was the law. It wasn't illegal, even though the Constitution is supposed to grant us all American citizens Second Amendment rights. I said,
Right.
Jersey law said F that. New York law said F that. You carry a gun over here, you're going to jail.
Right.
State prison, right? So Roe v. Wade, when it overturned the pro-life, pro-choice thing, right? They also looked into that one. And that's why right now everybody in Jersey is getting got a gun and got a gun license. They
Really?
overturned it. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Y'all can so y'all can carry now?
Yeah.
Oh no shit.
Yeah.
I didn't even know that was a thing up there.
Oh yeah. You carry a gun, that's 5 years. It is no way to carry a gun as a regular citizen, a regular Jersey in New York. You're doing 5 years.
No. I knew that. I'm saying y'all can carry now.
Oh yeah. After Roe v. Wade, they after they struck
I
that
didn't know
down.
that.
Yeah, after they struck that down, they went and looked at the Second Amendment. They struck that down at the same time. So the same time the Roe v. Wade made the decision, they also part of that decision was the Second Amendment rights of New Jersey, New York, and Philly.
Oh, okay.
That's
No
all a
shit. I
package.
didn't know that.
Right. So that was my analogy. I said, so brother, so you see how something can be legal and then become, or something could be illegal and it become legal because the white man said so. I said, bro, that's how it was with the paper genocide. When they paper genocided the indigenous people, white people's doing it, my guy. They didn't see that as illegal. They seen that as legal. They seen slavery as legal. But I said, but that don't mean shit because they can afterwards look at it with a new lens and say, okay, yeah, that was bullshit, and they could repay people based on that. And he was kind of getting lost in that. He, again, the emotions, people, the Eagles, and you just don't want to get it. But he got it eventually. But I'm just saying, like this is a case in point where we shouldn't be 10 toes on something without proper receipts.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man, if you have not read it yourself, you should not be 10 toes on it.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. There's a plethora of things that, after I've dug into it on my own, after somebody told me something, it's like, I ain't buying that shit. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm telling you, man, I'm trying to tell people, like, bro, you don't want to do that on the live because people would take that, clip it, and when you try to act like you know something, they'll bring that back up on you. But you ain't know this, dumbass, and they'll troll you. So when you're live, man, you got ops out there. You got a lot of Pan-Africanist who's out here clipping shit and waiting for you to get out of line so they can rub this back in your face.
Yeah. Well, y'all got a hell of a job though, man, doing this shit, man. Because like you say, everything is recorded, and everybody heard it. So get your ass up here saying shit, talking about shit you ain't got no.
That's what I say, man. About. Like when I'm talking and I'm not sure, I'll start to say my opinion. I mean, that's my disclaimer. Okay,
Yeah.
or like what I thought I remember, I'll make it. The language start to change. That's okay. I thought read this. I leave myself room in case it's wrong. Like, yeah, okay, I would have 10 toes. It's okay. But I tell you guys, you join the panel. I say, man, listen, you get one shot. Like Eminem, one shot. You get one shot, and the people will judge you forever for that one shot. It will always remember that. Your first presentation is everything. So you're live. You say something crazy, it don't check out. The people remember that. So you know what I mean, and you never know how they feel afterwards. They might dismiss it. Okay, it's like simple mistake, or they might feel like guy can't be trusted. That's why, like what I do, bro. I read some stuff. I commit to memory. I understand it, and then what I do is I don't know if you noticed though, but I don't go back to my old research. I research it again. So let's say if I study something right now. Let's say I study Sarah Rector. Uh, she was a she was enslaved by one of the what's that called, the civilized tribes, right? So they owed her land allotment, and they thought they gave her the worst part of the land, but the land allotment that to them was the worst, that was the only part sitting on rich oil. So she became a gazillionaire in like the 1920s, whatever.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah,
What's her
yeah.
name?
Sarah Rector.
Yeah, I've heard
Rector.
about that.
Right. Yep. So Sarah Rector. Okay. So if I study Sarah Rector or Soul City, right? And let's say if I want to sharpen up, I don't go back to my old notes. I research it again,
Right.
brand new. And that's how I
New
always study.
understandings, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I always, I don't go back to old notes. Because you know why? Because old notes can be redundant to you, where you don't really value it no more because you already know what it's going to say. So you kind of skip over things. Nothing stands out no more. But new research is going to be put together differently now. And like it might be me with the new research. I might be reading something and take new notes. So I do that too. I take new notes. I don't take my old notes. So I'll read a book, new notes. I read a book again, sometime later. Those old notes go in the trash. I do it all over again, fresh notes, because you
Hmm.
always end up with a better understanding and you see things differently. If you go back to your old notes, you're not going to catch the new thing that's there. It's like a movie, right? You watch a movie, it's dope. You watch it again, you see new things. You watch it again, you see new things. Every time you watch, you catch something new.
Right.
So that's why I don't keep old notes. I have them there archived, but once I research it again, once I look at it again, fresh eyes, new research, old research and trash. Each time I do it again. Like when I study the Bible, every time I did the Bible, old notes trash, old notes in the trash, new notes. Did it because it forced you to read the whole thing.
Right.
So
You
like, so
know,
like that's
anytime
how I
I ever
push
read the
myself.
Bible, I got Bibles, but my notes are in it. Like I
Yeah,
wrote them in there.
right. Okay, I got you.
Oh,
Inside the
next
Bible.
to the words or whatever. I just made it
Yeah,
like annotation.
yeah,
But
got
actually
you.
most so when it come to like that kind of shit, that's what I do with that. Because what I used to do when I read something like that, I give it to somebody else.
Okay, right.
So
Got you.
now it's got all the shit that I pulled out of it. I highlighted and wrote notes on it. So when I give it to somebody, especially somebody that's like, at that time I thought I was fucking uh Gandhi or some shit, right? So I'm spreading
Right, right. Yeah.
consciousness and trying to wake niggas up, wasted a lot of my time doing that shit. But anyway, I give and shit, not only that, but I waste a lot of money too, because those are books I'll never get back.
Right. God
I
damn.
wish I
Yeah,
had
I did some weird shit too like that, but I didn't put notes. But I used to
I
do the
wish
same
I
thing. I used to
had them
buy
still.
Bibles to give away. But the note
I
thing,
gave
I
away
never
at
did the
least
notes. Yeah.
100 books, bro.
Damn.
That's a lot of books, bro. I should have.
Yeah.
Wish I still had them. Wish I still had them. It's a lot of books, bro, that I can't even get no more.
You know, it was funny. It's funny you said that, bro. Because right now, I lost a lot of stuff in storage, right? But I made sure to get my most favorite books, and they're four. One is Medical Apartheid, right? And they're right here in front of me. Funny is I don't go no lie. These books are mandatory. So Medical right there in front of me. Like I could turn my camera and you see the books. They're always around me from home. Medical Apartheid. You got the so the new Jim Crow is with Michelle Alexander,
Yeah,
and
I've heard of
that's
that one.
right. So that's the new Jim Crow. It's called, but the old Jim Crow is from what's his first name? Something Blackman. It's called Slavery After Slavery, right? No. I'm sorry. It's called Slavery by Another Name by something Blackman. That book got that. Then I guess I got Medical Apartheid. I got Slavery by Another Name. I got Parchman Farming. So the Parchman Farming deals with so Slavery by Another Name deals with convict leasing, and Parchman Parchman Farming deals with the sharecroppers. Like you remember Eddie Murphy Life when he was doing that deals with that. That is dope as hell. It talks about like people who was in jail for a crime, and the overseers, is deep as hell. Three, and then what's the fourth one? Now I gotta get up and look. And these are my most. If y'all ask me my favorite books ever, it's gonna and then another one, Michelle. So one is called. So here are the actual names. One is called Slavery by Another Name by Douglas A. Blackman. Medical Apartheid by Sister Harriet A. Washington. And then the other one is called Worse Than Slavery. So think about it. One is called Slavery by Another Name. One is called Worse Than Slavery. And one is called Medical Apartheid. And then the fourth one is Michelle Alexander, The New Jim Crow. So all of them deal with slavery except for Medical Apartheid. But the three deals with different forms of slavery. So that's why I was talking to Truth Teller. I'm like, dude, look, you think slavery is just chattel slavery. And I'm trying to tell the young brother, like, dude, there's other forms of slavery that's not considered chattel slavery, but it's considered a form of slavery. That's why I had him to go to the ADOS website, and I said, read the bottom, read the timelines of slaveries, and Yvette had down there 1600s, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s. Why does she have all those centuries as slavery? Because these are different forms of slavery. It ain't always chattel, convict leasing, parchment farming, mass incarceration. You feel me? These are different forms of slavery. The bottom line is people can't leave. They're forced to do labor, right? Outside of their will, and they can't leave. That's slavery. But it's good for dialogue because some things he didn't consider now he knows. So that's why it's good to have dialogue like that. Because now you know.
Yeah. Yep. And you know that and it's funny because like now that you say that, when they refer, like a lot of times that even the palm colored people, they'll say that, like they'll say chattel slavery, Jim Crow, like they'll say it in no together. They'll group them together.
Yep.
Jim Crow red line. They'll say it in that.
Yeah, exactly. It's like housing discrimination. What do you think they mean when they say that?
Right.
and like he was fighting us. He was fighting me and True. We're on that. Like, dude, it's okay,
but see,
man.
Bro, they have to. But see, this is one thing I'm learning about Pan-Africanism and the so-called conscious community in the last year. They build these arguments off of points that are like they're not they're I'm not gonna say it's a lie,
It's
but
bad
well,
faith.
you probably would,
It's bad faith, right? It's bad faith
but it's
argument.
bad faith. Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
So
built on
give me a case in point. If you could
what bad
single one
faith.
out. Yeah, one of them
Shit,
Pan-African. Yeah.
the fact that shit, I got 100, but just the fact that we say that we were stolen.
Okay. Right.
That's the
No.
biggest one.
Okay. Right. Now listen. Here's a big mistake. Never assume who they say stole us. So this is a trap they do. They'll say we were stolen, we were kidnapped, we were taken, we were captured, but they won't tell you who did it. And they leave it there for you to make a mistake and then
And assume it was
assume
the white T man.
right, and then they
Yeah.
got you. They gonna be like, I never said the white T man, and you be like a fool out there. So what I do is, when they say that, when Unc did that dumb shit over here, I said, Unc, who did the kidnapping? The Dutch, the Portuguese got him. Got your dumb ass. Good. Let me get you up out of here. Yeah, I got him out here so fast, bro. Got your dumb ass. Thank you. So revenue, same one, revenue. Who did the kidnapping? Oh, the white man. Really? Okay.
Which one?
Yeah, got well, none of them because they were unsuccessful.
Right.
And that's the thing. I said, bro, check this out, bro. Out of all of the capturing, the stealing, the slave race, white people made up 3% of all of the kidnapping, the stealing. 3%. Listen, 3% is a overwhelmingly small minority. So how do you look that's like me saying I own 3% of a company, therefore I'm the majority owner. Like, who the hell in their right mind would say that? So for somebody to say the white man did the stealing and they made up 3% of all the stealing, like, you're just a fool. The people who made up 97% of something are the owners of that. For example, if I'm 3% cheetah, I ain't cheetah. If I'm 97% cheetah, I'm a cheetah.
Right.
That's simple.
Yeah.
3% coke. You're not going to jail for possessing cocaine. Trust me. You might get a ticket or something else. But so 3% coke or crack on you, you're not. You probably won't even go to jail. But 97% crack coke, see ya.
Yeah, 3% cocaine is sugar.
So for these guys,
it's coffee.
Right. So for these guys, to sit there and say the white man 3%, I know you're a liar, and yeah, there's no truth in you. So, and I can't take you seriously from this point on. So now I'm just going to troll you and clown and disrespect you from the dialogue from this point on, because you're disrespecting me by saying something dumb like that. So when they say stolen, you have to ask them, brother, who did the stealing? And then some will say Africans like Queen Nzinga, King Gizo, and whoever else, and others will say the white man. And then once they say the white man, you got to ask them, because look, don't talk about the roots yet. You have to ask what year. What year?
Yeah.
Because they better say 1400.
Right.
When they go late 1500s, they're dead. It's like, really? So they was going to the interiors of Africa with those African Navy men, army, all those armies, and they were just taking people from tribes that they love. Yeah, listen, we all know that the people who were stolen were people from the interiors who were not part of the tribe that was on the coast. That's why they didn't give a F. There's no way the white man was going to go to a coastal tribe and snatch somebody that's a loved one from this African king, and no smoke happens. Hey, bro, do you know the numbers of white people? That's another lie. Like they believe white people came to Africa 100,000 deep. My guy, the most in numbers they ever assembled in Africa was 1,000, and they went as low as 90. They were totally subjected to African rulership. They went there with respect. Because Africa had power at that time, and the white man wasn't the superpower, right? And they'll lie and say the white man went with guns. Stop. And that terrain, those guns ain't doing you no good. But those arrows
Bro,
gonna
even
take out.
if you had 90 of them, you got 90 guys, 90 guns, you gonna get your ass handed to you.
Right. That's a great point.
And then you're
Great
talking
point.
about, check it out. If you got 90 guys right now with 90 guns, you still gonna get your ass handed to you.
Oh yeah.
Back
You're done.
then,
Yeah. Y'all all dead.
you couldn't even, you had the muzzle load.
Right. And see, listen, that's what I'm trying to say. Like they look at today's time and they put that on then. So that they think the dude had a switcher, like a switch. Like, nah, he had no switch. That dude had one shot every 20 seconds.
Yeah,
But those
hell
arrows,
no, longer than that.
but those arrows was
Longer than that,
coming.
bro. Yeah,
I was like,
facts.
yo,
It took you twice as long to load a gun and to shoot an arrow. And then not only that, while you sitting there trying to load up looking stupid, you got 40 dudes in loincloths running at your ass. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like,
So
no, that ain't happening.
so brother, so this is the flaw that they do. Now I can't tell you if it's intentional or unintentional. I don't know, but they damn, hold on, I lost my thought. Damn it, you could tell it's getting late for me. I lost my thought. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, hey, bro, you got to catch this. I think Kansu's gonna do it too. They usually conflate the 1600s with the Berlin Conference. They almost take the white man from the Berlin Conference and put them 1600 in during the slave trade. Like that's what they normally do. They It's like, no, bro, that's 300 years apart, my guy. The white man during the Berlin Conference was not the white man in Africa buying slaves. Berlin Conference, he's a super saiyan. You dig? 1600s, he's a puppy. And like they usually conflate the two as though they're years apart. Bro, they're centuries apart.
Right. Total different world position.
Total different power structure. The white man is now on top of the world.
Right.
He was now on
Crusades
top of
are
the world.
over.
1600. Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So they normally do that. You got to watch that. All right, let me see what time it is. Oh shit. All right, let me see the chat. Who's left in the chat? Everybody probably knocked out. Massive Atlanta drug bust. Half a ton of marijuana. God damn, see, let me click. Oh, I'm gonna watch this later.
Atlanta police arrested.
Watch that later. Spree suspect dead. Shooting suspect found dead in cell during victim fight. Okay. Okay. Well, wait, what am I doing? Hi, family. We are going to take it down. We're going to pick up tomorrow. I'm gonna finish the FBA brother dialogue with the tethers tomorrow. I appreciate all of y'all. Make sure you have a great night. We got Press Always, Ricardo Flott, Antoine Johnson, FBA Chosen by God. We got who else in the chat? We got Bigger Boy, we got Donnie C. Williams in the chat. We got songwriter Sunny. Tyre Carter. We got Tandra Williams in the building. We got Big Game. I can't even. Big Game Central. Yeah, I can't. I'm sorry. My eyes are blurry as crap. We got Yes Mayhem. We got Gamer. I can't even read that either. My eyes are so blurry, man. I got brand new glasses I can't find. We got Storm Randall. Okay. Looks like that was the chat. We're in here heavy. Yeah, so we out here, family. Swerving. Man, thanks for calling in. Good build. And I am on my way to bed. Truth Warrior. We got Truth Teller. So yeah, I call in tomorrow, man. Peace. Be one, family.